Chapter 81 Crazy Wool Pulling. To say it, the talents of Chen and Su Tian made it clear that he was not changing his career, but wanted to make some money. In fact, he was exiled, and there was a chance to enter the official. If he was excluded because of different political opinions, or only a small mistake was made, he could recover. In this case, unless the emperor is willing to admit it to himself, he will turn the case, or the emperor dies, and the new emperor turns the case. In short, he cannot continue to be an official. Moreover, he has no intention to be an official. His biggest wish is to protect his wife and daughter and make them happy. If Master Chen lacks money, find me. I have money. Su Tian patted his pocket. He hadn't got married yet, and he didn't go to drink or something. The money gave his old lady. It's okay. You can leave. Master Chen waved his hand and said that he didn't want to talk to him. When Su Tian heard the words, he didn't disturb again. Before leaving, he suddenly lowered, Master Chen, if you really want to do business, wait a while. Master Chen looked at Su Tian. His eyes narrowed suddenly. It seemed that Su Tian was not stupid. He also knew that Captain Sun's situation at this time was like a beast that would be crazy at any time. When the court had not announced the results of Captain Sun, he might be normal. If the court intends to withdraw Captain Sun's position and put him into the jail, Captain Sun will never sit still. If at this time, the person behind Zhao Guang promised to protect him, asking for his own life, then Captain Sun would definitely agree. Therefore, Master Chen also agreed to Su Tian's point of view. Recently, even if you have to do business, you will wait for the limelight. But Chen Shui would not wait. After her father opened her mind, she had a lot of gains. First, let Xiao Dai write her cooking as a recipe, and then let the system recycle. Sure enough, she received thousands of contributions, so that Chen Shuela couldn't get together. She knew that she had found the right way. Then she found a small painting and asked her to write some formula she knew. Sure enough, one recipe also earned several hundred contribution points. Afterwards, Chen Shui began to fleece the sheep, no matter if they were servants or her father. She intended to squeeze out all the knowledge in their heads. Master Chen planted the field at night and painted during the day, and his hands were cramping. As a result, Chen Shueli exchanged the medicinal wine to him. After wiping, he handed him a brush to let him write a few pairs of calligraphy. Master Chen. Although the Chen family has experienced riots, it has not been affected very much. It is still the same as the carriage. But other prisoners are not the same. Those maidage seemed to vent their anger to them, and they whipped when they were not pleasing to the eye. Snapped. An old man was hit on the back by a yamen runner with a whip. He staggered and almost fell to the ground. Old guy. Go quickly. Do you have humanity? He is so old. The prisoner next to him immediately helped the old man, so he did not wrestle him. And then he greeted his maidage. Snapped. As soon as the charges were shook, the man did not dare to hide. When he hid, he would throw it on the old man. So he turned to use his back. You are so loving. Then help him resist a few whip. The Chi said that he danced the whip to the man away, apparently because he was almost killed by the offender before. So he wanted to vent his anger. In the blink of an eye, the man was full of blood. Stop! Su Tian just left from Master Chen, and saw the scene, and suddenly stopped. Liao Er, what are you doing? Su Tian? Liao Er looked back and found that it was Su Tian. So he didn't care. Su Tian rushed over, pointing at the man's bloody back. Angrily. Are you crazy? You will be killed by you again. Really? Liao Er didn't care. Deserves it? You? Liao Er poured his lips, reached out and poked the place where he was bandaging, and let Su Tian feel painful. You will not be smashed. Don't you know? Who is injured by your head? Do you know? You almost killed by them. Liao Er said yelled. If it wasn't for the group of soldiers in time, do you think you can still see me now? Now they fall into my hands again. Don't think about it. You? Su Tian opened his mouth and didn't know how to refute a while. And then he sighed. The first evil has been cricket. What do you do for embarrassment? Even if they are not the first evil, they are accomplices. Liao Er said angrily. I think you are really stupid. And even helped them talk. I asked you. They almost killed you and opened your head to flowers. Are you really not resentful? Su Tian opened his mouth. At first, he said that it was impossible to say that there was no resentment. After all, he became the prisoner, and even gave them more food than other sidelines. As a result, they still did not appreciate it, and almost killed themselves. Su Tian was not a saint. How could he not be angry? However, even if you are angry, the first evil has been fascinated. But others cannot think as much as he thinks. He sighed. And before, he might continue to argue with Liao Er. But now, he doesn't know if his head has been smashed. Suddenly, euphemistically, you have to fight like this. What should people do if people die? You must know that because of the riots this time, many people have died. When the number of people sent in the past does not meet the standard, we can't eat it. Liao Er frowned immediately. He didn't expect this. It didn't take long to leave the capital. There was still more than half a year in Nanban. For so long, there were absolutely many prisoners who couldn't stand it, and then died. A lot of people died in the riots, and with the losses on the road. If the number of people doesn't meet the target, they will be held responsible. Count your luck. Liao Er glanced at the man, and then looked at other prisoners. Thank you, Grandpa. The man thanked Su Tiandao, and then helped the old man to continue the road. And Su Tian sighed. He suddenly felt that what he should do. If these prisoners made mistakes, they were exiled. But there are also many prisoners who are innocent. Just like Master Chen. And many children are innocent. It's just that you cannot change such an atmosphere alone. And the strength of a person is limited. When Qian was attacked by Master Chen, he couldn't stop him alone. Or, Xiao Guang took them over, so that Qian did not dare to shoot. Su Tian suddenly thought that Lord Chen just asked him if he wanted to be the captain. Maybe. Chapter 82 Crazy Captain's Son. A total of more than 50,000 contribution value. Chen Shui couldn't help grinning. She knew that there were so many ways to collect contributions. She should tell her father earlier. But it's not too late now. With so much contribution, Chen Shui did not hesitate to exchange a soft armor to her family. In this way, at least people will be cut, and will not die immediately. In addition, she exchanged 3 arrows in her sleeve arrow. Her father, her mother, and her own. 3-person rotation interspace exercises and communicates with each other. In addition, they also asked Chen Yi to ask for observations and see those who are worthy of interaction. Who should stay away? When the Qin Shui family was preparing, Captain Sun was also preparing. What did you say? Unwilling to send someone to support it. When Captain Sun heard his men's words, his face was very ugly. He deliberately sent his hand to find the county magistrate. Let him send some of the teams to help him manage the Exile team together. After all, because of the riots, a few deaths were killed. If you do not add a few, you will rely on this person to suppress the riots again. Not to mention suppressing riots. If they meet bandits on the road, they are not enough to watch. It is a pity that the county magistrate does not dare to send people because of this riots. After all, if the riots occur next time, and the person he sent will not suppress the riots, wouldn't he be implicated again? Anyway, he cooperated in suppressing the riot this time, and has made no mistakes. After Captain Sun and his men leave, even if a riot breaks out again, it will not be under his jurisdiction. Damn it! Captain Sun cursed, and then summoned his confidant and other men. This time, the riots occurred. The court would not let us go. What should we do then? As soon as the words came out, everyone was panicked. They didn't want to die. They still had a good years. What else can I do? Captain Sun helplessly. The court wants us to die. Can we still resist? Why? Qian was dissatisfied. Even if we have no credit, we have hard work. So why do we kill us? Others attached to harmony. That is, who makes the court not send a little bit? Only us. Which people can live so many prisoners? Captain Sun saw everyone's reaction, and was very satisfied. But his face was helpless. What do you plan to do? The crowd was silent. And they said very nicely. But if they really did it, I am afraid. Captain, will the court really want our lives? Shouldn't it be surrendered? Or a fine? Captain Sun leaned his lips. Oh! Although the riots have been suppressed, the instructions behind the scenes are still fleeing. But we have not caught it. Do you think the court will easily let us go? Everyone was silent. And the crime of malfeasance was already beheaded. It's just that they are not reconciled. If the court really didn't intend to let us go, fight with them. Fight? Captain Sun hummed coldly. Didn't you see the scenes where the soldiers suppressed the riots before? What do you get? Everyone was speechless, and thought of that scene, even shivering. Captain, what should we do? Qian was a little anxious. We can't sit waiting for death. Seeing this, Captain Sun finally revealed his purpose. I think first. Wait. Send someone to inquire about the court to deal with us. If we can know the news in advance, we can prepare in advance. Yes. Everyone's eyes were bright. If the court did not intend to kill them, they would not have to worry. If the court wanted to kill them, they could escape when they learned the news in advance. So, we will unite later to help each other. Otherwise, no one can live. This is the purpose of Captain Sunday. I plan to use the relationship behind these people. Don't look at many of his men. But in fact there are others behind them. Just like Xiao Guang. There is Guichan behind it. Captain Sun didn't dare to guarantee whether the people behind him would reveal the sound of the wind. After all, he was just a small chess piece and could be abandoned at any time. So, at this time, he could only bet in many ways. What if the people behind others get the news? When they sent them to leave, Captain Sun went to Xiao Guang. Can you contact the people behind you? Xiao Guang's face was aggressive, and he didn't seem to understand what he meant. Don't you worry? Captain Sun was speechless when he saw Xiao Guang's expression. It seems that the person you should worry about is you. Xiao Guang shrugged. And he was not stupid. Captain Sun was responsible for his main responsibility. Captain Sun looked very unhappy. What Xiao Guang said was right. It was hard to say whether these Yamen runners would be punished. But he would definitely be removed as the captain. If it was just okay. He was afraid that the court would kill him and let him be responsible. Therefore, he was so anxious to flicker Qian and others. At that time, Qian did not respond. So he was anxious. Under the nest. How can there be an egg? Captain Sun snorted. Do you really escape the punishment because of you? Then what do you want to do? Xiao Guangyan flickered. He didn't contact Guichan for a long time. And did not dare to contact him. After all, once they get in touch, Guichan will force him to ask whether he has killed the Qin family. But the key is that he doesn't dare to take action against the Qin family. His little life is still in the hands of the Qin family. If the imperial court wants to kill me, I hope the people behind you can help me escape. In return, I can help you get rid of the Qin family. Captain Sun whispered in Xiao Guang's ear, and then added, I don't know if you were caught by the Qin family. Or what? If you dare to leak them to them, then prepare for death with them. When Xiao Guang heard what Captain Sun said, he shuddered, because he found that Captain Sun's face was full of madness at this moment. Obviously, he was really going crazy. Okay, I'll tell the people behind me. But whether they agree or not is not up to me. Xiao Guang hesitated for a few seconds and then nodded. He knew that if he didn't agree, he might not see the sun tomorrow. As soon as possible, Captain Sun patted his shoulder. Our life is tied together. Xiao Guang's face sank. He knew what Captain Sun meant. If the person behind him did not agree, the Captain Sun would also pull his back. Hateful. He was a little angry. Not only because of the threat of Captain Sun, but because of the death of the Qin family, who he wanted to solve the medicine. No. You must find the Qin family again as soon as possible. After he wants to get the medicine, he leaves a little, so that the doctor in the city will not believe that the world is so big that no doctor can't match it. Thinking of this, he felt that he would find a chance to send a message to Guichang. Although Guichang had sent someone to urge him not long ago. The last time the person said that Guichang still had other means to deal with the Qin family. But he had never seen it. Chapter 83 Ambush. Coming! The Black Mountain bandits hid beside the valley and looked at the long team in the distance. And immediately became very alert. According to the news I heard before, the Qin family was sitting in the carriage. As long as they were not wearing a dual clothing. The person in the carriage was the Qin family. Brother He said, with murderous intent on his face. After we find the Qin family, kill everyone except Qin Yuan's daughter. He also took out the scroll and said, look carefully at what the person looks like. Otherwise you won't be able to recognize him when he's right under your nose. It's all soon. After that valley, you can rest. They have been traveling continuously for the past 2 days. Even at night, they go to bed very late and get up very early. This makes not only exhausted these prisoners, but even their offices. They can't carry them. Snapped. Hurry up. Suddenly a whip hit the Qin family's servant, causing him to stagger. The servant turned around and glared at him, but was responded with a whip. What do you do? That tadpole did not care about the anger of the Qin family at all. Go fast. Just go the slowest. The servants did not dare to refute. In fact, because there were some fallen rocks ahead, The road became narrower and everyone was stuck together. So the traffic slowed down. So many people. The carriage can't go for a while. Chinny endured the pain on his back and explained. Hee hee. Close my fart. The Lords drew his lips. Who do you think you are? And the Exile is still a carriage. Either go now, or I hit you until you go. Obviously. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that this bailiff was just looking for trouble. But knowing what he is looking for faults. They are prisoners. And they cannot shoot against the officers. Chin-Yi bit his lip, but said nothing more. The carriage couldn't move for a while. And they couldn't possibly abandon the master and go away first. Swish. Seeing this, then the whip was shook again. Enough. Master Chin and others came down from the carriage. Let's go! Having said this, he didn't even look at the bailiff and walked away with his servants. The Chin family abandoned the carriage. And he suddenly stunned. He began to know that the Zhang family had always wanted this carriage before. As a result, the Chin family had been unwilling. Even if the Zhang family was at a high price, they did not sell it. Now you are giving it up so generously? Fool! Thinking that they might abandon the carriage in order to protect their people. And they became more ridiculous. However, the Chin family abandoned the carriage. And he still completed the task of the captain. And he did not expect that he could complete it so easily. Captain Sun quickly learned the news and came to the Chin family's carriage. He sneered and said that if the Chin family came out, he would have plenty of ways to deal with them. However, before that, we should get rid of the carriage first. So, Captain Sun looked at his men. And his men immediately wondered to look at the prisoner. Do you want a carriage? When the words were falling, a man rushed over. I want. Captain Sun turned his head to look at Zhang Yichuan. He walked over with his arms and seemed to be injured. You want this carriage? Captain Sun patted the carriage and looked at him. Yes. Zhang Yichuan nodded. He wanted it so much. From out of Beijing, he wanted to buy the Chin family's carriage. But unfortunately they did not agree. And they tossed several times later. And he had no chance. Then he wanted to find other offices for help. As a result, the Stales were greedy for money. And the shadow of the carriage did not see it. That riots before. He thought to incite the prisoners. Killed the Chin family. And then occupied the Chin family's carriage. As for escaping? He is not a fool. Otherwise it is impossible to be the servant of the Ministry of Households. He is very clear that it is impossible to escape. Therefore, he never thought about escaping. But just killed the Chin family and occupied the carriage. Unfortunately, his plan was ruined by an eagle, which scratched him and almost broke his arm. I didn't expect that he had the opportunity to get a carriage. And he was naturally excited. Seeing Zhang Yichuan so excited, Captain Sun also smiled. This was a good thing, as he could extort some money from him. 502. This carriage is yours. What? Zhang Yichuan's smile suddenly stiffened on his face. And he couldn't believe it, thinking he had heard it wrong. What? Captain Sun changed his voice. Do you want to give you free? Zhang Yichuan wanted to nod. But he shook his head soon. It was the most expensive. He still understood this truth. But sometimes he couldn't help but cheap. But now I do want to make it cheaply. And he doesn't want to bleed. Captain Sun, there are too many 500 or 2. I see ain't get so much silver. Captain Sun heard that. His face sank. And he was better to escape. So he planned to fish for a lot of money. After escaping, he could live chic. After all, there will be no chance to make money in the future. That's why he wanted to drive the Chin family away and use the Chin family's carriage to make money. On the one hand, he wanted to take action against the Chin family. So he forced them out of the carriage. Second, you can use the Chin family's carriage to change money. Captain Sun did not answer, but looked at his men. His men immediately wondered, looking at the prisoners around him, and shouted again. Who wants a carriage? You can buy money if you have money. The prisoners looked back and found that it was the Chin family's carriage. Many people were curious. Some people were gloating. And the Chin family finally became unlucky. Some people were moving and inquired about 500 or 2 silver. And they immediately rest. For a while, no one stood up. Hateful. The Chin family members not far away saw this scene and immediately became angry. Xiao Dai stamped her feet in anger. Too shameless. How can they be so shameless? Drive them away and then auction off their carriages. There are no such shameless people in the world. Forget it. There's no need to be angry. Qin Shui touched Xiaodia's head and pinched her angry face. We can't beat them again. And anger will be angry. Then I pierce a villain and curse them. Xiao Dai jumped. Obviously thought about countermeasures. Qin Shui ignored her and looked at her father. Her father nodded to her. Then the few of them stopped paying attention to Captain Sun and the others and walked into the crowd. When Captain Sun saw that no one stood up, he frowned. 500 taels should not be expensive for corrupt officials like them. Even if their homes were confiscated, they still had savings hidden somewhere. So it's impossible for everyone to be penniless. Mr. Qin, I always feel like someone is mocking me. In fact, these people did have money, but they were afraid to take it out. They were worried that Captain Sun was testing whether they had money or not. If they did, he would rob them. Second, they do not believe that Captain Sun really sells carriages. At that time, they spent money. What should Captain Sun do not give the carriage? Besides, this is the Qin family's carriage. What if the Qin family finds them to calculate the account? They knew that the Qin family had something to do with the service. Many of them were very polite to the Qin family before. No one competes. Captain Sun can only look at Zhang Yichuan. Chapter 84. The Turn of Times. 400 taels. And you only have one chance. Captain Sun narrowed his eyes and looked at Zhang Yichuan. It was no longer a question of whether he should buy it or not, but that he must buy it. Zhang Yichuan also understood this truth, but his resentment towards the carriage was too deep, and his legs were almost disabled these days, especially since he not only had to walk in shackles, but also had to carry his son on his back. How fat was his son? That's almost as big as half a pig. And it's slow. You have to be a whip. This day is simply not affordable. He has already lost more than 10 pounds. If he continues like this, he might really die on the road. So, even though he knew that Captain Sun would ask for a high price, he had to grit his teeth and buy it. But he has been mixed in the officialdom for so long. Eats up and down, and naturally knows how to deal with greedy people. This, Captain Sun, don't conceal you. I still have so much money. But, on the way, others will be gone. He said very euphemistic. But Captain Sun could hear it soon, which is clearly what his men were extorted. He naturally believed what Zhang Yichuan said. After all, it was a common practice for Yamen runners to extort prisoners, as long as they join the Exile team, which prisoners' money will not be squeezed out. If there is no oil and water, what does the team they exile do? That's what Su Tian would do. The men who have been extorted by their men must hand over a part of the money. If anyone does not hand over, then don't want to mix it in the team. Therefore, Captain Sun only needs to wait for the money to collect money. But in the county a few days ago, he spent most of his hands and feet. Now he is planning to escape. And naturally he has to scrape more. Why did you think that the movement of his men was so sharp? So he squeezed the money of these people so soon? However, he was still unwilling. Really? You can't give money? Then get out. Captain Sun. Zhang Yichuan shouted quickly. I am only 202 now. There are only 202. I don't know. 200 taels? Captain Sun's eyes lighted up. And 200 or 2 were good. Like his Lulu. He could only earn 202 in decades. If he doesn't spin the sky, 200 or 2 silver is enough for him to live comfortably. Like those people, he may not be able to earn 200 or 2 in his life. Still, corrupt officials have money. Captain Sun couldn't help but be happy, which was why he ran to exile the team. Basically, only those officials and noble children will be exiled. And these people are the richest people. They usually don't take money at all. So even when they are exiled, even if they are short of money, they will be willing to spend money for something. Okay. Captain Sun nodded. Pay the money. The carriage is yours. Zhang Yichuan was waiting for this sentence, and quickly took off his shoes and took out 2 silver tickets from the soles. Captain Sun frowned, and he was a little disgusted. But after all, it was 202. Even if he fell into the hut, he would jump down and pick it up. Let alone. So, he squeezed his nose with one hand, took one hand, and then confirmed that he was correct, and waved his hand. Zhang Yichuan was excited, climbing up the carriage with his hands and feet, and lifted the curtain, but found that there was nothing in it, not even a stool. But he didn't care. Lying on the carriage, looking at the roof, he could smell the smell of incense and food similar to food in the carriage. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, he couldn't help laughing and surprised the maidage to leave. Neuropathy. He did not care about him, and drove the prisoner to continue the road. Ha ha ha. Chun Yuan. Chun Yuan. Do you have today? Aren't you arrogant? Didn't you sell it to me? Now the carriage is returned to me. Zhang Yichuan was lying in the carriage, laughed, and then said to himself madly. For a moment, he took his wife and daughter. Have you got the carriage like this? Zhang saw the carriage. His eyes lighted up, and he climbed up with his hands and feet. Zhang Yichuan ignored him, sat next to the carriage, grabbed the reins, and coaxed the prisoners in front. Roll away. Don't stop the road. Law. Suddenly, the horse took the pain, raised his feet, and shouted at the sky, and ran away. Zhang Yichuan, who was sitting next to the carriage, was thrown down by this severe action, and was almost crushed by the carriage. Fortunately, he avoided it in time. But when he fell down, the injury on his arm was worse. Wait for me. I haven't gotten in the car yet? He didn't care about pain. Quickly got up, and chased the carriage and ran. The prisoners saw the carriage rushing and quickly avoided, for fear of being hit by the carriage. And the macarons watched the team that was scared to be scared by the carriage, and suddenly became angry. Clang! They pulled out the big knife and waved against the rushing carriage. The horse seemed to know the power of the weapon, and immediately stopped and did not rush forward. Zhang Yichuan ran over panting and quickly climbed into the carriage, for fear that the carriage would drop himself again. But the Grand Service ran over and reprimanded him. Close your horse. Otherwise, snort. He hummed coldly, returned the knife to the sheath, made a stunned sound, scaring Zhang Yichuan to shock. No. He didn't dare to throw the reins anymore. After all, he knew now that he would not drive a carriage. He could only touch the horse gently and let it go quickly. But the horse didn't move, and even turned his head and glared at him. His nose was exhaling at him. Ha ha ha. Next too. When the Chen family saw this, he couldn't help laughing. Zhang Yichuan heard a laugh, and was a little angry. What laughed? As soon as he scolded, he found that the Chen family was next to him, and suddenly laughed. Ha ha ha. Chen Yuan. Are you very angry now? Very depressed. Look at what this is. Your carriage. Now I have returned to me. How about it? The taste of walking is not easy. Everyone in the Chen family was angry when he heard him. After all, this smug look on the face of a villain makes people angry. Seeing this, Zhang Yichuan became even happier and more proud. Why don't you beg me? Kneel down and beg me. Maybe I will return the carriage to you. Snapped. You're crazy. Before Zhang Yichuan finished speaking, his arms began to slap. It turned out that Zhang's hearing that he was going to return the carriage to them, and it was suddenly angry. Facing his furious wife, Zhang Yichuan quickly smiled and said, I'm just saying that. Even if they really kneel down and beg me, do you think I will really give it back to them? That's more like it. Zhang nodded, and then looked at the Chen family. Oh, isn't this the high and mighty Lord Chen? Aren't you very well connected? Ask them to buy you another one. Well, how do I hear? Have you been caught up by the carriage from the carriage? Are you not giving enough money? Or are you Master Chen's face not big enough? Puff! What face can he have? Zhang Yichuan next to him laughed. Maybe it may be that his wife and daughter will be accompanied by service. The two husbands sang like a mockery, and the words were becoming more and more unpleasant, making the Chen family angered. Chapter 85 Madman. Devil. Shut up. The villain succeeds. Dogs bark. The Chen family was angry, and Chen Shui even whistled. Xiaoqing quickly dived from the sky. When Zhang Yichuan heard the noise, he was so scared that he quickly got into the carriage and avoided Xiaoqing's attack. Chen Shui glanced around, then asked Xiaoqing to return to heaven, and then looked at her father. Dad? Let's go! Master Chen saw his daughter's serious expression, and immediately nodded and took his lower people into the crowd. Zhang Yichuan waited for a while and didn't understand the movement. Then he lifted the curtain a little and found that the Chen family left, and suddenly relieved. He patted his ass again and continued to rush. Boom! At this moment, a lot of stones suddenly fell on both sides of the valley, which surprised everyone, and then quickly avoided it. Kill! After falling off the stone, everyone saw a dozen figures rushing from a distance, one by one with a big knife, and a fierce look. Squat and don't kill! The group of people roared at the offender. Although there were only a dozen people, they roared. The prisoners had experienced a soldier in killing, and they had a psychological shadow. Seeing this scene, they were startled and squatted down as soon as possible. Who are you? What do you want to do? Captain Sun's men saw the appearance of these people, and suddenly felt bad, and quickly screamed. However, the group of people ignored it, but rushed straight towards them, and even held the knife to cut them at them. Kill! You! These yes had been rushing continuously, and they were exhausted. In addition, this group of bandits had killed countless people, and their strength was stronger than they. Just as soon as I came into contact, the mage was chopped to the ground by the bandits. Squat and don't kill! The bandits roared again. Whoever dares to move, whoever dares to run, will suffer the same fate as that man just now. Everyone saw that the mage was killed in an instant, and they were frightened. They reported a group and squatted on the ground. Who are you? Captain Sun rushed over in a hurry. Seeing the miserable men, jumped in his heart, and immediately understood that these people were bandits. He has never seen bandits, but the bandits encountered on the way in the past rarely attacked them. Moreover, they were officially gone. Basically, there were few bandits, and they were scattered a few, and they were easily driven away by them. But now, this group of people looked ferocious and not easy to mess with, and they killed his men as soon as they arrived, obviously not taking the imperial court seriously. Captain Sun couldn't be afraid, but he knew that he was afraid it's useless at this time. We are the team escorting prisoners. I know. Captain Sun's words were interrupted by the Black Brother before finishing speaking. We don't want to kill people. As long as you obediently pay the money. How can we have any money? Captain Sun smiled bitterly. You see, these are all prisoners who copied family members. If this group of bandits hadn't been so numerous and looked difficult to deal with, he would never have paid any attention to them. Now we can only find a way to get rid of them as soon as possible. Whether you have money or not is not up to you. Brother Hay curled his lips and put the big knife on his shoulder. Either pay up or die. It's your choice. You? Captain Sun was angry. Do you know our identity? Do you dare to rob us? Not afraid of the court to investigate? And do not know how to die? Cut! Isn't it just a small service? Really thinking that he is a quality official? A bandit couldn't help mocking. When other bandits heard their words, they laughed. Ha ha! Enough. Captain Sun sank, and he became the captain for so long, and was the first time he was insulted by hundreds of people. If you leave now, you can still survive. Otherwise, what else? Black Brother and others looked at people with disdain, obviously not afraid of his threat. Captain Sun's heart was sinking to the bottom, and he had already said so clearly. Doesn't this group of people know the consequences of attacking the Exile team? Madman. These bandits are crazy. Black Brother. I found the Chen family's carriage. Suddenly a bandit pointed to a carriage not far from the crowd and faced the Black Brother road. Black Brother nodded, took the big knife against his shoulders, twisted his neck, and made a click. I also give you a chance. Kneel down and ask for mercy. I can spare you. Court death. Captain Sun was not a good-tempered person. He was so insulted twice, and was suddenly angry. Come! Black Brother reached out his fingers and hooked to Captain Sun. I let you make one hand. You want to die? Captain Sun was finally angry, and took out the big knife on his waist, and rushed towards the Black Brother. Let your knowledge. My grandson. Puff! Before Captain Sun could finish his words, he felt dizzy, and then a sharp pain in his chest. Looking down, the Black Brother's knife had pierced into his heart. Impossible. Captain Sun couldn't believe it. How could his speed so fast? However, he could no longer know the answer, because his vitality was disappearing. Puff! Black Brother pulled out his big knife, and his blood splashed his face. But he didn't care. Smirked. One waist. Bang! When the words were falling, Captain Sun fell to the ground. His eyes stared at the boss. Team leader. Captain Sun's men cried out in shock and horror. They had not expected things to turn out like this. The captain couldn't even stop a single move from the bandits? Kneeling and not killing. The bandits saw the boss killing Captain Sun, and they were very happy, and even shouted. The macarons are very ugly, and even a little fearful. After all, even Captain Sun is not right. How could they be an opponent? Puff! At this time, the black guy suddenly squatted down, lifted Captain Sun's head, and grabbed his hair. Later, he acted in front of the big knife again, and he had been covered with blood. The Black Brother stretched out his tongue, and licked the blood on the knife, and exposed a delicious expression. Really fresh blood. Everyone heard the words, and immediately shivered. Madman. Demon. This is the idea of everyone. Give you a toy? Black Brother grabbed Captain Sun's hair and threw it at the macarons. Do it. Don't stay. When he heard the words of Black Brother, the macarons panicked. Qianqianqi rushed over and fell to the ground. Don't kill me. I surrender. I surrender. You want me to do anything. Just don't. Puff. Before Qianyai could finish his words, his head moved and his eyes widened. He couldn't believe it. He had already surrendered. So why did they want to kill him? Black Brother didn't care. Greeted a few men. Those matage gives you. Others go to the Chen family with me. As long as Chen Yuan was killed. Their task was completed this time. And they could make a lot of money. Chapter 86 Nai Su Tian. Stop. What are you doing? We can give you money. Don't kill innocent. At this moment, Su Tian rushed out. You want money? So my money can give you. As long as you don't kill innocents. Yo! Black Brother turned his head and mocked. Where is this great good man? You think you can buy everyone's life? Then what do you want to do? Su Tian said angrily. You can grab money. Why do you kill? Idiot! The officer next to him couldn't help scolding. Although the sound was very small, he was still heard by everyone. The Black Brother laughed. Did you see? Do you have a joke? You still want to? Well? Interesting. It's interesting. Brother Hay said that he couldn't help laughing. Obviously. He hadn't seen such self-denial for a long time. Well? Do you want to be a hero too? Let's kneel down and ask me. I will let them go. You? Brother Hay said, suddenly thinking of a good idea. Instructing his men to stare at the Chen family's carriage. And then walk towards Su Tian. When he came to Su Tian, he looked at the matages and prisoners again. I cannot kill you. But you have to let him give me a hoe. What about it? So vicious. This is murderous and heartbreaking. Many people see the scene. And their pupils shrink. The other prisoners and the matage heard the words. And they looked at each other immediately. And then gritted their teeth. Su Tian. Did you hear me? As long as you kneel down, we can survive. That is, didn't you let them not kill us just now? Now they have given us a chance. That's right. You kneel down and scratch them. And there is no loss. Everyone. You said with a word. And you have accused Su Tian. As if he didn't kneel down his head. It was 10 evils. When Su Tian saw the scene, his face became very ugly. He never thought that these people would. Ha ha. Black Brother and others looked at the side. And suddenly laughed. You see? How funny their dogs are biting dogs. Black Brother even looked at Su Tian. Pouring the fuel duct on the fire. How? You consider it clearly. As long as you kneel down, you can change the life of so many people. Is it very cost-effective? Su Tian's face was full of tangled colors. The man had gold under his knees. He thought that he could not kneel others besides kneeling, and kneeling his parents and his majesty. Otherwise, he had been in the hall with his knees. How could he still be in the exile? However, if you kneel yourself, you can save the lives of these people. At that time, he liked a girl. The girl was very kind. When the two were in love with each other. When Su Tian planned to mention relatives. The girl's father was exiled because of the criminal affairs. The girl was obviously innocent, but was still exiled. And on the road of exile, the team was attacked by beasts. And the girl was killed in the mouth of the beast to save a strange child. He heard this bad news. And the whole person collapsed. Because of this, he became decadent. Later, he received a letter that the girl was written to him before being exiled. Because the girl knew that after the exile, she and Su Tian were two people in the two worlds. The girl blessed Su Tian, hoping that he could find his own happiness. And hoped that he could be happy for a lifetime. Su Tian was annoyed. He regretted that he did not accompany the girl, and did not protect her when she needed the most. Therefore, he took the initiative to become a Yamen runner in the exile team. He didn't want anyone to lose their important people like he did. Therefore, he became a matage in the exile team to protect those innocent people. Because behind these innocent people, many people care about them. Although this idea is naive and simple, Su Tian has done it. And he is still doing his best to protect these people. But now we have encountered a problem. When sacrificing his dignity and protecting these prisoners, he hesitated. He is not a saint. He is just an ordinary person. So, he was at a loss. Su Tian. At this moment, the bandits walked towards the prisoners with weapons. And the prisoners suddenly panicked. Su Tian. You bastard. Will you die if you kneel? If we die, will your conscience be able to live? We will not let you go as a ghost. Do you still have human nature? My child is only 7 years old. But I have to die because of you. Everyone accused each other. As if Su Jinshan was a bandit. He was the culprit of all. Shut up. At this moment, a man stood out. He looked around and looked at the crowd. You can get this point because you are greedy. If you are not corrupt, will it involve your family? Besides, why do you ask others to sacrifice their dignity now? What are you? If you change to you, let you kneel down and change the name of the net. Are you willing? You? Hearing the man's accusation, everyone was speechless and stared at the man, somewhat confused as to why the man looked so familiar. Yet looking at the man's face, he was not someone they knew. Well, then the grandson of you together goes to reunite below. Black Brother glanced at the man, hummed coldly, and asked his subordinates to do it, etc. Su Tian couldn't help but shouted. He looked up at the Black Brother and said seriously, as long as I do it, you will really let them go. Why? The man frowned, and he didn't seem to bear Su Tian to do so. Are they worth doing this? Didn't you hear what they said? They are so selfish. Even if you sacrifice your dignity, will you really thank you when you survive? Su Tian looked at the man and had a familiar feeling. But looking at the man's face, he found that he didn't know him. But he could stand up and made Su Tian feel better. I know. He nodded, his face serious. But, as a Yamen runner, I have the responsibility to protect these people. Not only because it is my duty, but also because... Su Tian looked around. At the shivering women, the hunched old people, and the frightened children huddled in their mother's arms. There are many innocent people here. They have nothing to do wrong. But they are implicated by the family, and have lost the future. I am not like they lose the last thing. Su Tian's words immediately made the prisoners, who accused him, lower their heads in shame. Su Tian was right. They were wrong. But their families were innocent. But they were implicated by themselves. If you sacrifice my dignity, it is worthwhile to save these people, Su Tian said, watching the man smirk bitterly. You say I am stupid, saying that I am naive, because I know the pain of loss. And I don't want these people to experience that pain again. Chapter 87 chilled. Su Tian's words made the prisoners, who had spoken just now, lower their heads in shame. The man opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. Su Tian didn't say more, but looked at the Black Brother and said seriously, I hope you can obey your promises. Speaking, he really planned to kneel down. Laugh. Black Brother suddenly laughed and twisted his neck. I suddenly changed my mind. You? Su Tian and the prisoners suddenly changed their faces. But Black Brother ignored them and looked at his men. Two of them rushed to the side. The mage wanted to resist, but was easily subdued. And the bandits pressed the mage in front of everyone. Bang! The bandit kicked on the leg of the mage, letting the mage fall to the ground. And then when he was struggling to get up, a knife rack was on his neck, and the mage was afraid to move. Don't kill me. You are willing to let me do everything. Yeah. Hearing this, Brother He showed his white teeth. But in the eyes of the Yamen runners, this smile looked like the smile of a devil, and he shuddered all over. You see? He was willing to kneel down to save you. Black Brother pointed at Su Tian and said to the mage, What do you think? The bailiff didn't understand what Hage meant, and didn't know how to answer for a moment. Hage waved to the bandit next to him, and the bandit took the knife away from the neck of the Yamen runner. The duty was relieved. When? A crisp sound sounded beside the service. Surprised him, looking for a sound. But it was a dagger. He looked up in confusion, but heard the black man say, Pick up the dagger and kill him, and I will let you go. What Hegu meant was to let the Yamen runners kill Su Tian. As soon as these words were spoken, not only did the bailiff's expression change, but Su Tian and the prisoners around him also changed their expressions. But to be honest, even if Su Tian dared to fight with this group of bandits, it would be useless because the power of one person is limited after all. After Captain Sun died, these mages had scared the courage and dared not resist at all. Therefore, Su Tian could only compromise with these bandits in order to save their lives. But he did not expect that these bandits would not play by the rules. I give you 3 seconds. Black Brother sank. Is you dead? Or he lives you? When the bailiff heard this, his face changed immediately. He quickly grabbed the dagger on the ground and rushed towards Su Tian. Su Tian, don't blame me. They forced me to do it. The bailiff had a ferocious expression on his face and roared at Su Tian. I don't want to die. So you go to death? Su Tian's face changed. And instead of standing there waiting for him to attack, he stepped back to avoid it. Snapped. However, the bailiff was so excited that he tripped after running only a few steps and fell to the ground. Puff! Unfortunately, because he fell, his hands landed on the ground first. He wanted to support his body, but it was too late, and the dagger in his hand stabbed himself. The dwelling was full of aggressive face, feeling the pain from his body, and the passage of vitality. Suddenly, looked at other people. Help! Save me! Everyone didn't expect this to happen, and was dumbfounded for a moment. Those bandits were also a little aggressive, and looked at each other. And they couldn't believe it. TSK. Hage came to the side of the Yamen runner. The runner was still alive. When he saw Hage coming, he quickly stretched out his blood-stained hand towards him. Help me! Snap! Black Brother raised his hand on the ground expressionlessly. And even a very clicking sound. Obviously he stepped on his hand. Later, Black Brother stepped on his head relentlessly. Bang! The crowd was so scared that they turned their heads and quickly covered their children's eyes. Others were pale, and they were scared of the bandits' cruelty. When Su Tian saw the scene, his face turned very ugly. Although the bailiff wanted to kill him, after all, he was powerless to stop a person dying in front of him. Later, Black Brother waved his opponent. The men walked towards Su Tian. Su Tian didn't know what they were going to do, but they would not sit still. But this group of people had passed 100 battles and killed from the dead pile, which was not something he could deal with. Soon, the bandits knocked Su Tian on the ground, but did not kill him. You can kill me, but please let the others go. Su Tian looked up at them, obviously still pleading for the prisoners. The prisoners heard the words, and were ashamed again. TSK. Interesting. More and more interesting. It's been a long time since I met such an interesting person. He took out the big knife, had blood on the knife, put on Su Tian's neck, and then looked at those prisoners. How about this? If you kneel down and beg me, I will spare his life. Just as the man accused before. If it were them, would they do the same as Su Tian did? And these bandits really use this to test everyone. Obviously, they are playing them as toys. When the prisoners heard this, their expressions suddenly changed. Many people lowered their heads and did not dare to look at the bandits, and did not dare to see Su Tian. Obviously, they had made choices. They can't do it. They couldn't do their dignity like Su Tian, and rescued others. What's wrong? Black Brother mocked. Aren't you excited just now? Why don't you speak? If you don't speak, I want to kill him. Then, Black Brother grabbed the knife and chopped it around Su Tian's neck, etc. Suddenly, a man and an old man stood out. It was the two who had been beaten by the matage, and were rescued by Su Tian. I promise you. The man immediately knelt down. You can let him go now. Su Tian widened his eyes, but he did not expect that someone would really do so. And it was a little moved. He had never hoped that these people would do this. Even if they didn't do this, they would not blame them. Well, Black Brother snorted a few times, but laughed. This is not good. You are just one person, and you can't represent others. The man's face became ugly, so he turned to look at other prisoners. What are you doing? Didn't you hear it? Just now Su Tian was willing to kneel down to change our way of life. Even if he died, he also hoped to use his own life to change our way to live. Do you repay him like this? He didn't really do it. Someone couldn't help but speak out. Obviously disagreed with men. Others also attached to harmony. That is, he did not really kneel down again and change to us. Yes, he didn't do it. Why do we do this? If you want to kneel, I won't kneel anyway. That's why. What is he? Chapter 88 Torture. TSK. Black Brother couldn't help but patted Su Tian's shoulder. It seems you seem to be unpopular. No one wants. Su Tian didn't say anything and lowered his head. It was unclear whether it was because he was discouraged or for some other reason. Seeing this, Black Brother had a dagger and came to Su Tian. Why not speak? You scold them loudly, just like they blame you just now. See if they will be ashamed, and then help you. He likes to watch others bite dogs. Otherwise he has killed these people long ago. But he feels fun and interesting. However, Su Tian did not answer and still bowed his head. Black Brother hummed. You don't scold. It's like they ask for them. Ask them to kneel down to save you. What? Su Tian is still silent. Brother He was angry, grabbing his hair, letting him lift his head, and his face was cold. You think I won't kill you? In the face of such a threat, Su Tian was still expressionless. Don't worry. I won't kill you so quickly. The black brother smiled evilly. I will slowly torture you, and let your blood flow little by little. Having said that, he held a dagger in front of Su Tian. Do you know what Ling Qi is? I will draw a mouth on you one by one, and then your blood will flow out little by little until it flows. Black brother did not make Su Tian's face change, but instead made the prisoners not far away changed. Interesting. Black brother licked his lips. I haven't seen such a hard time for a long time. People who are not afraid of death. Don't know how many knives can I hold. Having said that, he motioned to Su Tian. Don't let him move. And then grabbed his hair in one hand. And the dagger relentlessly scratched a wound on Su Tian's face. The wound is not deep and not big, but on the face, it will not only make people more painful, but also disfigured. Su Tian really felt pain, but he clenched his teeth and did not shout. Black brother couldn't help looking at him, looked at him with the dagger, and then even stretched out his tongue and licked the blood on the dagger. What? It hurts. This is just the beginning. If you don't want to die, then make them kneel down. Unfortunately, they don't seem to want to do that. Are they really angry? As long as you scold them or ask them to save you, I may be soft and let you go. However, Su Tian did not speak, and he still clenched his teeth. TSK. It's getting more and more interesting. Black brother twisted his neck, and then took out the dagger again, and cut it on Su Tian's back. Hiss. Su Tian couldn't help but gasp, but quickly gritted his teeth to prevent himself from shouting out. He was dead, but he would not yield like this group of bandits. Third sword, Brother He said, holding a dagger again on Su Tian's arm. Blood flowed out of the wound and dripped on the ground. Don't look. The prisoners not far away quickly covered the eyes of their children to prevent him from watching this cruel scene. Other prisoners were also pale, lowered, and dare not look, for fear that they would be caught by the bandits and tortured them like this. Even Zhang Yichuan and others on the carriage dragged the curtains, blocking the light outside, afraid of being seen by the bandits. The man who stood up before accusing everyone wanted to stand up, but was pulled by a woman next to him. The woman shook his head at him. The man opened his mouth, and then sighed. He also knew that when he rushed out, he could not save Su Tian, but would take his family. Well, it's pretty tolerated. Black brother squatted down, patted Su Tian's cheek with a dagger, and left a blood mark on his face. Puff! Suddenly, Black brother's face showed a ruthless color, and the dagger on his hand was inserted into Su's thigh. Ah! Su Tian couldn't help screaming, and the whole person wanted to struggle, but was pressed by the bandits. Black brother pulled his dagger out of his thigh, and his blood rushed out like a spring water. I thought you were not afraid of pain. It turned out to be cold. When he saw this, he couldn't help laughing. Obviously, such a torture made him very happy, and Su Tian's face was white. Black brother did not let him go, grabbed his hair, lifted him up from the ground, and walked towards the prisoners. Then he threw the blood full of blood on the ground and looked at the prisoners. He doesn't speak. Then you can help him open. Do you want to save him? Black brother laughed, showing white teeth in the eyes of the prisoners, like a demon. If you are hoping for mercy, I can let him go. So, whether he can live, it depends on you. Having said that, he stepped on Su Tian with his feet, and then he used a dagger to draw a piece. Why don't you speak? It seems that you are colder than me. Alas, no wonder you will be prisoners and will be exiled. Hearing the ridicule of Black brother, everyone lowered her head, and some people are slandering in their hearts. These bandits who do not blink in the blink of an eye are embarrassed to say that we are cold-blooded. Shameless. Well, let me see. How many knives are this? Black brother squatted down and counted on Su Tian's body. However, Su Tian curled up in a ball and covered the wound on his thigh with his hands. But the Black brother suddenly stretched out a finger and inserted into Su Tian's wound. Ah! Su Tian couldn't be a saint, no matter how strong. When he couldn't help it, he was tortured like this, and he screamed again and again. Still don't let them save you? Hey Gu stood up, a little impatient. You are worried that even if you ask them, they will not save you. Or are you really a good person? Don't want them to sacrifice dignity for you? Su Tian heard that his pupils were shrinking, And obviously, he was guessed by Black Brother. When he saw this, Black brought his lips. I have to say, you are the first person to let me want to spare. Forget it. It's time to do it. He patted his hands, stood up, and waved his hand. Go bring the Chen family's carriage. Don't run all the Chen family. His men immediately took action. And Su Tian, who was lying on the ground, was anxious when he heard this. What are you doing? Oh! Black Brother turned his head, a little surprised. I thought you were dumb. TSK. The Chen family seems to be very important to you. I think of this. Black Brother touched his chin. Otherwise, you ask me, I will leave a living mouth for the Chen family. What about it? You? Before Su Tian could finish his words, he saw bandits driving a horse-drawn carriage towards them, with a man on top of it. Black Brother. This person does not know what to do with the Chen family. Jumps out of the carriage, and wants to escape, the bandit said, pointing at the carriage lane again. It's this carriage. There is a family in it. Oh! Black Brother frowned at Zhang Yichuan, who was pressed, and was deceived by himself. Is the painting fake? Chen Yuan is actually like this? Chapter 89 The Nightmare of the Zhang Family. Hearing the bandits that Zhang Yichuan came down from the Qinjia carriage, Su Tian was stunned, and even the pain on his legs forgot. Are you Chen Yuan? Brother He frowned and even took out the scroll to compare it. He found that compared with the painting, they were simply two different people. Is the level of painting too high? If you enlarge an ugly person, he will look good? That's why the difference is so big. No, I'm not Chen Yuan. Zhang Yichuan didn't know what Black Brother was doing. But when he heard this, he knew that it was definitely not a good thing. So he quickly refuted. My surname Zhang. Arrogant Zhang. Named Zhang Yichuan. Has nothing to do with Chen Yuan. Oh! Black Brother raised an eyebrow. So, are you arrogant? Forehead. No, I didn't. Zhang Yichuan quickly denied 3 consecutive, shaking his head like the clock. Snort. Black Brother hummed. Are you said? Isn't it? When he fell, he gave him a look, rushed over his hand, and gave Zhang Yichuan a kick. Bang! Zhang Yichuan fell to the ground, and then felt the weight of the back. A bandit sitting behind him. Immediately after, the bandit grabbed his fingers and folded it back, only listening to click, and fractured. Ah! My fingers. My fingers. Zhang Yichuan screamed in pain, just like killing pigs, and the sorrow spread all around. The Black Brother didn't hear it. Squatted down, squatted in front of him, and patted his face with his hands. However, Zhang Yichuan was unbearable and ignored him at all. Black Brother would not get used to him. Grabbed his hair and let him look at himself. I ask again? What are you? The tone of Black Brother seemed a little impatient. And Zhang Yichuan heard his words, forbearing the pain, and squeezed out a few words from his teeth. My real name is Zhang Yichuan. Interrupt his leg. Black Brother's hand shook his hand, making Zhang Yichuan almost hit the ground. After the whole person got up, he ordered his men. Don't want. Zhang Yichuan hurriedly exclaimed, crying. I'm really called Zhang Yichuan. I really. Snap. He felt the pain on his legs before he fell. And suddenly the whole person fainted. Before he was unconscious, he was annoyed and regretted. He knew that he would not buy the Chen family's carriage. Who knew that such a thing would happen? Waste. Seeing Zhang Yichuan fainted, Black Brother's face became very ugly. When he thought that Su Tian had the same reaction just now, he didn't have a good look to Zhang Yichuan. Give me the person in the car. The bandits immediately rushed forward and dragged Zhang and others out. What are you doing? Let us go! Bad guy. I bite you. The chubby peer was caught by the bandits, and immediately turned angrily to bite towards the bandits. Snapped. The bandit slapped and slammed him directly. Wow! Wow! The fat peer suddenly cried, lying on the ground and rolling, and pointed at the bandits very angry. I want to tell my father. Let him kill you. I want to interrupt your legs and let you kneel down. Obviously, the little fat peer did not recognize the situation, and thought it was in his house. Yo! The bandits heard the words, and suddenly laughed. It's arrogant. I'm so scared. Little fatty. You asked your father to beat us to death? Did you know that he was almost beaten to death? Well, I still want to interrupt our legs. But unfortunately, your father's legs are broken first. Ha ha! Xiao Fat Dun heard this, and suddenly dumbfounded. staring at them with wide eyes. Forgot to cry for a while. Boy, are you arrogant. Let's teach you how to ride it. The bandits walked towards the chubby peer. And the chubby peer suddenly fell to the ground in fright. And even the pants were wet. Don't want. Zhang rushed out quickly. Zhang opened his arms to stop in front of the bandits. Crying? He is just a child. Not sensible. Snapped. The bandits would not pity the fragrance and cherish the jade. And fell Zhang's fan on the ground with a slap, covering his face. And his blood flowed. Then the bandits crossed him and grabbed the fat peer. And the fat peer suddenly scared and cried. And struggled desperately. The bandits took out the dagger and waved in front of the fat peer. The chubby peer was not a fool. And he was scared and dare not move. Don't. I beg you. Don't hurt him. Zhang quickly got up and knelt down to beg for mercy from the bandits. Although she would beat the little fat boy if she was angry. He was her only son after all. His own flesh and blood. Want us not to kill him? Okay. As long as you answer questions honestly. We must answer honestly. Zhang heard that. And nodded desperately. Saying that she would cooperate as long as she did not hurt the fat peer. But the bandits looked at Xiao Fadi. And pointed at Zhang Yichuan lying on the ground. Is he your father? Yes. Xiao Fat Dun's voice tremblingly answered. And the pants were wet to make the bandits disgusted. What is your father's name? The bandits continued to ask. Call. Xiao Fat Dun suddenly stunned. And then scratched his head. As if he had forgotten what his father was called because he was nervous. He had never called his father's name before. He was Dad and his father called. But now because of nervousness and fear. He suddenly forgot. Little fat man. Do you know how much meat will you miss this knife? The bandit glanced at the chubby peer fiercely. Threatening. The chubby peer suddenly seemed like a quail. Shivering into a ball. Seeing this next to this. Zhang was worried and scared. And hurriedly shouted. Zhang Yichuan. The child's father is Zhang Yichuan. Shut up. The bandits next to the bandits heard the words. And immediately stepped forward and kicked her to the ground. I didn't ask you. Later. The bandit holding the fat peer really even used a dagger on the arm of the chubby peer. Mother! Mother! Oh! Mother! Save me! The chubby peer suddenly was anxious and cried. Ah, it hurts. It hurts so much. The little fat boy screamed in pain. But the bandits next to him remained indifferent. Which made the people around him feel cold, and once again realized the cruelty of these bandits. What is your father's name? The bandit said fiercely again. I ask you the last time again. Zhang. Woohoo. Zhang Yichuan. My dad is Zhang Yichuan. Oh. Xiao Fat Dun cried while answering. Daddy. Mother. Save me. I hurt. It hurts. It's so noisy. When the bandits heard the answer of the little fat man, he knew that he had no use of value and was not polite. The dagger in his hand was inserted into his body. And the cry of the fat peer suddenly came suddenly. But the bandits didn't look at it. And turned to leave. Ah! When Zhang saw this scene, he screamed immediately. And the whole person fainted on the ground. And seemed to be unable to accept the fact. Chapter 90. Mr. Chen's Crisis. It seems really not the Chen family. When the bandits came to Black Brother, they heard the voice of Black Brother. And they immediately attached to them. Yes. Didn't he say that Chen Yuan's daughter may rule Tianxian? Look at this family. Which is like. That is. The news I heard before. But I didn't hear that the Chen family still had a son. Black Brother's face was gloomy. And he turned to Su Tian, who fell to the ground. As for the old lady of Zhang Yichuan, he didn't interrogate again because it was meaningless. And as soon as she got out of the car, she fainted and disappeared. What about the Chen family? Black Brother looked at Su Tian coldly, as if looking at a dead man. Su Tian was actually confused. He didn't know where the Chen family went. The Exile team was long. He could not stay in one place. At that time, at the position of the Chen family relying on the tail, he received the news and came to the front of the team. So he didn't know what happened behind him. He didn't know where the Chen family went. And how the Zhang family was on Master Chen's carriage. Seeing that Su Tian, who had no extra expressions, did not speak. But his eyes and face were blank. And Black Brother knew the answer. Search for me. The men were drilled into the Exile team. And the Black Brother came to the prisoner. The prisoners retreated and wanted to avoid him. Who knows where the Chen family is? As long as I tell me, I can let him go. Black Brother faced the prisoner. The prisoners were a little moved. But to be honest, they really didn't notice where the Chen family went. because things happened too suddenly at the time. They were all shocked and scared. And Fong had no time and energy to pay attention to the Chen family. Black brother. I have already received a part. A bandit came over with a large bag. Apparently, he just went to the prisoner to search for money. Black brother saw a large bag of silver and silver tickets, and did not show his joy, but looked at him. Did you see the Chen family when you search? The bandit thought about it, and shook his head. It seems not. Black brother frowned. But he was guessing in his heart. Did he run away when the riots at the time? Otherwise, the Chen family cannot be found. However, the Chen family may also hide in the crowd. And now only wait for the results of others. Sure enough, it didn't take long for those bandits to return to disappointment. Obviously did not find the trace of the Chen family in the crowd. Do they run before we come? A bandit suspected. Possible. Then didn't our trip come in vain? How is it possible to make this big bag? There are thousands of two. After the bandits talked about it, they looked at Black Brother. The Black Brother's face was not very good. After all, he never lost his hand. He lost this time. Kill all people. Let's go again. Obviously, he intends to kill hundreds of people. As soon as this remark, the crowd suddenly became pale, without blood, and was desperate. They knew the cruelty of this group of bandits, and did not expect that they were so cruel. They planned to kill them even. For a while, the whole person was chaotic, and everyone screamed and even wanted to escape. Whoever runs first will be killed. The bandits suddenly shouted, "Stop!" At this time, Su Tian finally had a strong energy, and he got up from the ground struggling. But because of too much blood loss, his body was still crumbling. Why? Su Tian glanced at the bandits. You have already got the money. Why do you have to kill again? This problem is very good. Black Brother grinned, showing white teeth. Because we like it. Having said that, Black Brother comforted again. Don't worry. I will help you stay to the end. Let you watch these people die one by one. You? Su Tian suddenly became cold. And for the first time, he saw such a fierce person. Do it. No time. Black Brother turned to look at his own hands. And he sang. Apparently did not forget that there were actually chasing troops behind them. The reason why he played with this group of people was, on the one hand, because it was fun, and on the other hand, he actually wanted to try out the ingredient of the so-called General Ping Wei. And anyway, there are so many hostages, and he doesn't have to worry about escape. Unfortunately, General Ping Wei did not seem to know his plan to break his tiger and leave the mountain, and did not catch up. Now he wants to come. The so-called General Ping Wei is just that. Stop! However, at this time, another voice interrupted their actions, and the bandits were a little angry. The fact that he dared to interrupt them again and again obviously angered them. They turned around to see who was so arrogant and planned to teach him a lesson. However, when they turned to look at the past, they suddenly stunned. The prisoners also stunned, knowing that this group of bandits was cruel. But no one dared to stand up. They looked at the figure out and frowned immediately. How do they feel so familiar? The bandits also have such expressions. And they also have a familiar feeling when watching the people standing. Someone thought for a long time, and finally remembered that he had stood up before helping Su Tian to blame everyone. But everyone was puzzled again. But he didn't seem to look like this. Are you Chen Yuan? Black Brother pushed his men, walked out, stared at Master Chen. His eyes narrowed, and looked carefully. That's right. Master Chen nodded. In fact, he should have stood up long ago. But he is not an official now. Just a prisoner. And he is not a person. He is a husband and a father. Therefore, he must first consider the family, and then the other. Hearing Master Chen's words, the bandits suddenly looked at each other. Where did he emerge? Before they had searched in the crowd, they had not found Chen Yuan. They thought he had escaped. But now, he stood in front of himself alive. Soon, the bandits reacted and stretched their necks to look behind Lord Chen, obviously trying to find Chen Shui. Unfortunately, they didn't see it. Or, if they saw it, they didn't recognize it. Oh! Black Brother raised his eyebrows and showed a murderous. Do you know that we are looking for you? Dare to stand up? Master Chen was not afraid, and his face was calm. Because I know you are looking for me. I come out. He pointed at the prisoners behind him. Let them leave. And I'll go with you. The prisoners suddenly stunned. And they couldn't believe it. And even thought they had heard it wrong. After all, Master Chen obviously hid well. but ran out, and there was only one requirement. That is, with his own life. He changed his life. First, Su Tian, and then Master Chen. The two of them were acting like this, and immediately made everyone ashamed. But Brother He threw his head back and laughed. Ha ha ha. Another one who wants to be a hero. Then, his face sank and murmured, "If you want to die, then I will be you all." As he said that, he quickly took out his big knife and rushed towards Lord Chen. Master Chen, be careful. Su Tian immediately exhaled, trying to rush over to help. But because of the injury on his leg, he fell to the ground. But Lord Chen was originally a civil servant, so he was no match for the bandits. When he saw the bandits rushing towards him, his first reaction was to turn around and run away. But Black Brother was too fast, and he suddenly reached behind him, and the big knife cut off by Master Chen. Master Chen quickly rushed towards the ground, but the blade still wiped his back to draw a long mark. Master Chen. When Su Tian saw the scene, he suddenly cracked and shouted angrily. He couldn't believe it. He pounded the ground in frustration, and even wanted to stab himself a few times. Damn it. Damn it. He failed to protect Lord Chen. Chapter 91. Single-handedly challenge a group of people. Father! Qin Shui and others couldn't help but exclaimed, and quickly rushed out, but was shouted by Master Chen. Don't come out. I'm fine. He was indeed fine, because he was wearing the soft armor that Qin Shui exchanged from the system. So he was not injured. Chiu! Black Brother was surprised, and then sank, holding the knife and trying to rush up again. He heard an eagle cry, and then the light of the corner of his eyes glanced at a dark shadow. A strong sense of crisis surged up, and Brother He retreated quickly without thinking. But the black shadow was too fast. Although he retreated, he was caught on his shoulders, and a few blood stains appeared. Eagle? Black Brother held the knife vigilantly, and ignored the injuries on his shoulders, as if he felt that he couldn't get the pain. Staring at it, Xiaoqing hovered in the air, and seemed to be looking for a chance to attack. At this time, other bandits also rushed over, stood beside the boss, and helped him defend. It's just a bird. Take me bow and arrow. Bow and arrow? Brother He. We have no one left who knows how to shoot arrows. The bandits beside him froze, and then explained that General Ping Wei attacked their village. Most of them died. Brother He. How about this? Master Chen spoke again. How about I challenge a group of you guys to a duel, and if I win you will release all of us. Stand up with a group of people with us? The bandits looked at each other, seemingly not understanding what was said. One of the bandits couldn't help but ask, Hey, are you mistaken? Are you going to fight a group of us one-on-one? That's right. Master Chen nodded and said what his daughter had told him to attract hatred. I can fight all of you alone. Or all of you can fight me alone. Either is fine. Puff. The bandits froze for a moment, and then couldn't help laughing. Let's listen correctly. He wants to pick us alone? Ha ha ha. There's something wrong with his brain. He doesn't even have a knife. He doesn't know how to use it. And he wants to take on a group of us? Even if I can solve him alone. Although the bandits laughed, they all gathered together and said, He is so confident. Should we help him? Well, Black Brother licked his lips. I think it is better to chop him into meat sauce. Master Chen watched them gather together, and said nothing. Took a goose egg-sized thing from the sleeves, pulled the embolism, and threw it towards the bandits. What? Well, wouldn't he want to smash us with goose eggs? Ha 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 ha. The bandits naturally didn't know what tear gas was, so when they saw Lord Chen trying to hit them with something like a goose egg, they couldn't help but mock him. Sizzle. What sound? When the bandits heard the sound, they subconsciously looked towards the tear gas, and then found smoke coming out of it, and quickly spread in all directions. Cough cough cough. What is this? Damn it! This stuff is poisonous. Soon, the bandits were shrouded in smoke. They felt tears flowing involuntarily, and kept coughing, and suddenly panicked. Hurry up. Leave the range of smoke. Brother He, who was always calm, panicked and yelled at everyone. Cover your noses. He thought that as long as he didn't inhale the smoke, he wouldn't be poisoned. Bang! However, at this moment, Lord Chen threw out a tear gas bomb, a smoke bomb, and another unknown thing. Puff puff. Then, Qin Shui and others also ran out, holding arrows in their sleeves and shooting into the smoke. Ah! Be careful. There are dark arrows. Because of the tear gas and smoke bombs, there was smoke everywhere. so they couldn't see their surroundings clearly. Qin Shui and others had never killed anyone, so if they were asked to shoot at people, it would be impossible for them to do so. But they could shoot at the smoke. However, when they heard the screams, their hearts still trembled. But thinking of the brutal methods used by these bandits, they knew that they could not be merciful at this time. At this time, either you die or I live. Hold your breath. This smoke is toxic. In the smoke, the bandits had completely lost their previous arrogance and calmness, and their faces were filled with panic and fear. After all, they had never seen anyone suddenly create a cloud of smoke, so they would naturally be afraid of something inexplicable and incomprehensible. Moreover, because the smoke was poisonous, not only did their tears feel stinging as if they had been smeared with poison, they also kept coughing and had some pain in their chests. More importantly, they gradually felt weak all over and their eyelids were drooping. Although they are bandits, they are also people, and they are afraid of death, so they know that they are poisoning, and naturally think of death. Moreover, outside the smoke, arrows would occasionally shoot out, and they had no way of telling where they were coming from. Hateful. A figure quickly rushed out from the smoke. It was Brother He. At this time, tears were on his face, and his eyes were red. When he saw Lord Qin not far away, his eyes suddenly became even redder. I am going to kill you! All the men he had worked so hard to recruit were now dead or injured, leaving him alone. How could he not be angry? When he saw the culprit, he rushed over like crazy. However, Lord Qin, Qin Shui and others immediately raised their arms in unison, revealing the arrows in their sleeves. Hei's rushing figure suddenly stopped. Although he was cruel, he was not stupid. These arrows were shot at the same time, and it was impossible for him to avoid them all. What's more, he is now poisoned and looks like he will fall down at any time, making it even more impossible for him to escape. So he glared at Qin Shui and others fiercely. Where there is life, there is hope. Who knows if this group of people has any other preparations? He suspected that this was a trap. The man who asked him to come and kill the Qin family actually wanted to push him into the fire pit. I clearly have no grudge against that person. So why did he frame me like this? Damn it. I'll have to settle this with him sooner or later. If Brother He wants to run away, Lord Qin naturally won't chase him. Even a rabbit will bite when it is cornered, let alone this brutal bandit. But Qin Shui asked Xiaoqing to sneak attack Brother He. Although she couldn't kill him, she could stop him from escaping. Get lost. Brother He was so angry that he jumped up and down. Every time he ignored what was behind him and tried to escape, Xiaoqing would attack him from behind. Once he turned, Xiaoqing flew into the air, making him helpless. With this delay, there was a noise not far away. When everyone looked up, they saw a group of fully armed men rushing over. The man in the lead was imposing, with a posture as straight as a pine tree, sword-like eyebrows and star-like eyes, and he was holding a spear. The voice arrives before the person arrives. You bold bandit. Why don't you surrender? The coming person was General Ping Wei, who chased the Black Mountain Thief and others. At this time, they just blocked the Black Brothers' way. Seeing General Ping Wei arrived at this time, Black Brother sank, and the consequences turned around, rushing towards Qin Shui and others. He planned to catch a hostage. Otherwise, he would never run today, and he would die here. Chapter 92 Deathly Counterattack. Master, be careful. Seeing the bandit bosses killing, the people under the Qin family immediately guarded the Master Qin's family and retreated. But they knew that the Black Brother was powerful. Even rabbits bite when they are cornered, let alone when they are facing an absolute bandit leader. They can't let anything happen to the Master's family. A group of wastes. Want to stop me? Brother He snorted coldly. And when he saw the servants blocking the Qin family, he immediately looked down on them. After all, they were still wearing shackles. However, no matter how fast the Black Brother is, there is no horse fast. Just listening to the sound of horseshoe behind him, he saw that General Ningwei rushed over. Brother He gritted his teeth and rushed towards the Qin family with all his might. But the next second, he heard a sound of breaking air behind him. He didn't hesitate to put his body beside him, and saw a long gun appearing beside him. If he hadn't responded quickly, he would almost be pierced. When General Ping Wei saw Hage dodge, he turned the spear in his hand like a dragon and continued to stab at him. Ding! Brother He quickly used his big knife to resist. But after hearing a loud bang, he felt his arm go numb and his face became very solemn. Just from this one strike, he knew that General Ping Wei's power was not just a reputation as he had imagined. Swish, swish, swish. General Ping Wei did not stop. Sitting on his horse's back, waved his gun in his hand, stabbing the black brother like a meteor. Hayes quickly swung his sword to resist. But General Ping Wei's attack speed was too fast, and his strength was greater than his. Bang! In the next second, Black Brother felt the blow from the knife. And the knife in his hand could not hold it. Although he had lost his weapon, he did not surrender. Instead, he clenched his fist and hit the horse ridden by General Ping Wei. Snort! General Ping Wei snorted coldly, and used the spear in his hand as a stick to smash towards Hayes' head. Hayes had to block it with his arms. Snap! With a loud snap, Hayes' arm was broken. His legs were bent by the heavy blow, and he almost fell to the ground. Let's die together. However, although his arm was broken, Brother Hay didn't care at all, and didn't even scream. He gritted his teeth and roared, continuing to charge towards the horse. Swish! When Black Brother was about to hit the horse, he was a sliding shovel, and he fell out of the horse's belly. He even took the opportunity to pick up a stone on the ground and smashed it hard on the horse's belly. Law! The horse suddenly felt pain, let out a long roar towards the sky, and even raised its feet to run away. Black Brother turned to escape at this time. Other soldiers who followed General Ping Wei were chasing those remaining bandits at this time. The prisoners have taken the opportunity to run far away to avoid being affected. Only the Qin family did not leave. Qin Shui even took the opportunity to go to the sacks that the bandits had no time to care about and put the money they collected into the space. Then they left slowly. On the other side, General Ping Wei saw that Hayes wanted to escape. So he immediately jumped off his horse and threw the spear in his hand at him fiercely. Puff! Black Brother's eyes glanced at his movements, jumping in his heart, and quickly hid beside him. But he was still too slow. Although he avoided the key, his long gun directly penetrated his arm. Hiss! Brother Hay frowned, gritted his teeth, pulled out the spear from his arm, and threw it at General Ping Wei. Unfortunately, his other arm was fractured, and he couldn't make power at all. Even if he threw it out, there was no lethality. More importantly, even though he held his breath before, he inhaled a lot of smoke. So his legs and feet were weak. I am poisoned by these people. If you kill me, then these people will be buried for me. Seeing the hopeless escape, Black Brother began to talk nonsense, and seemed to use it to get the opportunity to live. The movement of General Ping Wei was stagnant. But fortunately, he did not intend to kill Black Brother, but wanted to catch him alive. Don't listen to him nonsense. He is deceiving. Not far away, Qin Shui heard the words of Black Brother, and dismantled him without hesitation. After all, the goal of Black Brother was their Qin family, and wanted to take her back to do bad things. With Qin Shui's careful eyes, how could he not go back? Black Brother did not expect that someone would dismantle him, and immediately turned his head to look at Qin Shui. But Qin Shui spit his tongue into him. Loyalu. This made Black Brother almost breathless. That's it. Then see the true chapter under your hand. As soon as the Black Brother bit his tongue, the severe pain made himself sober, barely without coma. However, he rushed a few steps towards General Ping Wei and fell to the ground unconscious. General Ping Wei frowned, but went to check. Puff! As General Ping Wei approached, Hayes grabbed the dust on the ground and threw it at him, then picked up a stone and smashed it on General Ping Wei's head. You will have to prepare you this trick. General Ping Wei had already guessed that the bandit of Black Brother could not fall so easily, so he had been prepared for a long time. He kept staring at Black Brother, and as soon as he moved, the long gun in his hand stabbed. Puff! After all, Black Brother was still a trick, and his abdomen was stabbed by a long gun. Fortunately, General Ping Wei left his hand and did not use his entire efforts. Otherwise it would be not just stabbing him. Want to catch me alive? Brother Hay saw through General Ping Wei's plan at a glance, and a grim smile appeared on his bleeding mouth. You wish. Puff! Having said that, he sprinted forward sharply, and his long gun penetrated him, and he endured the pain and continued to move forward. I'm not able to defeat it easily. Brother Hay roared and rushed forward like a madman, and General Ping Wei's spear completely pierced through his body. General Ping Wei was somewhat moved by this. If he were not a bandit, he would definitely be a brave and skilled general. What a pity, he sighed, but he knew that Hayes could not be captured alive. So he pulled back the spear. Black Brother was stagnant and finally stopped sprinting, and the whole person stood in place. Ha! I didn't expect that Lu Heiwu would fall here. Brother He laughed up to the sky, seeming a little lonely. Then he looked at General Ping Wei and gritted his teeth. If it weren't for, how could I? Unfortunately, he could no longer say the last few words. Self-contributing, General Ping Wei snorted, and had no good opinion of Lu Heiwu. A brutal bandit. After all, countless people died at his hands. General, it's all taken. At this time, other soldiers also captured the remaining bandits. General Ping Wei nodded, and then walked towards the prisoners, shouting loudly, "It's okay. The bandits have been solved by us. Everyone is safe." Many people were relieved to hear this. Some people cried very excitedly, "Woohoo! It's finally safe." I thought again. Seeing this scene, General Ping Wei was a little distressed and blamed. If he could rush over early, at that time, he was rescued others. In order to allow their bosses to escape and create killing everywhere, they could not stand by. After a period of delay, he received the message. The Black Mountain Thief attacked the Exile team and immediately rushed over. At this time, he asked him to see a group of people such as Chen and others. And he also saw Hai Dongqing on the shoulders of Chen Shui, and suddenly stunned, and then quickly walked towards them. Chapter 93. Prepare for a rainy day. He walked over and said, "Xie Yunchang, I haven't thanked a few of the news. Otherwise, we can't come for so long. In fact, he can come here so soon. It is Xu Qing's credit, or Chen Shui's help, turn out to be. Chen Shui knew a few days ago that the bandits were about to attack, and the goal was herself. At that time, she didn't believe it. So it was easy to use the contract with Xiaoqing to let it fly near the bandits. When I heard the bandits' conversation, I knew the goals and plans of the bandits. When she found out, she panicked and told her father immediately. The whole family gathered together to discuss countermeasures. But I didn't think of good countermeasures, because they were prisoners and could not escape from the team. If you can't escape, you can only hide in the team. But the bandits' goal is to beat them. And there are portraits of her father, and other prisoners may directly identify them in order to protect their lives. So Chen Shui thought of your own. In addition, after Chen Shui told her dad she heard, Master Chen said that she would abandon the carriage. After all, the information known to the bandits is that their family is a carriage. If they do not take a carriage, coupled with your own, maybe they can pass the crisis. However, this is not insurance. So Chen Shui exchanged soft armor from the system. And even a few people were constantly practicing the arrow in the sleeve. In addition, Master Chen also euphemistically hinted at Captain Sun and Su Tian, and asked them to be vigilant. Captain Sun didn't take it seriously. After all, Wen County was not far away, and it was not far from the next county town either. Besides, the bandits were not fools. So how could they attack the Exile team? However, Su Tian carefully considered it, and it was not impossible. But even if he was more vigilant, he could not play any role. The Chen family knew that they couldn't help it, so they did not pin all hope on them, and telling them that the news that the bandits would attack were reluctant. As for other prisoners, one is not familiar with, and the other is that it is useless to tell them. Instead, if they riot again, they are really behind the scenes. Moreover, the Chen family also felt that the bandits were targeting them, so how could they care about other prisoners? Unfortunately, they underestimated the brutality of these criminals. After that, several people have been considering how to give up the carriage brightly and hide into the crowd. At the same time, they are constantly practicing the arrows in the sleeves as a means of life. In addition, Chen Shui also sent Xiaoqing to search for the traces of bandits, and the figures of General Ping Wei and others who chased the bandits. Just today, Captain Sun asked his men to give them off the horse. Later, when the bandits appeared and everyone was scared, the Chen family knew that their opportunity had come. After asking the servants to gather around, Chen Shui and the others immediately put human skin masks on their faces, and then surrounded the servants and asked them to put on human skin masks as well. This human skin mask was also exchanged from the system. One card requires 100 contribution points. Fortunately, after Chen Shui came to her senses, she accumulated a lot of contribution points, so she had no shortage of them. Even if she exchanged for a few soft armors, she still had 10,000 or 20,000 contribution points. Let's get back to the topic. While everyone was in a panic and had no time to pay attention to them, Chen Shui and others changed their appearance. Then they asked the servants to disperse and not gather with them to avoid being exposed. After all, The servants were all wearing white prison uniforms, while they were only wearing coarse linen clothes. When this kind of exile was exiled on the first day, Master Yusher took care of them. So they did not wear white prison uniforms. But they could not wear the original clothes. They could only wear thick cloth. Let's get back to the topic. After a group of people was easy to be, they hid behind the crowd, looking at what happened ahead. Everyone was shocked by Captain Sun's tragic death, and there was no time to take care of other things. When Captain Sun died tragically, Qin Shui had to use a contract to control Shao Qing to find General Ping Wei, and let him rush over as soon as possible to support it. So, when Su Tian was being tortured, Lord Chen wanted to step forward, but was stopped by his wife, because it would be useless for him to go forward. And if his identity was exposed, he would die faster. They can only wait until the right opportunity will appear again. And as long as Su Tian does not die, they can save. But now they can only eat some hardships. In addition, they did not expect that after they gave up the carriage by themselves, they were obtained by Zhang Yichuan. So they were not angry in the face of Zhang Yichuan's ridicule, because some were when he regretted it. Really, the bandits really went to find a carriage and made Zhang Yichuan down. Seeing the tragic situation of Zhang Yichuan, the Qin family almost wanted to clap his hands and applaud. After all, this was what he asked. But the end of the fat pier made several people feel heavy. Several people did not expect that this group of bandits was so cruel. If it wasn't for considering that he would die without his strength. And he was not alone. And his wife and daughter. Master Chen wanted to rush out to fight this group of bandits. Therefore, when the bandits were about to kill the prisoners, Master Chen couldn't sit still, because he knew from Chen Shueko to know that the bandit came for him. So he couldn't hide. At least, he cannot kill more people because of him, even though many of them deserve to die. As Su Tian said, there are still many innocent people among them. Master Chen did not rush out without preparing. He had considered the worst situation with Qin Shui before. Therefore, Qin Shui exchanged the tears, smoke bombs and the like, and even asked Yang Xiaohua to find his father to get sweat. To this end, Qin Shui also asked his father to try how to use it in space to avoid the situation that he would not use at that time. It's just a bit of contribution. However, no matter how important the contribution is, it is not important. But how to say, this is also the confidence that Master Chen dares to stand up. However, he did not expect that when he saw him. He did not say anything. And did not say anything. Fortunately, he wore a soft armor to be injured. And then he began to mockery the bandits according to the plan. And interrupted a single group of people. The purpose is to let such a bandit gather together. And it as a good pot. Because the bandits have never seen any smoke bombs, tear bombs, etc. at all. They did not evade at all. So, when they reacted, they were too late. The tear gas can instantly lose resistance. And the smoke bomb is to avoid letting the bandits run away or attack them. The second is to reduce their psychological burden, so that they will not leave their hands when they shoot. Coupled with the knockout drug given by Dr. Yang. The three-pronged approach caught the bandits off guard no matter how powerful they were. However, the fierceness of Black Brother still shocked the Qin family. But fortunately, at the critical time, General Ping Wei and others finally arrived. This made them relieved. And their lives were kept. However, what makes them worry is that those bandits are still inserted with arrows in their sleeves. Which is difficult to explain clearly. Chapter 94. Don't be nervous. We are one family. No matter how the arrows in the sleeves are also weapons. They are prisoners and they have weapons. Which cannot be explained. If people like Captain Sun were discovered, they would definitely be charged with intending to attack the Yamen runners and escape. Fortunately, Captain Sun is dead. Otherwise, however, Captain Sun died, but he came to General Ping Wei. You must know that the reputation of General Ping Wei was in Dayue Kingdom, but no one knew it. In addition, he is upright and determined. And the reputation of jealousy is also known, and no one knows. If he knew that his family was a prisoner, he hidden weapons. I am afraid. Therefore, Qin Shui and others did not care about General Ping Wei. They were all absent-minded. They are considering how to hide the arrows on those bandits. Otherwise, throw a few smoke bombs and tear bombs. However, it seems a bit late. The bandits had already been caught. And even if they hid the arrows, the other prisoners around them could see their actions. When they were anxious, they heard the sound of their ears. Master Chen? Ah? Master Chen stunned. Immediately reacted. Looked up at General Ping Wei. Etc. How did he know himself? Master Chen was a little aggressive. and then looked at General Ping Wei, seemed to feel a little familiar. You don't know me anymore? General Ping Wei quickly reminded. I am Xie Yunshang, a teenager rescued by Surabaya River more than 10 years ago. When he was said, Master Chen suddenly remembered that there was such a thing. At that time, he was not a waiter at the Ministry of Households. He only entered the officialdom for a few years. So he sometimes worked overtime at night. And sometimes it is passive overtime. That night, when he returned home overtime, when he was passing by the Surabaya River, he heard the sound in the river, and found that a teenager fell into the water and was struggling desperately. Therefore, he jumped into the river and saved the teenager. Originally, he wanted to send the teenager home. After all, it was dark, and the teenager fell into the water again, but was rejected by the teenager. The boy asked for Master Chen's name, remembered his appearance, and left alone. He was obviously worried that if Master Chen sent him back, his family would find out that he had fallen into the water, and he would be scolded. And the teenager who fell into the water was Xie Yunshang. At that time, Xie Yunshang was still naughty. He ran home secretly, and did not tell his family. But he always kept Master Chen's life-saving grace in his heart. Therefore, from time to time, he would run to Chen's house, visit Master Chen, and express his gratitude. However, because of the frequent coming, he was discovered by his family later. And finally, he was forbidden to go to the Chen family. After all, their family is a general, which represents not only themselves, but if the generals and Chen are closely related, this will definitely cause the emperor's suspicion. And it is not good for both sides. After all, one is Hou Yi, and the other is the waiter. The original two had no implication. But suddenly one day, the inexplicable relationship was close. How could this not make life doubt? For the emperor, once he was suspicious of the courtiers. He would be unlucky because the emperor wanted to do without any evidence. Therefore, after being banned, Xie Yunnan also had to report it. The owner of the Xie family, that is, Ping Yuanhou, personally came to thank the public, and then told the public that it dispelled the doubts of everyone. However, although there is this relationship, the two have not continued to communicate closely. After all, generals and Chen should have opposed it, rather than close relationships. Therefore, Master Chen Heping-ho still maintains the previous relationship, and occasionally travels or other times in the festival or other times. Moreover, the reason why Lord Chen was exiled instead of beheaded this time was that Ping Yuanhou also contributed to it. Otherwise, Dr. Yushir and others could not fight for the master of Shangshu at all, and they could not change the emperor's mind. It was Ping Yuanhou and other generals who strictly asked for a thorough investigation. But the emperor did not want to investigate thoroughly, because it involved his second son, that is, the second prince. At first he knew that this was very angry. But after all, he was his son and the second prince of the Dayu kingdom. So the emperor knew that he could not kill his son. Therefore, when others put forward the mastermind, Lord Chen, the emperor went with the flow and even cut the Gordian knot by simply throwing the entire Ministry of Revenue, except for the Minister of Revenue, into jail, and beheaded them in public. At this time, the imperial censor and others knew what kind of person Lord Chen was. So they pleaded for him. The emperor just wanted to understand the case as quickly as possible. So he naturally would not listen to his ministers and just kill the man. And the matter would end there. At this time, Ping Yuanhou spoke. Ping Yuanhou is, after all, a royal relative. So the emperor naturally cannot ignore his words. And Ping Yuanhou is still a general. Ping Yuanhou said that the case cannot be easily, and it is thoroughly investigated to explain to the victims. The emperor dared to check it thoroughly, and then checked his son's head. He knew that Master Chen saved Ping Yuanhou's son's life. Otherwise Ping Yuanhou could not stand up for a civilian. Therefore, he sold Ping Yuanhou a face. And other civil servants have always appeared in Qinyuan. In addition, the emperor knew that Qinyuan was innocent. So he came up with a compromise and confiscated the Qin family's property and exiled them. It happened that because of the invasion of the Nanwan people some time ago, the prisoners who had previously opened up the wasteland were almost dead. So a number of new prisoners were urgently needed. The emperor waved his hands, and some of them beheaded the crowd. And some people were exiled. In fact, there is a background exile. No beheading of the background. Anyway, the emperor knew that few people who went to the southern barbarians could come back. At first, the prime minister exiled. And it was exiled to Pingzhou and other places to make a look. Let's get back to the topic. because she needs to avoid suspicion. Xie Yunshang rarely came to the Chen family. And later Xie Yunshang was also trained by Ping Yuanho. And fewer came to the Chen family. So that Chen Yuan did not recognize Xie Yunshang for the first time. It's you? Lord Chen suddenly realized what was going on. And Xie Yunshang smiled upon seeing this. Then, when he saw Mother Chen, he also bowed and said, Aunt Chen, this is Xuxue. I haven't seen you for a long time. You have grown up. Qin Shui is still worried that the arrow in the sleeves is exposed. Who knows that this General Ping Wei has become herself? She flipped through the memory of the predecessor. And there was indeed the memory of Xie Yunshang. When Xie Yunshang came here when he was a child, his predecessor had always been Brother Yun. Brother Yun called. If it weren't for the status of their fathers, I'm afraid their two families would have become relatives. Fortunately, Ping Yuanho saw this. So he took Xie Yunshang away very early and stopped him from going to the Chen family every day. After that, Xie Yunshang was sent to the frontier's calendar, which caused them to have never seen each other for more than 10 years, and almost forgot to have this person. But no matter what, it is now re-recognition. And you are good at doing things. Chapter 95. Sure enough, the soldiers on hand told Xie Yunshang that the bandits had arrows stuck in their bodies. And according to the testimony of others, they were shot by the Chen family. However, Xie Yunshang waved his hands, indicating that he knew, and asked them to pretend he didn't see it. After that, Xie Yunshang did not ask the Chen family about the arrow in the sleeve. This time I will ask His Majesty. Maybe Master Chen can reconcile. This time, Chen, which is equivalent to saving the entire Exile team, can be regarded as the face of the court. And the court will definitely reward. Xie Yunshang naturally knew that Master Chen was wronged. But he couldn't do anything. So he asked his father Ping Yuanho to keep the Chen family. Even if Xie Yunshang did not say, Ping Yuanho would do this. After all, Master Chen saved his son. Moreover, because of the contact with Master Chen over the years, he knew his person and knew that he could not be corruption. Otherwise, even if Master Chen saved his son, Ping Yuanho would destroy his relatives. This time, Xie Yunshang not only returned because of the reward, but also because of the exile of the Chen family. I just did not expect that in a coincidence. It was encountered halfway, and it was still a critical time. General, there are a few more injuries. Several soldiers raised Su Tian over, and did not discuss or look down on Su Tian's identity. This was in stark contrast to the previous group of soldiers. Before the soldiers were very good without killing Su Tian. It was impossible to help him at all, and tried to save him. Seeing this, Xie Yunshang could not care about the old mansion, and quickly came to Su Tian. He was simple and full of blood, and it was obviously tortured by non-human. And the face is pale and without blood. Obviously too much blood loss. Ride my horse, and send him to the nearest county to find a doctor for treatment, etc. Master Chen quickly stopped. Xie Yunshang was puzzled. We have a doctor. There are doctors in the Exile team? Xie Yunshang was also a little surprised. But he was just surprised and didn't think much about it. And Master Chen hurriedly asked Dr. Yang to help diagnose and treat. Dr. Yang naturally did not refuse. After all, he was now the Chen family. His injury was too heavy, and the wound was still bleeding. The blood of other wounds could stop, but the legs were on this. Dr. Yang, also the father of Yang Xiaohua, shook his head at Su Tian's injury. His medical skills are limited. And more importantly, the clever woman is difficult to cook without rice. Now he has no medicinal materials. And the medicine box has nothing. If there is a silver needle, it can help stop bleeding. But Su Tian's blood has flowed more than half. And many wounds are no longer bleeding. Mainly because the knife injury on the thigh. Even if acupuncture cannot stop bleeding, the wound is too big. Then use my horse to send him to the nearest county for treatment. Xie Yunshang saw this, and quickly ordered his men. I am afraid it won't work. Dr. Yang shook his head. He was too serious. If he was bumpy on the horse's back, I was afraid he would aggravate the injury. I am afraid that he would have already arrived in the county. What should I do? Xie Yunshang frowned. Although he and he are not relatives, I can't always watch him die. Everyone in the Chen family also looked difficult to see. Su Tian helped them a lot. Naturally, they didn't want to have something wrong. Qin Shui even entered the space and found the system. List the healing medicine. Golden sores. 1,000 points of contribution, anti-inflammatory and hemostasis. and can accelerate the healing of trauma. Jade Beard Cream, 800 contribution points, can treat fractured bones and other injuries. It is indeed a system. And there are several healing drugs immediately. However, Qin Shui took a look that the Golden Sword medicine is more suitable for Su Tian. And he mainly suffers from trauma. Anyway, she has contributed enough now. And it is not short of. And Su Tian has helped him so much. And it is time to repay. Qin Shui immediately exchanged a bottle. And then handed it over with gold sword medicine. Is this golden sword useful? When everyone was worried. When he heard Qin Shui's words, Dr. Yang's eyes suddenly brightened. Useful. Useful. Too useful. This is the legendary healing medicine. I did not expect the lady to have it. Dr. Yang did not doubt Qin Shui. After all, they had seen Qin Shui a lot of magical means before. And before, Qin Shui told Captain Sun that the statement of her fairy. This statement has actually passed out. People under the Qin family have almost no unbelievable. Golden sword? Xia Yunshang was stunned again. Master Qin. First had arrows in the sleeves. And then golden swords. Isn't this all from martial arts novels? Could it be that Master Qin intends to abandon the text and follow the martial arts? And plan to leave the court to mix the rivers and lakes? Just as he thought about it, Dr. Yang had already received the medicine. And then spilled on Su Tian's leg. Soon, the bleeding wound gradually stopped the blood and began to scab. This, Dr. Yang's eyes widened and couldn't believe it. He knew the effect of Jin's sword. But he did not expect that the effect was so good. Just spilled. For a while, he looked at the golden sword medicine. And it was instantly hot. Where is the golden sword medicine? With this medicine, it is equivalent to one more life. However, soon, Dr. Yang calmed down, threw away the thoughts that should not be in his mind, and returned Jin's sword medicine to Qin Shui respectfully. This medicine. Xia Yunshang was also shocked. He had been fighting for so long, and the soldiers had almost no injuries. As the generals of the court, how could they be missing under Ping Yuanho's men? But countless soldiers could not be treated, and they could only watch them hurt when they were in the end. Or the doctor is helpless and cannot be treated. But this scene was beyond his cognition. He has seen a lot of medicines, and he has no such horrible effect at all. The hemostatic medicine is normal, and the blood can stop bleeding in a few breaths. And the effect of large wound hemostatic drugs is not obvious. But this? He watched the injuries on Su Tian's legs and stopped blood. And cried, "This is incredible. Normally, it takes at least a day or two for injury scabs. This is the fastest. But the medicine in front of you can instantly crust. If they have this kind of medicine, how would those injured soldiers sacrificed in vain?" For a while, Xia Yunshang was a little excited. He looked at Qin Shui and opened his mouth. But he couldn't say that he couldn't say. This medicine has such effect. Obviously very precious. Saying that it is not an exaggeration to protect the medicine. How can he ask for this way? If it is because of himself, he will hurt Qin, and he will not be at ease in his life. However, with this medicine, those soldiers, in the end, he sighed, only one bottle. Even if he came, it was impossible to save all soldiers. Seeing that Xia Yunshang seemed to be hesitant to speak, Qin Shui was a little puzzled and had no idea what he wanted to say. Although the two were short-lived when they were young, they had not seen it for more than 10 years. And they were already strangers. Ah! At this moment, a scream of interrupting everyone's thoughts. My dear wake up. Don't leave your mother. Whoa. Chapter 96 No Cure. Amazing. Everyone exclaimed and saw that Su Tian, who was unconscious, was awake. He's fine now. Dr. Yang sighed. As long as he takes more care of himself and replenishes the lost energy and blood, his life will be out of danger. I'm still alive. Su Tian touched himself in surprise, and then saw Master Qin and his party surrounding himself. A little confused. What about those bandits? He didn't know when he fainted. He only remembered that the bandits wanted to deal with Lord Qin. It's okay. Master Qin pointed to Xia Yunshang. Thanks to General Xia arrived in time. He eliminated the bandits. Master Qin is still the same as before. He told me Yunshang. And General Xia couldn't afford it. Xia Yunshang waved his hand quickly. When Su Tian heard his words, he was relieved, and then looked handsome in front of him. General Xia? But General Ping Wei? He had heard of Xia Yunshang's name, and the invasion of foreign nations in the frontier, deterring the country, and more importantly, very young. He didn't expect that he could get rescue from General Ping Wei. and he was a little excited for a moment. Huh? What did General Xie say just now? He asked Lord Chen to call him by his name? Is he also a fan of Master Chen? You take a good rest. Master Chen instructed Dr. Yang and others to take care of Su Tian, and walk towards the source of the voice just now. I saw a woman with a beast crying with a child full of blood. Crying very miserable, making people feel sad. Why? Master Chen sighed. Although Zhang Yichuan was abominable. Although damn it, his son was innocent. This group of bandits was so cruel. The poor little fat man is poisoned first. And now he is even more losing his life. Although the Chen family and the Zhang family have hatred, at this time, they still sympathize with the mother and child. After all, children are innocent. He still died. Dr. Yang followed. And when he was not far away, he saw the weak ups and downs of the chubby peer. Master Chen heard the words and did not hesitate. Then asked Dr. Yang to help. After speaking, he took a few steps and came to Zhang's side. We have a husband. You can help see. However, Zhang was crying with the child. As if he didn't hear it, Master Chen had to shout a few words. At this time, Zhang finally heard it. She raised her head, with a slap seal on her face, slightly swollen. Her eyes flushed, and her hair was scary. When she saw Master Chen, she screamed, put down the little fat boy, and rushed towards him. It's all your fault. You killed Wei. Give me back my son's life. With fangs and claws bared, he rushed towards Lord Chen like a madman. Master Chen, be careful. How could Xie Yunshan let Master Chen happen? And his hands were rampant in front of Zhang. Stopped her, but did not hurt her. Although he was not merciful on the battlefield. He was not a fierce person, but he was very kind. In the face of a woman who lost her child, Xie Yunshan could not hurt her. Calm down. Your son is not dead yet. Let the doctor take a look. Maybe there is hope. However, Zhang seemed to be crazy and ignored them completely. She roared at Lord Chen and tried to rush over to attack him again and again. That does not work. Qin Shui narrowed her eyes and said, knock her out, or it will delay the treatment. Xie Yunshan nodded, and then stretched out his palm and chopped his neck at Zhang's neck. And Zhang fainted. What are you doing? At this time, the comatose Zhang Yichuan woke up and saw the Chen family surrounded his wife, and even stunned his wife. And his son was lying on the ground with blood. And he was going crazy. You? Puff. He only felt a pain in his chest, and the congestion sprayed out of his throat. And then he became unconscious again. Everyone. It was fainted. And they were saved. Then Dr. Yang quickly squatted down to confirm the injuries of the little fat man. After a while, his face was a little dignified. The injury is a bit heavy, I'm afraid. Having said that, he couldn't help looking up at Qin Shui, but opened his mouth but didn't say it. Those who had practiced medicine should have saved the wounds. But the Zhang family and the Qin family had hatred, which was the culprit that the Qin family fell into this point. And he is now the Qin family. Therefore, let him ask the lady to use the precious golden sword medicine to treat the enemies of the Qin family. And he was a bit difficult to speak. It seemed to see his thoughts. Qin Shui took out the golden swords and handed it over. There is a head debt and a master. Dr. Yang was grateful to take the golden sword medicine, and sighed in his heart that he did not see that it was right to join the Qin family. Seeing this, Xie Yunshan saw this, although it was unknown, but saw that Qin Shui did not hesitate to take out a precious life-saving medicine. And Master Chen and others did not say anything. It is indeed Master Chen. At the beginning, Master Chen could not hesitate to save himself without hesitation. But he was impulsive, but was kind. This is why Xie Yunshan is grateful and respects Master Chen. With golden swords, the little fat man's wound stopped blood. Fortunately, the dagger was assassinated, and there was no heart in the heart. Otherwise, even if there was a divine medicine, Dr. Yang lamented. Master Chen asked, is he rescued? As soon as Dr. Yang wanted to answer, he saw that the fat man twitched, and his face changed immediately. Help hold him. What happened to him? Qin Shui and others were anxious. The little fat man had no hatred with him, and he was only 10 years old. If he was so young, he would go. Too much blood loss. Dr. Yang had a little more dignified on his face. Golden swords can only treat trauma. I am afraid that her body is also bleeding and viscera damage. Qin Shui and others do not understand the medicine, and some professional terms do not understand. So I simply asked, can you save? Dr. Yang sighed and finally shook his head. He wanted to save it, but he could not do it. Golden Sword medicine could only treat trauma, unless the lady can become other Aureus medicines. Otherwise, this little fat man can only be born. Everyone's faces suddenly turned grim, especially Lord Chen and his wife, who felt even more heavy-hearted. Not only because a young life passed away in front of them, and they were powerless to do anything. Still because, when Zhang Yichuan's husband and wife come, I am afraid it is not easy to explain. Zhang's side seemed crazy. But crazy always thought that they had harmed the little fat man. On the side of Zhang Yichuan, he watched himself and waiting for his wife before he was in a coma. The sun fell to the ground with blood, and when he woke up, he might not explain it. At that time, even if they explained that they wanted to save the little fat, Zhang Yichuan would not hear it. At that time, Zhang Yichuan may find them to settle their accounts. Although they are not afraid, and they are originally enemies, there is no need to care whether they will be regarded as enemies. But if this kind of love is lost, if Zhang Yichuan becomes crazy, the lunatic is more difficult to deal with than ordinary people. It is difficult to solve unless they are killed. Chapter 97 Misunderstanding. Even if you do want to avoid Zhang Jia every day, he doesn't want a young child to pass away in front of him. The Chen family feels that she wants to save the little fat man. Can he stick to the county seat? Xia Yunchang said anxiously. I hug him to the county seat to find a doctor who can solve. I'm afraid not. Dr. Yang shook his head. And the little fat man's injury was heavier than Su Tian. How could he persist in the county seat? I am afraid that the fragrance is less than that. The little fat man is already. Why? Chen Shui sighed, and eventually spent some contribution and exchanged elixir. Try this. Everyone was stunned and watched a small bottle handed over by Chen Shui. Although I didn't know what it was. Since Chen Shui took it out, it was obviously able to save people. Dr. Yang subconsciously took over and opened the bottle to smell. Although she knew that the medicine given by the lady could not be poison, she was the duty of the doctor. He still confirmed that after all, sometimes even if it is tonic, it may kill people. With the fragrance of medicine alone, he smelled a few flavors, but he couldn't smell the other ingredients. But it was indeed a medicine that could save people. He did not pour out the elixir, but intended to crush the elixir with a stick. After all, the unconscious little fat man could not swallow the elixir at all. No, this medicine is melted, Chen Shui quickly reminded. For the first time, Dr. Yang heard that this kind of elixir. He took off the little fat man's mouth, raised his head, and fed the elixir in. Sure enough, before the little fat man's mouth was coincided, Dr. Yang saw that the elixir was instantly opened in his mouth. He was very surprised. The behind him was even more surprised that the wound in the chest of the little fat man began to stop bleeding. And he was not convulsed. He grabbed the hand of the little fat man and put the pulse. Sure enough, although the fatness of the little fat man was still weak, it was stable. That is, there was no danger of life. Amazing. Dr. Yang clapped his hands in shock. What kind of magical medicine was this? Its effect was so remarkable. He was already shocked when Chen Shui took out the legendary golden wound medicine. I didn't expect the shock was yet to come. This medicine is simply a pitch of Ling Dan, who has returned to life. He was grateful to the decision to join the Chen family again. He not only was not bullied on the road of exile, but also could eat and wear warmth. But he could see all kinds of magical means. Even the legendary immortal medicine. Even if it is dead, it is worth it. That is, if he can let him crack and study these immortal medicines. It is even better if he has improved his medical skills. Of course, he just thought about it. Such a precious elixir was an heirloom in the house of ordinary people. He had to dare not use it. The lady fell well, and took out the children of the Chiu family. Although he is a doctor, it is responsible for saving the wounded. But he is now the Chen family. He has to think about the Chen family. So it is a pity to feel a little bit. Originally, this can be used as the savior elixir of the Chen family. Now it is good and given to the little fat man. What should the master do? Unfortunately, he didn't know that as long as this medicine had contributed, Chen Shui could exchange a lot. He is okay? Xia Yunchang next to him was a little surprised. Didn't you say that it was not saved just now? If an elixir goes down, people will be fine? Is this an elixir? If he is this kind of elixir, he can die less on the battlefield. Unfortunately, he can see that this medicine is more precious than golden sword medicine. I am afraid it is the treasure of the Chen family's box. It is worthy of being Master Chen's daughter. Xia Yunchang was filled with emotion. Lord Chen was such a person in the past. He saved him without hesitation when he fell into the water. And now, Jin Shui also took out precious medicine without hesitation to save people. Unfortunately, a good person like Master Chen will be wronged and fall into this point. Fortunately, I made merit this time. Originally, he wanted to help Master Chen. And this time, he killed the bandits who attacked the Exile team. Even if you can't get rid of the grievances, Master Chen can be better. He thought of these. And at this time Zhang Yichuan woke up. And he pushed away everyone and picked up the fat man. Roll away. You all roll me away. Don't want to hurt my son. He held the little fat boy and glared at everyone like an angry lion. You are not human beings. How could you kill such a young child? Zhang Yichuan looked at the little fat man's blood. His breath was weak. And he was distressed. And his heart was shrouded in anger. Chen Yuan. I know you hate me. Hate me to drag you down. You can scold me. You can hit me. But why do you do it to my son? You are still not human. You misunderstand. Xie Yunshang hurriedly explained for Master Chen. Your son was injured by bandits. And it was Master Chen who took out his life medicine to keep your son's life. Who are you? Zhang Yichuan saw Xie Yunshang wearing armor, and knew he was a general. Although he was a little scared. He became angry when he thought about his son, who almost died, and his wife, who was in danger. No matter who you are. If my son happened, Zhang Yichuan would not let you go. As he said that, he turned to look at the little fat boy and shouted. Wire. Wire. Wake up quickly. Don't scare daddy. As long as you wake up. Let alone shark fin. Even if you want bird's nest. Daddy will get it for you. Wake up. Father. For a long time. The little fat man suddenly shouted that although he was still in a coma and seemed to mumble to himself. Zhang Yichuan was relieved. Your child is not in danger. You just need to recuperate. Dr. Yang saw his movements and couldn't help reminding. Stop pretending. Zhang Yichuan glared at them. Chen Yuan. We have made a grudge. And I will not let it go easily. Master Chen sighed. He knew this would have been like this. No explanation. And it was useless to say it this time. And they were originally enemies. And there was no need to obtain his understanding. Seeing that the little fat man was okay, Master Chen turned and left with his family. Chen Yuan. Seeing that he was ignored, Zhang Yichuan roared at Master Chen. Obviously very angry. Just wait for me. Zhang Yichuan. Swear that I will not let you off easily. Master Chen. Otherwise, I will tell him clearly. Xie Yunshang frowned, feeling whether Zhang Yichuan was too extreme. No. Master Chen shook his head. At this time, saying these to him, it is even more exciting. Anyway, the child is okay. Xie Yunshang said no more, but looked at the other prisoners. Everyone. It's getting dark. The county town is ahead. We can rest when we get there. As for what happened this time, I would tell the court truthfully. Presumably the court would understand it. So you don't have to worry about being held accountable for being postponed because of being postponed. Obviously, he also knew that the Exile team had regulations on how many miles they had to walk every day and what time they had to reach Nanman. Chapter 98 Favorability. When everyone heard this, they immediately breathed a sigh of relief and even smiled with relief. Not only because of Xie Yunshang's words, but also because of Xie Yunshang's attitude. After all, Xie Yunshang is much better compared with the previous general. Not only does it look handsome, but also good attitude. They did need to rest. First, they were rioted, and then Captain Sun was forced to walk for a few days and nights. They did not rest, and then experienced the bandit attack. At this time, they just wanted to find a place to rest. Seeing everyone's hunger, Xie Yunshang even distributed all the grains escorted by the macarons to everyone, so that they were full. However, the other matage did not dare to stop it. After all, it was originally given to the prisoners. Even if this was to eat for a long time, it was used up by Xie Yunshang once. Master Chen, do you eat these? Xie Yunshang picked up his hard steamed buns. His face was a little bit good looking. And he was distressed by Master Chen. Forehead. Lord Chen touched his nose, feeling a little embarrassed to tell him that they actually didn't eat this kind of food. They always ate delicious food and drank spicy drinks. Hey, Master Chen, you suffer. Xie Yunshang thought of this, and he felt guilty. If he returned to Beijing earlier, he might not be able to avoid being framed by Master Chen. And Master Chen did not have to eat this kind of suffering. Master Chen, rest assured, I will find a way to help you wash the grievances. I use my life guarantee. Never mind. Master Chen shook his head. I have received your heart. And His Majesty has already made a golden mouth. It is impossible to change. If you want to force the case, I am afraid there will be danger of life. In fact, he had guessed it. How could the Emperor protect Zhang Yichuan just by relying on the Shangshu behind him? Obviously, there was someone more important behind him. This person's identity is self-evident. Therefore, he was very clear that the identity of that person was so important that his family was lucky to be alive. If he thought about overturning the verdict, he might anger His Majesty instead. Not only that, it will also implicate those who want to overturn his verdict and plead for him. But, Master Chen. Xie Yunxiang was a little anxious. Master Chen. Although I have never been to Nanman, it must be as bad as the frontier. Or it is too late. He has seen people exiled to the frontier. And many people die on the road. And even if they reach the frontiers, they will have half a life left. Even if there are half a life. But there is not a blessing. All kinds of dirty work are done by them. Washing and cooking. Cultivating land. Even when the enemy attacks, it will be regarded as the power of the enemy. Even if Xie Yunxiang and his father would not abuse the prisoners like this. When they were not, the other soldiers would be. And almost everyone believed that these prisoners should have treated this way. They are treated similar to the captives. It is precisely because Xie Yunxiang knows these that he wants to avoid Master Chen as much as possible. Originally, he thought that Master Chen was exiled to the frontier so that he could take care of him secretly. Who knew that he had been exiled to the Nainano area where he was born? This made him even more determined to stop Lord Chen from being exiled to the southern barbarians. Lord Chen was deeply moved to see that he was so considerate of his family. He didn't expect that his small act of kindness at that time would now. This also shows that it was worth it for him to save people at that time. However, he saved Xie Yunxiang not for any reward. And he didn't want him to be implicated because he was innocent. So he faintly revealed that it was not simple. And even the identity of the person behind him. Xie Yunxiang frowned. No wonder his father said that this matter was not simple. Exiling the Chen family was the best outcome. He thought his father didn't want to spend a lot of money. Now that he thinks about it, if his father had hinted to other generals to plead for Lord Chen, His Majesty would probably have been even more determined to get rid of Lord Chen. I understand. He nodded. I will be careful. And I will not act lightly before I find the strategy of all the Quan. When several people chatted, they had already reached Pingying County. Xie Yunxiang had already sent his hands to the county to inform the county order. So the county magistrate brought people to greet it at the gate of the city early. After all, the coming person is the prestigious General Ping Wei. He was a small county magistrate. And General Ping Wei was much higher in rank than him. Even though they were not in the same system. Besides, even if General Ping Wei did not have the achievements, he could inherit the position of Ping Yuan. Before that, he wanted to have no place. And now he has to encounter it. How can he not go up? So he called over all the yamen runners in the county, opened the city gates, and welcomed General Ping Wei. Xie Yunxiang and others saw the county magistrate. Before they approached, the county magistrate hurriedly ran over to salute Xie Yunxiang respectfully. I am Su Yuan, the magistrate of Pingying County. I am honored to meet General Ping Wei. Great Su. General Ping Wei also had a fist and returned the gift. And he didn't set up any shells. The general is polite. Just call me the name. Su Xianling panicked. Master Su is older than me. How can I call the elders names? If this was heard by my father, wouldn't it be punished? The face of Su County was helpless. But his heart was relieved. Although it was only a title, he could see that he was a personality. Obviously, General Ping Wei said better than expected, which made Su County, who wanted to settle in, was happy. As soon as they have experienced bandit attacks, they will trouble the Su County command. Xie Yunxiang did not forget those behind him, and did not treat them as prisoners. No problem. Su County nodded. General Ping Wei spoke. How could he refuse? Even if he could not owe human feelings, he could get his favor. These are, let the prisoners in his hands settle down. And Su Xianlian looked at Master Chen. After all, General Peace and Wells came together. So he was curious about his identity. This is Master Chen. Because of some reason. So, Xie Yunxiang did not say much. But he expressed his respect for Master Chen. The Su County command was a little surprised to see this. He knew that General Ping Wei called his adult because of his age. But he could see that General Ping Wei called Daising Chen was not because of his age, but really respecting him. Therefore, this makes Su County more and more curious about Chen's identity. Looking at him, it is obviously an exile prisoner. What is the relationship between General Peace and Well? Is it because of him this time here? However, did you hear that General Ping Wei only passed by? Did he accidentally rescue the team attacked by the bandit? In any case, since General Ping Wei respects Master Chen so much, Su County Commands feels that this is an opportunity. As long as he takes care of Master Chen, maybe General Ping Wei has a better impression on himself. Even if I don't get any advice in the future, maybe when I get into trouble, a few words from you may help me. Chapter 99. The Rising Contribution Value. I have reported it to the court after being reported. Now I have to wait for the arrangement of the court. So these people do not have to continue to rush and wait for the court to order. Xie Yunsheng pointed to the crowd behind him. Not only to help them fight for rest, but also a fact. After all, the exile team's death and injury are almost half of the death injury. Especially the captain of the officer dying. There is no escort. How can the exiled captain go on? And such a big thing. The court must send someone to investigate and confirm that the situation is clear. No problem. Magistrate Su naturally would not refuse. It was no loss to him, and it was just a piece of cake. Besides, he didn't know where the incident happened. If it happened within his jurisdiction, he would need General Ping Wei to say a few good words for him to avoid being held responsible. Thank you, General. Thank you. Everyone was grateful when they heard the conversation between the two. These days, they have been thinking about these days. Now entering the county, they can finally come down. In addition, these are bandits who attacked the team. They need to borrow a cell, hold them, and wait for the court to go. After Xie Yunsheng finished speaking, some soldiers pushed the bandits tied with 5 flowers over. Su County Ling saw that the bandits were still inserting an arrow, which was startled by this miserable appearance. But he quickly reacted, arranged for the service to help escort to the cell, and then he looked at Xie Yunsheng. General Xie, I have set up a banquet in the city and washed the dust for the general. Speaking, he hadn't waited for Xie Yunsheng to reply, and looked at Master Chen. Can this Master Chen reward for his face? Xie Yunsheng had originally refused, but he heard what he said to Master Chen, and then thought of the food that Master Chen had eaten during exile. He was distressed and agreed to Master Chen. Seeing this, Su County was overjoyed. He thought he would be rejected. I did not expect that. Fortunately, he was smart and knew that he had pulled Master Chen. Really? He could see that General Ping Wei wanted to refuse at first, and then looked at Master Chen, and then agreed. Master Chen and others naturally don't care. They are now prisoners. Whether it is Su County or Xie Yunsheng, the official position is larger than them. He would not rely on the fact that he saved Xie Yunsheng when he was a child to regard himself as an elder and give orders to him. Therefore, Xie Yunsheng agreed, as long as it was not too much. He would not oppose it. The Su County Lord led Xie Yunsheng and the Chen family to leave, but did not forget the other people, and asked the counters to arrange rooms and food for them. Although everyone envied the Chen family for being able to follow Xie Yunsheng, they did not dare to be jealous or say anything. After all, after experiencing a riot, the bandit attack, the Chen family can be unscathed. It means that it is not easy. More importantly, speaking, the life of these people was rescued by the Chen family. If Master Chen does not stand up, I am afraid those bandits have already been killed. Most of them would not be able to survive at all, or wait until General Ping Wei's rescue. Moreover, when they saw the Yamen runners arranging houses and food for them, they were no longer envious and just wanted to have a good rest. The other side? It turns out that it is Master Chen. Su County's command respectfully said. Speaking of which, we still participated in the imperial examinations in the same year. But unfortunately I couldn't take a good rank at the time. But it was the Master of Chen. But the champion. When the Su County Ling and Master Chen talked, he tried his identity. When he heard that Master Chen was the servant of the Ministry of Households, he remembered the previous things. It's a pity that although they took the imperial examination in the same year, they didn't know each other. But with this entry point, the two had a lot of topics to talk about. Master Chen could see that Su County Ling seemed to respect him. But in fact, he wanted to mobilize Yunsheng through him. So he pretended not to find it. After the wine was full, the Su County Ling also arranged the room for everyone. Even the Chen family has a share. It can be said to cover all aspects. Xie Yunxiang knew that Lord Chen and the others must be tired after experiencing the bandit attack, so he did not disturb them. And Qin Shui and others were really tired, and they went early. Early the next morning, Qin Shui got together with her parents. After the incident, the court would definitely send a new captain of the Grand Services. If it was good to speak upright. If another captain of the grandson. Then, Master Chen said with a sigh, although Captain Sun had an accident, they should be happy. But they were more worried at this time. Dad, don't worry. Captain Sun he couldn't help us before. Besides, we all passed by the bandit attack, such a difficult and dangerous trigger. What else? Yes. Master Chen laughed. Xiuxua looked thoroughly. It's just that we have already won over most of the Yamen runners. Except for Captain Sun and his men. Then we can exile them with peace of mind. We will definitely send some more Yamen runners over this time. And then we will have to start all over again. 2. Qin Shui frowned. And it took a lot of effort to solve the difficulties of those princes. Newly came to some offices. And they could not always be like Converse. Intimidate. Forget it. Let's just take it one step at a time. Seeing her daughter frowned, Master Chen spoke. What is it like when it seems that the maidage is like? So I want to countermeasures. Now let's go to the city to see. At least we need to reserve more things. That's right. Qin Shui's eyes lit up and she said, I'm not sleepy anymore when I talk about this. We have already reclaimed a piece of land for growing crops. Another piece for vegetables. Another piece for fruits. Several breeding farms. And a lake for raising fish. Mr. Chen nodded and said, we have already collected a lot of grass for the sheep on the way. And you said you wanted to buy a pig. We can go and have a look. Pork here is less to eat. Maybe it will not make. Because the pork is too much. And the pigs here are not white piglets, but black pigs. In fact, Qin Shui wanted to see if there were any fragrant pigs. If you can't find the incense pig, the black pig can barely. Anyway, there are peppers. Just go to the taste. A group of people found Xie Yunxiang and said that they wanted to go to the city. Xie Yunxiang would not stop it, and even said that he could be a guard. But it was rejected by Master Chen. What a joke. What if he follows? What should Xishua's space expose? The Su County Ling heard that the Qin family was going out to visit, and did not stop it. It also said that sending several people to protect them was also rejected by Master Chen. Several Qin Shui did not go to buy pigs immediately, but instead strolled around. I found that the collection of contribution points was found before. Now they will naturally not let go of such a good opportunity. Whether it was technology, recipes, or handicrafts. Mainly those that had not been included before. Qin Shui bought a copy of each, and had the system recycle them all. Then, Qin Shui saw the contribution value rising. I spent tens of thousands of contribution before. And now it has gone back. Chapter 100 Big Business. When Qin Shui and others were shopping. On the other side, Zhang Yichuan took his wife and son to see the doctor. Quam Wei and other Yamen runners were worried that he would run away. So they followed him. After all, this time something like this had happened, and they didn't know what to do. They are all worried that the court will investigate their responsibilities. And if at this time, the prisoners will run away, then they will be even more dead. At this time, Zhang Yichuan had no intention of thinking about them. He was only on his son and wife. The son was all blood and was unconscious. His wife seemed to be mad. But sometimes he was sober. Fortunately, his mother had no accident. Otherwise, he might really go crazy. Ling Lang is not a big deal. Just grab some medicine. And then recuperate. The words of this lady seemed to be stimulated. I can try my needle first. If it does not work, I can only ask Gao Ming. After the doctor finished speaking, he looked at Zhang Yichuan and asked him to make the decision. Zhang Yichuan couldn't help but let the doctor try. The doctor took out the silver needle on the Zhang's head, and then gently turned the silver needle, and after a while, he took it down. However, Zhang still hugged the little fat man, always comforting the little fat man. Don't worry, and let Zhang Yichuan call him not responding. The doctor sighed. The old man is helpless. Please ask Gao Ming. The illness on the head is the most difficult to treat. The doctor is not good at this, so he dare not try more. Zhang Yichuan had no choice but to get the medicine and leave with his wife and son. The Yamen runners beside him looked at each other in confusion, but did not say a word and just followed them silently. However, Zhang Yichuan did not give up, but went to several other medicine shops. As a result, the doctor could not help Zhang's illness. Chen family. Zhang Yichuan raised his head and looked in the direction of the county government office, gritting his teeth and saying, "I will not be a human being if I don't avenge this." It was the Qin family's fault that his son and wife ended up like this. At that time, he watched his son fall in a pool of blood, and his wife was beaten unconscious by the Qin family, which led to the state. In fact, it was Xie Yunshang who fainted Zhang at that time. But Zhang Yichuan clearly knew that he could not afford Xie Yunshang, so he shifted his hatred to the Qin family. He knew that the Qin family could not be now, but he was not afraid. He had time. He would not be foolish enough to rush forward and fight with the Qin family. He wanted Qin Yuan to watch his wife and daughter die one by one in front of him. He wanted Qin Yuan to feel the pain. The yamen runner next to him saw Zhang Yichuan's ferocious face, like a mad beast, and he shuddered and suddenly felt a little scared. I have to say that De Qin is worthy of the waiter of the Ministry of Households. This also makes Qin Shui not need to work hard to pull the grass system wool. Instead, it can easily collect all kinds of things to convert to contribution. Just a vegetable side can be changed to more than 100 contribution points. Unfortunately, the ancient vegetable side was kept secret, and they were all used as heirs. It was impossible to spread it at all, so Qin Shui couldn't get too much. Otherwise, like a previous life, there is a book, 3,000 home-cooked dishes. Isn't this recipe for hundreds of thousands of contributions at once? In addition, handmade products also allowed Qin Shui to gain a lot of contribution points. It is also a pity that this technology is not passed on to outsiders and cannot be collected. Otherwise she could gain more contribution points. Despite this, Qin Shui also made more than 50,000 contribution value. Unprecedented gains. Buy a pig? Qin Shui and others traveled to the entire county, and they did not see pigs selling pigs. No. They did not see selling live pigs. There are not many pork. In fact, think about it. At this time, the black pig has a great taste. Few people eat it. Even if they eat it, they are just eating a part of the fishy taste. Without demand, there is no market. Without market, there is no buying and selling. Without buying and selling, no one will raise pigs. Moreover, the pig raising cycle is long. Ordinary people have a hard time making ends meet and may even go hungry. So how can they have surplus food to raise pigs? There was no way. The two had to find the Sioux County Ling. But they were prisoners. Don't look at Sioux County Ling's good attitude towards them. It just depends on Xie Yunshang's share. If they go to Sioux County to do business, it may not be possible. When they were tangled, Xie Yunshang came over. Master Chen, I am looking for you. Seeing Master Chen, Xie Yunshang was a little excited. But when he came over, he was hesitant and didn't seem to know how to speak. Yunshang can say something straight. You and I are all yourself. Why must you be so polite? As if noticing Xie Yunshang's hesitation, Lord Chen spoke straight to the point. Before, he had called Xie Yunshang General Xie, just like County Magistrate Su, but was stopped by Xie Yunshang. He also said that he was all his own. He was a junior. How could he mess with him? Now, Lord Chen will bring out what he said. Seeing this, Xie Yunshang sighed. Master Chen, this is the case. It is common for us to hurt injuries, but many soldiers died because of injuries that could not be treated. I saw Shushua take out the golden sword medicine to cure the maidage. So I thought, can I buy a little? Just a little. As if afraid that Lord Chen might misunderstand him. Xie Yunshang quickly explained. You don't need to use too much. Just a pinch. Master Chen stunned, but did not speak, but looked at Qin Shui. After all, it was her thing that she had the right to decide. Xie Yunshang saw Master Chen's expression, and some unknown, but there was a hint of expectations in his heart. Obviously there seemed to be hopeful. Thank Brother Xie. Qin Shui originally wanted to call him General Xie, but Xie Yunshang had asked her to change her words before. Now that she finally had a backer, Qin Shui agreed. I just called Brother Xie. I felt a little awkward, and I didn't know if it was the first time I shouted. I was not used to it, or because I was broken by the internet in previous lives. Brother Xie, we are all ourselves. And I just said that the price of this golden sword medicine is not cheap. But I will not open the price. What about you at a cost price? No problem. Xie Yunqiu nodded. Shushua is relieved. I know this medicine is precious, so I don't need the cost price. I will buy it at 2 times. Forehead. Qin Shui touched her nose and wanted to say, you will regret it later. But considering that they are now prisoners, Xie Yunshang has a good relationship with them, and is still a well-known general. In the future, maybe he will still inherit the position of Marquis Pingyuan. So there is no bad relationship with him. Therefore, Qin Shui still decided to sell it to him at cost price. And she had a better way, which would be a win-win situation for both parties. Although I've used a little of this bottle, there's still more than half a bottle left. How about 1,000 taels of silver? She changed the contribution value at 1,000 points. And the contribution value of 1 point requires 2 silvers. 1,002? So cheap? Xie Yunshang was stunned, and was unable to react for a while. But then, he was deeply moved. He knew that the actual price must be higher. But Xiaoxua only gave such a low price because of her talent. Therefore, how could he make Xiaoxua suffer? When Master Chen is now needing money, how can he take advantage of them? 2,002. Xiaoxua, I appreciate your kindness. 2,000 taels. I'll just buy a little bit. Chen Shui couldn't laugh and laughed. You are too exaggerated. A bottle is only 1,000. You buy a little bit. More importantly, I still have a big business to talk to you. Big business? Yes. You won't just want to buy a little. I have a lot of this medicine. Huh? Xie Yunshang was shocked when he heard the words. Chapter 101 Shocked to the point of numbness. I'll sell you this bottle for only 1,000 taels. Qin Shui did not agree to his request to buy a little bit for 2,000 taels. Maybe for Xie Yunshang, this golden wound medicine was very precious. But for Qin Shui, well, it's still a little expensive. After all, it costs 1,000 taels. But as long as she has the money, she can supply it in unlimited quantities. 1 bottle. Xie Yunshang finally realized what was going on. And then, he was shocked. How can this be possible? If I take everything away, what will you do? Don't worry, Qin Shui said with a smile. Since I bought it, it means I still have some. Too. Xie Yunshang nodded, but frowned. If it's just 1 bottle, it's even more impossible for me to spend only 1,000 taels. For ordinary people, 1,000 taels is a lot. But for the children of nobles, it is nothing. They, the Pingyuan Marquis, are also royal relatives and are among the most noble people in the world. So naturally they cannot be short of money. Besides, he is now General Pingwei and has been leading troops in battles all year round. So it is impossible for him to be short of money. No matter how poor those ethnic minorities on the border are, they still have cattle, sheep, and horses, and any one of them costs dozens of taels. This does not include other treasures and rewards from the court. Don't rush to refuse, Qin Shui interrupted. Brother Xie wants the golden wound medicine. Probably for the soldiers who are fighting. That's right. Xie Yunshang nodded. These soldiers have been fighting outside for many years. They can't go home for many days throughout the year. Some of them can't even go home once they go out. I can't protect all of them. I can't make sure that all of them return home safely. I can only find a way to keep them alive. Xie Yunshang was a little emotional as he spoke, as he had watched many of his compatriots die before his eyes. They did not die on the battlefield, but simply died from wounds. If he had this kind of remedy, he would be able to save the lives of countless soldiers. How could he not be excited? However, he could only think about it. This kind of golden wound medicine has such miraculous effects, and is obviously very precious. It would be great to have a bottle of it. Ahem. Qin Shui coughed and pulled Xie Yunshang back to his senses. I want to do a business with Brother Xie. What business? It's the golden wound medicine on your hand, Qin Shui said, and took out a few more bottles of golden wound medicine. Brother Xie, I can help you buy golden wound medicine. The original price is 1,000 taels, and I only need to give you a rebate of 10 taels per bottle, which is 1,010 taels. How about it? Golden wound medicine? Xie Yunshang was stunned when he saw Qin Shui taking out several bottles of precious healing medicine, as if they were cabbages and radishes. No. Isn't this medicine very precious? At least, he had only heard of it but never seen it. But Qin Shui took several bottles at a time. Please. This is not a carrot that anyone can buy on the street. The imperial court, or rather, the entire world belonged to the royal family. But he had never heard of such medicine in the imperial court. He was a general. A general of the imperial court. He fought for the imperial court. So naturally the military supplies and medicinal materials he needed were the best. But I still haven't seen such an effect as the golden wound medicine in Qin Shui's hand. Not even a normal effect. It can be said that there is only 1 bottle of this in the world. No. There are several bottles now. Sell all these to me? Xie Yunxiang was a little surprised. He originally just wanted to buy a little. But who knew he would get an unexpected gain? With so many bottles, we can save at least a dozen soldiers. Or even more. That's right. After hearing Chen Shue's answer, Xie Yunxiang also became a little excited. I still say the same thing. 2,000 taels per bottle. Xiaoxue, don't rush to refuse. This medicine is precious. You and I both know it's worth the price. Besides, even if you said the cost is 1,000 taels, I can't let you suffer a loss. This kind of medicine is not even available in the imperial court. It's obvious that you spent a lot of effort to obtain it. How can it be justified for your efforts with only 10 taels? Forget it. Let's stop arguing and compromise. 1,500 taels. Lord Chen said. Xiaoxue didn't lie. This medicine only costs 1,000 taels. But Yunxiang is right. This medicine is indeed not easy to buy. So, let's compromise. 1,500 taels. As he spoke, Master Chen looked at Xie Yunxiang again. Don't be so quick to object. Xiaoxue is planning to do long-term business with you. We can always provide you with this golden wound medicine. So, if you can buy it at a low price, you can save some money. With the remaining money, you can buy a few more bottles of golden wound medicine and save a few more people. Mr. Chen's words made Xie Yunxiang silent. If Mr. Chen said 1,200 taels, or even cheaper, he would never agree. But 1,500 taels. What's more, what Lord Chen said makes a lot of sense. The money he saves can be used to buy a few more bottles and save more people. Good. Xie Yunxiang nodded and took out the banknotes from his pocket without hesitation. This is 9,000 taels. Chen Shui took the banknote and felt a little emotional. She had earned 3,000 taels in one go. No wonder everyone liked to do business. It made money really quickly. Originally, she didn't want to make this money. After all, Xie Yunxiang's original intention was to save people. But she couldn't persuade him. If you want to buy some healing medicine later, how can we deliver it to you? Chen Shui frowned. Is this a problem? Xie Yunxiang frowned. It was impossible for him to follow the Exile team forever. He had to return to the capital to report. And then, he would definitely continue to guard the border. Then I'll send someone to follow you. And then you can ask him to contact me. And then I'll send someone to pick it up. How about that? 2. One more thing. When Lord Chen saw them talking, he interrupted and said, in the future, transactions can be made with more than just silver notes. Other gold, silver, jewelry, handicrafts, rare treasures, music scores, recipes, etc. As long as they are valuable. Although money is important. Knowing that my daughter has magical abilities, especially the contribution value, is more important, and can be exchanged for all kinds of magical things. There are even all kinds of life-saving items. So Lord Chen believes that enough money is enough. And the more contribution points the better. Yeah. Why didn't I think of that? Chen Shui slapped her head. If her father hadn't told her, she would have forgotten about this. Sir Chen. This is not good. Xie Yunxiang was a little confused. After all, he thought that the golden wound medicine in Lord Chen's hand was also bought from someone else. As for the gold, silver and jewelry, it would be fine. But other handicrafts are not as precious as the golden medicine. Besides, even if some jewelry is very valuable, costing more than 1,000 taels each, it is still not as precious as the golden wound medicine. Just do as we say. Lord Chen had obviously made the final decision and did not allow Xie Yunxiang to refute. Well, so, Chen Shui also continued. Tomorrow, I can provide you with a batch first. Brother Xie can prepare some money or materials. And then we can trade directly. Okay. Xie Yunxiang nodded and didn't care. After all, he had been shocked too many times today. He had killed countless people on the battlefield without blinking an eye. But now, he was shocked several times and his eyes widened. However, Xie Yunxiang still didn't expect that Chen Shui would shock him speechless again tomorrow. Chapter 102 Favorability. Xie Yunxiang didn't expect to gain so much from his trip back. First, he met up with Lord Chen in time. And then, he got the golden wound medicine that could save his life. In fact, if Lord Chen had offered the channel of the golden wound medicine to the imperial court, he might have been able to redeem himself for his crime and would not have to be exiled anymore. However, Master Chen did not do this. The husband was not guilty. And he was guilty. Today, the emperor is not a Ming Jun. Therefore, instead of competing for nothing, It is better to let Xue collect more contribution. After several turmoils, he clearly understood that only by being strong can he protect his family and protect himself. Qin Shue's contribution value can provide them with strong backing. By the way, we want to buy some pigs, but I didn't find it through the county. So I wanted to ask the county magistrate. After all, he was in charge of the county seat. Maybe there was a clue. No problem. Even if there had not been the transaction just now, Xie Yunxiang would not have refused Lord Qin's request. But he was a little confused. What did Lord Qin want the pig for? Is it to improve the food? After all, Xie Yunxiang knows what Exile team eats. How can that food worthy of Master Qin? However, if it is to improve the food, you can buy mutton chicken? Why buy a pig? Pork is not delicious. If it wasn't for the frontier, he could send a few pounds of beef for Master Qin, letting them supplement nutrition. Maybe it was for the transaction. Xie Yunxiang thought that when Qin just asked him to buy gold swords, he replaced him with materials. However, he speculated that the golden sword medicine of Qin was purchased from the hands of others. So Master Qin took the supplies to exchange with others for gold swords. For a moment, he thought of some hidden families, or villages that were not born all year round to go online with Master Qin. So he would not ask for silver, but required materials. With these thoughts, Xie Yunxiang went to Su County. And Su County was also very curious after listening, but immediately agreed. Coincidentally, a few days ago, a foreign businessman drove a group of pigs to the county government office and asked whether the government would accept them. If it is a herd, the county's words will be accepted without saying a word. But if the pig, unless it is the kind of powerful chef, it is difficult to get rid of the fishy smell. Who knew that the Qin family would suddenly want to buy pigs? Which made him confused. But he had to immediately ask his servants to find the merchant. Soon, a yeoman runner came with the merchant, and the merchant could be seen driving a few black pigs. The black pig is not big, about the same size as a lamb, and is dark all over and covered with long black hair. Judging from appearance alone, black pigs are ugly. No wonder so few people eat it. Many people subconsciously feel that the uglier something is, the less delicious it is. Su County Magistrate. The merchant immediately saluted the county magistrate, and then became curious about why the county magistrate called him over. Didn't he say before that he would not buy pigs? No need to be polite. County magistrate Su waved his hand and asked quickly, "How much do you want to sell this pig for?" Qin Shui next to her had a strange look on her face. She felt like Magistrate Su was cursing her, but she had no evidence. The merchant was stunned for a moment, but Su reacted and said happily, 5 taels. No. These two only cost 2 taels. Originally he wanted to say 5 taels per head, but the man in front of him was the county magistrate, and there was absolutely no harm in making friends with him. Also, looking at the man next to him wearing armor, he was obviously a general. Therefore, these people are all noble people. He is a businessman who likes to invest and make a big profit with a small investment. So, now that this is a rare opportunity, why doesn't he seize it? 1 tael per pig? Qin Shui was a little surprised that the black pig was so expensive. But when you think about it, it makes sense. Scarcity makes things valuable. Although few people eat black pigs, few people raise them. So it is normal for the price to be high. No need. Lord Qin shook his head. It's what it is. Although we are trapped here, we will not rob. This, after hearing what Lord Qin said, the merchant was a little curious about his identity. After all, the one next to him was a county magistrate, and the other was a general. And only Lord Qin was dressed simply. He was thought to be a servant, but he dared to speak first in front of the 2 gentlemen. That explains the problem. However, the general and the county magistrate did not express any dissatisfaction, which clearly showed that the man in front of them was not a simple person. Seeing this, the merchant dared not show his dissatisfaction and immediately said respectfully, "Sir, how about 2.5 ounces of silver?" After all, he just said 5 taels, although he didn't say whether it was 1 or 2. But from the moment he spoke, we could tell his character, that an amount is what it is. So he followed the previous words, 2 head and 5 taels, and he did not suffer any loss. And this adult did not suffer any loss either. Good. Lord Qin nodded. In fact, he could guess that the merchant originally wanted to offer 5 taels per head, but now it was 5 taels for 2 heads. So they were getting a good deal. But in fact, even if it is 5 taels for 2 heads, the merchant does not suffer any loss. And Lord Chen is not such a conservative person. It is impossible for him to continue to fight for 5 taels for 1 head. After all, he is not really a sucker. In fact, the reason why he asked for the original price was not only because he was not one to take advantage of others, but also to give a good impression to Xie Yunxiang and County Magistrate Su. Originally he disdained to resort to such tactics. But now that he has implicated his family and reduced them to exiled prisoners, unable to protect himself, he has finally understood the importance of connections. If he could establish good relations with them, not asking them to save him in times of crisis, but only asking them to lend a helping hand and save his wife and daughter, he would die without regrets. Really? Hearing what Lord Chen said, Xie Yunxiang nodded secretly. He is worthy of being the Lord Chen whom I admire. County Magistrate Su was also a little surprised. Although it was only a matter of a few taels of silver, he could tell the character of Lord Chen by looking at the small details. This person is worth making friends with. Although he is currently in exile, it can be seen from General Pingwei's attitude towards him that this person's future will definitely not be limited to this. However, when it came to paying, the penniless Mr. Chen had to turn to look at his daughter. Although he didn't want to accept this nickname, he was indeed penniless. Although there were only 2 black pigs, Qin Shui was delighted. For a while, she had braised pork, braised pig's trotters, braised elbows, braised spare ribs, sweet and sour pork tenderloin, pork stewed with vermicelli, and so on. Countless names of dishes wandered in her mind, making her swallow her saliva involuntarily. It had been a long time since she had eaten pork. Before I traveled through time, pork was too expensive to buy, and then I could only eat takeout because of work, and there was very little meat in the takeout. After I traveled through time, it was the first time I saw pigs from another world, and I had never eaten pork. So, she really missed pork. It's a pity that the 2 pigs in front of us are both boars. It would be better if they were 1 male and 1 female, so that sustainable development could be achieved. If there are 2 boars, you can only let them play rock, paper, scissors. The loser gets to be eaten, and you can leave one as a breeding boar. Chapter 103 Xie Yunxiang's Shock. After buying the black pig, Qin Shui found an excuse to take the black pig out of the county government office, and then found an opportunity to send it to the space. As soon as the black pigs arrived at the space, they ran around and headed for the vegetable field. Qin Shui had to work very hard to drive the 2 black pigs into the sheep pen. We have no shortage of grain seeds. Qin Shui and others gathered in the room and began to count and analyze the supplies in the space and make a list of what was missing. I have collected almost all the fruit and vegetable seeds. Then we need poultry, Qin Shui said. We have the breeding pigs, but we are still short of a sow. In addition, we are still short of cattle. It would be even better if we had dairy cows. What is a cow? Lord Chen and the other man looked at each other in bewilderment. They had never heard of a dairy cow. Ahem. We have plenty of chickens, ducks, and geese. We also have plenty of fish. As for shrimp, we just bought a batch today. Today's space can be said to be a small world. Qin Shui also collected a lot of weeds, trees, flowers, etc., and planted them in the space. Today, the space is becoming more and more lively, and species are becoming more and more abundant. If this continues, perhaps a new ecosystem will be formed. These vegetables are growing well. If things go well, we'll be able to harvest a batch in a while. These vegetables were naturally planted by her on the day of exile, and it seemed that the growth rate in the space was several times faster than outside. So, the first batch of vegetables can basically be harvested. This also means that they are taking the first step towards achieving self-sufficiency. The seedlings are almost sprouting. Although Lord Chen doesn't know how to farm, Qin Shui does. And no one knows where she got this knowledge from. Fortunately, he took the opportunity to buy a batch of agricultural books these days, intending to take the opportunity to learn. By the way, about pig farming. Since my daughter bought a pig, someone had to take care of it. I couldn't let my wife and daughter do it, so he had to do it. Why? Lord Chen sighed. As more and more things appeared in the space, they had to plan, which led to more and more things to do. Moreover, most of them were hard labor, which he could not handle alone. But it was impossible to let other people enter the space, unless he is let in and never allowed to leave. Someone else will reveal the secret sooner or later, even if he doesn't leak it on his own initiative. It might leak out accidentally when he's drunk or talking in his sleep and is unconscious. After that, we should prioritize collecting contribution points, and then try to collect other materials as reserves. After Mr. Chen summarized his remarks, he asked Chen Shui to go back to her room to rest. Early the next morning, Xie Yunxiang came to them, intending to exchange the money with them to buy medicine for wounds. And after Lord Chen said yesterday that silver was not necessary, Xie Yunxiang had an idea. To be honest, although he was rich, it was impossible for him to carry hundreds of thousands of taels with him. After all, he was going to fight, not to travel. However, he did bring back a lot of good things from the border this time. He originally wanted to hand them over to the court, but now there is a better option. So Xie Yunxiang naturally intercepted them. This is, Chen Shui and her friend were surprised to see the jade, amber, ginseng, deer antler, and other items in the box. Although Xie Yunxiang was asked to exchange supplies, these supplies were too precious. Whether it is jade, amber, or even ginseng and deer antlers, each one is precious. In addition to this, there are also wool, fur, fox fur, and so on. Sir Chen, take a look at these. You can take any that you like, Xie Yunxiang said generously. But Chen Shui and her companion naturally would not do that. Instead, they asked the county magistrate for a carriage, said she would be back soon, and then left the county government office. Not long after, Chen Shui and Lord Chen came back driving a carriage. Xie Yunxiang knew that they were going to purchase wound medicine, so he did not send anyone to follow them, but waited at the county government office. However, Xie Yunxiang was surprised at how quickly Chen Shui and the other person came back, and they drove the carriage into the county government office. Xie Yunxiang had already ordered his men to impose martial law in the surrounding area. Apart from Chen Shui's family and Xie Yunxiang's men, there was no one else. Even though County Magistrate Su was curious, he could not get close without Xie Yunxiang's order. The golden wound medicine we brought back should be enough for you to use for a while. Chen Shui got off the carriage and spoke as she walked. Xie Yunxiang looked at her, but found that Chen Shui asked him to go to the carriage. Xie Yunxiang was a little confused. Why didn't Chen Shui take out several bottles of golden wound medicine, but pointed at the carriage instead? Could it be that the wound medicine is stuck in there and can't be taken out? With doubts, Xie Yunxiang came to the carriage, lifted the curtain, and saw a large box inside. He climbed up curiously, opened the box, and was immediately dumbfounded. This, all these are. Xie Yunxiang was stunned. He thought it would be great to have a few bottles. After all, this golden wound medicine was so precious that it was no exaggeration to say it was a miracle medicine. As the saying goes, things are valuable because they are rare. This kind of golden wound medicine only exists in legends not only because of its preciousness and effectiveness, but also because of its scarcity. Now, he saw something. A whole box of them. No wonder Lord Chen had said before that he wanted a horse-drawn carriage to pull it. He thought it was to keep it secret and conceal it from others. But who knew that a horse-drawn carriage would really be pulled? This is simply. It could be said that he had been fighting for so long that he would not be shocked even if his enemy discovered his plan. But at this moment, he was so shocked that he was speechless. Snapped. Xie Yunxiang even slapped himself to confirm whether he was dreaming. But the pain on his face made him feel that he was not dreaming. The subordinates next to him were a little confused when they saw the general's self-mutilation. In their impression, the general had never been so out of control and so self-mutilating. Cough, cough, cough. Master Chen coughed, pulling Xie Yunxiang back to his senses. This should be enough. Enough. Xie Yunxiang suppressed his excitement and nodded. This is definitely enough. 1 bottle of golden wound medicine is enough for several people. This carriage can definitely save hundreds or even thousands of people. After saying that, he jumped off the carriage and knelt on one knee in front of Lord Chen. Lord Chen, this time I want to thank you on behalf of thousands of soldiers. Otherwise, hurry up. Lord Chen hurried over and interrupted him. Let's not talk about the matter. We are family. Why should we be so polite? Xie Yunxiang was deeply moved, and secretly swore in his heart that he must clear Lord Chen's grievances as soon as possible. Only in this way could he repay Lord Chen. Master Chen, the things in this carriage are too precious. I have no way to repay you. Xie Yunxiang said solemnly. Please accept the things in the carriage. If you have anything to ask in the future, just let me know. I will never refuse. Master Chen joked. Even if there was no incident today, if I had something to ask you, would you refuse? Of course not. Xie Yunxiang answered without hesitation. And then he realized what Lord Chen meant. He also knew that he was trying to ease the atmosphere. So he immediately laughed. Chapter 10 For the Imperial Edict arrives. When Xie Yunshang left, there was still shock on his face, and he was worried that the batch of golden wound medicine would be stolen. He quickly sent a pigeon message to his father, asking him to send a team of people to help. However, as soon as he came out, he met County Magistrate Su, and because there was no order, the soldiers did not let him in. Although County Magistrate Su was curious, he did not dare to force his way in. But when Xie Yunshang and the others came out, County Magistrate Su was dumbfounded because there was a slap mark on Xie Yunshang's face. County Magistrate Su's head was buzzing. Who was so bold as to attack General Ping Wei? He must want to die. Then he saw members of the Qin family coming out, and he immediately suspected that it was the Qin family who did it. But then he thought, are the Qin family so bold? County Magistrate Su began to imagine again, wondering if it was because General Ping Wei had touched Lord Qin's daughter. And then, otherwise, how would General Ping Wei think that you sealed off this yard for no reason? Impossible. He quickly shook his head to get rid of the idea. After all, he knew General Ping Wei's character, and he couldn't be such a frivolous person. Moreover, when Qin Shui and the others came out, there were no traces of tears on their faces. They all looked happy, and it was obviously impossible for such a thing to happen. Su County Magistrate, no one is allowed to come into this courtyard without my order. If anyone violates this order, I will punish them according to military orders. Xie Yunshang's voice brought Magistrate Su back to his senses. He nodded in agreement and told his men not to get close. At the same time, he was very curious. By the way, the Qin family borrowed a carriage before. Didn't they bring back something important? Impossible. The Qin family is just an exiled prisoner. They are unfamiliar with the place. How could they possibly? It's a pity that County Magistrate Su will never get the answer to this question. On this day, after resting for several days, everyone finally received a summons from the court. The person who came was a eunuch, bringing the Imperial Edict. Magistrate Su summoned everyone, including those in the Exile team, to receive the order. The content of the Imperial Edict was very simple, expressing anger at the bandits attacking the team and happiness at General Ping Wei's suppression of the bandits. Therefore, the arrangement of the Exile team was the responsibility of General Ping Wei. In addition, due to the death of Captain Sun, there is currently a lack of Yamen runner captain. So the court appointed Su Tian as captain. The reason for such an order was that General Ping Wei heard the oral news from the exiles and knew about Su Tian's heroic behavior. So he naturally reported it to the court. The imperial court was very satisfied with this and appointed Su Tian as the captain of the Yamen runners. As for the missing Yamen runners, they would be transferred from the local county government, and the selection would be under the responsibility of General Ping Wei. That's it? After the eunuch finished announcing the decree, Xie Yunshang frowned immediately. Where are the rewards for Master Chen and the others? If Lord Chen hadn't sent him a message via Eagle in advance, how could he have arrived in time? If Lord Chen and his men hadn't delayed the bandits from taking action, how could they have rescued everyone in time? Therefore, the one who made the greatest contribution is naturally Lord Chen and his family. However, the court has now forgotten about this matter. How can he not be angry? He clearly reported the whole incident verbatim. General Ping Wei, I am honored. This is the whole order. As for the rest, I really don't know. After hearing what his father-in-law said, Xie Yunshang's face looked very ugly. The Qin family members nearby were also very disappointed. Although they knew that no matter how great the contribution was, it would be impossible for them to leave the exile team. But they felt that at least there were other rewards, such as gold, silver, jewelry, or other. In the end, there was nothing. As the saying goes, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Lord Qin completely lost hope in the court and became somewhat disheartened. Originally, he still had a little thought of returning to the court. But now, that is gone. He just wants to protect his family, no matter who becomes the emperor. The same was true for Qin Shui. Although she had no good feelings towards the imperial court, it was the most basic principle that there would be rewards for merit. However, she got nothing. Obviously, if it was just that others did not take credit, it would be fine. But Xie Yunshang reported the credit truthfully, and given Xie Yunshang's status, no one dared to stop him from submitting the memorial. In other words, the imperial court knew that they had made contributions, but pretended to know nothing. Qin Shui knew clearly that this was definitely the emperor's doing. Other ministers, especially the chief censor and Marquis Pingyuan, would definitely seize this opportunity once they knew the news. Even if they could not clear their grievances, they could still strive for other things. But now, judging from my father-in-law's attitude, it is obvious that there is nothing, which means that their contributions have been suppressed. Few people could suppress their achievements, or suppress all the achievements reported by General Ping Wei. But the emperor is the most likely, because now he at least wants Qin Yuan to return to the capital. After all, he has a great relationship with the disaster relief grain embezzlement case, especially because Qin Yuan was wrongly accused. If Qin Yuan were allowed to return to the capital, the case of embezzlement of disaster relief grain would be over, and it would be impossible to investigate further. Let's get back to the topic. General Ping Wei, an outsider, felt dissatisfied and unfair about this. Let alone the Qin family. No, I want to write a letter to my father and ask him what's going on. Never mind. Master Qin shook his head. I know the reason. There's no need to ask. Xie Yunchang and Lord Qin looked at each other. And then he thought of the speculation that Lord Qin had told him before. He clenched his fists immediately, still feeling a little dissatisfied. Upon seeing this, County Magistrate Su, who was standing by, became even more suspicious of the relationship between Lord Qin and General Ping Wei. After all, seeing how General Ping Wei stood up for Lord Qin, it was obvious that their relationship was closer than he imagined. Actually, Exile is not bad. You don't have to worry about the intrigues in the court anymore. Lord Qin smiled. To be honest, Lord Qin did not expect to hear that the captain of the Yamen runners was Su Tian. This news quickly made his dissatisfaction disappear. He knew very well that it would be more dangerous for him to go back to the capital now. It would be better for him to stay in the Exile team, away from the court. It would be safer. But now, the captain of the Yamen runners is Su Tian, one of their own. He doesn't have to worry about things like what happened to Captain's son. And he can also eat and drink openly. So, Lord Qin suddenly felt that this was a good thing. However, seeing Lord Qin so optimistic, Xie Yunchang felt a little emotional. At the same time, he also felt that Lord Qin was just comforting him. After all, he had seen the food the Exile team ate. And in fact, even the slaves ate better than them. Moreover, how could he not know the hardships of the Exile team? It was even harder than editing and fighting for years. The more he thought about it, the more sympathetic Xie Yunchang felt towards the Qin family. And the more he wanted to help them escape from their suffering. Do not. If Lord Qin only had this idea, he would definitely stop it at the first moment. What a joke. Their good days have just begun. Chapter 105, The Beginning of a Beautiful Life. Su Tian had been lying in the county government office for a few days, and his body had almost recovered. But when he came out, he found that he had become the captain of the Yamen guards. He was stunned for a moment, thinking that he had been lying in bed for not just a few days, but perhaps for decades. Fortunately, he confirmed it again and again, and found that he was not dreaming. But he also learned about what happened later from other people. In fact, Lord Qin had set Eagle to convey the message about General Ping Wei long ago. He also knew that it was Lord Qin and his men who delayed the bandits and held out until General Ping Wei arrived. Therefore, after hearing these things, Su Tian suddenly felt his blood boiling, and immediately felt that he was worthy of being Lord Qin. And when he heard Chen Shui took out precious medicine to save him, he was immediately moved. As for him becoming the captain of the Yamen runners, he didn't feel anything. However, when Su Tian heard that Lord Qin did not receive any reward despite his meritorious service, he felt it was unfair. Why? Lord Qin was wronged in the first place. And now, he has made contributions, but is not rewarded. This court. He quickly found Lord Qin, expressed his gratitude to them, and stood up for them. Lord Qin didn't care. Seeing that Su Tian was still brooding over it, he said that he would take care of their family on the rest of the journey. Su Tian immediately patted his chest and said that he would definitely give them good food and drink before they set off. Mr. Qin. How weird it sounds. Since the imperial court stated that the arrangement of the exiled team would be decided by Xie Yunchang, Xie Yunchang would naturally not be polite. He selected a group of Yamen runners from the county government, and before letting them join the team, he first brought them in front of Lord Qin and told them that they must protect Lord Qin and his family when they encounter danger. Even when you encounter something you don't know how to deal with, you can ask Mr. Qin for his advice. Of course, Xie Yunchang did not tell them that they just had to follow Su Tian's arrangements. And when encountering special circumstances, they could follow Lord Qin's arrangements. Because he was worried about encountering bandits again. And although Su Tian was upright, he didn't know how to deal with such a situation. So he gave these Yamen runners these orders. But these Yamen runners would never think about these things. They only knew that they had to obey the arrangements of Lord Chen in the future team. As for Su Tian, the captain of the Yamen. What a joke. Didn't you see that he follows Lord Chen like a lackey every day? Always praising Lord Chen and saying Lord Chen is so good? It is obvious that he obeys Lord Chen's orders. Even the captain of the Yamen runners is like this. So why should they go through so much trouble? They can just follow Lord Chen's orders. Xie Yunshang didn't know what these Yamen runners were thinking. Since the court asked him to make the arrangements, he didn't hesitate. So he selected another group of men, asked them to change into the uniforms of Yamen runners, and become Yamen runners to protect Lord Chen. There are not many of these people. Only 4 or 5. But they are all masters. And each of them can fight 1 against 3, and not be at a disadvantage. With these people, even if we encounter bandits next time, even if we cannot eliminate them, we can still protect Lord Chen and the others. When County Magistrate Su saw Xie Yunshang's upright behavior, he immediately pretended that he saw nothing and even ordered his men to shut up. If they were found out, they would bear the consequences themselves. Naturally, Su Tian had no dissatisfaction with General Pingwei's arrangement. On the contrary, he wholeheartedly agreed with it. After all, he knew that although he was appointed as the captain of the Yamen runners by the court, he might not be able to control all the Yamen runners under him. Moreover, if they encountered bandits again, he didn't want anything to happen to Lord Chen, because it had been delayed for several days. After Xie Yunshang had made all the arrangements, the Exile team was about to set off. Before leaving, Xie Yunshang bought a batch of supplies for Mr. Chen, so that they could eat and drink well on the way. At this time, County Magistrate Su also came out and showed his face, and sent a carriage of supplies to Lord Chen. He also said that if Mr. Chen needed anything, he could tell him, and he would arrange it right away. Enough is enough. Lord Chen quickly stopped them, saying that if they continued like this, it would not be exile but tourism. With so many supplies, who could tell they were exiles? Besides, if other people saw this, they would be even more envious and jealous. In fact, others are already jealous. Especially Zhang Yichuan. His eyes were red. His fists were clenched. His nails were deeply inserted into the flesh, and blood was dripping from his palms to the ground. But he ignored it. Why? He gritted his teeth and wondered why his wife and son almost died. But the Chen family had not been punished at all, and were treated with such courtesy and given so many supplies. Jealousy, anger, hatred, all kinds of emotions overwhelmed Zhang Yichuan, making his hatred for the Chen family grow deeper and deeper. Chen Shui found an opportunity to take away the supplies in the carriages, and then only left 3 carriages. The original carriages were naturally retired, and they were too small. The new carriages were now new and spacious. The poor pony was finally freed. Do not have to work in 3 horses and a horse. Soon, the exiled team continued on their journey, because if they didn't continue, they would miss the time. And winter was coming. They had to get to the south as soon as possible. Otherwise these exiled prisoners would not be able to survive the winter, and would be frozen to death. The team quickly reunited, and Su Tian still came to Lord Chen first, and the Yamen runners also ran over. After all, didn't General Pingwei say to listen to Lord Chen? Lord Chen was a little confused when he saw the Yamen runners running over, especially when they asked when they would set out. Why are you asking me when I'm leaving? Lord Chen was completely confused. Who was the Yamen runner? Then let's go! Following Lord Chen's order, the bailiffs took their positions and urged the prisoners to continue. Fortunately, the Yamen runners selected by General Pingwei this time were not the kind of people with arrogant attitudes and domineering behaviors. Although they were not like Su Tian, they were not bad people either. Therefore, they did not whip or scold the prisoners at will, but urged them loudly. When a prisoner fell down, the runners did not whip or scold him, but waited for him to get up before letting him go quickly. Lord Chen and his entourage followed at the back of the carriage. After all, there were convoys behind them, carrying food for the exile team. Next to the carriage, in addition to the servants of the Chen family, there were also several Yamen runners protecting it. These were the personal soldiers left behind by General Pingwei. Although Lord Chen refused, after all it was too high profile. They were exiled and had bodyguards, which was a bit exaggerated. But General Pingwei strongly requested, saying that if they encountered bandits again, what would happen to his aunt and Xiaoxue? Lord Chen agreed. These personal soldiers are very disciplined, and now only obey the orders of Lord Chen. Without his order, No one can get close to the carriage. Not even the servants of the Chen family, who will be stopped by these personal soldiers. Therefore, Lord Chen could return to the carriage with peace of mind, and return to the space to continue farming. Chapter 106 Chess Pieces. Capital City. When Guichang heard that the Exile team was attacked by bandits, he was overjoyed. He had succeeded. So, when he heard that the Shangshu had found him, he was very excited and thought to himself, I can call him uncle this time. When he arrived at the Shangshu mansion, he went to the hall in high spirits. As soon as he entered, he saw the Shangshu drinking tea from a cup. He quickly suppressed his excitement, but walked in quickly. Uncle. Mr. Shangshu? Guichang saluted respectfully, but looked up and stared at the Shangshu. And the expression on his face showed, Praise me quickly. Praise me quickly. When the Shangshu heard the noise, he put down his teacup, and seeing Guichang's expression as if he was seeking credit, he immediately raised his hand and slapped him. Snapped. Guichang was stunned and covered his face with a look of disbelief. Uncle, why did you hit me? Beat you? The Shangshu slammed the table and said angrily, Not only will I beat you, I'll also kill you. Hearing the Shangshu's angry look, Guichang quickly took a few steps back and distanced himself from him. Master Shangshu, why is it? You're still asking me why? You're a guy who is always causing trouble and never able to accomplish anything. How come I am more of a hindrance than a help? Guichang was not convinced. That Chen family. I have arranged for bandits to take action. I have received news that the Exile team has been attacked by bandits. Now the Chen family has already. So, the Shangshu interrupted him and squinted his eyes. So, you want to take credit? Right? Guichang didn't dare to speak anymore, fearing that he would be beaten again. But the expression on his face betrayed him. And this was indeed his thought. Look at yourself and see what a stupid thing you have done. The Shangshu took out a memorial from his sleeve and threw it towards Guichang. Guichang quickly caught the memorial and subconsciously opened it to take a look. He was stunned. It described exactly what happened when the exiles were attacked by bandits. But it was different from what he knew. No, it was different from what he had imagined. He didn't know the whole story. He just knew that the Exile team was attacked by bandits and thought that things developed as he expected. After reading this memorial, he knew what had happened. What was written above was the content of General Pingwei's memorial to the court. The gist of it was that a group of brutal bandits attacked the Exile team, and many people, including the captain of the Yamen runners, were killed. At first he saw this, and he was still looking forward to it in his heart. The captain of the Grand Service died, and the Chen family must not run. After all, if it wasn't for his arrangement, how could the bandits attack the Exile team? And the primary target of these bandits was the Chen family. However, when he saw what was behind, his expression turned very ugly. It turned out that the Chen family had already discovered the bandits' attack, and informed the captain of the Yamen in advance to ask for prevention, and also summoned General Pingwei, who was nearby. Although the Yamen runners failed to stop them, General Pingwei and his men arrived in time and stopped the bandits from killing people. It also saved the imperial court from losing face. So the Chen family not only survived, but instead made great contributions. This, Guichang opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything. No wonder his uncle was so angry, and scolded him for being unable to accomplish anything and always causing trouble. This is not right. It's the fault of these bandits. They were the ones who were incapable of accomplishing anything, and were more likely to cause trouble than accomplishing anything. Not only did they fail to wipe out the Chen family, but they also lost their lives, which gave them credit. Then the Chen family has made a contribution. Doesn't it mean? Guichang said with some concern. Whether this contribution is big or small depends on how the court decides. If the court transferred the Chen family back, wouldn't that be? Snort. The Shangshu snorted coldly. Don't worry. The Chen family will not come back. And it is impossible for them to come back. This is not important. The main thing is whether you have left any evidence behind. Handle? Guichang was puzzled. And then he heard the Shangshu say quietly, according to the bandits captured by General Pingwei, someone asked them to attack the Chen family and the exiled team. When Guichang heard this, he felt a chill running up from the soles of his feet. He understood what the Shangshu meant. If there was any handle, he would probably be abandoned. Even if he was the nephew of the Shangshu, he would only be a chess piece that could be discarded at any time. No, absolutely not. He quickly shook his head and retorted, my men would never reveal our identities. And I silenced them the day after he came back. I'll trust you once more. The minister returned to his chair and took a sip of tea. Don't deal with this matter, uncle. Guichang suddenly became anxious. He thought of what his uncle had said before. That if he couldn't do it this time, he wouldn't have to call him uncle anymore. When he thought of this, he suddenly panicked. Could it be that my uncle really abandoned me? Sir Xingshu, please give me another chance. This time I will definitely not. That's enough. The Xingshu slammed the cup on the table with a bang. How many chances have I given you? Do you still want to give credit to the Qin family? And let them make great contributions until His Majesty changes his mind and reinstates him? Guichang was speechless. The first time, they searched the house. They didn't find anything. Instead, they earned the Qin family a good reputation, and made the people think that Qin Yuan was wrongly accused of corruption. Afterwards, Zhao Guang was sent to kill the Qin family. But there was no movement, and no one knew whether Zhao Guang was dead or not. The third time, he asked someone to contact the bandits, and use the bandits' power to kill the Qin family. But in the end, the Qin family gained merit. Now, it's exactly like what my uncle said. Forehead. No. How could he possibly bring credit to the Qin family? It was just that his subordinates were not capable enough. And he was just taking the blame. I'll arrange it myself this time. The Xingshu stood up and said no more nonsense to him. Get out of here. Your Excellency. Guichang was a little anxious. Shut up. The Xingshu's face suddenly darkened. Since you failed this time, I will spare your life. I have already considered that you are my nephew. If you want to die, I can grant your wish. Guichang suddenly didn't dare to say anything, because he truly felt the murderous intent. But the Xingshu lord changed the subject and said, someone is secretly investigating the case of embezzlement of disaster relief grain. And they said they found several witnesses. Guichang reacted quickly and immediately understood what the Xingshu meant. He took it decisively and said, I'll go deal with those witnesses. All right. I have to deal with the Qin family, so I can't spare any time for now. I'll give you one chance. If someone catches me, don't worry, Lord Xingshu, Guichang said firmly. If I am discovered, I will take all the responsibility and then commit suicide. The Xingshu nodded and said nothing more, obviously very satisfied with his answer. Although he is his nephew, he is also a chess piece. How can he not squeeze out all his value? Chapter 107 Good intentions lead to bad results. In the Exile team, because there is no harassment from Captain Sun, Qin Shui and others no longer have to worry about this or that, and can enjoy life well. In particular, because of the presence of the guards, Lord Chen did not have to worry about someone simply barging in, lifting the carriage curtain, and discovering that they were not there. Moreover, thanks to County Magistrate Su who sent a truckload of supplies, they could also eat good food openly. Of course, wealth should not be shown off. They still chose to hide in the space to eat. Of course, the servants ate outside, and the food they ate was naturally sent by County Magistrate Su. In fact, when Qin Shui was in the county town, she packed a lot of street snacks, because the space has the ability to preserve freshness. Even if the food is just bought, it will not go bad no matter how many days it is stored, and it will still be fresh. So she bought a lot of food. Although he spent a lot of money, it was not a loss. Before leaving, General Pingwei and County Magistrate Su both gave him a lot of silver. Lord Chen refused. But what does it have to do with her? Qin Shui. Anyway, she accepted everyone who came. After all, everyone knew that her father was penniless. Each person only has a bowl of porridge and a steamed bun. It was lunchtime, and the bailiffs were distributing lunch to everyone. As a result, the bailiff who was serving porridge suddenly stared at the prisoner in front of him. I think you've already hit him. A trace of panic flashed across the prisoner's face. But he still said calmly, I didn't. I just got here. The bailiff stared at him intently. Impossible. My memory is not that bad. I really didn't. The prisoner cried. Sir, you must have seen it wrong. I really just came here. Ha ha. The bailiff sneered. Although you changed your clothes, you didn't change your shoes. Plus, the smell on your body can't be deceiving. The prisoner's face suddenly turned ugly. And then he looked at everyone and shouted, Everyone, help me testify. Not only did these Yamen runners not give us food, they even framed me. As soon as he finished speaking, several men nearby echoed him. That's right. Let's ask General Pingwei and County Magistrate Su to make the decision. You? The new runner's face suddenly turned very ugly. But he was different from the old hands, like Captain Sunday. It was his first time as a runner in the Exile team, and his personality was not a bad one. So, faced with this situation, although he was angry, he did not take out the whip and scold them. And for a moment, he didn't know how to deal with it. After all, they had just arrived. If they did not do well, and were known by the county magistrate or General Ping Wei, wouldn't that be? What happened? Su Tian noticed the commotion here and hurried over. The prisoner's eyes lit up when he saw Su Tian. And then, he quickly ran over and complained to Su Tian. Su Tian looked at the bailiff, who quickly explained, "I clearly saw him know, and just got a bowl of porridge and a steamed bun. And now he's running over here again. Forget it." Su Tian glanced at the prisoner and sighed. This matter ends here. Although a bowl of porridge contains a lot of rice, it is still porridge and will not fill you up. It is okay to let the prisoners eat a little more. Seeing this, the prisoner hurriedly expressed his gratitude to Su Tian and then ran away quickly. The bailiff frowned and came to Su Tian. "Captain, if everyone is like him, then our food won't last for a few days." "Yes." The old Yamen runner next to him also spoke up. He was the Yamen runner who had been in the Exile team from the beginning. There are regulations on the amount of food we give them. If they run out of food, it will be difficult to get more. In fact, the Imperial Court did not really stipulate the amount of food to be given to exile prisoners. But there was a convention that was followed, which was basically a bowl of porridge and a steamed bun. Like Su Tian asked them to make the rice in their porridge thicker. It was already that. If, Captain, it's not a good thing for them to eat too much. What if they start a riot again? Su Tian interrupted them. What if they starve to death? How could they starve to death? The old Yamen runner complained in his heart. In the past, the prisoners were given even less food, but they were only given bran and stone cakes and never starved to death. However, now that Su Tian is the captain, how could he dare to disobey Su Tian's orders? After the prisoner left, the prisoners who had agreed with him before also hurriedly followed, and they soon gathered together. It really works. The prisoner couldn't help but say excitedly that they had known Su Tian's character for a long time, and had also confirmed the characters of other Yamen runners in recent days, who were completely different from the previous ones. Therefore, they could completely bully these Yamen runners. Moreover, even if Captain Su Tian knew about this, he would still favor them. So they had to change their clothes and give more food. Then let's take turns changing clothes tomorrow and go again. 2 bowls of porridge will fill us up. And we can still save 2 steamed buns. That is, let's get some more food while these Yamen runners are still easy to bully. But, I'm just worried that other prisoners will see us like this and report us. What are you afraid of? A man said nonchalantly. At worst, we can recruit them into the group. We have more people, and it will be a good thing for us if we become stronger. Yes, I have discovered that as long as we unite, no one else will dare to bully us. Even those Yamen runners, if they want to touch us, they will have to think twice. If Captain Sun was still in power, they naturally wouldn't dare to do this. But now it's Su Tian, and they know Su Tian's character very well. He has a very good attitude towards prisoners, and will always side with them unless there is something special. It wasn't illegal for them to take more food, and Su Tian didn't say anything, so they naturally became bolder. Su Tian didn't know that because of his momentary weakness, he made a big mistake, and the prisoners also began to form gangs. Moreover, in order to allow the prisoners to eat better, Su Tian also set them free. That is, during their exile, as long as they did not escape, they could enter the woods to pick wild vegetables and catch fish in the river. You can even go hunting in the woods at noon or in the evening. As long as they don't run away, you can let them use any method to supplement your diet. This move was certainly supported by the prisoners, but it also brought trouble to the Yamen runners. They had to patrol the woods at lunch and in the evening, and then take a head count every day to make sure no prisoners had escaped. Fortunately, General Ping Wei was worried that they might not be able to control the prisoners due to their small number of people, so he assigned them more Yamen runners. One Yamen runner was in charge of 4 or 5 prisoners. 50 or 60 Yamen runners was the largest number of Yamen runners in the exile team in recent years. However, as the prisoners were freed, their ambitions grew, and from barely having enough to eat, now these prisoners planned to live a better life. Of course, they never thought of competing with the Chen family. Although we couldn't see Chen Shui and the others eating any delicious food, the servants of the Chen family ate better than them. They said it was impossible not to be envious, and without a backer, they could only rely on themselves. As a result, Many prisoners formed gangs, and when they saw someone else had caught prey, they would use threats and inducements to snatch their prey. It was fine at first, but later on they even started to kill me. Chapter 108. Something happened again. What happened? Su Tian looked at the man lying on the ground with an unpleasant expression. In just one night, someone died? It is also obvious that the man did not die of natural causes, but was beaten to death. Although he became the captain unexpectedly, he was also happy because this way he could protect the innocent people in the Exile team. Who knows? Who knew that after such a short while, someone in the team would die? Although I know that it is normal for people to die in the Exile team, it is abnormal if no one dies. But when Captain Sun and his men were in power before, he had no way to stop them. However, now that he was the captain, he still couldn't stop it. How could he not be worried? What happened? Su Tian questioned the person who first discovered the body. The man was the one who changed his clothes and got an extra bowl of porridge. Su Tian knew his name was Zhou Ping. I don't know either. Zhou Ping shook his head. When I woke up in the morning, I heard a sound of ouch, as if someone had fallen down. Then I came over to take a look and found that he was dead. I immediately went to look for you. Su Tian looked at the others again. They shook their heads, indicating that they didn't know. Many people looked at Su Tian in silence. Some even opened their mouths but did not speak. Instead, they looked at Zhou Ping. Su Tian did not notice anything, but checked the prisoner's injuries. Although he was not a courier, he had been a Yamen runner for so long and had seen many dead people, so he knew what injuries were caused and how. After a moment, Su Tian looked up at Zhou Ping. You said he fell to death? I don't know either. Zhou Ping denied what he had just said. Anyway, he was already dead when I found him this morning. As for whether he fell to his death, how would I know? And you just said you heard him say ouch? Su Tian was no fool. He could see that Zhou Ping was hiding something. However, no matter how much he asked, he did not get any useful information. I didn't say it was definitely his. Maybe I heard it wrong, and it was someone else who called out. Su Tian's face turned very ugly. He knew that the man in front of him was murdered, and it might be related to Zhou Ping in front of him. But he had no evidence. But Zhou Ping was too cunning, and nothing could be asked of him. He was not a county magistrate, so he couldn't judge cases. He was also not a coroner, so he couldn't find more useful clues from the body. For a moment, the scene was at a stalemate. He is not Captain Sunday. If he were Captain Sun, he would have captured Zhou Ping long ago, tortured him, and forced him to tell the truth. He can't do such a thing. At this time, Zhou Ping said, Captain Su. The injuries on his body were caused by the beatings from the Yamen runners, and some were caused by the bandits. Yeah. Su Tian frowned. If that were the case, it would be a surprise. Since you know him, please help him bury him properly. After Su Tian finished speaking, he left. He always felt that there was something strange about this matter, but he couldn't put his finger on it. He asked the people around him, but they all said they didn't know. This doesn't make sense. A living person died inexplicably. Could it be that the people around him really didn't notice anything? Watching Su Tian leave in a hurry, Zhou Ping looked at the person next to him and immediately smiled. He glared at the few people who hesitated before. I know you want to tell on me, but you have to think clearly about the consequences. If you don't want to follow in Yu Biao's footsteps, then shut your mouths. Everyone shuddered suddenly. They actually guessed how Yu Biao died, but they were afraid that they would be implicated. After all, Zhou Ping and his men had already won over dozens of people, and Yu Biao did not want to go along with them, and even wanted to inform on them. So he was killed by Zhou Ping and his men to silence him. In fact, Zhou Ping and others did not intend to kill him at first. They just wanted to beat him up. But I was afraid that he would scream, so I covered his mouth tightly. Who knew that? Seeing that Yu Biao was dead, they began to panic and considered whether to destroy the body and disguise Yu Biao as if he had escaped. However, there were too many prisoners and Yamen runners around, and they did not dare to move Yu Biao's body for fear of being discovered. So, they left Yu Biao's body lying there openly, pretending that he had fallen to death, and then looked for Su Tian the next day. They also wanted to use this opportunity to test Su Tian's bottom line. Seeing how carefree Lord Chen and his men were, it was impossible for these prisoners not to feel jealous. Now that they had a new captain, the viciousness in some of the prisoners' hearts had been released. Is that enough? Everyone looked at Zhou Ping and couldn't help getting excited. And Zhou Ping also laughed. But he knew the priorities. Hurry up and help bury Yu Biao's body. Even if they suspect something, they won't be able to find any evidence. Everyone's eyes lit up. Yes, now they could destroy the body openly. On the other side, Su Tian, who couldn't figure it out, could only ask Lord Chen for help. Stop! As soon as Su Tian approached the carriage, he was stopped by the guards, and was not allowed to get any closer. To be honest, these guards were previously General Pingwei's personal guards, but now they are disguised as Yamen runners to protect Lord Chen. So, in name these Yamen runners are Su Tian's subordinates and must obey his orders. But now, these guards simply ignore Su Tian. They only obeyed the orders of Lord Chen. So when they saw Su Tian approaching the carriage, they stopped him without hesitation. Su Tian was not angry when he saw this. Instead, he felt that it was the right thing to do. After all, it was the only way to protect Lord Chen. I'm looking for Master Chen. Su Tian stopped and looked at the guards. The guard nodded at him, and then came to the side of the carriage. Although his voice was not loud, it was enough to carry the sound into the carriage. Master Chen, Su Tian is looking for you. In the carriage, it was customary for Chen Shui to stay outside, while Lord Chen was farming in the space. Xiao Dai was studying food in the space, and her mother was helping her father with work. So, upon hearing the guard's voice, Chen Shui nodded and responded. Wait a minute. The guard was not surprised to hear Chen Shui's answer, nor did he continue to wait. He also knew that this was the custom of the Chen family, and Chen Shui could make the decisions on most matters. So he returned to Su Tian and said to him, Wait a minute. Su Tian nodded and stood by waiting. Chen Shui quickly entered the space and saw her father still in the field. Dad, come out quickly. Su Tian is looking for you. Looking for me? What's the matter? Lord Chen wiped the sweat from his forehead, but because his hands were covered with mud, his face was also covered with mud. Who knows? Chen Shui shrugged. Anyway, he called you by name. All right. Lord Chen walked toward the shore. I'm tired too. As he said this, he also complained. If you don't farm, you really don't know how tiring it is. My waist feels like it's going to break. Cough, cough, cough. Mr. Chen suddenly looked at Chen Shui and said, Xiaoxue, is there any way to? Although Lord Chen said it clearly, Chen Shui understood what he meant, which was whether there were any props or something that could help. To be honest, even people who were born in rural areas will feel tired after farming for a long time. But they can all persevere, let alone those who have never farmed before. Chapter 109 Searching for the Murderer. Have. Under the expectant gaze of Master Chen, Chen Shui nodded. We have tillers and seed drills. We have both. However, no matter which one, it will cost hundreds of thousands of contribution points. This, Lord Chen was speechless. They had been struggling for so long, but they had only collected more than 100,000 contribution points. Forget it. Forget it. I'd better do it myself. It can be considered as a kind of exercise. He actually thought that there were those little props, like smoke bombs, but who knew they were so expensive? Come on. Take me out to find Su Tian and see what he wants. You're going out like this? Chen's mother handed over a mirror. Lord Chen saw that his face in the mirror was covered in mud, and his clothes were naturally covered in mud as well. Fortunately, they were old clothes. He immediately went behind the screen to change his clothes. After changing, he said, If we find bamboo on the road, we can cut more and even plant some. This house still needs to be built. After the house is built, they can also have a good rest in the space. After following Chen Shui outside, Lord Chen found Su Tian first, and Chen Shui followed him curiously. Su Tian told Master Chen what he had encountered without hesitation, and added, Master Chen, I always feel something is strange. Before Master Chen could speak, Chen Shui couldn't help but roll her eyes. Even an idiot doesn't know what the problem is? It's obvious that the death of that person has a lot to do with that person named Zhou Ping. But there is no evidence. Su Tian sighed. It was impossible to arrest someone just because he suspected him. It's easy. Chen Shui shrugged. Anyone can find a reason, an excuse, and say he's the murderer. Then arrest him and scare him, and he'll confess. Su Tian smiled bitterly when he heard this. It was impossible for him to do such a thing. So he came to ask Lord Chen for advice. How about this? Master Chen quickly had an idea. You will release the wind, as long as someone knows the clues. You can get 12 silver? Is anyone willing? Su Tian was a little curious. He asked at that time, but no one said anything. Don't know if you try it. Master Chen shrugged. There are actually other ways. But it is not a good way for you. Okay. Let's try it. Oh. Right. Send someone to keep an eye on them. Maybe they'll give away their true identity, and then find someone else to pretend to be a snitch on you. Su Tian didn't nod. But he heard Chen Gaidao. Forget it. I set a guard to help you stare at them. You may not know how to hide yourself at all. Su Tian was speechless, and heard the disgust in Master Chen's tone. In addition, Lord Chen's expression suddenly became serious. If we catch the murderer, what should we do with him? Although killing someone means paying with one's life is a natural law, Su Tian really can't do it. But if he doesn't do it, that person's death would be in vain. Besides, who knows if he would kill a second person after killing one person? Seeing Su Tian remain silent and did not answer immediately, Lord Chen shook his head subconsciously, knowing that if he did not overcome this character, he would not go far. But he didn't say much. Personality is something that is innate. It is difficult to change it. And it cannot be changed in a short time. Sure enough, the night after the news was released, staring at that Zhou Ping's guard found that Zhou Ping quietly gathered with a group of people. Afterwards, no one knew what they said, but they quickly left and headed towards where Su Tian was. However, they did not get too close, but dispersed, always paying attention to Su Tian's location. At this time, a sneaky man was approaching Su Tian. When Zhou Ping saw the scene, his face suddenly became very ugly. Captain Su. When Zhou Ping saw that the man was about to talk to Su Tian, he became even more anxious and rushed out to interrupt the man. The man covered his appearance, coupled with the dimness of the sky. He didn't see clearly at all. And when he saw Zhou Ping, the man immediately turned and ran. What? Su Tian frowned, and it seemed a little unhappy. Well, Captain Su, we have buried him. Forget to tell you. New. After Su Tian finished speaking, he waved and asked them to leave. Naturally, Zhou Ping would not wait more. Quickly left, and chased in the direction where the man left. Fortunately, Zhou Ping arranged for a long time to stare, and as soon as the man fled, he had been followed. And I don't know if they were accidentally or intentional. The man ran into the woods. Zhou Ping was naturally happy. When he entered the woods, the man died. What happened in the woods? The people around me did not know at all. Just suitable for them to make black hands. Thinking of this, Zhou Ping couldn't help speeding up his pace and entering the woods, and saw a person surrounded by his companions. What do you want to do? The man still covered his face, and his voice was a little weird. But he shrinks into a ball, which seems very scared. Zhou Ping walked over and sneered. Let me ask you what you want to do. I think I told you before. Don't think we can catch you. I don't know what you are talking about. The man shook his head, as if he didn't understand. Didn't you understand? Zhou Ping rushed forward and kicked the man to the ground. I have already warned you. If you dare to tell on me, I will be the first to kill you. The man curled up in a ball. But it was very hard. I just said the truth. If you didn't kill, panic. What are you talking about? Zhou Ping grabbed the man's clothes and lifted him from the ground. What did you see? The man hummed coldly. I see you killed that person. Shut up. Zhou Ping was a little angry, and he threw the man on the ground, and his head was full of panic. He didn't expect that someone really saw what they did. In that case, if that's the case, then he can't stay, the person next to him said anxiously. He saw what we did, and once exposed, we died. What should we do then? What else can I do? Kill him and silence him, everyone said. I said in a word. Obviously after killing the remaining labels. Their courage was also big. Now, in the face of this situation, the first idea is to kill people. You have killed someone. Hurry up. Otherwise, the man who fell on the ground suddenly began to persuade everyone. Zhou Ping laughed. Sarong? What can we surrender? How can we surrender? Speaking, his face showed a murderousness. You know our secrets. Then you can leave you. Go below. Don't blame us. Blame you. You don't care about your mouth. People are really you killed? The man was not afraid, but continued to ask. That's right. Zhou Ping sneered. You're a dead man anyway. So it doesn't matter if I tell you. Yu Biao was beaten to death by us. And soon you'll be like him. Yeah. When the man lying on the ground heard this, he got up, calmly brushed off the dust on his body, and then took off the mask on his head. When Zhou Ping and others saw the scene, they were startled and had a bad feeling. Chapter 110, Gone. You? Who are you? seeing that the man stood up and took off the blocking of his head. It was obvious that he could not see that he was not the prisoner. So Zhou Ping had an ominous premonition in his heart. His voice trembled and pointed at the man and asked, "Who are you?" "Russell." At this time, there were abnormal noises from behind, and Zhou Ping couldn't help looking back, and saw Su Tian walking with a group of matage. Is this a game? Zhou Ping suddenly realized that it seemed a little understanding. This was simply a trap. "Tell me." Su Tian's face looked a little unhappy. He looked at Zhou Ping and questioned, "Why did you kill Yu Biao?" "I don't know what you were talking about." Zhou Ping still retorted stubbornly. Snort. A bailiff came out from behind Su Tian and snorted coldly. We all heard it. It's no use for you to quibble. This matage is exactly what Zhou Ping had a meal before. When he heard the words of the matage, Zhou Ping's face became very ugly. And he still killed him without admitting that he had said, "Captain Su, how to deal with it?" The tadpole did not talk nonsense with Zhou Ping, and looked directly at Su Tian. Su Tian hesitated immediately. It was impossible to let Zhou Ping let him go. Give him another set of shackles, and let others give him to eat. In the end, Su Tian still did not expect how to punish Zhou Ping, but he could only limit his freedom first, coupled with a set of shackles. It is to connect his hands and heads. In this case, Zhou Ping's meal becomes a problem, let alone hurt others. "I didn't kill. You can't treat me like this." Zhou Ping heard the words, and shouted immediately. Bang! However, Lord Chen's guard, who was pretending to be the prisoner, kicked him to the ground. Other gangsters stepped forward and put him another shackle. After doing all this, the guard left and reported to Lord Chen. When he heard Su Tian's handling, Master Chen was silent. Although he had been expected, he really knew that his approach was a little disappointed. However, he didn't find Su Tian, saying that his approach was wrong. Anyway, when Su Tian hit the wall, he would change. The other side, after seeing Zhou Ping put on the shackles, Su Tian scolded him again and then left. He wanted to find the remaining friends, whether he gave money or soothing. He had to give them an explanation. Seeing Su Tian's departure, Zhou Ping was relieved. Although he had his shackles, he kept his life at least. I knew it would be like this. Zhou Ping couldn't help but say proudly that he had known Su Tian's character for a long time. So he dared to form gangs and use Yu Biao's body as a corpse. The result was just as expected. Su Tian did not kill him, and the punishment was even lighter than expected. In that case, we don't need to worry anymore, and we can continue to expand our power. Others couldn't help but say, I'm just worried that the Chen family will intervene. What are you afraid of? We have no grudges against them. As long as we don't cause trouble for them, and don't offend them, they won't be able to deal with us. The Exile team continued to move forward, and Yu Biao's death did not cause much waves. It might be because Su Tian's punishment was too light, or it might be because Zhou Ping's companions suppressed it. In short, not many people knew about Yu Biao. Hiss. So cold. Why is it so cold today? The crowd rushed to the way, and suddenly found that the temperature was reduced. The winter has not yet arrived, but the temperature has changed. Before more than a week, everyone had felt the decline in temperature, but didn't care much. I didn't expect to cool down today. Achoo. The weak people have even started to sneeze, and the children and old people feel cold. But now they have been exiled, and they can only endure. Moreover, in order to make them warmer, they had to speed up. Now they are still in the north. As long as they get to the south quickly, it won't be so cold. Otherwise, when winter comes completely and it snows, I'm afraid they will all freeze to death. The world has changed. Qin Shui held the hot tea in her hand, opened the carriage curtain, and looked outside. On the undulating hills, she could clearly see a golden color. The road was littered with fallen leaves. It's time to plant the seedlings, Lord Chen suddenly said, and the vegetables that were planted earlier can be harvested. Good. Qin Shui nodded. In the whole process of farming, transplanting rice seedlings was the easiest, while plowing the soil and harvesting were the most tiring. In particular, this is not the past life. There are no threshers here. After harvesting the rice, people can only thresh it by hand, a process that would probably be exhausting. Therefore, transplanting rice seedlings is the easiest. If you don't care about the quality, you can even throw the seedlings directly onto the shore, which is easier than planting them by hand. However, unless you throw them well, you will have to pick them up one by one and plant them again. But if you don't cast on the shore, but cast while walking, the effect will be better and just as easy. after a brief introduction to her parents. They were both surprised. They didn't expect there were so many things to know about transplanting rice. However, what surprised them even more was that their daughter knew so much about farming even though she had never farmed since she was a child. It was still the same old routine. Qin Shui was guarding outside, while Lord Chen and his companions went into the space to work. But Qin Shui will not be idle either. She will run around everywhere and earn as much contribution points as possible. Hey! Bamboo? Qin Shui suddenly saw the bamboos in the forest and couldn't help but widen her eyes. She had always wanted to build a bamboo house in the space. But she couldn't find any bamboo. Later they thought that it was normal that they couldn't find bamboo in the north. But now she actually found bamboo. It turns out there are bamboos in the north. I thought they were only found in the south. Although surprised, Qin Shui reacted quickly and went to cut bamboo with the guards and servants. Seeing Qin Shui's family leaving the team, the Yamen runner next to them didn't say anything, but still ran over to report to Su Tian with some concern. These Yamen runners were exactly the same as the group of Yamen runners that Captain Sun had led before. The court asked General Ping Wei to deal with them, but Xie Yunxiang did not punish them and allowed them to continue escorting the team. Su Tian ran over and saw Qin Shui and others cutting bamboo, so he couldn't help but ask, "Do you need help?" The Yamen runner next to him was stunned. He thought Su Tian would scold him or get angry. But who knows? No need. Qin Shui waved her hand. If Su Tian stayed here, it would be a hindrance. So she said, "You guys go first. We will catch up later." Su Tian glanced at the servants and guards of the Chen family, then nodded. "Okay, let's go first. And they will catch up with us if we go straight along the official road." After saying that, Su Tian really left with the other Yamen runners. "Captain, they..." The bailiff couldn't help but speak out. "What if they run away?" Before he could finish his words, Su Tian turned around and glared at him, scaring him so much that he didn't dare to say anything more. "If it weren't for Lord Chen and the others who risked their lives, how could you have survived until now? In the end, not only are you not grateful, but you are questioning Lord Chen," Su Tian said angrily. But it was difficult for him to scold people. In the end, he sighed, "I am very disappointed in you." Chapter 111. It's getting cold. You guys are responsible for cutting bamboos. And you are responsible for digging small bamboos. Remember to try not to hurt the roots. Qin Shui instructed the guards, and then said to the Chen family servants, "You guys stack these bamboos together." The guards knew before they arrived that they not only had to listen to Lord Chen, but also Qin Shui. Therefore, when they heard Qin Shui's instructions, even if they had doubts, they would not ask too many questions, and would just do their work honestly. Qin Shui had long known that her abilities would be exposed over time. So she discussed with Lord Chen, and kept hinting to everyone that she was a disciple of the Kunchen Immortal, and had some magical skills. In this way, everyone feels it is natural, and may also be a little afraid. After all, no one dares to use the name of Kunchen Immortal. Of course, although they would be exposed sooner or later, they could delay it as long as possible. So, after they cut down the bamboo, Qin Shui let them leave first. Of course, the guards did not dare to leave. After all, if Qin Shui was in danger, it would be their dereliction of duty. But they still listened to Qin Shui's words, did not walk too far, and turned their backs to Qin Shui. After Qin Shui put away the bamboo, she reunited with them. The guards escorted the carriage and continued on their journey. When she glanced in the direction she had just gone, she found that the bamboo had disappeared completely. They were extremely surprised. That was a huge pile of bamboo. How could it be possible that something unexpected happened? Then, they thought of Qin Shui's last behavior and guessed that it was related to her. But they couldn't figure out how she did it. This is simply not something that ordinary people can possess. So, they thought of the recent rumors that Qin Shui was a disciple of the so-called Kunchen Immortal. In fact, although they obeyed General Ping Wei's orders to become the guards of the Chen family, they only treated it as a mission and nothing else. They did have some good feelings towards them. After all, Lord Chen once saved Xie Yunxiang, and as Xie Yunxiang's personal guards, they were very grateful and loyal to Xie Yunxiang. So they also had some good feelings towards the Chen family. But they were just a few. It was impossible to ask them to serve the same way as they served Xie Yunxiang. However, now that they have discovered Qin Shui's secret, they feel a little daunted and scared. After all, they are also human beings. Although they have experienced battlefields and killed countless people, they are still human beings. When faced with unknown means, they are still very awed and afraid. After all, this only makes the bamboo disappear. If this method were used on them, they probably wouldn't even know how they disappeared. In this way, the group quickly caught up with the main force. The prisoners were envious when they saw this situation. They also want to be as free as the Chen family. But unfortunately it is just a thought at best. Mom, I'm cold. A little girl of 7 or 8 years old, with red cheeks, shivered as she stuck to her mother, seeming to feel very cold. Her mother reached out and touched the little girl's face, and immediately felt it was cold. She quickly held her close to her body, wanting to pass her own warmth to her daughter. I'm going to find some food. If I'm full, I won't be cold anymore. Seeing this, the girl's father walked towards the woods nearby. Fortunately, Su Tian is now the team leader, and the management is not as strict as before. So they can leave the team, but not go too far. And it was lunch break, so they could move freely. The man entered the forest and wanted to hunt, but he didn't know how to start. Moreover, the weather was cold and there were no birds or animals in the forest. It seemed that they had already disappeared. There was no choice but for the man to leave in disappointment and look somewhere else. Although because of Su Tian, the Exile team was much better than before. At least the amount of food had increased. But for some people, they still don't feel full. And most importantly, they lack calories. In other words, there is too little meat, and it is impossible to supplement more calories. Going out to look for food is the prisoner's favorite thing to do. The man soon saw a creek in front of him. There were already quite a few people around, holding sticks and trying to catch fish on the shore. He had no choice but to go to other places, where there were fewer people, where there would be less competition, and maybe he could catch some fish. The water in the stream is very shallow and clear, and you can see that there are no fish in it. Or rather, because of the cold weather, the fish are basically hiding. The man did not give up. He picked up some stones and threw them into the stream, as if trying to scare all the fish out. Unfortunately, after throwing for a while, no fish appeared except that the stream water became turbid. The man sighed and wanted to turn around and leave. But when he thought of his daughter, he realized that she was still growing, and it would be bad for her future health if she didn't get more nutrition. So he gritted his teeth, rolled up his trouser legs, and planned to go down to the stream to catch fish. The cold stream water hit his feet, making him shiver. But he gritted his teeth and persevered. He bent down and reached his hand into the stream, even lifting up rocks, to see if there were any fish or crabs. Hiss! Really? Not long after, the man's hand was clamped by the crab. He gasped in pain and tried to shake his hands wildly to throw the crab away. But just as he raised his hand, he thought of his daughter and stopped. Although the crabs were small, they were meat and could provide some nutrition for his daughter. So, he endured the pain and carried the crab to the shore. Looking at the crab with meat stuck in it, he was thinking about how to take it out. However, at this moment, the crab suddenly loosened its claws, fell to the ground, and tried to dive back into the stream. The man rushed over and caught it, after finding a piece of grass to tie the crab. The man smiled and went down into the stream again. I don't know if it was because of the pain from being pinched by the crab that made me unable to feel the coldness of the stream water, or if it was because I was too excited that my blood was boiling. At this moment, he could no longer feel the coldness of the stinging stream water and was only thinking about catching crabs. Hiss! He had no experience and didn't know how to catch crabs, so he could only use the dead-end method of feeling with his hands, letting the crabs clamp his flesh. And then, he would carry the crabs back to the shore. In this way, he quickly caught 4 or 5 crabs. And although his hands were not fleshy, he was also bruised. It took him quite a while, until his feet felt numb from the cold. He realized he couldn't touch the crab anymore, so he went ashore. Then he wrapped the crabs in clothes and rushed towards his wife and daughter excitedly. He had already decided to give all of them to his wife and daughter. He would at most drink some of the soup, which he would give to his wife and daughter to nourish their bodies. Stop! Suddenly, before he had walked far, he was stopped by someone. The man's heart skipped a beat, and he pulled his clothes into his clothes to prevent them from seeing the crab inside. He had already recognized who these people were. They were in the same group as Zhou Ping. These days, they had been constantly trying to recruit people to join them. Then they formed a rice group. Yes, as the name suggests, it was for eating. Zhou Ping and others were not full, so they thought of changing their clothes to get an extra bowl of rice. So they started to recruit people. And then, by having people attract the attention of the Yamen runners, another group of people went to get food. Not only that, they also asked them to change their clothes to go get food for the second time, as long as they hand over part of the second meal. In this way, many people are attracted to join. Now, the man didn't know whether they stopped him for the crabs or to get him to join. But he knew that he had refused once before. Chapter 112. What are you going to do? Seeing this group of people appear, the man immediately became alert. Zhou Ping stood nearby, not wearing handcuffs at this time. Apparently, one of them knew how to unlock the door and took off the handcuffs directly. Your name is Wu Zhang, right? We asked you to join us before, but you refused? Zhou Ping asked back. I won't be in cahoots with you. On the one hand, he didn't want to do this. After all, this behavior was inconsistent with his ideas. On the other hand, he felt that this would be discovered sooner or later, and the consequences would be very serious. He didn't want to implicate his wife and daughter because of such a thing. So, he rejected Zhou Ping. Unexpectedly, they came to the door again. Zhou Ping sneered when he heard his words. Really? Then hand over what you stole from us. Nonsense. When did I steal your things? Wu Zhang was a little angry. Zhou Ping snorted coldly and pointed at the crab in his arms. Well, that's it. Obviously, they were attracted by the crabs caught by Wu Zhang. They also thought about catching fish. But because the weather was cold, they didn't see any fish and they didn't want to go into the water to catch any. Unexpectedly, they were excited to see Wu Zhang catch a lot of crabs after going into the water. They had never seen these crabs before. But now, even getting enough to eat has become a problem. So how could I possibly complain about it? After all, I haven't eaten meat for a long time. Bullshit! Wu Zhang was immediately furious. These were the crabs he had worked so hard to catch. He had almost frozen his legs because of this in order to provide nutrition for his wife and daughter. Now that Zhou Ping and the others were telling lies with their eyes open, how could he not be angry? I ask one more thing. Hand over the stolen items, or we will not be polite. As Zhou Ping spoke, the others quickly separated and surrounded Wu Zhang. It was naturally impossible for Wu Zhang to hand over the crab. When he saw their actions, he turned around and ran away. Want to run? Zhou Ping and others were well prepared. When they saw the man trying to run, the people who were lying in ambush nearby immediately rushed out and knocked Wu Zhang to the ground. Help! Wu Zhang reacted quickly. Knowing that he was no match for these people, he immediately started shouting loudly to attract other people's attention. Damn it! Shut up! Zhou Ping and others changed their expressions and quickly picked up sticks on the ground and hit Wu Zhang with them, trying to make him shut up. But Wu Zhang reacted quickly, covering his clothes in front of him, turned over to avoid the attack, and continued shouting. Zhou Ping and his companions did not expect the man to be so agile that they were able to dodge his attack. When they wanted to continue attacking, they heard a rustling sound in the woods, and it was obvious that someone was coming. Stop! What are you doing? Soon, everyone saw several Yamen runners running out of the woods. When they saw Zhou Ping and others, they took out their weapons and pointed them at them. Put down the stick, or don't blame us for being rude, the bailiff shouted at Zhou Ping and others. And the man took the opportunity to slip away from Zhou Ping and others and came to the bailiff. Help! They're going to kill people! The bailiff's face suddenly changed when he heard this. He also recognized Zhou Ping, and remembered that Zhou Ping was put in shackles for murder. Why was he gone now? So he shouted angrily, Put down the stick, squat on the ground, and don't move. Zhou Ping and others looked at each other. There was a cruel look in the eyes of the others. But Zhou Ping shook his head slightly. As long as they didn't do anything messy, Su Tian would not kill them. Soon, they put down their weapons and squatted on the ground. And the mage had already sent someone to find Su Tian. When Su Tian arrived, he found a group of people tied up and squatting on the ground, with Yamen runners watching them covetously. What happened? The bailiff looked at Wu Zhang and asked him to explain. Wu Zhang naturally told the whole story like pouring beans, and then asked Su Tian to make the decision. When Su Tian heard that Wu Zhang stayed in the freezing water for more than an hour just to provide nutrition for his wife and daughter, he was immediately moved. After hearing about the behavior of Zhou Ping and others, he became furious and rushed to them angrily. I have already forgiven you once. But not only did you not repent, you, anger, regret, disappointment, all kinds of emotions surged into Su Tian's heart. You guys are doing fine. Su Tian gritted his teeth, a ball of anger welling up in his heart. He originally wanted to give Zhou Ping a chance to mend his ways, but who knew that not only did he not change, But he became even worse. The thought of severely punishing Zhou Ping suddenly emerged in his mind. Captain Su, please spare my life. Seeing this, Zhou Ping and his companions knelt down, crying and begging for mercy. We just lost our minds for a moment. Please give us another chance. We will never do it again. That's right. Please give us another chance. We have no other choice. We are not full at all. Winter is coming, and there is nothing to eat in the wild. We have to resort to this desperate measure. We are also helpless. Everyone was talking, expressing their sadness. The anger in Su Tian's heart was suddenly like a bucket of cold water being poured over him. He was silent. Zhou Ping was right. It was impossible for them to be fully satisfied with the little food they had. But the problem is, he wants to feed everyone. But the key is that there is only so much food. If he lets them eat as much as they want, they won't be able to make it to the next county. I'm afraid these people will run out of food halfway through the journey. By then, most of these people would probably starve to death. Therefore, having food is much better than starving to death. Thinking about it this way, Zhou Ping and others were indeed helpless. But Su Tian was still a little angry. Tie them up and keep them under strict guard. In the end, Su Tian did not order the killing. After all, although he was the captain of the Yamen captain, he did not have the right to execute criminals at will. Unless the prisoner persists in escaping, it can only kill. Captain Su, want to be the master for us. At this time, some prisoners appeared not far away, obviously running over after hearing the noise. After seeing Zhou Ping and others being arrested, those people complained to Su Tian as if they had found someone to confide in. These people were unwilling to associate with Zhou Ping, although they were exiled. In fact, most of them were slaves and were just implicated. After hearing Zhou Ping and others, they did so many bad things with him. And the weather trembled. But back to the point. Zhou Ping and his friends changed their clothes and went to get food just because they wanted to eat more. It was not illegal. The only thing wrong was that they used coercion and inducement to get others to join them. Moreover, after other people have made a second meal, they will be charged a certain amount of interest. So they have to give up half of the meal. Why? Zhou Ping sighed, asked the Yamen runners to watch over Zhou Ping and others, and finally went to find Lord Chen to seek a solution. Mr. Chen was silent for a moment, then turned to stare at Su Tian and said seriously, So, do you want me to be a good guy or a bad guy? Su Tian was stunned and didn't understand the meaning of Master Chen. Chapter 113 Stifling Danger. When Lord Chen saw his reaction, he was immediately angry. Su Tian was good in every way except that he was too soft-hearted and had a soft personality. Since you asked me, then let me handle this matter. For the first time, Lord Chen acted domineering. He bypassed Captain Su Tian and ordered other Yamen runners to find Zhao Guang and Quang Wei. Zhao Guang, Quang Wei, and others have always kept a very low profile, fearing that Lord Chen would remember them and then come after them. Therefore, they all tried their best to avoid Lord Chen's sight. But unexpectedly, they were still called over by Lord Chen. And they were immediately very nervous. Now I have a matter for you to solve. Lord Chen said straight to the point, and then told him about Zhou Ping's situation. You know how to deal with this now. Although Lord Chen did not say how to deal with it, he knew that Zhao Guang and Quang Wei must understand what he meant. No! Zhao Guang nodded fiercely, suddenly getting a little excited. At first, he thought that Lord Chen wanted to settle accounts with him, so he was very scared. But he didn't expect that he just wanted them to do something. What does this mean? It means that Lord Chen does not hold a grudge against them, and even trusts them. How can this not make Zhao Guang excited? He had already made up his mind. He didn't care about Guochang. It had nothing to do with him anyway. He was so far away from him that he couldn't control him at all. He should join Lord Chen's camp as soon as possible. Don't worry, Master Chen. I'll take care of this matter. Isn't it just being a wicked? He is very familiar with this. That's fine with me. When Quang Wei saw Zhao Guang expressed his position, he also hurriedly expressed his position. Anyway, as long as Lord Chen didn't settle accounts with him, he would do whatever he was asked to do. Don't get life. Master Chen glanced at Su Tian. Give them a lesson to avoid commit crimes. Don't worry, Master Chen. We know our limits. Watching Zhao Guang and the other man leave, Lord Chen looked at Su Tian again. Don't blame me for overstepping my authority. It's really... Why? Master Chen sighed, a little disappointed, and seemed not to want to say anything more. But he still warned, if you don't want tragedy to happen again, give up that childish idea. Master Chen. Su Tian opened his mouth and watched Lord Chen leave. But he couldn't say anything. He knew that Lord Chen was a little disappointed in him. He couldn't help but clench his fists. He knew very well that this was not the right thing to do. But he just couldn't bear to do it. What are you doing? On the other side, Zhao Guang and his companions, along with the Yamen runners, found Zhou Ping and others who were tied up. Seeing the aggressive Zhao Guang, Zhou Ping panicked and said angrily and fearfully, "What do you want to do? Let us go!" Zhao Guang sneered, ignored their shouts, and asked the bailiffs to drag them in front of everyone. Then they pressed them to the ground, held down their hands and feet, and then found a stick to beat them. While Zhao Guang was carrying out the caning punishment, he was telling the people around him about Zhou Ping's crimes. "Ah! Stop fighting. It hurts so much. Help! I can't do it anymore." After being beaten dozens of times, Zhou Ping and others started crying out because these Yamen runners did not hold back at all. Zhao Guang naturally would not listen to them. Lord Chen had already spoken, and he wanted to teach them a lesson so that they would not dare to make the same mistake again. "Stop fighting?" Zhao Guang sneered. "Just because you killed someone, it's a capital crime. And you still want to beg for mercy? Keep fighting. Aren't they very arrogant? Let's see if they dare to be arrogant when they get down there." Hearing Zhao Guang's words, Zhou Ping and others shuddered, thinking that Zhao Guang really wanted to beat them to death. They struggled desperately, but were held down by the Yamen runners and could not move at all, feeling their buttocks becoming more and more painful, as if they were about to be beaten to pieces. Zhou Ping and others begged for mercy sincerely. Before, they wanted to pretend to beg for mercy so that Su Tian would change his mind. But Su Tian never showed up. Instead, Zhao Guang and others beat them more and more fiercely, which made them realize that this time, they were serious. "We really know we were wrong and we won't dare to do it again." Bang! However, Zhao Guang and others sneered and ignored their pleas for mercy. The prisoners nearby saw the miserable condition of Zhou Ping and others and heard their screams, and they shuddered immediately. Some people originally had some little ideas, but now they are all gone. It was unknown how long it took, but Zhou Ping and others fainted from the pain, and Zhao Guang and others stopped. Then Zhao Guang captured a few people who were in the same group as Zhou Ping and left Zhou Ping to them. He then left to report to Lord Chen. However, Lord Chen was not there, and only Chen Shui appeared, which immediately gave up Zhao Guang's original intention of taking credit. Compared to Lord Chen, he was more afraid of Chen Shui, and even more afraid of her magical and unknown methods. "Well done!" Chen Shui threw him an antidote and expressed her satisfaction. As the saying goes, a kind-hearted person is often bullied, and a kind-hearted horse is often ridden. Su Tian had an honest character, which allowed Zhou Ping and others to seize the opportunity. If Su Tian was as strong as Captain Sun, Zhou Ping and others would never dare to act recklessly. Unfortunately, Su Tian couldn't do it. Therefore, Lord Chen could only think of asking these Yamen runners to play the good guy and the bad guy. After all, they are also prisoners, and have no right to deal with other prisoners. If they do, it will cause dissatisfaction or even riots among the prisoners. So the Yamen runners have to take action. After Zhao Guang got the antidote, he left excitedly. Quang Wei kept a low profile because he was not poisoned, but was exposed by Chen Shui. Therefore, he knew very well that as long as he did not seek death, Chen Shui and the others would not expose his weakness, etc. Converse suddenly realized that his handle seemed to be related to Captain Sun. But now that Captain Sun was dead, what was there for him to be afraid of? There is no need for me to be coerced by the Chen family. In the past, I was afraid that my secret would be exposed and Captain Sun would come after me. But now, thinking of this, Converse suddenly felt relaxed. He looked up at Chen Shui, considering whether to take the initiative. But thinking of the current service of the Chen family, this thought was out of mind. However, anyway, in the future, the Chen family found a business. He would not have to mention it. He could directly refuse. Anyway, I have no handle, and I am not threatened by the Chen family. What can they do to me? This is yours. Just as he was thinking about it, Converse heard Chen Shui's voice. He looked up and saw Chen Shui throwing him an antidote, exactly the same as the one in Zhao Guang's hand. Converse's heart skipped a beat. This is antidote. Chen Shui shrugged. Don't you want the antidote? Antidote? Why are you giving me the antidote? Converse was a little confused, and then his face changed. When was he poisoned? And it was the same poison as Xiao Guang's. He knew that Zhao Guang's poisonous domineering was originally glad that he had no poisoning. But he did not expect. When Converse thought that he had been poisoned, he suddenly felt a surge of anger in his heart. Just as he was about to explode, he saw several guards coming forward. It was like a basin of cold water was poured on his head, and all his anger was extinguished. He quickly turned around and left with the antidote. Watching Converse leave, Qin Shui shook her head. In fact, Converse was not poisoned, and the antidote was just to scare him. After all, most of the current officers obey them, but only Converse is not. So this danger must be stifled in the cradle. Chapter 114 Parental Love. Wu Zhang returned to his wife and daughter, and they ran over nervously. Are you okay? I heard. It's okay. Wu Zhang quickly interrupted his wife, and revealed a crab in his clothes. Look! What is this? Oh! It's a crab! When the little girl saw the crab, she clapped her hands excitedly. Daddy is so awesome. Of course. Wu Zhang was naturally very proud when he heard his daughter's words. If the weather wasn't so cold, Daddy would have caught a few rabbits for you to eat. Rabbit is so cute. Why eat them? The little girl was puzzled. Okay. Don't tempt the girl. Wu interrupted them. We don't have a pot. How can we cook crabs? Make a fire and roast it. After Wu Zhang finished speaking, he looked at the thin clothes of his wife and daughter. Will they agree? Mrs. Wu was a little worried. Don't let them turn against us after being offended. So, let's eat first. Let the girl eat enough. Wu Zhang was also a little worried. Although he knew Su Tian's character, the other maidage may not be as good as Su Tian. The family of three went to a place with few people, but not far from the service, so that others would not grab. Wu Zhang skewered the crabs together with sticks and roasted them over the fire. And he was not idle either, because I only held a few crabs and wanted to change from the maidage to clothes. It was impossible, so he wanted to do some handmade work. However, without a knife, he couldn't weave bamboo products, so he got some rattan and made a rattan chair or rattan bag. Mainly do some practical. Others can use it. Otherwise those princes will not accept it at all. Daddy, the crab is red. It's turning red. The little girl squatted beside the fire. Her face was blushed red, and her eyes stared at the crab, seeing it turn red, and slapped happily. Wu Zhang used vines to weave a small bowl, then made chopsticks. He put the cooked crabs in the bowl, crushed the SHLs and took out the meat. Wu was also next to him, put all the meat in the crabs, and poured into the little girl's bowl. Dad, Mom, you guys eat too. The little girl handed the bowl over and asked her parents to eat too. But Wu Zhang shook the crab SHL in his hand. Daddy is already eating. You should eat too. Mrs. Wu also said. Mother has some too. Girl, eat it quickly. It won't taste good if it gets cold. The little girl looked at the crab SHL in her parents' hands suspiciously. Seeing this, Wu Zhang grabbed the crab SHL and started sucking it. Seeing her father eating with such relish, the little girl no longer doubted it, but still picked up another piece of meat and handed it over. Daddy, the meat is delicious. Dad doesn't like to eat meat. You eat? The little girl handed the meat to her mother again. Mother, you also eat meat. Mrs. Wu also wanted to refuse, but was interrupted by Wu Zhang. Take a bite. It's a filial piety of a daughter. Wu's mouth opened his mouth to eat the same size as the mouse shit. Have you eaten? Seeing his daughter finished eating, Wu Zhang asked. But the little girl nodded. I'm full. Gurgle gurgle. As soon as she finished speaking, the little girl's stomach started to growl. Obviously she was not full. Children should not lie, Wu Zhang said seriously. The little girl nodded, but she hugged her father's legs nervously. Dad, the water is cold. No more crabs. I'm not hungry. Obviously, the little girl was very smart and considerate. She knew that her father caught the crabs from the river, and that the weather was so cold that he was afraid that the crabs would freeze to death. So he lied. Wu Zhang was deeply moved, but he smiled and said, It's okay. Daddy is an adult, and is not afraid of the cold. Although he said this, he still felt very guilty in his heart. So he decided to roast all the crabs. There was not much meat on the remaining crabs, and he wouldn't give much in return if he gave them to the yamen runners. It's better to give your daughter and make up for your body. He continued to make rattan chairs and other things, intending to use them in exchange. And he already had another idea. I don't know how long it took, But he had woven a few small baskets and a rattan chair. It was called a rattan chair, but it was actually a small stool. Then he took these things to find the yamen runner. But unfortunately, Su Tian was not there, and he didn't know where he had gone. There was no other choice. So Wu Zhang had to choose a yamen runner who looked easier to talk to, and then told him his thoughts. However, the yamen runner shook his head and refused. We don't have any extra clothes either. In fact, they didn't have any. There was nothing on the carriage except food. Moreover, they were not interested in Wu Shang's things at all. Can we exchange it for some food? Wu Zhang hesitated for a while, and couldn't help asking. No. The yamen runner refused without hesitation. This thing is not valuable. How can it be exchanged for food? It would be better if you bought it with silver. Wu Zhang sighed. If he had money, he would have taken it out long ago. Unfortunately, he was just a servant before, and did not have much savings. He had been robbed by Captain Sun and others before, and did not have much silver on him. In desperation, he just tried the last method. In fact, he considered selling these things to other prisoners. But now everyone knows the importance of money, and will not spend money recklessly. Besides, after Captain Sun and the bandits looted, no one had much money on them. Therefore, they would not waste money to buy extra things. Take this rattan chair for example. For the prisoners, it is not necessary at all. If they want to sit, they can just sit on the ground. Miss, someone is looking for Master Chen. Qin Shui is using bamboo strips to design a bamboo house. After all, she has collected so many bamboos that she can build a bamboo house. However, none of them knew how to build a bamboo house. So they discussed and decided to build the simplest one, leaving the roof alone for the time being. Anyway, it wouldn't rain in this space, and there wouldn't be any scorching sun. So, they just need to get some bamboo to enclose a few small rooms, so that they have room to rest. So, Qin Shui began to think about the design of the room. Although she didn't know how to build a bamboo house, she had seen one before. Combined with the shape of the room in her previous life, she was sure to come up with a better design. However, although she had the idea in mind, Lord Chen and others got stuck when it came to actually implementing it. It's like they have the brain but not the hands. They can arrange the bamboos in a row, but don't know how to make doors and windows. Moreover, they looked back at the sheep pen and found that it was no different from the bamboo house they were building now. So, Qin Shui was feeling depressed. And then when she heard someone looking for her, she became curious. When I got off the carriage, I saw a man with a few small baskets hanging around his waist and a rattan chair in his hands. Who are you? The man immediately introduced himself respectfully and explained the purpose of his visit. In order to avoid Qin Shui misunderstanding, he quickly explained that he wanted to buy some clothes for his daughter to prevent frostbite. Qin Shui waved her hand, interrupting him and staring at him. Can you build a bamboo house? The man was a little confused, but he nodded and said, Yes, I used to be a craftsman. Chapter 115 Building a New Home. Yes, I was a craftsman before. Although Wu Zhang didn't understand what Qin Shui meant, he still answered honestly, I bought your things. I can give you clothes and food. Only, Wu Zhang was originally very happy, but when he heard the next sentence, his heart skipped a beat. It's just that we still want to ask you some questions. We won't get the answers to these questions for free. We will pay for them. No problem. Wu Zhang breathed a sigh of relief. He thought it was nothing. Just a few questions. Compared to staying alive, a few questions were too simple. Afterwards, Qin Shui really bought the things the man brought. And the man only wanted clothes or food and didn't want any money at all. Qin Shui naturally had no objection. On the contrary, it saved her money. After getting the things, Wu Zhang bowed respectfully to Qin Shui, wanting to send the things back first and then come back. Qin Shui agreed, and after the man left, she got into the carriage, then returned to the space and brought his parents out. Dad, there will be a man who can build a bamboo house. We can ask him about the problems we encounter. Lady Chen nodded. If they wanted to build a bamboo house in the space, they could only rely on themselves. No one else could be trusted. After all, the space was her daughter's biggest secret and could not be known to outsiders. Even the young doctor accepted by Qin Shui, Yang Xiaohua, was not kept by Qin Shui's side, which showed that she did not fully trust him. But the maid Xiao Dai was different. She had been through the test, so she was accepted. In short, the secrets of space cannot be known to more people for the time being. So many things depend on themselves. Xiaoxue will pretend that she saw a bamboo house before and is curious about its structure. So she wants to understand it. This excuse should be able to fool people temporarily. Okay. Then they discussed what questions to ask. On the other side, Wu Zhang happily returned to his wife and daughter. This is when Mrs. Wu saw her husband coming back with so many things. She was immediately delighted and shocked. And the little girl also happily ran over to greet him. Be careful. Don't fall. Wu Zhang gave a reminder, and then told Mrs. Wu what had happened. Wu was silent for a few seconds, then said solemnly, what we have is not worth so much at all. We have no way to repay the Qin family's kindness. After that, she looked at her husband and said, whatever the Qin family asks, you should answer honestly. Don't talk nonsense and be lied to. Otherwise we will be very ungrateful. I know. Wu Zhang nodded. He thought so too. After all, he had hit a wall once, and only the Qin family gave him hope. So how could he not be grateful? What's this? Yeah. It's Ruru. The little girl curiously looked through the things Wu Zhang brought back. And then she saw a piece of meat and screamed with joy. Wu Zhang and the other man were also attracted over. He didn't check it all at that time because he knew that his things were not worth that much. He had already taken 2 sets of clothes and collected food. Therefore, he was afraid that the Qin family would go back on their word. So he did not dare to check it in front of him. Anyway, the 2 sets of clothes were worth more than his things. Unexpectedly, there were meat strips wrapped in oil paper inside. So he couldn't tell what it was at the time. No. This is too precious, Mrs. Wu said without hesitation. But Wu Zhang was a little hesitant. Logically, he should send her back. But when he thought of his wife and daughter, he hesitated. The weather is getting colder and colder now. If we don't save more food, it will be easy to get sick. Especially since my wife and daughter are so thin. How can we survive until we reach Nanman? Especially the eager look in his daughter's eyes, as she looked at the dried meat made his heart ache. Seeing her husband's expression, Mrs. Wu immediately understood his thoughts. I know what you're thinking. But we got a piece of dried meat. But it set a bad example for the child. Do you want the girl too? Although we are exiled now, the girl is still young and has a future and opportunities. Mrs. Wu became a little excited. And Wu Zhang quickly comforted her. I understand. I just lost my mind for a moment. I will return the jerky now. His wife was right. He should set a good example for his daughter, instead of letting her go further astray. Chen Shui and her family soon waited for Wu Zhang, and saw him handing over the dried meat, saying that it was too precious. The value of those 2 pieces of clothing was several times that of his basket. Chen Shui didn't take it, nor did she say anything like I'll give it to you. Instead, she said directly, then consider it as payment for asking us questions. Wu Zhang was silent, and then shook his head. Just a few questions, naturally not as precious as the dried meat. After several refusals, Chen Shui stopped persuading him and directly asked about the problems encountered in building the bamboo house. Of course, the excuse was what they had agreed on before. Although Wu Zhang was confused, he did not ask too many questions and told them everything he knew. Chen Shui breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, technology was kept secret in ancient times. They thought Wu Zhang would not tell them, but they didn't expect him to be so cooperative. Moreover, Chen Shui asked a question, and Wu Zhang, in order to express his gratitude, directly told her how to build a bamboo house. Seeing this, Chen Shui secretly took out the recording pen, recorded Wu Zhang's words, and then asked some important points to avoid questions. Wu Zhang stopped talking until his mouth was dry, and he finally stopped. Finally, when he was leaving, Chen Shui handed over the dried meat, and then planned to give him other food as a reward. But Wu Zhang refused. He only took the dried meat and left. This guy is good? Upon seeing this, Lord Chen nodded and said that if there was a chance, he could recruit this person for his own use. After all, when Nanman, everything must be from scratch. If the house will be provided over there. If it is not provided, there will be a person who will build a house. And then there will be a place to live. But now, he is afraid of forgetting Wu Zhang's content. So he quickly asked Chen Shui to send him back to the space. And he hurried to build a bamboo house. Chen Shui naturally went in to help. And because Wu Zhang explained it in great detail, he described every detail from laying the foundation. More importantly, Chen Shui had already recorded it with a recorder. So they played it back while they were building the bamboo house. It is like someone is giving instructions, and they just need to follow. Sure enough, it was easier to have someone to guide them than to figure it out on their own. and they quickly built a 3-bedroom, 1 living room apartment. It happened 4 people. 1 room 1 by 1. The house has been built, so there is no need to worry about beds, tables and chairs. You can just use what is already there. Then Chen Shui hung up the curtains, put in place the tables, chairs and wardrobe, and an exquisite room soon appeared. The rooms are arranged side by side. The first room on the left as you enter the door is Shudie's. The middle one is Chen Shui's. The innermost one is Mr. Chen and his wife's. And the middle one is the living room and dining area. On the right is the kitchen and food storage area. With everyone's efforts, they soon had a home in the space. This is what home looks like. Chen Shui was lying on the bed, unable to help but sigh that the space had changed a lot now. It's like living in the countryside, surrounded by fields, vegetable plots, and lakes, with smoke rising from the small houses, creating a peaceful picture. Chapter 116. A big change overnight. Suddenly, a spring breeze came, and thousands of pear trees blossomed. When everyone woke up, they saw a vast expanse of white all around. The ground and treetops were all covered with snow. Achoo! So cold. I'm freezing to death. Everyone huddled together and hid under the trees. They were woken up by the cold in the middle of the night and then frantically added firewood. Otherwise they would have frozen to death. They could never have imagined that winter would come in just one night without any preparation. Someone come quickly. Help! At this moment, a woman suddenly shouted. Everyone turned around to look and saw a woman holding an old man in her arms. The old man was lying on the ground unconscious, obviously frozen to death. When Su Tian heard the noise, he quickly ran over and shouted to everyone, "Get out of the way, and carry him to the fire together." Feeling the coldness of the old man's body and the lack of a pulse, Su Tian's face looked very ugly. "Let me see." Dr. Yang hurried over carrying a medicine box, followed by Yang Xiaohua. The first thing Lord Chen did when he saw it snowing was that he was worried that someone might freeze to death. So he asked Dr. Yang to help. As for the medicine box, it was bought by Mr. Chen and his colleagues in the county town. They bought 2. One for Dr. Yang and one for Yang Xiaohua. Su Tian knew that he was the doctor serving Lord Chen, so he quickly made way, and Dr. Yang squatted beside the old man. After checking it out, he sighed. It's too late. Last night it was already. The old man has poor physical resistance and inadequate nutrition. He has to walk long distances every day and is very tired both physically and mentally. There was a sudden heavy snowfall last night, and the consequences can be imagined. Upon hearing this, the woman immediately hugged the old man's body and burst into tears. Dad? Dad? Please don't leave me alone. Dad. Why? Su Tian stood up silently and looked around. He heard wailing sounds all around. Obviously, more than one person had frozen to death. Make the fire bigger and get everyone together. Su Tian reacted quickly and ordered other yamen runners. Also, quickly boil some hot water and cook some food so that everyone can fill their stomachs. After everyone gathered together, Su Tian also counted the casualties. Only 2 people died of freezing. One was an old man and the other was a baby. Fortunately, the snow did not fall last night. In a sense, it fell in the morning. At that time, everyone was almost awake. So when they felt the snow falling, they gathered together to keep warm and started a fire. Otherwise, it wouldn't just be 2 people who would be in trouble. When Su Tian sighed, he felt a little relieved, but also a little confused. This place was still a long way from the southern barbarians, and he didn't know how many of these people could hold on to the end. He shook his head and didn't want to think about it. He saw Lord Chen and others cooking, so he walked over. Then I saw that Lord Chen and his men were cooking ginger soup, and then letting the children, the elderly, and the women drink it first. Why? Some people were dissatisfied. Why can they drink but we can't? We took these out, Chen Shui said coldly. You can do whatever you want with our things. You? The man didn't expect Chen Shui to be so direct, and didn't know how to answer for a moment. At this time, Master Chen also came out and looked at everyone. You all have elders, wives and daughters, etc. This ginger soup is limited. Do you want to let your wives and daughters drink it or drink it yourself? Think carefully. After Lord Chen said this, everyone naturally chose to give it to their wives, children and the elderly. After all, they were weak. Of course, there are also selfish people who do not give the wine to their wives and children, but drink it themselves. Such people have long been put on Lord Chen's blacklist. The snow fell suddenly this time, and no one was prepared. Lord Chen had been in charge of disaster relief for sudden snow disasters while in the Ministry of Revenue. Therefore, he was very clear about the consequences of the sudden snowfall. If he did not take action, these people would not be able to survive until the next day. Although he is not the minister of the Ministry of Revenue now, he has the ability to help. So how could he just watch these people die in front of him? Even if some of these people deserve the punishment, most of them are innocent. Moreover, he doesn't need to pay a huge price. Just a small price can save a group of people. With Lord Chen's character, how could he not do it? Therefore, he asked his wife and daughter's opinions. After receiving the consent, he bought Chen Shui as a seed and seasoning ginger to make ginger soup. After all, it is well known that ginger soup can keep out the cold. However, there is a limited amount of ginger, so the amount of ginger soup made from it is naturally limited. Lord Chen is certainly not a saint, so he cannot treat everyone equally. Unless you add more water, there will only be a slight ginger flavor at most, and no effect at all. Therefore, he chose the elderly, children, and women, who were weak and easily frostbitten, and let them drink ginger soup. If there was any left, he could give it to other people. Let the yamen runners maintain order. Let the women, children and the elderly come to receive their drinks, and require them to finish drinking on the spot and leave. The man who had just asked the question curled his lips and said, "It's just a bowl of ginger soup. What's the big deal? It's not like I haven't drunk it before." The others ignored him, and looked at those people with envy. Some of them didn't have children or wives, so they were wondering if they should go and get a bowl of soup. "Thank you, Master Chen." The family of 3 suddenly came in front of Mr. Chen and knelt on the ground. "Get up." Lord Chen was a little puzzled and quickly helped them up. Only then did he recognize that it was Wu Zhang who had explained to them how to build a bamboo house yesterday. If it weren't for Lord Chen, our family would probably. Wu Zhang was very grateful to the Chen family. Yesterday, the Chen family gave him several cotton jackets so that his family would not get frostbite when the temperature suddenly dropped. It can be said that the lives of their entire family were saved by the Chen family. If Master Chen doesn't mind, we are willing to serve you. After discussing with his wife, Wu Zhang decided to join Lord Chen. After all, if he followed them, he would not be bullied. This, although Lord Chen had thought about recruiting Wu Zhang, he was just thinking about it and hadn't figured out how to start the conversation. As a result, they actually, seeing that Lord Chen did not speak, Wu Zhang seemed to be worried about being misunderstood, and hurriedly explained, "Lord Chen, we are not here for food. We just want to get shelter. We will find a way to get food. And if Lord Chen has any instructions, we will do it without hesitation." Lord Chen was not worried about the food, but he was hesitant because he had not examined Wu Shang's temperament. "Dad, agree to it." Chen Shui suddenly spoke up and whispered in Master Chen's ear, "Didn't we discuss this before? We'll take all these prisoners and use them for our own purposes." That's right. They had discussed it before and decided to recruit all the yamen runners for their own use first. As a result, Captain Sun and others got into trouble. But the result was exactly what they wanted. Most of the yamen runners listened to them. And now, as long as they could deal with all the criminals, their road of exile could really be regarded as a tourist trip. At that time, no matter what they do, these prisoners are theirs, and will not leak any information in the future. Chapter 117 Trouble. In the end, Master Chen accepted the Wu Zhang family. Although it was only a brief contact, Lord Chen found that Wu Zhang was a bit like him, and valued his wife and daughter more than himself. Most of these people are not bad people. Otherwise, no matter how skilled he is, Lord Chen will not accept him. Let's get back to the topic. What happened to Wu Zhang and others was just an episode. They continued to pour ginger soup for others. But it seemed that after seeing Wu Zhang's behavior, many people took action and ran over, wanting to join Lord Chen. This caught the Chen family off guard. They never expected things to turn out like this. It is impossible to make all these people as slaves. Let's not talk about other things. Just talk about food distribution. These people have become slaves of the Chen family, so they have to provide their own food. With so many people, I'm afraid all their stored food will be consumed. So, doing this is a thankless task. To put it bluntly, after these people became their own slaves, they were not required to do anything, but they were able to get food and other supplies. It is precisely because of this thought that these people do this. Therefore, the Chen family's first reaction was to reject it. But since they had already accepted Wu Zhang, but rejected others, this would instead offend others. If it was fine before, now they are planning to subdue these people. If they reject them, it will probably be more difficult to subdue them later. Therefore, Wu Shang's unintentional action brought trouble to the Chen family. Chen Shui quickly said a few words to the guards. And then the guards immediately stepped forward and shouted angrily. Enough. When everyone heard the guard getting angry, they were so scared that they dared not say anything more. At this time, Chen Shui came out. We, the Chen family, are exiled prisoners just like you. How can we have servants? If the court knew about this, we would all be charged with treason and beheaded in public. After hearing Chen Shui's words, everyone felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured on them. The words treason and beheading in public made them feel fear in their hearts. What about them? Suddenly, a prisoner pointed at Wu Zhang and others and questioned them. The man was the one who had questioned Chen Jiafa's ginger soup before. Chen Shui sent someone to inquire, and found out that the man was called Li Ming. After hearing Li Ming's words, everyone agreed. That's right. Then why can they do it? Chen Shui, who said they became our slaves? They just thanked us because they took things from us and bought food and clothes. Everyone was stunned, while some people frowned. They were not very far away at the time, and clearly heard that Wu Zhang said more than just thanks. At this time, Chen Shui gave Wu Zhang a look. Wu Zhang quickly stood up. When he saw these people rushing out, he regretted and felt annoyed. He felt guilty for bringing trouble to the Chen family. So when he heard Chen Shui's words and saw the look she gave him, he knew what he should do. That's right. Wu Zhang stood up and said, if Lord Chen hadn't been willing to sell us clothes and food, we would have frozen to death. We kneeled down to Lord Chen just to express our gratitude. He also refused to mention the fact that he had become a slave of the Chen family. After all, they had gained benefits and brought trouble to the Chen family. If they did not cooperate, they would be ungrateful. When everyone heard Wu Zhang's words, they were immediately disappointed. They knew that the Chen family had no shortage of food or clothing, so they wanted to become the Chen family's slaves. After all, most of them were servants, so serving anyone was the same as serving them. What's more, the Chen family seemed to be better than their previous masters. Unfortunately, what are you doing? What are you doing? Xiao Guang and Kuang Wei rushed over and saw a group of people gathered together. They immediately became furious and asked, what are you doing? Are you trying to rebel? Snapped. As he spoke, Xiao Guang cracked the whip, making a snapping sound. Everyone was startled and quickly dispersed, as if they were back in the time when Captain Sun and the others were still there. Those who have finished drinking ginger soup, please leave immediately. If you gather here again, be careful of my whip. Zhao Guang glared at everyone fiercely. Everyone was angry but dared not say anything. But they still left obediently. As the saying goes, every evildoer will receive his due punishment. Although some of them were not bad people, they were more afraid of bad people. So Zhao Guang could easily intimidate them. If it were Su Tian, he would not be able to do such a thing, because everyone already knew his character and knew that even if he was angry, he would not whip them. But Zhao Guang was different. The scene in which Zhao Guang held a knife and wanted to chop down the Chen family in front of everyone left a deep impression on them. Well done. Seeing Zhao Guang's expression, Chen Shui was very satisfied. It should be. It should be. When Zhao Guang heard Chen Shui's praise, he was flattered and quickly said that it was what he deserved. How is it? What do you think? Next to him, Lord Chen turned to look at Su Tian, who was hurried over and asked. Su Tian was silent. He knew what Lord Chen meant. If it were him, things would probably get worse and worse, and even Lord Chen might lose face. But now, Chen Shui would scare everyone first, then let everyone calm down, and then let Wu Zhang clarify, then let Xiao Guang show his power. This method of giving a sweet date after giving a good beating was something he had never been able to do before. I see. After a long time, Su Tian finally made up his mind and said solemnly, sometimes kindness is actually indulgence. That's right. Lord Chen nodded. Be tough when you need to be tough, and be soft when you need to be soft. Is this okay? Su Tian suddenly asked a strange question. Lord Chen knew what he was talking about. Although these people were driven away by Zhao Guang, they would definitely not give up, and would find ways to become slaves of the Chen family. Just spread the word like this, Lord Chen said after careful consideration. Just say that you don't have to become a slave of the Chen family. Just be loyal to the Chen family. Su Tian nodded, as if he did not regard Lord Chen's words of loyalty as forming cliques or building a force. Instead, He just thought that Lord Chen wanted to use this to discourage these people. Will this dissuade them from thinking so? Don't worry. I'll release other rumors later. Su Tian nodded and immediately went to make arrangements. Lord Chen asked his men to arrange for Wu Zhang's family. And then he went to his wife and daughter. As a result, Wu Zhang knelt down again and apologized for the trouble he had just caused. Lord Chen waved his hand to indicate that he didn't mind. Xu Xue was smart this time and easily resolved the crisis. Lord Chen praised. Qin Shui held her mother's arm and was very happy to hear her father's praise. Her smile swayed in the wind like a blooming flower. I'm just a little sorry for Xiao Xue. Lord Chen suddenly apologized. Xiao Xue collected so much ginger. But I used it all up. Isn't ginger bought for use? Besides, using it this time is not meaningless. At least it lets us know. Chapter 118 Su Tian's Change. Through this ginger soup distribution, we have seen which people cannot be used for our own benefit, and which ones can be used for our own benefit. Lord Chen nodded in agreement. They had already discussed it when applying the ginger soup. Qin Shui and the guards and others observed the prisoners to see which ones were worth using. In this process, one can see these people's personalities from their behavior. For example, some people threaten their wives and daughters to bring ginger soup to them. Or he might hold the child in his arms and let his wife bring out the ginger soup, and then drink it himself while pretending to feed it to the child. Some people drink the ginger soup, pretend to fall, pretend that the ginger soup is gone, and want another bowl. Qin Shui saw it at the time, but did not step forward to stop it. After all, it was just a bowl of ginger soup. She also wanted to see how other people would behave when they saw these people's reactions. Sure enough, someone saw the woman's behavior and imitated her, pretending to fall and drop the ginger soup, and then breaking another bowl. Others knew that there was only one bowl of ginger soup, but there were two children, a boy and a girl, so they gave the ginger soup to their son. Of course, there are some good performances among them. Some women, knowing that there was only one bowl of ginger soup, gave it to their children. And if there are multiple children, let them each drink a few sips to ensure that they are treated equally. Therefore, the performance of these people was kept in mind by Qin Shui and others. To this end, Qin Shui also spent her contribution points to exchange for a small camera to record the behavior of these people so as to avoid forgetting it later. Therefore, this distribution of ginger soup is very meaningful. Not only because it helps us know who can use it and who cannot. It even won over a group of people. Master Chen. Su Tian suddenly ran over again. We are facing a big problem now. The prisoners are short of clothes. Although it is not snowing now, the temperature is still very low and everyone is wearing thin clothes. But fortunately, many people drank ginger soup and gathered around the fire. This is not the point. The point is, what should we do if it snows again at night? Besides, what do they do when they are in a hurry? When traveling, it is impossible for them to walk holding a fire. At that time, these people are wearing thin clothes and will get frostbite if they don't freeze to death. If I catch a cold, I'm done for. In this day and age, colds are like incurable diseases. If you are lucky, you can make it through. But if you are unlucky, it's all over. I can only hope to be born into a good family in the next life. Hey, who is the captain? Qin Shui rolled her eyes. You ask my dad whenever you encounter problems. What's the point of having you as the captain? Although Su Tian treated the Qin family well, the Qin family hoped that Su Tian could grow up and at least be able to take charge of things on his own without having to ask them about everything. Although this is good for the Qin family. After all, Su Tian listens to them, so they have the final say over the entire Exile team. But at the same time, they have secrets and often need to enter the space. If Su Tian comes to ask them about everything, then what secrets can they have? When Su Tian heard what Qin Shui said, he was immediately embarrassed. It seemed that it was indeed true. He had to rely on Lord Chen for everything. Wasn't he a bit useless? So he lowered his head and began to think. The team will rest here. I will send someone to Wen County to buy some clothes. And then we will continue our journey. Soon, Su Tian came up with a solution. This place was too far away from the next county town, and the only closest one was Wen County. Unless he could turn into clothes out of thin air, he would have to go back to the county town to buy clothes for so many people. Then what are you going to do? Lord Chen asked back. With so many people wearing one piece of clothing each, that would require hundreds of pieces? Are you going to pay for it yourself? Su Tian was stunned. He really thought so. But when he touched his pocket, It seemed that he did not have enough money. So he turned and looked at Lord Chen and Chen Shui. I don't have any money to lend you. Chen Shui interrupted him before he could even start talking. My father is penniless. How can he lend you any money? Lending money to Su Tian to buy clothes for the prisoners. What's the difference between this and being a kind-hearted person? Not only are these prisoners ungrateful, but they will continue to ask for more the next time they need something. If you don't give it to them, I'm afraid they will turn against you. If Su Tian falls, it will only bring harm and no benefit to their family. 2. Su Tian nodded. And then he remembered that Lord Chen was penniless. And he suddenly felt a headache. Master Chen reminded in a timely manner. You go to those prisoners and tell them that you plan to return to the county to help them buy clothes and let the money they want. Will they be willing? Su Tian hesitated. If you want to buy it, buy it. If you don't want to buy it, just leave it alone. Chen Shui curled her lips. Didn't you figure it out before? Be tough when you need to be tough. What if no one is willing to pay? Su Tian said helplessly. It's impossible not to buy any of them. No. Chen Shui shook her head. They know your character. So your reputation is a golden sign. They will be willing. Unless they are too stubborn. Su Tian opened his mouth and wanted to say something. But Chen Shui and her father turned around and got into the carriage. Su Tian wanted to chase after him. But the guard stopped him. He could only watch Lord Chen get into the carriage and disappear from his sight. He did not blame Lord Chen, because he knew that Lord Chen left because he wanted him to make up his own mind. Finally, he gritted his teeth, gathered the prisoners together, briefly explained the situation. And then, he spoke loudly. Winter is here. It's snowing. And I'm afraid it will get even colder. I plan to send someone to the county town to buy clothes. When everyone heard this, they cheered. Great. But, Su Tian changed the subject and hesitated for a while before speaking. You have to pay for the clothes yourself. Why? Li Ming jumped out and said dissatisfiedly. Why do you let us go out by ourselves? You are the yamen runners. You should prepare our clothes. As soon as this was said, many people echoed. That's right. You have already taken all our money. How can we still have money? That's right. You still have the nerve to ask for money. How shameless. Everyone was talking about this. And it was obvious that they all felt that no money should be charged. And that Su Tian should pay for it himself. When Su Tian saw this situation, he said that he had expected it. But he did not fully expect that no one would support him. He is neither a fool nor a saint. He has been kind time and time again. But this is the reward he gets in return. How can he not be angry? So, he said angrily, if you want it, you have to pay for it yourself. Otherwise you have to figure out how to make it to Nanman. After saying that, he left. And no matter what these people said, he never looked back. When everyone saw Su Tian leave angrily, they looked at each other. And then some regretted it, and even blamed Li Ming. They all chased after it, and said that they could pay to buy it. After all, compared with life, this little money was nothing. If Su Tian gets angry and doesn't buy it for them, it would be a waste of time. Chapter 119, Making a Snowman. Su Tian said with a good voice that they did not listen and did not agree. When he was angry, these people reflected and even asked him in turn. Seeing this situation, Su Tian felt mixed emotions, and even thought of a word Chen Shui had said before, shameless. Although he was angry, Su Tian would not joke about human life. So he came back and took the yamen runners to register all the people who had paid the money. More refund. Less supplement. Su Tian clearly told them that the extra money would be returned to them. But some people were very smart. Not only did they say they didn't want it returned, they even asked for money and asked Su Tian to buy more food for them. The others were reluctant to pay at first. But after hearing this, they also gave money and asked Su Tian to buy clothes and food for them. This is a rare opportunity. If you miss this village, you won't be able to find this store next time. Therefore, as long as people had some money in their hands, they would take out the money and ask Su Tian to buy something for them. Seeing these people taking out money without hesitation, it is obvious that they are not short of money. But they just kept saying that they had no money. Su Tian sighed. It turned out that they thought he was easy to bully because he was too kind. This further strengthened his determination to change his character. Just as Lord Chen said, it is a good thing that he has a kind heart. But there must be a limit to kindness. Being too kind is not kindness. It is weakness. Moreover, if he wants to protect these people and manage the team well, he must become strong. shaking his head to get rid of these thoughts. He asked everyone to register the prisoner's needs and money, and then sent someone to the county town, because there were too many things. 2 yamen runners were not enough, so more yamen runners had to be sent. Fortunately, the number of yamen runners this time was several times more than before, and there was no need to worry that if they were missing some yamen runners, the prisoners would rebel or escape. After all, the weather is so cold now, and they can't run far without clothes and food. Moreover, Lord Chen is in charge, and he has several battlefield experienced guards around him who can definitely suppress the situation. So Su Tian left with peace of mind. After Su Tian left, he asked Lord Chen to manage the team. But Lord Chen did not have the time or leisure, so he asked Zhao Guang to take charge. Everyone knew Zhao Guang's character, so they didn't dare to do anything rash. Moreover, the weather was cold, so they could only gather together to warm themselves by the fire and would not run around. Mom, come and see the snow. You won't see snow when you get to the south. Qin Shui got off the carriage and came to the snow. At this time, Qin Shui was wearing a green cotton jacket. She stepped on the snow and just breathed. Chen's mother, Xiao Dai, Xiao Hua, and the new little girl also followed. Haven't you watched her since she was a child? Why aren't you tired of it yet? Mother Chen couldn't help but say as she watched her daughter jumping around. Qin Shui opened her mouth and said that was her previous life. In her previous life, she was from the south and had rarely seen snow. This is the first time I've seen snow from another world since I came to this world. And everyone feels different. Come on. Let's pile snowmen. Qin Shui beckoned to Xiao Dai and others. Xiao Dai immediately ran over to help, and Xiao Painting hesitated and passed. Only the little girl was still standing there. Mother Chen patted her shoulder and smiled at her. Go! But the little girl frowned, obviously tempted, but also seemed a little worried. But are we exiled now? The little girl was obviously worried that they were so happy that they would find them to settle their accounts. After all, this is exile, not traveling. Don't worry. Play. Mother Chen smiled and gave her a comforting look. On the other side, Qin Shui saw that the little girl was indifferent, so she ran over and pulled her over. Fine. Let's build a snowman together. Having said that, Qin Shui started working. The little girl had never made a snowman before, so she was naturally very curious and put her worries aside. The 4 of them worked together and quickly built a snowman. Qin Shui found some branches to serve as the snowman's arms, and took out a carrot from the space to serve as a nose. Finally, he took out a basin and put it on the snowman's head. Come on. Let's take a picture together. Qin Shui took out the camera again and pulled Xiao Dai and others to stand next to the snowman. Xiao Dai and others didn't know what taking pictures meant, but they still followed Qin Shui's movements obediently. Calling eggplant together. The little girl was confused. Why was she calling him eggplant? Was it the snowman's name? Then, a photo of a confused face with 3 smiling faces next to it appeared. Then, Qin Shui pulled her mother to take photos. Chen's mother already knew what taking photos was, so she naturally started posing along with Qin Shui. Finally, we also pulled Mr. Chen together to take a family photo. I guess no one else has taken a family photo on the road of exile. Qin Shui didn't care about that. After taking the photos, she took Xiao Dai and the others to play snowball fights. Xiao Dai and the others didn't dare to throw Qin Shui at first, but later when they got too excited, they started to attack Qin Shui together. The little girl was very scared at first, but she almost went crazy later on. How is it? Is it fun? Are you happy? Qin Shui touched the little girl's head, looked at her blushing face, and couldn't help asking. Fun? Happy? The little girl was really happy in her heart. She had been worried since the day she was exiled. Although she is still young and I do understand many things, she knows what exile is, and has experienced riots. She saw the murder of bandits, so she was always scared. Therefore, she hasn't been as happy as before. Today, she felt like she was back in her childhood. She did not expect that exile was different from her imagination. If they are exiled, then the Chen family is traveling, just like she used to go to spring tour with her father and mother. If you are tired from playing, come up and warm yourself by the fire. Don't get frozen. Lord Chen was in the carriage, waving at Qin Shui. We have hot tea and ginger soup. Check out what you want to drink. In the carriage, Lord Chen had already prepared tea, boiled ginger soup, and even put eggs in the ginger soup. Speaking of eggs, the chickens in the space have been laying eggs every day. so Chen Shui can eat fresh eggs every day. After the little girl got on the carriage, she felt the warmth in the carriage, and the coldness in her heart was dispersed. Master Chen handed her a bowl of ginger soup, and an egg inside was still shaking. As soon as the little girl wanted to refuse, Chen Shui next to her. Don't worry. Everyone has it. Speaking, she put down her bowl, and Xiao Dai and others also put down the bowl to let the little girl look at it. Sure enough, everyone has an egg in the bowl. The little girl pursed her mouth, hesitated, or opened. The crispy sound sounded in the carriage. I want to save the eggs for my parents. They haven't eaten eggs for a long time. At the same time, everyone was silent, and was moved by the filial piety of the little girl. Mother Chen patted her head and said, Eat it with confidence. Your parents have some too. Chapter 120 Eating Hot Pot. After the little girl finished drinking the ginger soup, Chen's mother gave her 2 eggs to take to her parents. When Wu and Zhang heard that Chen Shui was going to take their daughter out to play, they were a little flattered, but more of a happy bunch. After all, if Chen Shui took a fancy to their daughter and chose her as a maid, then even if something happened to them, they wouldn't have to worry about their daughter being left unattended and bullied. Seeing their daughter come back, the 2 were even happier because they saw the smile on her face. Unlike previous smiles, this one was clearly a smile from the heart. So they knew their daughter was very happy. This made the 2 of them very pleased. And at the same time, they were more convinced that becoming servants of the Chen family was the right choice. Dad? Mom? Look! The little girl ran over, looked around, and found that no one was looking at this side. Then she spread out her hands, revealing the egg in her hand. Is this an egg? The 2 were stunned and surprised. Where did the eggs come from during the exile? Soon they learned from the little girl that they were given by the Chen family, and they hurried to return them. But the Chen family seemed to know that they would refuse. So they told the little girl that if her parents refused, they should tell her that this was an order. They are servants of the Chen family, so naturally they cannot disobey the orders of the Chen family. The 2 took the eggs but did not eat them. Instead, they planned to save them for their daughter. Dad? Mom? Sister Chen Shui told you to eat it. There will be some left in the evening, so you don't have to save it. After hearing what the little girl said, Wu Zhang and the others became more and more surprised. After all, if it was just an ordinary day, it would be fine. But now on the road of exile, they could actually eat fresh eggs. The Chen family was even more powerful than they imagined. While Wu Zhang's family was surprised, another family nearby was in a heavy mood. Dad? I'm hungry. The little fat boy pulled Zhang Yichuan's clothes and looked at him eagerly. After being injured last time and being saved by Chen Shui's medicine, the little fat boy was not as lively as before. This time he was hungry, and he didn't make a big fuss like before. Instead, he looked at his father with some fear. He didn't know if it was the after effects of coming back to life, or if it was because his father's expression had been so scary lately that it made him a little scared. Eat. I have food. Will. Eat. Next to her, Zhang picked up some leaves from the ground and handed them over. When the little fat boy saw this, he shrank into Zhang Yichuan's arms in fear. Even though the person opposite was his mother, for some reason she became scary now. How could those leaves be edible? Although he was small, he was not stupid. He felt that his mother had gone crazy. Cui Ling. This can't be eaten. Zhang Yichuan snatched the leaves from his wife's hand, full of heartache. Get out of the way. Don't touch my son. However, Zhang ignored him. When she saw him holding the little fat boy, she became very angry, as if her son was being bullied. She quickly grabbed the little fat boy and held him tightly in her arms. Don't be afraid. Wait. Mother will protect you. The little fat girl was held tightly by her mother, her face full of fear, and she shouted in a trembling voice. Dad? Dad? Save me! Zhang Yichuan wanted to pull his son away, but Zhang glared at him fiercely, as if she would fight him to the death if he dared to reach out. So Zhang Yichuan took a deep breath and said, Don't be afraid. Where? Your mother won't hurt you. Seeing that his son was so afraid of his wife, and that his wife didn't recognize him, Zhang Yichuan felt a rage in his heart that he couldn't vent. He clenched his fists and his eyes were full of hatred. Chen family. It's all the damn Chen family. If it weren't for the Chen family, their family wouldn't have ended up like this. He even regretted not forging more evidence to have the Chen family beheaded in public instead of being exiled. Now that the Chen family's power is growing, he becomes even more jealous and hateful. Why has his family fallen to this point, while the Chen family is living at ease. No, we can't let them go on like this. If it weren't for his wife and son to take care of, Zhang Yichuan would have wanted to die with the Chen family. However, now he just wants to bring the Chen family down, leave them with nothing, and let them feel the pain he has experienced. Doesn't he love his daughter very much? I wonder if Qin Yuan will collapse if I tarnish his daughter's innocence. He wanted to drive the Chen family crazy in pain and torture. Besides, doesn't the Chen family have good food and drink? I will find a way to report this to the imperial court. The Chen family is planning to rebel. Let's see how they can act then. While Zhang Yichuan was planning how to deal with the Chen family, Qin Shui and others were already happily eating hot pot. Xiaodia's craftsmanship is really amazing. Qin Shui couldn't help but praise her, although she only gave a general explanation of how to make hot pot base. Xiaodia actually made it, and it tasted better than any she had eaten before. The pot is a shuangyang pot. The last time she was in the county town, Qin Shui specially asked someone to build it. The food includes cabbage, lettuce, potato chips, etc. There are also dried goods, mushrooms, fungus, etc. There is also dried meat and fresh rabbit meat. That's right. In order to eat hot pot, they slaughtered a rabbit they raised. Because hot pot has a strong smell, they can only eat it in the space. Originally, Qin Shui thought how comfortable it would be to enjoy the snow while eating hot pot. It's a pity that the hot pot has a strong smell. The whole Exile team will be able to smell it. The smell is too tempting. I hope nothing bad will happen. So in order to avoid risks, they can only eat in space. But Qin Shui was unwilling to give up. She moved the snowman into the space, and then asked the servants, guards, and everyone else to sweep the snow into a pile and put it into the space. Then Qin Shui spread the collected snow on the ground of the space and put a table next to it, so that she could enjoy the snow while eating hot pot. Lord Chen was stunned by Qin Shui's actions. You know what? It's really comfortable to eat hot pot in this weather. Lord Chen wiped the sweat from his forehead. His face was red from the spiciness. But he was very happy. He didn't expect that the hot pot made by his daughter was so delicious. Hundreds of times better than the banquet in the palace. That's right. Mother Chen nodded. I didn't expect this pepper to have so many uses. In the past, they didn't eat this kind of pepper, nor did they use it to cook. Even if they ate it, they would eat it as a sweet pepper like fruit. Yes, this chili is refreshing. But it's not as spicy as Xiaoxu said, Lord Chen said as he picked up a dried chili. Dad, that's chili pepper. Are you sure you want to eat it? What are you afraid of? Your father, can eat the spiciest food. As soon as he finished speaking, he put the chili into his mouth, chewed it for a few seconds, and then immediately threw down his chopsticks. Say, give me some water. Xiao Dai quickly handed over the cup of water. Lord Chen drank gulps of water, but it still didn't quench his thirst. Hoo-hoo, spicy. So spicy. It's so spicy. Lord Chen had lost his image at this time. He was gasping for breath. His face was red, and he was sweating from the spiciness. It was the first time for him to eat such spicy peppers. He never expected it to be so spicy. His throat almost smoked. Puff! Qin Shui and her mother couldn't help laughing as they watched from the side. Qin Shui even took out a camera to record the scene. Dad, you can't eat anymore because it's too spicy. So leave the rabbit meat to us. I can still eat. Chapter 121 Killing Pigs for the New Year. Su Tian came back with the supplies soon and distributed them according to the previously counted data. As mentioned before, more refund and less supplement. However, those who needed to make up for it became unhappy when they saw that others had withdrawn. Look at how much stuff you want. Su Tian frowned. If you don't want to pay, then fine. Then don't take this part. After going through all this, Su Tian has realized that he cannot be too kind and must be strong when necessary. Therefore, he did not hesitate to let his men settle the accounts according to the silver he gave, without giving any more, etc. I'll go out. Seeing this, the man finally agreed to pay the money. After all, if he missed this opportunity, there would be no second chance. After this episode, everyone found that Su Tian seemed to have changed. Those who originally wanted to cheat no longer dared to try and just paid the money honestly. Moreover, Master Chen also asked Xiao Guang to stand with people standing beside him. As soon as someone complained, Xiao Guang scolded. I haven't collected your hard work fee yet. What about your travel expenses? If you keep complaining, I won't give you a single hair. after being scolded by Zhao Guang. Those who wanted to cause trouble immediately lost their temper. Soon, everyone got what they wanted. Basically everyone bought clothes. And they also bought a lot of food. In the past, they wouldn't have dared to believe it. But now many people are still very grateful to Su Tian in their hearts. But there are still some smart people. They know that Lord Chen is working hard behind the scenes. So they take the initiative to find Lord Chen and express their gratitude. Don't hit someone who smiles at you. Lord Chen naturally would not refuse. And he did not accept the things. But he appreciated their kindness. Neither Qin Shui nor the other person had expected that the plan of letting Su Tian take the spotlight, and win people's hearts, would also involve themselves. It would also be beneficial for them to establish good relations with all the prisoners. At least, they would have support when they formed their own forces. Especially after arriving in Nanman. With a force in hand, it becomes very convenient for gaining a foothold or developing. Therefore, Qin Shui and others have been spreading the word that they plan to go to Nanman and unite with a group of people to develop together. The reason why we waited until now to release the news is to wait until the prisoners have enough supplies, so that they won't all go crazy and chase after them. With supplies, many prisoners do not want to be inferior to others. So, they can carefully choose who is worth using and who is not. Now that we have the supplies, we will naturally continue on our journey. Everyone was wearing a thick cotton jacket. So although their movements were slow, at least they wouldn't be frozen to death. But frostbite was inevitable. In particular, as time went by, it started to snow. And it seemed that it was going to snow heavily. This is antifreeze. Apply some to avoid frostbite. Qin Shui handed the exchanges to the small paintings and the little girl. They had several carriages. Therefore, small paintings and little girls can sit in the carriage without being frozen. I don't know when we can get to the south. Lord Chen frowned as he looked at the heavy snow outside. They didn't have to worry about such heavy snow. But the other prisoners did. Moreover, it is just the beginning of winter. If we wait until deep winter, when the temperature is even lower, our hands and feet will be numb from the cold if we stay outside for a while. However, there is no point in worrying about these things. After all, human power is limited and cannot defeat heaven and earth. It's winter now. Will these seeds sprout after being planted? Mother Chen couldn't help but ask as she watched the father and daughter cultivate more than a dozen vegetable plots. If the seeds cannot germinate at this time, it would be a waste of seeds. Mom, don't worry. Qin Shui patted the dust off her hands. This space is different from the outside world. It's like spring all year round. So we can't use common sense to explain it. Mother Chen nodded, and then wrote it down on the paper. This was the material list of the space. And a lot of things were already recorded on it. For example, there are 12 kinds of fruit trees, including grapes, bananas, oranges, etc. 30 vegetable plots have been reclaimed and vegetables have been planted. The vegetable fields and orchards have almost been cultivated. Qin Shui nodded. Then we need to collect the meat. Don't think that they already have a few pigs, 3 sheep, a lake of fish, shrimps and other things in their space. But in fact, apart from fish and shrimp that can be caught every day, sheep and pigs cannot be slaughtered. So what they eat these days is dried meat, fish and shrimp. Oh, yes, and occasionally rabbit. So, they hardly ever had any fresh meat. Therefore, it is necessary to supplement meat and eat meat every day. This is the life Qin Shui wants. 2. Lord Chen nodded. It was not enough to just eat vegetables. Meat was also necessary. And it would be even more difficult to hunt prey in the south. Then our goal next time we go into town is to get more meat. That black pig can be slaughtered. 2. Qin Shui suddenly licked her lips, turned her head, and stared at the black pig lying on the grass. The black pig suddenly shuddered, jumped up from the ground, and then looked around, as if it sensed the crisis. Okay. Mr. Chen nodded. Since his daughter wanted to eat, he would not stop her. Then, let's eat pork tonight. After that, they suddenly fell silent. Then, they suddenly raised their heads, looked at each other, and said in unison, Then, who will kill the pig? This is a big problem. It seems like they have never killed a pig. In an instant, several people looked at each other, and then saw Xiao Dai beside them. Xiao Dai quickly shook her head. I don't know how to. It was okay to let her kill fish and chickens. After all, as a maid, she had to learn to cook. She had practiced it when she was very young. But she had never killed a pig. Qin Shui quickly stretched out her hand to block Xiao Dai. Dad, don't joke with me. With my small body, I can't even think of killing pigs. I'd just be sending myself to death if I go there. Forehead. Master Chen touched his nose and said, I didn't tell Xiaodai to do it. Why did you choose me? Chen Shui rolled her eyes. Of course, it was because she and her mother were on the same front. Okay. Let me do it. Lord Chen rolled up his sleeves, his face full of ambition. Isn't it just a pig? I am the minister of the Ministry of Revenue. I am not afraid of hundreds of pigs. So why should I be afraid of one pig? After saying this, he walked towards the black pig. The black pig seemed to sense the threat and quickly got up from the ground and quickly moved away from Lord Chen. Don't be afraid. Lord Chen quickly chased after it. But the black pig was not stupid. When Lord Chen chased it, it ran away. It even burst out with its potential and jumped out of the sheep pen directly, running around in space. Mr. Chen chased the pig until he was sweating and panting. But he didn't even touch the pig's tail. Dad? Give it to me. Chen Shui was indeed a filial daughter. She handed Master Chen a stick and said, Dad, use this stick to hit the black pig on the head and it will faint. After saying that, Chen Shui suddenly couldn't help laughing out loud, because she thought of an emoticon from her previous life. This made Lord Chen, who originally wanted to take the stick, suddenly feel like it was a hot potato, and he didn't dare to take it. Chapter 122, Change of Family. Xiaoxue. Give me a smoke bomb and tear gas. Master Chen rolled up his sleeves again and walked towards the black pig. I don't believe I can't keep it here. Forehead. Dad? Are you serious? Chen Shui thought she had heard it wrong before. Isn't it overestimating it? Smoke bombs and tear gas bombs are hundreds of times more expensive than selling it. Lord Chen also reacted and realized that he was just angry. He also knew the price of tear gas, which was several thousand taels each, while the black pig was only 1 tael of silver. I'll help too. Chen Shui took out the crossbow and found something to block in front of her as an obstacle to avoid being hit by the crazy black pig. Look at me. I actually forgot I had this weapon. Seeing the crossbow in Chen Shui's hand, Lord Chen slapped his head and hurried to the warehouse to take out the crossbow. Chen's mother and Xiaodai also came over with crossbows to help. But only Master Chen and Chen Shui were holding large crossbow arrows, and the rest were arrows in their sleeves. The arrow in the sleeve is quite powerful. Although it cannot kill the black pig, it can injure it and cause it to bleed to death. The 4 of them each took a direction and attacked the black pig. But the black pig ran too fast and dodged the attacks of several people in an instant. Lord Chen could only chase it and attack at the same time. It was originally just a simple pig slaughtering, but it turned into hunting. It's really outrageous. Huff! Huff! The black pig seemed to be furious and rushed towards everyone, and Chen Shui was scared to drill into the house. When the black pig saw that the hunter who had originally attacked it was scared away by it, it suddenly became arrogant. Then it walked back and forth outside the house with a heartless pace, patrolling in a very arrogant manner. As soon as Chen Shui and others came out, the black pig pretended to attack. And then Chen Shui and others were so scared that they quickly hid back in the house. No. We can't go on like this. I'll attract its attention, and you guys attack it. Lord Chen opened the door and turned to Chen Shui and the others. Having said that, he walked out without waiting for them to refuse. When the black pig saw Lord Chen coming out, it immediately nudged the ground with its nose and then rushed over. Chen Shui and the others attacked without hesitation, and Lord Chen raised his crossbows when the black pig approached. When Black Pig saw that Lord Chen did not play according to the rules, he quickly braked and wanted to turn around and run away. But the attacks of the crowd had already landed on him. Among them, Lord Chen's crossbow arrows directly pierced its head, and the crossbow arrows of Chen Shui and others were also stuck in the black pig's body all around, making it look like a hedgehog. But despite this, the black pig did not fall to the ground. Lord Chen had no choice but to raise his crossbow and give it the final blow. Call! Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the black pig fall to the ground. This black pig? Could it be that it has regained its wildness because it was allowed to roam freely? Lord Chen frowned. Fortunately, it's done. Chen Shui wiped the sweat from her forehead. I think we're the only family in the world that eats pork in such an exaggerated way. Everyone was helpless and had no choice, even though they had no experience. Although I have never killed a pig, I have seen it. Chen Shui decisively ordered everyone to boil water, scald the pig's hair, and then find a way to hang the pig up and bleed it. Chen Shui knocked up the pig blood in a basin. Lord Chen was still confused, but was shocked when Chen Shui said it was for eating. He thought his daughter's head was kicked by a pig. So why did she drink pig's blood? Is this something humans can drink? We are people, not savages. As a result, after Chen Shui cooked the pig blood, Master Chen immediately gave her a thumbs up and praised. It's delicious. Xiao Shui's cooking skills are really good. Who said before that you would never eat it even if you kill yourself? Chen's mother stabbed a knife in the side. Lord Chen was speechless, and quickly ate another bowl of pig's blood to calm himself down. Although the black pig is small, and has not grown up yet, it still weighs about 60 to 70 kilograms. So many meats can't be eaten all at once. So Chen Shui intends to make a part of the meat and part of the sausage. There is also a portion that is saved for later consumption. With everyone's concerted efforts, the pork was finally cut into pieces, and was ready to be processed. I feel like we're celebrating Chinese New Year. Chen Shui wiped the sweat from her forehead, and suddenly said, normal families slaughter pigs during the Chinese New Year. Shouldn't we wait until the Chinese New Year to do so? Chen's mother also responded. Come to think of it, the time is almost here. In a few months, it will really be the Chinese New Year. Then should we prepare New Year's goods? Lord Chen also laughed and said that if he didn't know about the space, he would probably have been immersed in guilt. But now, he just wants his wife and daughter to live a better life. Although it may not be as good as their previous life, it is definitely better than the life in exile. That's why he works non-stop every day, trying to turn the space into a paradise. After killing the pig, Chen Shui's family naturally would not be stingy. All the prisoners in the Chen family had a share, and they also invited Su Tian to eat with them. However, it is not in the space. When the other prisoners smelled the aroma of meat coming from the Chen family, they did not envy it. After all, they had it too, and they did not doubt it, thinking that it was bought by Su Tian just like them. However, Su Tian thought that it was the meat sent by General Ping Wei before. When he returned to the county town, he asked Lord Chen if he wanted him to help him bring the supplies. Thinking that Lord Chen was penniless, Su Tian planned to pay for it himself. But the Chen family said they had nothing to buy. During the meal, Lord Chen shared a lot of experiences with Su Tian, hoping that he could quickly gain control of the team and manage it well, so that they could reach Nanman as soon as possible. If they were very afraid of the southern barbarians before, they are now very much looking forward to it, especially after hearing Chen Shui say that there are many treasures in the undeveloped southern barbarians. Although he was surprised that his daughter knew some of the situations in the southern barbarians, fortunately, he was used to it. When Su Tian heard Lord Chen sharing his experience with him, he was so moved that he knelt down and kowtowed to express his gratitude. You know, in ancient times, inheritance was the most important thing. Even if they are father and son, he may not be able to learn from his father's experience. Not to mention that he and Lord Chen have no relationship at all. Master Chen did not agree. But Su Tian still regarded himself as a disciple and treated Master Chen with the same respect as before. However, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Su Tian's attitude was much more respectful than before. Not only Su Tian, but Zhao Guang also came with prey, a pheasant and 2 rabbits. Obviously, he had put in a lot of effort to catch the prey. After all, it was winter, and there was heavy snow. You can imagine how difficult hunting was. He has now decided to change his allegiance and join Lord Chen's army. After all, Guichong seems to have given up on him, and hasn't sent anyone to look for him for a long time. In addition, he was also worried about the danger to his family, and wanted to seek help from Lord Chen. After seeing the relationship between General Ping Wei and Lord Chen, he had already begun to think about joining Lord Chen. After hesitating for a long time, he still didn't see Guichong, so he made up his mind. Chapter 123 Lie Detector Pill. Lord Chen did not agree immediately. Who knew whether Zhao Guang was sincere in surrendering? What if he had ulterior motives and betrayed him? It's good now. There is no conflict of interest between the two. Even if Zhao Guang is forced to submit to them, even if he betrays them, they will not suffer any loss. Once Zhao Guang is accepted, many things will be arranged for him to do. And Zhao Guang will also discover the secret of Shishua's space. Once he betrays, the secret will be exposed. However, Zhao Guang knelt down and cried, saying that he was forced to do it. His relatives were captured by Guichong and threatened, so he had no choice. Then you accepted Guichong for 100 or 2? Chen Shui leaned his lips next to him, and did not believe his words. I didn't accept it. Guichong said he would give it to me after the matter was done. But, Zhao Guang said this, feeling very aggrieved. Hasn't he never been successful? How about this? Qin Shui suddenly turned over and took out a pill. This is a lie detector pill. If you take this pill, you will die suddenly if you lie. When Zhao Guang heard this, his face changed immediately. He had never heard of this kind of elixir. And was there really such an elixir in the world? What? Qin Shui raised her eyebrows. If you didn't lie, why don't you dare to eat it? Zhao Guang gritted his teeth and said, Okay, I'll eat it. I'm willing to submit to you. I just hope that Master Chen can help me rescue my mother. Wait, Qin Shui interrupted. It seems like this doesn't benefit us at all. You surrendered to us and asked us to help you save people. In the end, we didn't benefit at all, but instead deepened our hatred with Wuchang. Zhao Guang was speechless. No one would agree to this. After all, this would be tantamount to accepting a big trouble. You should know what leverage Wuchang has. Qin Shui reminded him when she saw he was silent. If others do the first day, don't blame yourself for 15. Wuchang wants to kill them. Why can't they fight back? Qin Shui is not a magnanimous person. If others respect her 1 foot, she will respect others 1 yard. But if someone wants to deal with her, she won't just laugh it off. Not to mention, Guichang had a death with her. If it weren't for Guichang and the others, his family would not have fallen from prosperity to exiled prisoners. Moreover, Guichang didn't plan to let them go, and sent Zhao Guang to do it at them, and bought bandits, and couldn't swallow this breath. What's more, this is already a fight to the death. Either Guichang dies or they die. They wanted to deal with Guichang before, but there was no way because he was exiled. However, after the bandit attack, they captured a few prisoners and got some clues from them, but they were unable to bring down Guichang and his men. If Zhao Guang could expose more of Guichang's secrets, they could send them to Xie Yunshang. Even if they couldn't bring Guichang down by then, they could at least make things difficult for them so that they would not have time to deal with themselves for the time being. Zhao Guang hesitated for a long time, and finally gritted his teeth. I don't know much, but I know the man who Guichang sent to find the bandits to deal with you last time. If you find that person, you can prove that it was Guichang who ordered the bandits. It's useless. Lord Chen interrupted. I'm afraid that person has been silenced long ago. I have other evidence. Zhao Guang said hurriedly. That man came to me before he went to find the bandits. He expected Guichang to kill him to silence him. So he told me some of his affairs. He had some evidence against Guichang. If he died, he asked me to help him use the evidence to exchange for the lives of his family members with Guichang. Oh! Qin Shui raised her eyebrows. Then why didn't you say it earlier? It seems that you are not honest. Don't I want to die? Zhao Guang smiled awkwardly. Take this pill first. Qin Shui's palm turned over, took out the piano den just now, and handed it over. Don't want to mix this. This time, Zhao Guang did not hesitate. He took the pill and swallowed it in 1 gulp. After taking this pill, if you are not afraid of death, then feel free to lie. When Zhao Guang heard Qin Shui's words, his hand paused for a moment, but soon returned to normal. Continue the topic just said. Chen, great talent. What is the man who gives you Guichang? Zhao Guang said honestly. Chen Shuili wrote a note and gave it to Xiao Qing, and asked Xiao Qing to give it to Xie Yunshang. Although Xie Yunshang may have already arrived in the capital, with Xiu Qing's speed, he can definitely arrive in half a day. We will consider it after we verify this matter. Lord Chen saw Qin Shui ask Xiao Qing to pass on the message. So he said, I will tell General Ping Wei about your situation. I can't guarantee whether he can rescue your relatives. Thank you, Master Chen. Thank you very much, Master Chen. Zhao Guang knelt down with excitement, but was stopped by Master Chen. Don't thank you so fast. Who knows if Guichang has? If Guichang is cruel, we can't. Master Chen said euphemism, but Zhao Guang understood what he meant. When he thought of Guichang's character, he might have killed his loved ones long ago, which made Zhao Guang face as dead. Later, Master Chen did not hear what he said, and left. Qin Shui looked at each other, and then ignored it. I just hope that the clues given by Zhao Guang can be useful. Even if they can't pull Guichang, they can get him down and make him have no time to deal with them. Zhao Guang's affairs were just an episode, and it did not affect the team, and everyone continued to rush. But over time, the snow became bigger and bigger, and everyone's travel became more difficult. I feel that this year's winter is not right. Earlier than before. Not only that, but snow is much larger than in previous years. Master Chen looked at the weather and worried. If the snow was bigger, then their carriage would not be able to go. Really? The more you worry about, the more you come. A few days later, the Chen Shui family had to come down from the carriage. This snow is too deep, and the carriage can no longer move. Looking at the wheels in the snow, Master Chen was helpless. It seems that we can only go on this journey. What about the carriage? Chen Shui frowned. The carriage can't be left here. Of course, if you lose the carriage, how can you go later? But now the carriage is completely trapped into the snow. Even if they get out of the carriage will not be able to walk. Unless I take the carriage away. Let's release it when the snow is not deep. Chen Shui whispered. How can we explain the source of the carriage? Hearing her father's words, Chen Shui shrugged. Do we still need to explain? Who dares to chew tongue? Although many prisoners are not of the same kind as them. Su Tian has now become a disciple of Lord Chen. And Zhao Guang has also expressed his submission to them. The entire Exile team of Yamen runners are under their control. It is impossible for these prisoners to rebel, talk nonsense, or spread any news. Even if it was passed, no one believed it. Moreover, as long as they let the prisoners block, those prisoners do not know what they have done. Chapter 124 Birthday Cake. However, it didn't take long before the carriage of the entire team could not move forward, especially the carriage escorted by Su Tian and other macarons. These carriages are transported by all prisoners, so it is impossible to give up. Otherwise, these prisoners are starved to death in a few days. Pushed together. Su Tian greeted everyone to push a carriage together. But many prisoners did not want to contribute. And they also said why. As a result, Su Tian said, there are foods you eat. If you don't want to eat, don't do it. The prisoners did not expect that Su Tian's attitude changed so much. And he couldn't bet for a while. And came over to help push the carriage. Su Tian felt helpless when he saw this scene. He didn't want to appear ferocious. But some people are like that. If you are not fierce, they will think you are easy to bully, and will go against you. Of course, he still treated other prisoners the same way as before, with many different attitudes. He would only be unkind towards some prisoners who liked to find fault. I'll count to 1, 2, 3, and push hard together. Following Su Tian's voice, everyone worked together and finally pushed the carriage out. But after just one step, the carriage sank into the snow. The newly fallen snow was too soft, so people would sink into it, let alone a carriage. Continue. Everyone had no choice but to keep pushing. But the snow was too deep, and it took 4 or 5 people a lot of effort to push less than 1 meter. Thump! At this time, a man wanted to be lazy, so he pushed gently, but the others pushed hard. When the carriage moved, the man's hand lost its leverage, and he fell to the ground. Fortunately, it was snowing, and the man was not injured. But he was still very angry, and started complaining. How long will it take to push the cart? We haven't had enough to eat. So how can we have the strength to push the cart? As soon as these words came out, others immediately echoed them. That's right. That's right. Obviously, they don't want to do hard labor because it's too tiring. Yes, Captain. The snow is too deep. The horses are sinking and can't move at all. Other Yamen runners also spoke up. It's not a good idea for us to push like this. Then do you have any other good ideas? Su Tian asked back. However, everyone fell silent. How about we take all the supplies out of the carriage and have each person carry a portion? This way we can reduce the weight and maybe we can move on. One of the Yamen runners just finished speaking when he was interrupted by other Yamen runners. How can we take so many things? Let the prisoner take it. Stupid. What if they hide or eat the food? So what do you say we should do? The bailiffs were talking at once. But it was clear that they had no good solution. It's getting late. Let's take a rest for the night and set off early tomorrow morning. Let's think about other solutions tonight. Su Tian spoke and wanted to turn around and look for Master Chen. But when he thought that he was now Master Chen's disciple, how could he possibly go to Master Chen for everything? Would that be worthy of Master Chen's teachings? Thinking of this, he could only give up looking for Lord Chen's help and find a solution on his own. Their carriage is also in trouble. Chen Shui and her companion's carriage was right in front of the Yamen runners' carriages, so they could see the situation behind. In that case, it will be impossible for our carriage to be stored in the space. Lord Chen frowned. If it was only their carriage, they could pretend to walk at the back and then put away the carriage. Finally, they told Su Tian that the carriage was lost, and maybe Su Tian would spare another carriage for them. But now, Su Tian and his companion's carriage could not move. If their carriage disappeared, if Su Tian knew, He might ask them for help. I can help with other things, but I can't help with this one. Night. Chen Shui's family still eats fried meat with peppers, braised pork, and all kinds of other dishes. Although Chen Shui's cooking skills are not very good, with Xiaodia's guidance, she can cook this dish with good color, aroma and taste. Luckily Xiaodai is here. Otherwise we would all be hungry. Chen Shui looked at Xiaodai gratefully, and then picked up a large piece of braised pork for Xiaodai. This is a reward for you. Thank you, girl. Xiaodai quickly stood up and bowed to express her gratitude. I've already told you not to bow. Chen Shui quickly pulled Xiaodai to sit down. We are so close. There's no need to be so polite. That's right. Mother Chen also spoke up. We are no longer the same as before. So there is no distinction between master and mistress now. We are all family. So there is no need to be so polite. Xiaodai was moved, and he almost kneeling down, but was pulled by Chen Shui. Okay. If you want to thank us, just make us some more delicious food. By the way, speaking of delicious food, Chen Shui's eyes suddenly lit up. Xiaodai, can you make a cake? Let's make a cake together. Cake? Girl, what's cake? Cake is, well, a kind of bread. By the way, Xiaodai, when is your birthday? Birthday? It's my birthday. Xiaodai was stunned for a moment, thinking for a long time, and even stretched out her fingers to calculate. It seems like the day after tomorrow. The day after tomorrow? Chen Shui was stunned. She didn't expect it to be so soon. But fortunately, she didn't miss it. Then how about we hold a birthday party for you? I'll make you a birthday cake. Chen Shui's thoughts are still modern, so she treats Xiaodai more equally. Therefore, holding a birthday party for Xiaodai is also to treat her as a friend, not as a maid. Girl, there's no need to do this. Xiaodai was somewhat flattered, and waved her hands quickly. How can Xiaodai be so worthy of such a reward? Chen Shui did not continue to say anything, but looked at her parents. Mother Chen smiled and said, since Xiaoxiu has said so, let's do it. I have no objection. Lord Chen shrugged. Even if he had an objection, his opinion was generally not important in such a small matter. Look, my parents are fine, Chen Shui said happily. Seeing Xiaodai kept shirking her responsibilities, she pretended to be angry and said, if you still think of me as your girl, you should be obedient. Xiaodai didn't dare to refute. After that, I'll make the cake. And Xiaodai, you can just watch and learn how to make it. Miss, you want to do it yourself? Xiaodai said quickly. Miss, let me do it. This kind of trivial matter doesn't require you to step in. It's okay. This is a gift I gave you. Naturally, I have to make it myself. Of course, I will prepare another surprise. After all, a birthday cake is just a necessity. Xiaoxiu had never made me a cake on my birthday. Lord Chen, who was standing nearby, suddenly felt a little dissatisfied. You? Mother Chen pinched him. How can you be jealous of even a maid? Dad, didn't I just learn this? Chen Shui said helplessly. But she was complaining in her heart. I just traveled through time, and my previous life could only make a ghost cake. Dad, Mom, don't worry. I will make you a cake on your birthday. That's more like it. Chapter 125 Snow Girl. The birthday cake issue has been settled for now. The key now is how to get the carriage away. Su Tian and others thought about it for a whole night, and finally decided to disassemble the supplies inside to reduce the weight so that the carriage could be pulled. But the food was packed, and the Yamen runners were asked to move it first. When they couldn't carry that much, they used the prisoners instead. Moreover, Su Tian and his team have been around for so long that they know which prisoners are more honest. So they asked them for help to prevent them from hiding. Although the result was much better than yesterday, the snow still did not stop, and the snow on the ground was getting deeper and deeper, making it more difficult for everyone to move forward. Soon, everyone was exhausted. Bang, bang, bang. The things in everyone's hands fell into the snow. Light objects were fine. They just fell on the snow surface. But heavy objects instantly smashed into the snow and disappeared. Everyone rushed to search, but they couldn't find anything because the snow was too deep. There was no choice but to give up. Who would have thought that as time went on, more and more people became clumsy, and things fell into the snow like dumplings. Everyone had to reach in to dig it out. But as soon as their hands went in, they were numb from the cold snow and had to give up. So, in order to avoid further losses, they had no choice but to put the things back into the carriage. In the whole morning, the group did not travel much further. get some planks and nail the wheels together to increase the contact area. Qin Shui got off the carriage and began to instruct the servants. She planned to transform the carriage into a sled so that it could move. The servants and guards naturally followed whatever Qin Shui said and hurried to chop trees nearby. When Su Tian and others saw what Qin Shui and others were doing, they quickly started to learn from them. "Captain, this is such a big tree. We can't even cut it into planks with our knives." Not long after they started, the Yamen runners began to complain that their arms were numb from the shock of their knives hitting the trees. "My hands and feet were already stiff due to the cold weather, and the shock made the pain even worse." That's right. The Qin family came up with such a bad idea. They are basically harming us. Some prisoners were dissatisfied and said that they were obviously jealous of the Qin family. So now that they saw the opportunity, they would add insult to injury. Scrape the tree with a knife. "Wait! Look!" Su Tian wanted to scold the man, but the other Yamen runners pointed ahead in surprise. The carriage carrying Qin Shui and others was seen moving quickly on the snow, seemingly not hindered by the heavy snow at all. Even people saw the carriage drifting on the snow, which shocked everyone. This must be fake. The prisoner's voice was trembling. There were obviously fewer people in the Qin family, so how could it be done so quickly? However, they soon saw the carriage rushing towards them, and it turned when it was still about 10 meters away from them. As it drifted, a lot of snow was splashed all over them. They were awakened by this and looked towards the carriage. They saw that the Qin family did not cut down big trees to grind them into planks. Instead, they cut down small trees and tied them together like building a bamboo raft. The raft was then tied together to the wheels of the carriage so that the carriage would not sink into the snow, but would just float on it. "Yes, why didn't we think of doing this?" the bailiff suddenly realized and said in surprise. Then, they began to act. Although they did not mock the prisoner who had just spoken, that person had already buried his head in the snow out of shame. "Hurry up. Let's do it together. Otherwise we will have to sleep in the snow tonight." Following Su Tian's words, everyone's enthusiasm suddenly increased. After all, it was already cold, and if they slept in the snow, they would probably freeze to death. Everyone was on their way, and Qin Shui, with her parents, distanced herself from the crowd, as if they had no intention of leaving so soon. "Xiaoxue, have you thought of something again?" Chen's mother knew her daughter very well, and obviously knew that she was in a playful mood. "That's right." Qin Shui showed her 2 white fangs. "I asked them to make a few skis." "Ski board?" Several people were stunned. Every time they heard some inexplicable words from Xishua's mouth, they all thought that their daughter must have become smart. So there were always so many strange and magical ideas in her mind. Just these 2 pieces of wood? After hearing his daughter's explanation, Mr. Chen was a little bit unbelieving. "Yes." Qin Shui nodded. In her previous life, she had gone skiing in the north, and it was very interesting. This time, she thought of it when she asked them to convert the carriage into a sled. Due to limited materials, the preparation was very simple, but it did not affect Qin Shui's enthusiasm and excitement. "Watch me skate first." She tied the skis to her feet, then used 2 wooden sticks to prop up her body, and immediately got out of the snow. Then, as she gently pushed the wooden stick in her hand, she immediately rushed forward. Lord Qin was startled and hurriedly tried to reach out to grab her, fearing that she would be hurt. But Qin Shui had already rushed out with a whoosh. Swish. Everyone saw Qin Shui, dressed in blue, leaving a shadow in the snow, like a startled wild goose. "The girl is amazing." Xiao Dai didn't know how to describe it. And finally she clapped her hands excitedly and exclaimed. Seeing his daughter's appearance, Lord Qin breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that nothing would happen to her. In his heart, he was also somewhat envious of his daughter, who could walk on the snow without leaving any trace, just like those people in novels with light skills. Although Qin Shui was far away, she was still seen by everyone in the Exile team. She was immediately surprised and pulled others to look. What is that? Could it be the legendary Snow Girl? Everyone looked at a green figure passing by in the distance, leaving behind a string of silver bell-like laughter. The legend of the Snow Girl suddenly emerged in their minds, and they couldn't help but shudder. As they exclaimed, the entire Exile team subconsciously turned their heads to look, and everyone's face suddenly changed color with fear. The child was so scared that he started crying. As a result, the adults quickly scolded the children and told them not to cry, saying that anyone who cried would be taken away by the Snow Girl. This scared the children so much that they dared not cry. Even the Yamen runners were so frightened when they saw this scene that they drew their swords and looked vigilantly at the place not far away. It's bad. Master Chen. Su Tian heard that everyone said that there was a snow girl appearing, and suddenly changed her face. After all, Master Chen was still behind. However, they soon saw that the green figure was actually coming over. It's over. It's over. The snow girl is coming. Help. The snow girl is here to take my life. Everyone screamed and turned pale with fear. They wanted to run away, but their feet sank into the snow and they couldn't run at all. So they had to close their eyes. Wait. That's not a snow girl. As soon as they closed their eyes, they heard the person next to them exclaim. They subconsciously opened their eyes and saw Chen Shui flying past nearby. Everyone widened their eyes. This was more shocking than seeing the snow girl. Why can Miss Chen fly? This doubt has been lingering in everyone's mind. But no answer has been found. Chapter 126, Exiled Immortal. Did I have an illusion just now? Why do I feel that the snow girl and Miss Chen family look like more than just similar? The people next to him also complained. They are exactly the same. That seems to be her. No matter how much they complained, there was still a storm of anger in everyone's heart. It was difficult for them to walk in such deep snow. But Chen Shui walked as if it were flat ground. Even like an immortal in the legend. How could this not shock them? However, when they stretched their necks to look again, Chen Shui's figure had already disappeared. I guess this wasn't a dream. So many people saw it. How could it be a dream? So, who flew over just now? Was it the snow girl or the eldest daughter of the Chen family? Who knows? They were more inclined to believe it was Shui Nu, and were unwilling to believe it was Chen Shui. Especially those who were jealous of the Chen family. Wasn't there a rumor before that the eldest daughter of the Chen family was a disciple of the Kunchen Immortal? Could this be true? Some people couldn't help but speculate. When the others heard this, they were stunned for a moment. And then, they couldn't help but mutter in their hearts. Could this rumor be true? This made them nervous. Did they want to please the Chen family? At the same time, they also suddenly realized why Su Tian wanted to please the Chen family. And why General Ping Wei had such a good relationship with the Chen family. If Chen Shui was not the disciple of the Kunchen Immortal, and did not have any magical powers, how could she fly over the snow like a fairy? Not only the prisoners were surprised, but Su Tian and others were also surprised. Although he knew that Chen Shui had many magical methods, none of them were as shocking as this time. Chen Shui didn't know what they were thinking. She returned to her parents. Lord Chen looked at her expectantly. Xiaoxue, can we be like you? Certainly. Looking at the expectant eyes of her parents, Chen Shui naturally would not disappoint them, and taught them step by step. To say, it is indeed Master Chen. He mastered the skiing skills in a flash, and was sliding on the snow soon. However, Chen's mother and Xiao Dai seemed to be afraid in their hearts. So they were unable to let go, and could not learn. Mom, Xiao Dai, don't be afraid. Even if this thing falls, there will be snow on the ground. It won't be disfigured. Hearing Chen Shui said that the two words were disfigured, Mother Chen was even more scared. Chen Shui couldn't help crying. When she was learning skiing, she was also afraid of it. But after learning, she began to let go of herself. Mother, you halfway. Then grab the stick with your hands. Hold the ground gently. Let yourself move forward. Chen Shui taught hands. While Master Chen didn't know where to fly, the servants of the Chen family and others nearby were shocked and numb when they saw the scene. Anyway, as long as it was related to the eldest lady, there was no need to be surprised, because more surprising things were still to come. Even if the eldest lady suddenly flew into the sky on a cloud, they would not be surprised. On the other hand, although Mr. Chen seems to be very good, it is actually just because he has good balance and strong learning ability. But once he sped up, he felt a little overwhelmed. In particular, he didn't know how to make a turn at high speed. So, the prisoners not far away heard a loud scream. And when they looked up, they saw a figure flying over their heads. And then with a whoosh, it disappeared from their sight. What just passed? Shouldn't it be a bird? Have you ever seen a bird this big? The Qin family's eagle is not very big. It is almost as big as a child. People are speechless. Have you found out that it seems like a person just now? Found. I think it's a bit like the Qin family. I feel so too. Me too. Everyone attached to peace. And when everyone said that, it was impossible to be an eagle. It was definitely human. And it was most likely the Qin family. At this time, their legs were trapped into the snow. And it was difficult to pull out them. let alone running in the snow. As a result, the father and daughter of the Chen family flew around, as if they were ridiculed them. Although they are angry, they are more shocked and frightened. I thought everyone was an exile prisoner. Even if the Chen family was held by the matage, it would not take long for them to be felled to the ground fiercely. By then, they will realize that they are no different from clowns. But now it seems that they are the reincarnation of the Chen family of the clown. Just now Chen Shuefei passed. It can be said to be an illusion. But the master of the Chen family flew over the top of her head. Can they still explain it with hallucinations? Although they want to deceive themselves, they can't do it. At this moment, the exile prisoners had only one idea in their minds. And they must not offend the Chen family. We must find a way to please the Chen family. Even Zhang Yichuan was sitting on the snow a little bit, and the hatred in his heart could not flood. If the Chen family is really Xian, can he still get revenge? No! The Chen family cannot be Xian. Zhang Yichuan clenched his fist, and suddenly he roared his face, and the people around him were startled by him, and quickly pulled away from him. But Zhang Yichuan did not find it, and he roared to himself, they are definitely not Xian. Otherwise, how can they be like a prisoner like us? As soon as they came out, everyone frowned. And it seemed to make sense. If the Chen family is really so powerful, it will not be exiled. But it is a fact that Chen Shui and the head of the Chen family flew over just now. No normal person can do such a thing. Either it's a fairy or it's a ghost. How could there be a ghost in broad daylight? There is only one possibility. Chen Shui may be the disciple of the Kunchen Immortal. And this is possible. Chen Shui didn't know that everyone already believed that she was a disciple of the Kunchen Immortal, and thought it was normal that she knew immortal arts. If Chen Shui knew about this, she might openly take the carriage away and prove that he was a follower of the Kunchen Immortal. Xiaoshu, help me. How can we stop this? Lord Chen went around in a circle and finally came back. When he saw Chen Shui, he shouted as if he had seen a life-saving straw, without caring about his image. Chen Shui touched her nose. Dad, didn't I teach you how to stop? Did you teach? Lord Chen shouted, then slid away from Chen Shui and disappeared from her sight. Didn't I teach you? Chen Shui was stunned for a moment and wanted to teach on the spot. But his father was no longer there. After waiting for a long time, Master Chen appeared in front of him. Chen Shui quickly shouted, Dad, run to the mountain. There are many other ways to break. But she was afraid that she couldn't explain them in a few words, and her father wouldn't be able to learn them in a short time. So she could only use the deadly method. As a result, Lord Chen disappeared again, leaving only one sentence echoing in the snow. I can't turn. Chapter 127, Spending the Night in the Snow. In the end, Lord Chen finally stopped. After all, it was not a long downhill slope, so he would stop after a while. Let you show off. Mother Chen glared at him. Although her face showed anger, her hands were helping him brush the snow off his body. Lord Chen smiled awkwardly. He was just excited for the moment. After all, the feeling of flying on the snow was so great. Mom, do you want to try it? Forget it. Mother Chen waved her hands quickly. When she saw Mr. Chen's look, she lost interest. It was really scary. Xiao Dai is as timid as butterfly and doesn't dare to try it. Chen Shui stopped persuading them, as everyone didn't want to play anymore. They just followed the team. As soon as they returned to the team, Su Tian came to them. Master Chen. Just now. No. It's not me. You're seeing things. Lord Chen felt extremely embarrassed when he thought about what had just happened. How could he admit it? He denied it 3 times in a row. Su Tian was stunned. He didn't expect to get such an answer. Then he thought that Lord Chen must want to keep a low profile. So he denied it. That must be the case. Then he changed the subject. Master Chen, I want to ask about the carriage. You want to ask how to make a carriage and sled? Chen Shui interrupted. Right. Su Tian nodded. I always feel like what we did is not good enough. Okay. I'll get someone to guide you. Su Tian took the Chen family servants away to build a carriage and sled, while Chen Shui returned to the space and continued making cakes. It's a pity that there is no milk. Mr. Chen was farming, and his mother went to help. Chen Shui was making a cake with Xiao Dai. Considering that there was no milk, Chen Shui finally spent 10 contribution points and asked the system to exchange it for a bottle of pure milk. It's not a small bottle, but a big bottle, like the one you get with Sprite orange juice. Separate the egg white first. Chen Shui was making it, and Xiao Dai was learning beside her. But there was no egg beater to beat the egg whites. So she and Xiao Dai had to take turns. Flour, sugar, milk. We have limited resources, so we can only add these things. Oh, I have some milk. I'll make you another cup of milk tea. While Chen Shui was preparing for Xiaodie's birthday, Su Tian and others were having a headache, because the snow was getting heavier. Even though the carriage was loaded onto the sled, they still had to spend the night in the snow in the wild. Spending the night on the snow was incredible. I'm afraid that when they wake up, most people will have frozen to death. So when he thought of this, Su Tian got a headache. He asked everyone to light a fire. But where could they find dry branches and leaves in the snow? And where does the fire rise? Once a fire starts in the snow, I'm afraid the ground will melt, and the fire will be extinguished. So Su Tian had a headache. He felt that he was not suitable to be the captain at all, and he didn't know anything. In the current situation, he couldn't think of any solution. What to do? Where are we staying tonight? That's right. It's so cold. We can't sleep in the snow. Everyone was talking at once, obviously very dissatisfied. I told you to walk faster during the day, but you were so slow. Who can you blame now? Xiao Guang scolded, knowing Su Tian's character, which would be difficult to change in a short period of time, and Xiao Guang taking the initiative to surrender. Lord Chen proposed to make Xiao Guang his deputy. In this way, Su Tian can play the good guy and let Xiao Guang play the bad guy. Sure enough, after hearing Xiao Guang's scolding, everyone dared to be angry but not to speak, because Xiao Guang was not a good guy like Su Tian. If they made him angry, he would really whip people. How far is it from here to the next station? Su Tian turned to look at the others, and the person next to him quickly replied, I'm afraid it will take a few more days to travel. Su Tian sighed when he heard this, although he knew that asking other people was just to get a negative answer. Can our carriages, after we move the supplies down, accommodate so many people? That's impossible. Captain, we only have a few carriages, but the number of prisoners is dozens of times greater than the number of carriages. Then let the old and young women get on the carriage. The others are all grown men, so it's okay if they squeeze together at night. But, no buts. Su Tian interrupted. It's decided. Su Tian's strength stunned his subordinates, and they had to do as he asked. Although he had taken care of everyone as much as possible, some people were still dissatisfied because they had no wives or daughters and were alone. Why? Are you planning to sacrifice us? Li Ming hid in the crowd and shouted at the Yamen runners. How many of them deserve to die? Why can they get on the carriage while innocent people like us are left to freeze to death? That's it. That's it. Snapped. Xiao Guang waved his whip and walked over with a cold face. You don't accept it, right? Many prisoners suddenly became frightened. So what? Li Ming hid in the crowd again and shouted. Kill us all if you can. Otherwise we won't accept your defeat. Enough. Su Tian finally couldn't help but rushed out, looking at everyone with a gloomy face. You just asked me why, right? Just because I'm the captain of the Yamen. I have the final say. I say that only the old, young and women can ride in the carriage. Only they can get on it. If anyone disagrees, stand up. Seeing Su Tian taking out the knife, holding it in his hand, with an angry look on his face, no one dared to offend him. Even the legendary good guy. Stop talking? Su Tian did not stop, but looked up and glanced at everyone. Then he raised his knife and pointed at Li Ming, one of the prisoners. Bring him out to me. He had seen Li Ming fanning the flame several times before, but he ignored it. This time, he finally couldn't help it. The bailiffs rushed over and brought Li Ming out. Let me go. What do you want to do? Li Ming suddenly panicked and roared. Seeing that the bailiffs were indifferent, he started shouting at the prisoners. Come and help me. I'll tell you the truth. They actually want to arrest me. If they arrest me this time, it will be your turn next time. However, no one dared to step forward and they all lowered their heads, pretending not to see anything. Slap. Su Tian said his punishment with a cold face, then turned and left. Xiao Guang, I'm handing him over to you. You should know how to deal with it. Obviously, Su Tian still couldn't make up his mind, so he could only leave it to Xiao Guang. Xiao Guang naturally did not refuse. The more he did, the more likely he would make Lord Chen happy, and the more likely he would win his favor and truly serve under Lord Chen. Night fell quickly, and the temperature dropped rapidly. The people standing in the snow were soon shivering with cold. Oh no! Something happened. Just then, someone exclaimed. Obviously something big had happened. Chapter 128 Immortal Arts. Is my leg going to be gone? A man sat on the snow, looking at the crowd, and burst into tears. I have no feeling in my legs anymore. What should I do? When the others heard the noise, they gathered around. And when they saw the scene, they all showed sympathy. What happened? Su Tian also brought people over. Zhao Guang frowned when he saw someone sitting on the ground shouting. You didn't pretend to be like that and lure us here, did you? Nonsense. The man immediately became angry. What good would it be if I lied to you? Who knows if you want to use this as an excuse to ride in a carriage? Zhao Guang curled his lips. You? Okay. Stop arguing. Su Tian interrupted them and said, I have sent someone to find Master Qin. He will send a doctor to take a look. They shouted that something happened, and he thought someone was frozen to death. So he quickly sent someone to find Dr. Qin. And then he rushed over. Soon, Qin Shui and others came with the doctor. After understanding the situation, Dr. Yang began to diagnose and treat the patient. He knocked on the man's knee and pricked his leg with a needle. But the man felt nothing. Dr. Yang knew what was going on. I'll try acupuncture. If you still can't feel anything, there's nothing I can do. Upon hearing this, the man turned pale and cried out, Please, doctor, save me. How can I live without my legs? Not to mention that it was still a long way to the southern barbarians. But without legs, how would he travel the rest of the way? No one would carry him on his back. So how could he travel without legs? I am afraid that he would be abandoned as a waste. So he was very frightened and scared. And he didn't want to lose his leg. I'll try my best. Dr. Yang couldn't guarantee that after all. His medical skills were limited. So he could only pinch the needle and try acupuncture. After a moment, he looked at the man. But the man still didn't feel it. Dr. Yang sighed, stood up, and shook his head. No! The man's face became very pale and had no legs. So what is the difference between him and the death sentence? Doctor, do you really have no other way? Su Tian asked with some unwillingness. There is in the city, but not here. Dr. Yang sighed. In the city, there are indeed many ways. But in the snow, there is no resources. Save. Life-saving. My legs can't move anymore. Suddenly, someone beside him shouted in horror. Everyone looked at it, and saw the man covering his feet. His face was desperate. Save me. My legs can't move anymore. The man saw Dr. Yang, as if he saw a life-saving straw, and shouted loudly. However, his shout was like a fuse, and everyone around him suddenly lost feeling in their legs. Obviously, because they have been standing in the snow and their legs are frozen. They lose their consciousness. This change suddenly made people feel heartbroken. In particular, these people cried loudly. For a while, the whole snow was sorrowful. Captain, seeing this scene, the counters changed their faces. If 1 or 2 legs are abolished. Okay. But so many people's legs have lost their consciousness. Then something happens. It is impossible to abandon these people. If I bring them with me, then other people will have to carry them. But will others be willing? If you don't want to, what should you do with the burden here? The carriage is equipped with materials, and there is no way to pretend. So it is very troublesome to have so much burden at once. Let them fend for themselves. Converse curled his lips beside him. Impossible. Su Tian interrupted. I won't abandon them. Then these burdens. Get out of the way. At this time, a crisp sound sounded, and then saw several mages squeezing the crowd and leapt away. Then, everyone saw Qin Shui coming over. Miss. Dr. Yang ran over and said, It's my fault. Qin Shui waved his blame. It's not about you. Then, she looked at the frozen-legged person. Roll up his pants and rub it with snow. The Qin family was naturally no doubt. But the man struggled desperately and cried, Let me go! What are you doing? I haven't offended you. Why do you hurt me? Help! Let's take a look at the evil deeds of the Qin family. I did not offend them. They were about to hurt me. I didn't let me go. How vicious their hearts were. Shut up. The Qin family servant glared at him. If you say another word, watch your tongue. Okay, Qin Shui said. I'm saving you. If you want to keep your legs, don't move honestly. The man wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by the Qin family's servant. If my young lady wanted to harm you, how could she do it in front of so many people? Besides, what are you? You are also qualified to let our lady deal with you? Although the Chen family said it was more unpleasant, it did make sense. But his legs are already frozen. And you are still rubbing them with snow. Isn't this making things worse? Someone nearby couldn't stand it anymore and started to criticize. Our young lady does things. Has her own truth. Why is your turn your hands? The Chen family glared at the crowd. Then pressed the man directly. And then lifted his pants and rubbed it with snow. Others wanted to stop it, but saw a few guards holding their weapons. And then thought of what Chen Shuefu's father and daughter were flying on the snow before. Everyone dared not come forward. However, just as everyone was silent, the man suddenly exclaimed, "Well, me. My legs. I have awareness." The man's excitement was trembling, and he even pushed away other people, and dug the snow on his feet, and rubbed himself. "Okay if you have consciousness. And then rub it again." Chen Shui interrupted his actions. "Okay, will be done well." This. Others widened their eyes. And I couldn't believe it at this scene. The doctor had clearly given me a death sentence, and said there was no hope for me to recover. But I just rubbed it with snow. And it was cured? Magic. This is definitely a magic technique. Some people couldn't help but exclaimed. They had previously speculated that maybe Chen Shui was really the disciple of the Kunchen Immortal. Now they saw that the numb legs could regain consciousness just by rubbing them with snow. If this wasn't a magic trick, what else could it be? Some superstitious people even knelt down and scratched Chen Shui's head. And those who were also frozen in their feet also asked, "Please, Immortal, save me." Chen Shui did not expect to cause such a misunderstanding. She just didn't want to delay the time of rushing because of these messy things. It's just the beginning of winter now. If it lasts for a long time, and there's a cold wave, everything will be doomed. So we have to come out. If someone is frozen stiff, you can rub them with snow until they regain consciousness. Leave a word. She left. And the others quickly tried. Sure enough, it didn't take long for these people to recover my consciousness and shouted. In his heart, he believed that Chen Shui was an immortal. Chapter 129 Gratitude. Not long after Chen Shui left, she came back, and everyone excitedly bowed to her. No way. If it wasn't for Chen Shui's immortal art, I am afraid that their legs would be abandoned and their legs were abolished. It was equivalent to not saving them. So, Chen Shui saved their lives. Not only that, they also felt that Chen Shui had passed this magic technique to them, and they would be able to use it even if they were alone in the future. This was what made them most excited. This is a magical technique countless people yearn for, even the emperor of the court. However, Chen Shui was easily given to them, and they were not the kind of people who didn't understand gratitude. If you have no place to stay at night, you can dig a snow cave, Chen Shui said, and then instructed her subordinates to demonstrate. Pay attention to choosing a location with thick snow. Otherwise it will easily collapse. If possible, you can use branches to reinforce the sides and spread them on the ground as a mat. Chen Shui didn't know much, but she had watched survival shows frequently in the past and had learned some things herself. So she knew this knowledge. Although not many, they could also ensure that these people can have a place to sleep peacefully at night. With Chen Shui showing the fairy art, everyone would naturally not oppose Chen Shui's words, but looked forward to it. Soon the Chen family dug a snow hole, and some people couldn't help drilling in. Hey, it's so warm. The man couldn't help but exclaimed. The others became curious after hearing what he said. Is this true? Don't lie to me. What do you lie to you? You can try it when you come in. That person immediately left the snow cave, and the others went in. And then they all exclaimed. It's true. It's much warmer than outside. Okay. Stop squeezing it. When Chen Shui saw their appearance, he quickly interrupted. You can dig a snow hole yourself. Seeing that Chen Shui had spoken, they naturally didn't dare to fight anymore, and went to dig their own snow caves. Don't be so close. Stay away, or you'll collapse other people's snow caves. Seeing them huddled together again, Chen Shui couldn't help but remind them again. Then, she tried to be a good person and asked her men to guide them. Otherwise many unlucky people would be buried in the snow in the middle of the night. Seeing that the matter was arranged, Chen Shui turned away and continued to make her birthday cake. When the prisoners saw Chen Shui leaving, they all bowed and saw her off respectfully. They were very grateful to Chen Shui in their hearts. Whether teaching them magic or teaching them how to dig snow caves, it is equivalent to saving their lives. Before counting the things that the Chen family rescued them in front of the bandits, Chen Shui had saved them several lives. Not all of them are cruel and ungrateful. They were just jealous in their hearts before. But now, knowing that Chen Shui is a disciple of the Kunchen Immortal, The difference between his status and theirs is like the difference between the clouds in the sky and the mud on the ground. If so, and the gap between two people is not that big, then the other person will be jealous. But if the gap between two people is like heaven and earth, and the other person can only look up, then jealousy will not exist, and there will be more envy, worship and admiration. That is the case today. Qin Shui was a disciple of an immortal, and his identity doomed him to be apart in this life. In addition, Qin Shui taught them immortal arts and how to dig snow caves, so they felt more grateful than jealous. Tomorrow is Shidia's birthday, so let's make it a big one. Qin Shui rolled up her sleeves and said, "Tomorrow I will go on a killing spree. Ah bah. Show off my skills, and let you guys have a taste of what a delicious meal is." Oh! Chen's mother was surprised. Then I'd like to try Shishua's cooking skills. Xiao Dai next to her was a little flattered. "Miss, don't make such a big deal. I'm just a maid. And now?" "No!" Qin Shui interrupted her and hugged her. "We are good sisters, and we are all family. Besides, birthdays are not a trivial matter. Everyone only has one birthday each year." Xiao Dai was only 16 years old, younger than herself, and she had not even reached adulthood in her previous life. So Qin Shui always treated her like a younger sister. Xiao Dai was deeply moved. Tears rolled down her cheeks like pearls, and she swore that she would repay the young lady, the master and the mistress in her life. System. Redeem my birthday gift package? Qin Shui has discovered that as long as there are enough contribution points, anything can be exchanged. She has seen this so-called birthday gift package in the past few days. The so-called gift packages are actually some birthday supplies, such as birthday candles, balloons, birthday hats, longevity noodles, and even gift boxes for gifts. Qin Shui said Xiao Dai away and pulled her parents into the room. "Dad, Mom, this is a gift box. Let's use it to put the gift in for Xiao Dai." Seeing this exquisite gift box, Chen's mother's eyes lit up. "Okay, I have to think carefully about what gift to give. How about you help me think about it?" Lord Chen said with a headache. "I haven't given many gifts, especially to other women. Think about it yourself." Mother Chen glared at him. "Xiao Dai has given so much to our family. How can you treat her so perfunctorily?" Lord Chen curled his lips and said, "Aren't you afraid that you will be jealous?" Besides, he had never given gifts to other women, so how would he know what to give? However, thinking that Xiao Dai was about the same age as his daughter, and recalling the gift he had given his daughter before, Lord Chen came up with an idea. "We are all exiled now. Where can we find gifts? Your belongings are not there. Go and look for them yourself." Chen's mother rolled her eyes at him and pointed to a warehouse built of bamboo houses not far away. The Chen family savings are all there, and it is easy to find some gifts for Xiao Dai from those savings. After discussing it, they left the house and began to prepare for the next day. The next day, the exiles continued their journey. Thanks to the snow cave pointed out by Qin Shui, no one was frozen to death. Everyone was in high spirits and obviously slept very comfortably. However, the surrounding area was covered with snow, and the monotonous color made everyone's mood become monotonous as well. When will we be able to survive this winter? Cold, hungry, tired. A variety of emotions enveloped them, making them regret the wrong things they had done. But it's no use regretting. The team fell silent in an instant, and everyone seemed to be in a quiet mood. But Qin Shui's family was immersed in a joyful atmosphere. "Xiao Dai, you are the birthday girl today, so you don't have to work. Leave everything to us." "Girl? How can this be possible? What did you call me?" "Girl. You know I'm a girl, so you should listen to me." "Yes. Then I order you to have a good rest." Chapter 130, showing off one's abilities. Well, Qin Shui was a Hakka in her previous life, so she actually knows a lot of Hakka food. But with her cooking skills, she probably can't reproduce it, and the materials were limited, so she could only make simple ones. Birthday party? Of course you need longevity noodles. Then, fish and shrimp are definitely needed. But because all the fish and shrimp had been put into the lake, Lord Chen could only put down a fishing net to catch them. As for fish, Qin Shui plans to make sweet and sour fish. Kill the caught fish, cut into its body, add onion, ginger, garlic, salt, cooking wine, etc. and marinate for a while. Then take out the carp and fry it in a pan. When it turns golden brown, take it out and start preparing the soy sauce. There was no ketchup, and Qin Shui didn't like it, so she didn't exchange it. As for some other condiments that were not available before, Chen Shui just remembered to exchange them from the system. 1 spoonful of light soy sauce, 2 spoonfuls of starch, 3 spoonfuls of white sugar, and 4 spoonfuls of aged vinegar. Then fry the ginger, garlic and other ingredients in the pan for a while. Then add them to the prepared sauce. Finally, pour the sauce over the fried carp. A simple dish of sweet and sour fish is ready. Chen Shui's cooking skills are poor, mainly because she can't control the amount of salt well, and also because she can't control the heat well. I don't know when it is cooked and when it is not, and how long to stir fry it to make it taste best. So, Xiao Dai was the one who reminded them. Although Chen Shui ordered her to rest, she was still a little worried and ran over to look after Chen Shui and occasionally helped. Chen Shui just followed her. After making the first dish, Chen Shui was full of confidence and then planned to make braised prawns. It is said to be braised prawns in oil, but in fact they are not sea prawns, but large river prawns. Because this place is not near the sea, the prawns caught from the lake are large river prawns. However, they are delicious after frying. So, it should be called fried big river prawns. It is done in a similar way and is not very complicated. First, use scissors to cut off the whiskers and legs. Remove the shrimp thread. Wash and drain the water. Take this opportunity to prepare the seasonings. Chop the onions, ginger, garlic, etc. Then heat the oil in a pan. After the oil is hot, put the shrimp into the pan and fry them. After one side is fried through, turn it over to the other side. When it is cooked through, you can take it out. Drain the oil, and at this time put ginger, garlic, chili into the pan and stir fry. After the seasonings are fried, add oyster sauce, light soy sauce, and a little cooking wine. Then pour these sauces on the fried prawns and finally sprinkle with chopped green onions. Smell good. When did Shishua's cooking skills become so good? Lord Chen was attracted by the fragrance and was a little surprised. After all, he knew that Chen Shui had never been in the kitchen. I'm such a smart person. I've been following Xiao Dai for so many days. How could I not learn it? Chen Shui boasted, not afraid of being found out that she was not her previous incarnation. What are you looking at? Why don't you bring the dishes to the table? Mother Chen glared at Mr. Chen, obviously dissatisfied to see him standing there doing nothing. Lord Chen didn't dare to refute. He could only pick up the plate and leave in shame. Ma'am, let me do it. Xiao Dai hurried over and wanted to help Chen's mother serve the dishes, but was rejected. No need. Xiaoxua said that you are the birthday star today, so you should have a good rest. You've been cooking, washing dishes, and doing laundry these days, so you must be exhausted. Take this opportunity to have a good rest. Chen Shui also echoed. If Xiao Dai is alright, maybe she can watch me cook. Otherwise, if I make a mistake, it will ruin the dish. Yes, girl. Since it is a birthday party, we naturally have to prepare a big meal. Anyway, the space has the function of preserving freshness, so there is no need to worry about too many dishes going bad if left for too long. So, Chen Shui plans to continue doing it. The third dish is braised pork trotters with kelp. This dish is different from the other dishes available here. Those are all stewed soups with clear soup. What Chen Shui cooked was spicy and delicious. However, there was pig's trotter, but no kelp. Chen Shui could only ask the system to exchange it. One contribution point could get more than a pound of kelp, which was still worth it. First wash the kelp, dry it in the sun, then wash the pig's feet and prepare the seasoning. First blanch the pig's feet, then drain the water, then heat the oil in a pan and add the pig's feet to braise. Then add ginger, star anise, cinnamon, dried chili peppers, etc. Add kelp and stir fry until well flavored. Then add water and simmer for half an hour until the pig's feet are well seasoned and cooked through. In fact, there are other steps, but Chen Shui actually forgot underscore. But, as long as it's edible, it's fine. With 3 meat dishes, we naturally need some vegetarian dishes. Susai is the easiest. Chen Shui is the best. Then, Chen Shui also made a soup. Carrot and corn soup. Finally, we come to the most important and last one. That is, longevity noodles. Fortunately, the longevity noodles exchanged by the system were already ready, so she didn't have to knead them manually. She just had to cook them directly. You can't forget the eggs. Chen Shui fried 2 poached eggs for Xiao Dai, and then used carrots to cut the words Happy Birthday for Xiao Dai. However, after Chen Shui finished her preparations, She realized that there were cakes, longevity noodles, and so many dishes. She didn't know what to eat. Then after a few people discussed it, they decided to have a big meal at noon and celebrate the birthday in the evening. Anyway, she always makes the longevity noodles in front of Xiao Dai, so the surprise is already known. So it will be the same if she waits a little longer. Xiaoxue's cooking skills are really good, Lord Chen praised. She is worthy of being Xiaoxue. Chen's mother also praised. Yes, Xiaoxue is much better than me. What the girl cooked is delicious. Xiao Dai also praised. No. 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 Chen Shui didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Today is Xiudia's birthday. Shouldn't I praise her? Why are you praising me instead? Come. Xiao Dai. Eat meat so that you can grow taller and bigger. Mother Chen picked up a shrimp and put it in Xiudia's bowl. Chen Shui was even more direct. She directly picked up Xiudia's bowl and pinched her a few shrimp, a few pieces of pig's feet and kelp, which was full of bowls, and still stopped a few centimeters before stopping. Girl. Too much. Too much. Sigma. Xiao Dai was stunned and hurried to try to stop him. Oh my god. How could she eat so much? When Chen Shui put the bowl in front of her, the food was about to touch her nose. Xiao Dai was somewhat unable to laugh, but she was very moved. In fact, when she decided to exile with the girl, she was best prepared. Who would have thought that she didn't suffer at all? On the contrary, she was happier than when she was in the mansion. Especially the girl became completely different and treated her even better. A man will die for the one who pleases him, and a woman will dress up for the one who pleases her. Xiao Dai is now in this mood. This meal has been ate for a few hours. Before the digestion, in the evening, Chen Shui pulled Xiao Dai to the room, and then came out of the longevity noodles and birthday cakes. Although it was a little uncomfortable to hold on, Xiudia's heart was filled with warmth and touched, and tears flowed down like pearls. Chapter 131, Immortal Traces. Chen Shui turned off the lights, then took out the cake, put candles on it and lit it. Then he asked Xiao Dai to sit on a stool, put a birthday hat on her, and then took Chen's mother to sing the birthday song together. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Although Chen's mother and her husband were not very proficient, they were able to keep up with the rhythm as they sang. Xiao Dai, who was sitting in the middle, was already moved to tears. Close your eyes and make a wish. Then you can blow out the candles. I hope the young lady, the master and the lady can live a long life. We will definitely. Chen Shui interrupted quickly. Just recite it silently in your mind. It won't work if you speak it out loud. Xiao Dai quickly closed her mouth and said something silently in her heart. Then when she opened her eyes, Chen Shui asked her to blow out the candles. Happy birthday, Xiao Dai. I wish you a happy new year and more beautiful. Chen Shui said happily that although it was not her birthday, Xiao Dai was her sister, and it was no different from her own birthday. After saying the blessing, Chen Shui took out a big gift box and said, Xiao Dai, this is your birthday present? Thank you. Thank you, girl. Xiao Dai was a little flattered and deeply touched. The girl made a cake for her, and did so much to touch her. And she even gave her a gift. Hurry up and open it, and take a look, Chen Shui urged. Everyone present was their own family, so there was no need to go back and take a look. So Chen Shui asked Xiao Dai to open it. After Xiao Dai opened it, a furry little bunny was revealed. It's a big bunny pillow. Chen Shui held up a big white rabbit pillow with a long body and told Xiao Dai how to use it. Holding this when you sleep will definitely be very comfortable. She actually thought of many gifts, but finally decided on a pillow because she knew Xiaodia's personality. If she gave her something too expensive, she would probably kneel down and refuse it on the spot. So Chen Shui planned to give her a practical gift. Thank you, girl. When Xiao Dai saw the furry bunny pillow, she naturally liked it very much. She hugged it happily and was reluctant to let it go. Xiao Dai, this is my gift. Mother Chen also smiled and handed over a gift box. You can also open it and take a look. Yes, ma'am. Xiao Dai was still a little restrained when facing Chen's mother. When I opened the gift from Chen's mother, I found it was actually a set of clothes. This pink Guangdong embroidered pomegranate skirt with 100 fairies dotted with blurred flowers and auspicious clouds. Although not fully unfolded, one can still see the beauty of the skirt. Chen Shui's eyes lit up. Xiao Dai was a little flattered. Madam, this is too expensive. This pomegranate skirt is not something a maid like her can wear. And this skirt is more expensive than selling her. Just take it if I give it to you. Chen Shui echoed beside her. My mother doesn't need it anyway. Mother Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Xiaoxue is right. But you should also have some nice clothes. In fact, the clothes Xiao Dai wore before were not bad. They were better than those worn by ordinary people. But there was still some gap between them and what they wore. After all, due to the limitations of class differences in ancient times, they could not wear nicer clothes. But now they have been exiled. So they no longer care about these rules. It just so happens that my jade pendant can match this outfit. When Xiao Dai saw the master and his wife take out such an expensive gift, she was flattered and wanted to refuse. As a result, Qin Shui snatched the jade pendant and stuffed it into her hand, leaving her no chance to refuse. Even if you don't use it, you can keep it for your collection. After saying that, Qin Shui didn't give her a chance to refuse. Okay. Now that the gifts are delivered, let's eat the cake. Xiao Dai had no choice but to be dragged by Qin Shui to cut the cake, and then divide the cake into pieces. 1 piece for each person. There were some left, but the girls could no longer eat it, so they could only feed it to Lord Qin. Qin Shui originally wanted to stick the cake on Xiao Dai, but then she thought that this was not her previous life, so she didn't do it. Let's play a game. Fight the landlord, or truth or dare, or... Qin Shui told Xiao Dai all the games she knew and let her choose. After all, she was the birthday girl today. Moreover, Qin Shui also exchanged spicy strips, cola, even melon seeds and peanuts, and so on. In short, today they just have fun and have fun. They played until they were exhausted and then dispersed. Qin Shui even pulled Xiao Dai aside to chat with her in private for a while. Until late at night, Xiao Dai was still tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. She hugged the rabbit pillow tightly, with tears in her eyes. The next morning, Xiao Dai got up early to make breakfast. That's right. Ever since the house in the space was built and guards were hired, Qin Shui and others would spend the night in the space from time to time. There was no way. It was snowing, and it was too cold to sleep in the carriage. Even with several quilts, it was still very cold. So I could only hide in the space and sleep. Xiao Dai, why are you up so early? When Qin Shui got up, she saw Xiao Dai had already cleaned up the living room. They had so much fun last night that they didn't clean up the living room. But Xiao Dai got up early and cleaned up the living room and also prepared breakfast. What's for breakfast? Scallion noodles. Xiao Dai said that these were all made by Qin Shui. And she would also research some delicacies on her own so that the girl could eat more delicious food. After everyone had breakfast, they hurried back outside. The weather was nice today. It didn't snow, but the sun was out. So the team stopped to rest. The team was also eating breakfast. But after they finished breakfast, they had to wait until the evening to have dinner. In fact, prisoners and others only have 2 meals a day. The Exile team sometimes did not have breakfast that early due to time constraints. They might wait until noon to eat, and then have another meal in the evening. But either way, there were only 2 meals. Qin Shui's family was originally like this. But after Qin Shui traveled through time, she forcibly changed the family's eating habits. Now, in 3 meals a day, as long as there is 1 meal, Master Chen will feel unaccustomed and uncomfortable. Fairy, please accept our thank you gift. At this time, several prisoners came over with bread. But the guard stopped them from getting close. They knelt down not far away and held up the cakes to indicate that they were for Qin Shui. Obviously, they were the people whose feet were frozen yesterday, and they were saved because of Qin Shui's method. That's why they came over to express their gratitude. But no one knows whether they wanted to get close to us or not. No. Qin Shui's mouth twitched when she saw the hard biscuit. She had eaten this kind of biscuit before, and if it was not soaked to soften it before eating, her teeth would break. But those people kept kneeling, determined to thank Qin Shui and give her the gifts. Qin Shui would naturally not accept it. Firstly, she didn't need it. And secondly, if she accepted it, what would these people eat? So she could only pretend to be angry. But as soon as she got angry, the sky became dark. The bright sunshine turned into night in an instant. Everyone was so scared that they fell to their knees and begged Qin Shui for forgiveness. Qin Shui was also confused. Chapter 132, Words Come True. Eclipse? Qin Shui watched as the sky suddenly darkened and the sun was blocked by something. 2 words suddenly emerged in her mind. However, although she knew about this astronomical phenomenon, others did not. Especially those people just now. They saw with their own eyes that Qin Shui got angry, and the sky turned dark in an instant. They immediately thought it was a punishment from heaven, and that they had angered the immortals. Which was why this happened. So they all knelt down and kowtowed to Chen Shui, begging for her forgiveness. The others were also terrified because it suddenly got dark. But when they heard their voices, they found out the details and knelt down in fear and begged for mercy. Seeing the prisoners kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy, Chen Shui was confused and hurriedly explained to them that this was a solar eclipse and had nothing to do with her. However, these people can be said to be ignorant about this, and they simply do not believe it. All right. I forgive you. Finally, Chen Shui felt a little helpless and waved her hands as if to give in. However, no one knew whether they heard her clearly or not. Chen Shui had no choice but to take out a megaphone and shouted to everyone. That's enough. I forgive you. Everyone was startled by this sudden roar. However, coincidentally, as soon as Chen Shui finished shouting, the originally dark surroundings began to light up. In the blink of an eye, the sky returned to clear, as if nothing had happened. Everyone in Chen Shui looked at each other. And then, they all turned to look at Chen Shui, with expressions on their faces that seemed to say, "No!" Just now, when she got angry, the sky turned dark. As soon as she said she forgave everyone, the sky immediately became light. How could it be possible that it wasn't because of Chen Shui? After all, this is simply the legendary miracle. Only immortals can do this. Everyone was more convinced that Chen Shui was a disciple of an immortal. No, they rather suspected that Chen Shui was the reincarnation of an immortal. Originally they wanted to get close to her, but ever since Chen Shui performed her miracle, they no longer dared to have such thoughts. Chen Shui. She is painting coal with ink. And the more she paints, the darker it gets. It's totally hard to explain. Never mind. Anyway, it won't do any harm to her. So she won't explain it anymore. And it's better this way, as it will make those people feel awe and won't cause any more trouble. When Chen Shui returned to the carriage, the whole family surrounded her. Their faces were full of admiration, and Xiao Dai was like a little fangirl. Girl, you're amazing. Not me. In the face of his own family, Chen Shui naturally would not lie. So he became popular with them. But Master Chen suddenly realized. But the butterflies seemed to have not heard it, and still worshipped Chen Shui. Is that a lie? In the crowd, Zhang Yichuan stood in place dull. Since the bandit attacked the team, the Chen family has become different. I don't know if it was because of the bandits that the seal of the Chen family was lifted. Otherwise, how could the Chen family become so powerful? Xianshu? Miracle? Even if only one of these two appeared, it would shock the whole world. But it happened to the Chen family. In this way, how do you revenge? Zhang Yichuan was somewhat unwilling and could only suppress his hatred. A gentleman's revenge is never too late. Even after 10 years, he did not believe that he would not find an opportunity or the weakness of the Chen family. Chen Shuizhan's miracle was like a boulder smashed into the peaceful lake water. All prisoners were shocked when they heard this. They saw it with their own eyes, or experienced it themselves. How can one not be scared when the world suddenly becomes dark and you can't see your hand in front of you? And you can't even see the people around you? This is definitely God's wrath. However, the facts were completely different from what they guessed. It was not God who was angry, but Chen Shui who was angry. This shocked them even more. They didn't believe it at first. But when they heard Chen Shui say that she forgave everyone, the sky suddenly brightened and they had to believe it. Although many people were far away at the time, they also heard Chen Shui's voice. It was indeed dawn when Chen Shui finished saying she forgave everyone. For a moment, everyone in the team thought of the previous legend, that Chen Shui might really be an immortal. From then on, no one dared to be afraid of the Chen family. Chen Shui was not affected by this incident. She continued to eat and sleep as before. Occasionally go skiing. The prisoners had become accustomed to, and numb to seeing Chen Shui flying around in the snow. I think Chen Shui is an immortal. It is normal for her to be able to fly. And it is abnormal if she cannot fly. A few days later, the team finally arrived at the next county town. Naturally, Chen Shui had to go to the county town to purchase supplies. Lord Chen was worried about him going alone, so he naturally had to follow him. Later, Mother Chen was not assured of Master Chen, and also asked to follow. Xiao Dai was worried about Chen Shui and did not ask to go with him. But Chen Shui forced her to go. In this way, the entire Chen family went into the city. Before leaving, Chen Shui came to the front of the team. Everyone saw Chen Shui appearing, and immediately looked at her a little scared. The original crowds closed their mouths. Chen Shui ignored them, and looked at Su Tian. You can find the county magistrate and let him send some of the princes to help. Then let these people go into the city in batches and purchase the supplies they need, so as to avoid freezing to death or starving on the journey. Qin Shui's voice was so loud that the prisoners nearby heard it. They were immediately excited and looked at Qin Shui with gratitude. Sure enough, it is a fairy. That is, compassion. They used to blame the Qin family, and they blame Qin Shui. They are all good people. Good people will have a peaceful life. Of course. Qin Xiafeng turned. Some people are sinful, so they cannot enter the city. As soon as this remark, the excitement in the hearts of the crowd was immediately poured with a pot of cold water. They wanted to refute, but when they saw Qin Shui, the anger in their hearts suddenly turned off. Su Tian was stunned, and then he nodded excitedly. Why didn't he think of this and ask them to buy materials themselves, so they didn't have to help themselves to help them? Zhang Yichuan was also in the city team. He was not qualified to enter the city. After all, Qin Shui gave Su Tian a list after leaving, which was written on it, and which was deserved. Master Chen had long asked Xia Yunshang to investigate and then pass back through Shaoqing. Back to the point. Zhang Yichuan was not qualified, but he held his son, with his crazy wife standing next to him, and knelt down to beg Su Tian to let him take his wife to see a doctor. Su Tian knew that Zhang Yichuan's son was almost dead, and his wife was crazy, so he was soft and agreed. He also knew that the Zhang family was the murderer who caused the Chen family to fall into this state. But thinking that Lord Chen's family was willing to lend a hand to save Zhang Yichuan's son, how could he, as Lord Chen's disciple, stop Zhang Yichuan from taking his wife to see a doctor? However, Zhang Yichuan did take his wife to see a doctor, but he met an acquaintance on the way, and then he came up with an idea to deal with the Chen family. Chapter 133, The Witch Ruins the Country. No! Just let you pass the news, and don't let you do other things. Zhang Yichuan was a little annoyed and threatened. Don't forget, when you were in trouble, who suppressed the incident, and who saved your life? Compared with the grace of life, I just let you make a message. After the message is over, the one between you and me will not owe each other. The man was silent for a moment, and finally nodded. Okay. What kind of news do you want me to pass? Who is it to be passed to? Pass the news to Lord Shangshu. Tell him that the dark change is the ghost of the Chen family. To put it bluntly, Zhang Yichuan briefly explained this incident, so that men can report in detail to Master Shangshu. However, the man was shocked after hearing it. You are crazy. If the Chen family can really change the sky, it is definitely not an ordinary person. Maybe it is really a fairy. We will not please them and offend them. Zhang Yichuan saw the man's expression, and his face sank. Why? You don't want to. Then don't blame me for being cruel and expose the things of the year. You? Besides, what are you afraid of? As long as you don't say, I don't say, who knows that you leaked the message? Besides, you just passed the news and did not offend them. First give him a beating and then give him a sweet treat. It is obvious that Zhang Yichuan has not lost his experience as an official, and he immediately has the man under his control. Okay. The man gritted his teeth. As soon as you use it, no matter what you use, the news must be passed to the capital within 3 days. 3 days? Are you crazy? You know how far it is to the capital. However, Zhang Yichuan said coldly, I don't care what method you use. As long as you finish it within 3 days, then everything between you and me will be written off. The man looked at Zhang Yichuan's departure. His face was uncertain, and his body flashed with a hint of murderous. In the end, he still gave up. After all, who knows whether Zhang Yichuan still has a backhand? Anyway, it is just a message. In the fast horse, the man still passed the news to Shang Shufu. The news of Mrs. Shang Shu immediately brightened immediately. Come on. Drive Qin Tianjin. Go to court the next day. When he was about to scatter the dynasty, Master Shang Shu stood out and said the news that Zhang Yichuan came over in the face of everyone. Oh! When the emperor raised his eyebrows and interested, he wanted to sin himself. But when he heard the words of Lord Shang Shu, he suddenly had a direction. Send it to the Imperial Observatory. Soon, the director of the Imperial Observatory was summoned into the palace. An old white beard rushed in, and then fell to the ground and saluted the emperor. See Sini Nan Yuan. Gone! The emperor waved his hand. Jianzhen looked up at the master of Shang Shu, and immediately arched his hands respectfully. His Majesty, the day of Tengu. This is the ominous sign. His words fell, and an official behind him jumped out of his body and shouted sadly. The emperor ignored him and looked at Jianzheng. What do Qin Tianjin think about this? Jianzheng gritted his teeth and bowed his head. His Majesty, Lord Lu said a lot. Tengu Day. There must be a demon girl in the country. Oh! The emperor raised his eyebrows. Kusi Nan did not say so a few days ago? Jianzheng kneeled down. Your Majesty, the ministers dare not lie. Yesterday, when the knight watched the heavenly phenomenon, he found that the meteorite fell south. Seeing this, Shangshu stood out immediately. Your Majesty, the Qin family is in the south, and that Qin Shui is the so-called demon girl. Nonsense! Dr. Yushur and others quickly stood out and accused. Master Shangshu is definitely nonsense. Why don't you listen to the situation? Master Shangshu hummed coldly and turned his head to salute the emperor. I did not find 1 or 2 silver from the Qin family that day, or even a grain of food was not found. Is this unusual? Absolutely. What means of the demon girl? Or what obstacle method? So that the generals of the copied generals returned. Pass. Dr. Yang argued for Master Chen. Master Chen is just a tightness in the family. Do you remember that Lord Shangshu remembers? A few days before the disaster relief, Master Chen also changed the buyer to donate money? Hee hee. Master Shangshu sneered. Qin Yuan reunited? And it was impossible for all the family to sell all the family in the family. Besides, do in hundreds of people in Qinfu. Do'n't you eat and drink? However, Qinfu couldn't find food up and down. Even pots and pans were not available. It was not a place where people live. This, Dr. Yushur, who was originally good at spraying people, was speechless, because they didn't know how to argue for Master Chen. Also, would you like to know what happened to the exiled team? The Shangshu Lord continued. All the prisoners saw with their own eyes that when the Qin family which got angry, the sky turned dark in an instant. And when she shouted to forgive everyone, it turned light in an instant. For such a thing, could it be that you gentlemen want to say it is a coincidence? After saying this, the minister of the chancellery bowed to the emperor and said, Your Majesty, I request that your Majesty issue an order to behead the witch's family in public, so that the witch will not cause chaos in the country. As soon as the Shangshu finished speaking, a group of officials immediately stood up behind him and asked the emperor to order the execution of the evil woman. An Quan, the Qin family has fallen to this point. Do you still want to kill them all? Ping Yuan Ho, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke. The Shangshu's eyelids twitched, but he didn't answer. He then glanced at the supervisor, who sighed inwardly and also bowed. Your Majesty, the last time a solar eclipse occurred was 100 years ago. When everyone heard this, they immediately remembered that at that time, the Dayue kingdom had not yet been established, and it was still the period when the Yu kingdom ruled. There was also a solar eclipse at that time. But the next day, the whole country was in chaos. Uprisings broke out in various places, and the rule of the Yu kingdom was in jeopardy. After that, there is no need to go into details. The former emperor of Dayue defeated the overlord, unified the world, and established Dayue. Supervisor, you, the faces of the imperial censor, and others suddenly changed. The supervisor brought up all the events of the previous dynasty's destruction of the country, and it was obvious that the severity of the Qin family's affairs was countless times greater, making it as serious as in the previous dynasty. In other words, if they had had the opportunity to plead for the Qin family before, but this already involved the destruction of the country, they could no longer speak, and even if they did, it would be useless. Besides, only one person has the final say in this matter. So, the imperial censor and others said unwillingly, Your Majesty, what the minister said is just speculation. There is no real evidence at all. If the Qin family really has such ability, how could they be willing to be exiled? The emperor interrupted them and looked at everyone with a dignified face. The things in the Qin mansion disappeared inexplicably, and Qin Shuesheng caused the sky to change. How do you explain these things? If the Qin family really causes chaos in the country, what do you plan to do in front of your ancestors? After a few questions, the imperial censor and others were speechless. At the same time, they understood the emperor's thoughts and could only sigh. Chapter 134, Court Debate. His Majesty, General Ping Wei stood up and said, The property of the Qin mansion has disappeared. I think it's just the thief crying thief. As he spoke, Xie Yinshang looked at the Shangshu and said, The person leading the confiscating team is none other than the Shangshu's nephew Guochang. If they are secretly repairing the plank road and secretly moving Qin's property, It will be easy for them to transfer it. Moreover, after the Chen family's property was confiscated, they were exiled the next day, so there was no way to transfer their property. What evidence does General Ping Wei have? The Shangshu didn't expect Xia Yunshan to interfere, and his face looked a little ugly. What are the evidence of Master Shangshu? You? In addition, Xia Yunshan turned to look at the Emperor again. Your Majesty, I have already investigated the incident of the bandits attacking the Exile team. As I said before, there is someone behind the scenes directing the bandits. Who is it? The Emperor finally reacted. After all, although the exiled troops were prisoners, it would be shameful if the court could not even protect the prisoners and were easily killed by bandits. So when the Emperor knew that someone was behind it, he became very angry. Guichang, the Shangshu's nephew. The Shangshu's face changed, and he cursed Guichang in his heart. But he said calmly, General Ping Wei, what evidence do you have? If this is exactly what he did, I will go back immediately and execute Guichang without the need for an order from the court to serve as a warning to others. General Ping Wei took out a letter from his sleeve. Your Majesty, it contains the testimony of those bandits. After hearing this, the Shangshu was relieved and said with a smile, how can we believe the bandits' words? Besides, the last time this matter was linked to the conclusion, the bandit had been beheaded several days ago. General Ping Wei ignored him. I also found evidence that Guichang sent people to look for bandits attacking the team. Someone witnessed and heard Guichang sending his men to look for bandits to attack the team. There were also letters going back and forth, and his letters are also included in the memorial. The Emperor glanced at the eunuch next to him, and the eunuch immediately ran down in small steps, took the memorial from General Ping Wei with both hands, and then brought it to the Emperor. When I opened it, I found that there were indeed several letters in the folder. The eunuch opened the letter and read it aloud, and the Emperor took the opportunity to look at General Ping Wei's memorial. It is clearly written above. When Guichang sent his men to look for the bandits, he called a few of them, but they eventually refused. So he replaced them with another person. Not only that, after finding the bandits, the man wrote a letter to Guichang, asking him what to do next. In fact, the man already knew what to do, but he wrote a letter to ask Guichang in order to let Guichang leave evidence. The man hid the letter and told Xiao Guang where he would hide the evidence. Finally, Xiao Guang changed his allegiance and went to find Lord Chen, who then told Xia Yunshan about the matter. In addition, I also discovered that the embezzlement of disaster relief grain was related to Guichang. Someone saw a horse-drawn carriage leaving at night when the granary was stolen, and the night watchman also saw the driver. That driver is one of Guichang's men. Impossible. The minister interrupted hurriedly. Your Majesty has already investigated the case of embezzlement of disaster relief grain. The culprit is the Chen family. Everyone else has been arrested without exception. How could there be any omissions? As he spoke, he suddenly asked, is General Ping Wei questioning your Majesty? You know, the Emperor requested that the case of embezzlement of disaster relief grain be closed and not investigated further. But now General Ping Wei said that there are still omissions. Doesn't that mean the Emperor is wrong? How could the Emperor be wrong? Shanger just came back from the border and doesn't know much about this case. Let's not talk about whether Guichang was involved in the disaster relief grain embezzlement case. Ping Yuanhou naturally wanted to protect his son. He had been drowsy all the time, but now he looked like a sleeping lion that had just awakened. After taking a quick look around, Shangshu and others shuddered immediately and subconsciously took a few steps back. Guichang instructed the bandits to attack the Exile team. No matter what the reason, it was playing the face of the court, and it must be severely punished. Ping Yuanhou usually does not speak at the time, unless he involves military. But he speaks, even if the Emperor has to pay attention to it. Just as Marquis Ping Yuan said, arrest Guichang and behead him in public. Your Majesty, the matter of that which. The Shangshu was not concerned about Guichang's affairs. Although he was his nephew, his only worry was that he would not be implicated. The only thing he cares about now is whether he can use this incident to deal a fatal blow to the Chen family. Which? Ping Yuanhou suddenly sneered. Shangshu Han was also born as a Jinsher. Right? How could he still believe in such a thing? As for the mystery of the disappearance of the Chen family's property, as long as Guichang is arrested and severely tortured, he will naturally not hide anything. When Shangshu and others heard this, their pupils suddenly shrank. Guichang knew a lot of things, and even if he just revealed some clues, he would be killed without a burial place. Besides, Didn't the bandits' testimony say that Guichang ordered the bandits to attack the team? And their target was the Chen family. So, the Chen family can change the matter of heaven. So, after all this talk, we just need to catch Guichang and make him confess the truth, and we will know for sure. Good trick. Minister Han's face was terribly gloomy. Marquis Pingyuan had been avoiding the issue of the evil woman causing chaos in the country, and instead kept bringing the matter to Guichang. This is exactly what he has in his sights. This is a naked threat. But Minister Han just couldn't bear this threat. He just wanted to leave the court early and kill Guichang in advance. He felt a little regretful that he had not strangled Guichang to death earlier a few days ago. Your Majesty, the so-called eclipse of the sun is a celestial phenomenon, and it is not something that can be caused by human power. Pingyuan Ho looked at the emperor. Besides, the country of Dayue is now peaceful. The national strength is growing, and the people live and work in peace and contentment. How could they follow the footsteps of the Yu Kingdom? The imperial censor and others also stood up. The emperor looked deeply at Pingyuan Ho, then looked at the imperial censor and others who stood up, and waved his hand. The eunuch next to him immediately stood up and shouted, "Dismiss the court." After the court was dismissed, soldiers immediately left the court, apparently to capture Guichang. Minister Han suddenly became anxious and quickly turned around and ran outside. But Pingyuan Ho stopped Han Shangshu and said, "Han Shangshu, please stay. What does Marquis Pingyuan want?" Pingyuan Ho smiled and said, "I have offended you in the court just now. I would like to invite Minister Han to come to the home mansion for a gathering as an apology." Minister Han was stunned. Marquis Pingyuan would actually apologize to him. In the past, he had disdained to stand with civil servants like them. He sneered in his heart. He understood what Pingyuan Ho meant. He just wanted to delay him and prevent him from killing Guichang in advance. Naturally, he saw through it. So how could he be fooled? Marquis Pingyuan is understating it. The court just has different opinions. Besides, if there is an apology to be made, it should be Han who should make it. If Marquis Pingyuan doesn't mind, please come to Han's house for a gathering some other day. I will drink 3 cups of wine as punishment. Han Shangshu was immediately anti-guest, and even served as an army of Pingyuan Ho. He said that he said this. If Pingyuan Ho refused, it would be bad for his reputation. If he agreed, Pingyuan Ho, who had always disdained to meet with civil officials, would go to Han Shangshu's house for a gathering. If this were to get out, it would further damage his dignity. Snort. Suddenly, a cold snort came from the side. My father invited you because he thinks highly of you. No matter how big the Shangshu mansion is, how can it compare to the Marquis mansion? At this moment, Xie Yunchang suddenly showed his dissolute nature and helped Pingyuan Ho resolve the crisis. Chapter 135 Pulling Down the Temple. Pingyuan Ho and his son. One played the good guy and the other played the bad guy. And they delayed Minister Han, leaving him no chance to get rid of Guichang. But when the imperial soldiers found Guichang, it was too late, and they only found his body. Based on the situation at the scene, it was finally confirmed that he committed suicide. But anyone who is not a fool can know that Guichang could not have committed suicide. And it was such a coincidence that he committed suicide just when the court was about to arrest him. However, once Guichang died, the matter ended there. Although Han Shangshu was not overthrown, it was not without gain. At least one of Han Shangshu's arms was cut off. Moreover, after this incident, Minister Han would certainly not dare to act rashly. After all, as soon as he did so, he would easily be caught by Pingyuan Ho and others. Xie Yunchang immediately passed the news to Dashan. But he could only use the pigeon. And the speed of the pigeon was naturally not the speed of Shaoqing. By the time Lord Chen received the news, it had been several days. And they were all terrified. They didn't take it seriously at first. After all, it was just a coincidence. But it did scare the criminals. She had previously considered how to play tricks to scare these prisoners. That way, if they disappeared from the carriage or took something out of thin air one day, it would not cause any big reaction. Unexpectedly, it happened by accident. Now everyone thinks she is an immortal. So even if she does things that are different from ordinary people, or does things that ordinary people cannot do, no one else will be surprised. When they get used to it, they won't talk about it everywhere. Just like some people in their previous lives saw celebrities every day. At the beginning, they might be happy and excited to tell others that they were with celebrities. After a long time, you won't feel anything anymore, and you will rarely show off. Back to the topic. This time when she went to the county town to purchase supplies, Jin Xiuhua spent a lot of money, which made her feel very painful. Fortunately, they had basically bought everything they needed, and even bought a few pigs. Except for the thing that Qin Shui had been longing for. Most of the supplies had been purchased. Even though I didn't buy any cows, I still bought a lot of beef. In short, although Qin Shui felt sorry for the money she spent, it was worth it when she saw what she bought. Can we take this opportunity to win over a group of people? After the solar eclipse, everyone now regards her as a fairy. If they take advantage of this opportunity to win over a group of people, it will definitely be easier than before. What do you want to do? Lord Qin frowned. A large number of them don't know how to win over people. After all, some of them deserve the exile, as they had indeed embezzled food for disaster relief and did a lot of other bad things. It can be said that many people really deserve to die, and sending them into exile is a bargain for them. Dad, Qin Shui said with a smile, although they are not worth winning over, we can trick them into doing hard labor. That's right. Call. So cold. When will this horrible weather end? Everyone was breathing heavily and shivering, with shackles on their hands and feet, which made it even more uncomfortable in such a cold winter. Although Su Tian asked them to go to the county town to purchase supplies a few days ago, they have no shortage of food and clothing now. But the weight of the clothes itself, coupled with the weight of the shackles, makes them more uncomfortable. More importantly, it has been blowing cold wind outside. Even though it's sunny now, and there's no snow, it's still very cold. Achoo! People with weak bodies sneezed. Hey, just bear with it, someone nearby advised. Luckily the guy surnamed Sun is dead. Otherwise we would be even worse off than we are now. Although it's cold now, at least we can still bear it, and we won't really freeze to death. Everyone was silent. They all knew that what the man said made sense. But humans are insatiable creatures. Oh no! A scream interrupted their silence. They looked back and saw a woman holding a baby crying bitterly. The one who exclaimed was the person next to her. Although everyone didn't understand the situation, they could guess what it was by looking at her appearance. This situation is actually very common. Or it was not common originally, but it became very common after they were exiled. Especially during the period of exile. A large number of infants died, and the entire exile team was immersed in panic. Fortunately, those dark days have passed, or the fragile people have left, and only those of them who can still withstand the torment are left. However, this happens again. In fact, everyone thought it would happen a while ago. After all, it was snowing and colder after all. But now it is not snowing. The weather is clear, and most people have gone into the city to buy enough food and clothing. So there is no shortage of supplies. Yet people are freezing to death at this time. And it is still cheatsy. When everyone saw this scene and heard the woman's miserable cry, they couldn't help but think of the scene when their own children left. And they couldn't help but feel sad. Others are full of sympathy, and even come forward to comfort. Woohoo! My child. How can he leave me alone? The dead cannot be brought back to life. Please accept my condolences. However, the woman ignored the comfort of everyone at all. Crying with the child. Crying? Crying? Didn't you say that the Qin family is a fairy? It is not easy to make people want people to return to life. Zhang Yichuan suddenly came out of yin and yang. Go to them. See if they are real fairy. Zhang Yichuan's words fell, and the crying woman raised her head sharply, stunned, and ran towards the Qin family in a hurry. She ran and cried, Master Qin, Fairy Qin, please save my child. She ran all the way and shouted all the way. The prisoners on the road were attracted by her crying, and she asked what happened. Zhang Yichuan will naturally not let go of such a good opportunity. He knows that the Qin family cannot be a fairy. Therefore, as long as the child cannot be rescued this time, the Qin family will fall from the mud from the Cominion. No! The Qin family could not rescue the child. Zhang Yichuan was very convinced that although he had a long distance, he could also see that the child did not exhale. And he was absolutely no breath. So, the Qin family, you are waiting for the anger of these people. He was able to imagine that the Qin family was helpless in the face of the dead Cheatsi. He could only help say that he was not saved. But he was cursed by the prisoners as liar, and the scene of the god stick. Immortal? Hee hee. The fairy was not applauded by himself. Pulled from the sky to the mud pond. And he could do it once. And he couldn't believe it for the second time. Chapter 136, Resurrection. What happened? Qin Shui and others also heard the shouts outside. And it was a bit curious to open the curtain. The servants quickly explained. A woman's baby was frozen to death. And she brought people here to ask the young lady and the master for help. Why are you looking for us? Chen Shui frowned. Where's Dr. Yang? Should we ask him to take a look? Dr. Yang has already seen it. He is helpless. And he has judged that the red is already out of breath. But the woman said that the girl was a fairy. And she asked the girl to perform fairy surrender. And not only the woman. There are many people who are crying next to the girl to perform immortal survival. I guess someone is beside me, Chenda said, and lowered his voice. Girl, just give us this to deal with it. Although Chenda also found a magical means of girls. He was not sure whether the girl had the ability to die. If there is, it would be fine. If not, these people would probably be disappointed in the girl, and might even go crazy because of disappointment. Therefore, the best choice is to do it as not here. Give them these people to deal with it. If something goes wrong in the future, you can also push them out. Xiaoshu, stay here. I'll go take a look. However, Lord Qin got off the carriage and planned to go over to take a look. After all, if this matter was not handled properly, the prisoner's impression of them would probably become worse, which would be detrimental to their future plans. Moreover, this involves human life. How can he feel at ease if he doesn't go over to take a look? I'll go and watch too. Qin Shui also jumped off the carriage and followed her father. What happened? Master Qin is here. Fairy Qin is here. When the prisoners saw Qin Shui and the other person coming over, they all exclaimed in surprise. Even the woman holding the child with tears in her eyes raised her head and looked at the two with light and hope in her eyes. Both of them were touched by that look. Thump! The woman rushed over. She fell in front of the two. Her knees were deeply trapped into the snow, and the cold snow water entered her legs. She just beaten and ignored. Master Qin. Qin Xianzi. Please save my son. Please. I give you a hoe. As long as I save my son back, I am willing to be a cow and a horse. Why? Dr. Yang sighed. You are? Hey. Why are you embarrassing my master? I have already seen it. There is no way to bring the dead back to life in this world. You are not only embarrassing my master, but also yourself. Dr. Yang kept persuading the man. After all, he was the Qin family's doctor, and he already knew the child's condition. There was nothing he could do. Wasn't the woman trying to make things difficult for the master? At the same time, he also explained the situation to Qin Shui. The woman had been wrapping her child in thick clothes for fear that the child would freeze to death. But because the sun was out these days, the woman was worried that the child would get too hot if wrapped in too many clothes. So she took off one piece of clothing. But it may be because at this time, the child was exposed to cold wind or something else and then died. Hearing this, the woman was suddenly overwhelmed with grief and burst into tears again. Oh, my son, my poor son. Don't be like this. Get up first. The doctors are helpless. Qin Shui was interrupted before she could finish her words. Isn't she a fairy? Isn't she a fairy? How can she not let people return to life? At this time, there was a sudden sound in the crowd. Qin Shui looked up, but he couldn't find someone who spoke. That is, at this time, there were other people attached to Harmony. The fairy can't even do this. What a fairy. Ask me to say that they are pretending to be a scammer. Zhang Yichuan didn't know what to use to win some people to ignite the wind secretly. Obviously, a group of people who did not believe that Qin Shui was really a fairy. Qin Shui was also helpless. She was indeed not a fairy, and it was impossible for her to bring the dead back to life. Even if she wanted to help, she couldn't. But when she wanted to refuse, the people around were coaxing. Shut up. Xiao Guang glanced at everyone. Whoever. Let's cut off his tongue. When everyone saw his vicious look, they dared not speak again. But their faces showed expressions of indignation. Please, I only have this one son. If he's gone, how can I still live like this? The woman was crying, and her eyes trembled even more. She sighed and immersed her in space. System. Is there any medicine that can bring people back to life? Resurrection Dan. 5 million points of contribution value. Live dead. Flesh bone. Hiss. Although Qin Shui shocked the system, it really had more than 5 million contribution. She now only contributes more than 100,000. And the year of the monkey can accumulate more than 5 million. Ling Shou Dan. 1 million contribution value. As long as you breathe in one breath, you can save. The system quickly listed some pills, but none of them were affordable for Qin Shui. After thinking about it, Qin Shui's eyes suddenly brightened. System. Give me a first aid manual for frozen or frozen death. Let's take a look. Qin Shui took a stethoscope and came to the woman and put his hearing on the red. Bang, bang, bang. Although the sound of heartbeat was very weak, it was captured by Qin Shui with auspicious. Obviously, the child did not die, and there was a weak heartbeat. Obviously, although the child was not completely frozen to death, and now he has been wrapped in clothes by a woman. Because the warmth rises, so his heartbeat recovers. Give me the child, Qin Shui said, and did not wait for the woman's consent. She grabbed the child over and ran to her carriage. Child. My child. The woman quickly wanted to catch up, but was stopped by Zhao Guang. Since Qin Xianzi holds your child, it means that she has a way to bring it honestly if you don't want your son to happen. When Zhao Guang said like this, the woman stopped immediately, held her hands tightly, and prayed on her chest. How can it be? The scene that Zhang Yichuan watched not far away stared at his eyes, and couldn't believe it. How could there be a way for the Qin family? Yes, there is no way for the Qin family. Just to delay time. He secretly guessed in his heart. Maybe the Qin family planned to go out of the child. Anyway, he did not believe that the Qin family could make people come back. On the other side, Qin Shui took the child into the carriage, and before explaining with her mother, she entered the space. The space is much warmer than the outside, and I don't know if it is aura or what. The plant breed plant has a faster growth rate, and their bodies become better than before. Moreover, Qin Shui began to use the exchange of first aid to the first aid. Chapter 137 Price. Where are the people? Seeing Qin Shui leaving with the child in her arms, everyone was a little curious. But Qin Shui got on the carriage, and they couldn't see what she was doing inside. She can't really do anything about it. Can she? Someone couldn't help but whispered. Impossible. Zhang Yichuan retorted. Maybe she wants to delay time. Or, she wants to find other children to replace it. Fart. Someone immediately stood out to maintain Qin Shui. Where do they go to other children to drop the bag? That is. I think you are jealous. So I questioned them. Yes. I know him. His name is Zhang Yichuan. I remember that he and the Qin family had revenge. So I slandered the Qin family like this. You can fart. Zhang Yichuan was angry. If the Qin family can make people return to life, I will. What? Don't dare to say it. Zhang Yichuan did not dare to bet. He still had a trace of worry in his heart. But he was unwilling to be weak. Then you just look. When everyone quarreled, they suddenly heard a cry and listened carefully. But it was the baby's voice. They looked in the direction of the sound, and saw Qin Shui walking towards them holding a child. The child in her arms was struggling constantly. It was obvious that the crying sound came from the child. My child. The woman was stunned for a moment, then showed a look of ecstasy, rushed over suddenly, and then stopped in front of Qin Shui. Qin Shui handed the child to her. The woman took the child, lifted up her clothes, saw the child's face, and burst into tears. Woo woo woo. That's great. That's great. When everyone saw the woman's reaction, how could they not understand that Qin Shui actually did it? The Qin family could really make people return to life. Hiss. Everyone couldn't help but gasp. Impossible. How is this possible? Zhang Yichuan took a few steps back, and couldn't believe it. How could the Qin family make people come back? Aren't they ordinary people? Aren't they playing tricks? How can it be? Why? This is unreasonable. Zhang Yichuan suddenly began to doubt his life. In addition, those who attached Zhang Yichuan also became very ugly, and even turned around, for fear of being retaliated. Bang! However, just then, everyone saw Qin Shui suddenly falling towards the ground. Girl. Xiao Dai didn't know when he appeared beside Qin Shui, and helped her in time. Worried. Girl. Are you okay? Qin Shui waved his hand, and looked very weak. I'm fine. But it is too much consumption. Moreover, when she turned her back to everyone, she winked at Xiao Dai. Xiao Dai understood what she meant, and turned to cry to Lord Shen. Master. This is bad. The girl has consumed her own lifespan to perform magic, and has fallen into a coma. What? How so? Lord Chen's expression suddenly changed. He rushed over and looked at the unconscious Qin Shui, with an anxious look on his face. Xiaoshu. Xiaoshu. Don't scare me. Xiao Dai shouted deliberately again. Master. Let's take the lady back to rest. The lady said. This kind of mystery only exhibited once a lifetime. The price is too high. Master Chen was panicked. If he knew that this secret had such a big price, he would stop it. So what if other people resented them? So what if Qin Yuan's reputation became bad? He was a father. He could be selfish sometimes. He would rather Xiaoxu was safely and not far away. She sacrificed herself to save others. After all, he was not a saint. And he was also human. Although his mind was full of random thoughts, his hands did not stop moving. Lord Qin immediately ran into the carriage holding Qin Shui. What's going on? Mother Qin looked at Master Qin's anxious face and came in with a coma. And she was startled. Master Qin was guilty. As soon as he wanted to say something, Qin Shui woke up when he saw coma, and even immediately sat next to Qin's mother and picked up the cakes on the desktop. Ate. Mr. Qin, seeing his daughter jumping around, eating and drinking, she didn't look like she was in a coma at all. And Lord Qin was stunned. Xiaoxu, the girl is fine, Xiao Dai said. I'm sorry, Master. I was just talking nonsense just now. I told Xiao Dai to talk nonsense. Qin Shui pulled Xiao Dai to sit down and explained. I'm worried that after we save the child and this matter is over, there will be a steady stream of people coming to find us. So, I thought we must pretend that performing this secret technique requires a great price, so that they might not look for us. Even if they come to us, we can use the excuse that they will have to pay a huge price to silence them. But, Qin Shui said, suddenly picking up the cake and feeding it to Xiao Dai. I still have to thank Xiao Dai. In fact, those words were all Xiaoda's own thoughts, not taught by me. In fact, when she left the space, she simply explained it was Xiao Dai. But simply said it was Xiao Dai. What to say? But Xiaoda's words were beyond her expectations, and better than she had imagined. If anyone else came to him and asked her to come back to life to save others in the future, she would use the excuse of sacrificing her life. You scared me. Lord Qin breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. You almost scared me to death just now. You should give me a hint next time. Otherwise I would have thought. I almost went crazy with fear, Lord Qin said with lingering fear. After all, he only had Xiaoxu as his daughter. How could he let anything happen to her? So, he was really scared at that time. When everyone saw Qin Shui unconscious and heard Xiaoda scream, they immediately realized that it actually cost such a huge price to perform this magic. They thought it was easy. I even wondered in my heart whether I could ask the Qin family for help if I encountered such a thing in the future. But now they know that Qin Shui will have to pay with her life. And from what she said, she could only use it once in her lifetime. So won't they have any chance in the future? Even if there is a chance, the Qin family probably won't waste their lives for them. In fact, when they saw Lord Qin hugging Qin Shui and yelling like crazy, they felt that this was not an act and were quite accepting of the result in their hearts. After all, in their imagination, bringing the dead back to life could never be so easy. Now that they see such a huge price, they all believe it. It's better to die. You deserve it. Not far away, Zhang Yichuan saw Qin Shui unconscious and was so excited that he almost jumped up and even cursed secretly in his heart. He had never expected that the Qin family could really bring people back to life. But the Qin family needed to pay a price, which was what he wanted to see. Zhang Yichuan's eyes rolled, and he wondered in his heart whether he should encourage others to force the Qin family to help people revive again. In this way, all the people in the Qin family would suffer retribution and his great hatred would be avenged. Chapter 138 Doubt About Life. In the next few days, Qin Shui stopped going out. She pretended to be seriously injured and lay in the carriage. In fact, he was studying how to cook delicious food with Xiao Dai in the space. Lord Qin and his mother were not idle either. They took the servants to distribute ginger soup. When they were in the county town, they bought another batch of ginger. Although they bought a lot this time, they did not distribute it to everyone for free, but exchange. In other words, take something in exchange. But this thing is not silver or other property. Because Qin Shui and others had discussed that a bowl of ginger soup actually only cost 1 or 2 cents. So it was impossible to charge several taels. Collecting less of these few cents is of no use at all. But collecting more will cause dissatisfaction among these people. So, after a discussion, they decided to barter. This thing is actually knowledge. For example, if you know how to make a certain dish, you can write down a recipe. Or, you may know how to do a certain handicraft and write down the techniques. In short, no matter what the technology is, as long as they find it useful, they can exchange it for a bowl of ginger soup. Although sometimes technology in ancient times was priceless, it also depended on what kind of technology it was. They are basically all officials or come from large families. And they don't care too much about the technology that ordinary people value. Moreover, many advanced technologies are often hidden in large families. So, although it seems that it is not worth exchanging technology for ginger soup. In fact, in the ice and snow, a bowl of warm ginger soup that can drive away the cold is absolutely priceless. Not to mention, this is Chen family's ginger soup. Everyone knows that Chen Shui is a fairy. A few days ago, the Chen family brought someone back to life, and they all saw it with their own eyes. Even if they didn't know it at the time, they heard about it later. After all, the woman went to the Chen family every day to kneel and thank them. In short, the Chen family is a family of immortals. And the things they take out are definitely not ordinary things. Therefore, they think that exchanging useless technology for a bowl of ginger soup, which may be a panacea, is definitely a big win. In a short time, Chen's ginger soup was sold out in less than half an hour. Fortunately, they bought more than 100 kilograms at that time. Even if they planted dozens of kilograms as seeds, there were still 70 or 80 kilograms left. 70 or 80 kilograms is enough for them to last more than half a month. Moreover, compared with their efforts, the rewards they receive are worthwhile, and their contributions are continuous. Although Chen Shui did not go out, she sat in the space and watched the contribution value continue to rise. 150,000. This is the current contribution value, which is equivalent to 150,000 taels of silver. Although it doesn't sound like a lot, if it is converted into real silver, it may be enough to crush Chen Shui to death. Chen Shui and others made a lot of money through Jiang Tang, and these prisoners were not angry, but became more grateful to the Chen family. After drinking the ginger soup, they indeed felt warmer, and were less likely to get sick or catch a cold when walking on the snow. And no one was frozen to death afterwards. In addition, Lord Chen also discussed with Su Tian and decided to continue to let the old women and children ride in the carriage, to avoid them freezing to death in the cold weather. Su Tian naturally had no objection. And Lord Chen also gave up 2 carriages for the old women and children to ride in. This time, when Lord Chen gave up the carriage, the prisoners didn't say anything. Instead, they all praised the Chen family for their kindness. After an unknown amount of time, they finally arrived at the new station. Although everyone had enough clothes and food, they still couldn't bear walking on the snow in the cold weather. In the post station, the Yamen runners would provide rooms for all the prisoners to squeeze into, which was much more comfortable than sleeping in the snow. In addition to the large bunk beds, the inn also has other small rooms, or independent rooms, suitable for 1 or 2 people, or families. After Su Tianyang revealed his identity, he was naturally arranged to stay in a separate room. Su Tian also asked the Yamen of the post station to arrange a few rooms for Lord Chen and his men. But Lord Chen refused, saying that the whole family should share one room and give the room to other prisoners. This move once again won the favor of the prisoners. Even the postmen at the post station were surprised. It was the first time they had seen such a prisoner. He refused to take the room available, and instead wanted to squeeze into another room. In fact, Lord Chen and others did not sleep in the room, but in the space. Perhaps it was because they were used to sleeping on the bed in the space. Moreover, the soundproofing of the rooms in the inn was not very good, so what they were about to say could easily be heard. The next morning, just as the Chen family was about to leave the post station, they encountered a group of soldiers. The Chen family's guards came over immediately and said, "Master Chen, this is the general's personal guard. He should be here to receive the wound medicine." Lord Chen then realized that when he asked Xiao Qing to hand over the clue given by Xiao Guang to Xie Yunsheng, he also told him that he could send someone to get the medicine for the wound. I didn't expect Xie Yunsheng to be so fast. Lord Chen immediately found Su Tian and asked him to take the team away first. Su Tian naturally had no objection and left with the team without looking back. The postmen at the post station looked at each other in bewilderment, somewhat doubting their lives. Aren't this Lord Chen and his family criminals? What is this operation? The postmen were stunned when they saw Su Tian and other Yamen runners taking the prisoners away and leaving Lord Chen and others behind. However, they were even more surprised when they saw Lord Chen waved his hand and Su Tian left respectfully. In particular, there were several Yamen runners guarding the Chen family like bodyguards, which made them even more surprised. Why does it always seem like the entire Exile team listens to the Chen family? Could it be that the Chen family is a big shot in the court? For a moment, all these postmasters were tempted and hurried over to please the Chen family, asking them if they needed help. The Chen family finally managed to get them to leave. And then they handed over to Xie Yunshang's personal guards. Chen Shui asked them to move a few boxes from their own carriages. And then the guards took the boxes from their own carriages and moved them to their carriages under Chen Shui's instructions. The Chen family's guards were extremely surprised, because they had no idea how so many boxes came to be in the carriage. You know, the carriage is not big. How could it possibly hide so many boxes? And they have been following the Chen family. How could they not know that there are boxes inside? But they quickly returned to normal. After all, they had seen too many shocking things during this period. They had seen a lot of swords and sabers, and all kinds of big scenes on the battlefield in the past. So they were able to keep their emotions under control. However, they were shocked several times. This time I was just slightly surprised. And then I got used to it. Aren't you going to check it out? Seeing that Xie Yunshang's personal guards had moved so many supplies, the value of which was several times higher than their wound medicine. And those personal guards loaded the boxes of wound medicine onto the carriage without checking. The general said that as long as it is given by Lord Chen, there is no need to check it. Lord Chen was indeed moved by Xie Yunshang's arrangement and continued. But you gave too much money and property. This is the general's order, said the guard. Because of the heavy snow and the rush, there is only one carriage of supplies. So the general said he would make up for it next time. Forehead. Chen Shui looked at the box filled with gold, silver, jewelry, and jade, and was dazzled. But when she heard their words, she was speechless. Rich people are just rich people. Chapter 139 Envy. The supplies Xie Yunshang sent were obviously more expensive than the golden wound medicine they gave. Moreover, Xie Yunshang also knew that Chen Shui and the others liked things they had never seen before. So in addition to gold, silver, and jewelry, there were many other things. For example, there are many plants and objects that I have never seen before, etc. In short, Chen Shui gained a lot of contribution points. The contribution points spent on exchanging for the golden wound medicine not only paid back the money, but also doubled it. This is why Chen Shui is willing to do business with Xie Yunshang. After all, this is the fastest and largest way to get contribution points. Moreover, Xie Yunshang was very generous. In addition to allowing Chen Shui to double the contribution points she had spent, he also gained a lot of gold, silver, jewelry, jade and jade. The increasing contribution points made Chen Shui more confident. She was now willing to exchange for things that she had been reluctant to exchange before. What's this? Mother Chen held a bottle curiously. She had never seen such an exquisite bottle, but she could not understand the words on it. It's a face cream, Chen Shui explained. Although the sun is not strong in winter, the ultraviolet rays are still very strong, and the weather is cold. The skin is prone to chapped and frostbite. So with this cream, you don't have to worry about these. Chen Shui has always wanted to buy this cream, but she has been reluctant to do so. After all, the contribution points must be saved and used when necessary. But now there are already more than 100,000 contribution points, plus the contribution points brought by Xie Yunshang's subordinates. It is almost more than 200,000. More than 200,000 contribution, and buying a cream with less than 100 or 2. It is not a mess. Moreover, not only she can use it, but also Chen's mother, Xiao Dai, Xiao Hua, and the little girl can use it. That's great. I've been feeling skin discomfort these past few days, and I don't even dare to go out in the wind. Mother Chen was somewhat delighted, and several people quickly gathered together to apply facial cream. Although they didn't know what brand it was. It was produced by the system, and was definitely a high-quality product. Mom, don't be afraid now. You can go skiing with me. Forget it. I'm not as good as you young people. I'm still. Mother Chen waved her hands quickly, thinking of what happened to Mr. Chen last time. She dared not try it. But Chen Shui insisted on dragging her along. Chen's mother couldn't persuade him. In fact, she really wanted to try it. But she was afraid of falling, and even more afraid of being embarrassed in front of her daughter. So she didn't dare to try. So when Chen Shui pulled her, she agreed reluctantly. Xiao Dai, you come too. Ah, girl. I don't have to. Xiao Dai is as timid as her name suggests. And she is just as afraid as a butterfly and doesn't dare to try. But Chen Shui pulled them out one by one. Today is the rest time. Because of the thick snow, the travel speed is slower and more tired than before. So the number of team rests is more than before. This also meant that no one ever died in the team. So everyone was very grateful to Su Tian and the Chen family. It seems that the Chen family did not do anything. But in fact, as long as everyone is careful, they can find out. It was the Chen family who suggested that they go to the city to purchase supplies. And it was also the Chen family who suggested that the old women and children ride in the carriage. Ginger soup was also made by the Chen family to help them ward off the cold. It is also the Chen family to propose to let the team rest more. In short, the Chen family's presence is everywhere. Therefore, everyone was both in awe and grateful to the Chen family. Let's get back to the topic. Chen Shui took her mother to go skiing in the nearby snow. Naturally, Mr. Chen was worried and followed them. But Xiao Dai broke free from Chen Shui's hand at some point and quietly distanced herself from Chen Shui. Chen Shui didn't pay attention and concentrated on teaching her mother how to ski. However, Chen's mother seemed to have no talent in this area. After teaching for a long time, she still couldn't ski. Even if you stand up in less than a few seconds, you will fall, let alone slip. Once, he slid 1 meter. But because he exerted too much force, he ended up falling down. Mother Chen had almost given up. But luckily Chen Shui was there to comfort her. With Chen Shui's patient teaching, Chen's mother was finally able to skate well and danced with joy. Bang! However, because of the pride, Chen's mother fell towards the ground. When she struggled to get up, her face was covered with snow, which looked very funny. Puff! When Mr. Chen first saw Chen's mother fall, he was a little worried and was about to rush over. But he was relieved to find that Chen's mother was not injured. But when she saw Chen's face full of snow, Master Chen couldn't help laughing, and even wanted to find Chen Shui's camera to record. However, as soon as Lord Chen laughed, he felt a strong murderous aura, and immediately closed his mouth and looked down at the ant. Chen Shui stepped forward to help her mother get rid of the snow on her face. Mother! Otherwise, just now, she had seen her mother who fell more than 10 times, and she couldn't stand it anymore. And although it didn't hurt to fall in the snow, she would still get a lot of snow on her body. When she was snowy, she would get wet clothes, which was easy to get cold. No, I just can't learn it today. Mother Chen looked up and glared at Mr. Chen, then continued practicing, as if she was competing with skiing. Let me teach you. Lord Chen came over and asked Chen Shui to go and rest. Only then did Chen Shui realize that someone seemed to be missing. In the end, she found a small butterfly behind a tree behind her. She stretched out a small head and looked at it all the time, and it was difficult to not find it. Chen Shui hurried over, caught her, and brought her over. Girl, I don't need it. I'm scared. Xiao Dai was traumatized by seeing Chen's mother falling heavily to the ground. Don't worry. I'll hold you while you slide. Ah? Xiao Dai was stunned. Can it be slippery like this? When she was in a daze, Chen Shui had hugged her on a ski board, tied her feet, and then tied her, and then helped herself and Xiao Dai with a rope. When the butterfly reacted, it was found that it was already on the car. No, I got on the ski board. Sigma. Wait. Girl. I want to download. Before getting out of the car, Chen Shui slipped out of. Xiao Dai screamed immediately and hugged Chen Shui. Fortunately, she did not move, and Chen Shui didn't slip quickly, and it was still on the flat ground. Hearing the cry of Xiao Dai, Master Chen looked back and looked back. When he saw Chen Shui's operation, he was surprised, and then smiled. Same for us? Master Chen couldn't help it. You are shameless. I'm still face. Mother Chen glared at him. However, I do know what Master Chen used. Mother Chen learned to ski, and it looked good. The two slipped, and even slipped hands together. The four people's happy laughs echoed in the open space. It makes many people envious. Chapter 140 Snow Blindness. We have gone for more than a month. Several prisoners stepped on the snow, making a crisp sound, and chatting with each other. In the past, there is still energy to chat. It should be about the same. When Captain Sun was there, they were numb and did not feel at all, so they didn't know how many days they had gone. However, feeling the temperature around them getting colder and colder, they guessed that they had been walking for quite some time. North City. As long as you pass the North City, you can reach the south. You don't have to worry about being frozen to death. Are you frozen, stupid? The people around him complained speechlessly. Go to Beicheng? How can you go to Beicheng without 2 or 3 months? When you walk there, winter has passed early. It seems too. By the way, do you feel uncomfortable with your eyes? I also feel a little bit. I always feel that my eyes have been crying inexplicably. And it hurts. Oh no. We are not going to go blind. Let's go find the Chen family's doctor for treatment. Chen Shui bought a lot of books in the county, including many medical skills. Dr. Yang knew that her medical skills were limited, so she put her mind on Yang Xiaohua. He even asked Chen Shui to let him take a small painting to see a doctor and accumulate experience. Chen Shui did not refuse, but just gave them opinions, and they must not be a free clinic. Otherwise they would be endless. And once this head is opened, as long as other things are not free, these people will be jealous. Therefore, as long as someone is willing to spend money, they can find Dr. Chen's doctor to see a doctor. Of course, the money they collect is not a lot of money. Of course, seeing a doctor in illness. But there is no medicine to eat. Everyone knows that there is a piece of snow around, and there is no way to find herbs. And there is no way. If Dr. Yang is so low, of course, it is more important to accumulate experience for Yang Xiaohua. Several people who had hurt their eyes just now came over. Dr. Yang asked her daughter to view first, and then checked it by herself. What do you think of this symptom? Dr. Yang looked at his daughter and asked. Yang Xiaohua frowned. To be honest, she had little experience in seeing a doctor. It was the first time that this symptom was seen. The ancient books have recorded snow with white light, shining on the eyes, closure of eyes, dazzling. This, Dr. Yang reminded. As a result, Yang Xiaohua really remembered. This is snow blindness. Dr. Yang's eyes widened. Do you have this disease? He felt that he should be a little bit severe. And if you see a doctor wrong, then it would be big. It was what the girl told me. A few days ago. The girl just told me to pay attention. Don't keep staring at the snow. Otherwise it is easy to get snowy disease. It turned out that the girl said that it's okay. Dr. Yang nodded. As expected of a girl, she could give such an appropriate name to the disease. He completely forgot about wanting to teach Xiaohua a lesson for being ignorant. Since you know what this is the disease, do you know how to treat it? Dr. Yang continued. No. Xiao Pei nodded. Girl said, you can apply cold water to apply your eyes. Cold water? What is this? Dr. Yang began to doubt his life. The girl was obviously not a doctor, but her medical skills were better than his. Many illnesses that he could not treat were easily cured by the girl. Wait, why should I compare myself with the girl? She is an immortal. What qualifications do I have to be compared with her? However, although he knew that his daughter had treatment methods taught by the girl, Dr. Yang still taught Xiaohua the treatment methods he knew. Moreover, after treating these people, Yang Xiaohua hurried to Chen Shui to tell her about it. It still happened. Chen Shui sighed. When it first started snowing, she told everyone to prevent snow blindness. But no one listened. Fortunately, they were lucky. They walked on the snow for so long without suffering from snow blindness. Chen Shui even wondered whether the ancients would not suffer from this disease. Who knew that it would suddenly happen when she had forgotten about it? What happened? Lord Chen saw her expression change. Obviously something big had happened. Chen Shui briefly said, this is just the beginning. If we don't stop it quickly, I'm afraid everyone will get snow blindness. And then the team won't be able to move forward. Lord Chen also knew the seriousness of the matter. The two of them found Su Tian and told him what had happened. Su Tian agreed without hesitation. After all, he originally only respected Lord Chen and treated Chen Shui as a junior and took care of her as such. But what happened in the past few days overturned his worldview. Chen Shui turned out to be the legendary fairy. Ever since he knew about this, he no longer dared to treat Chen Shui as a junior, but treated her with the same respect as Lord Chen. So, when the two of them came to him, he basically obeyed them without complaint. And what Lord Chen and the others wanted to do was actually similar to what he wanted to do. So he had no way of objecting. There were no sunglasses in ancient times. But that doesn't mean there were no other ways. So Chen Shui directly asked them to cover their eyes with black clothes. The exiled team was naturally happy to hear that they could take a rest. But they were immediately dissatisfied when they were asked to walk with their eyes covered. Isn't this embarrassed? But when they heard that it was Chen Shui's request, everyone immediately said, no problem. After all, the immortal's words must make sense. Then Su Tian explained, not everyone has heard of snow blindness. But many people actually experience the symptoms that Su Tian mentioned, such as eye pain and tears. So, when they heard that they might go blind if they didn't take measures, they were immediately scared and started to wear cloth. Anyway, it's on the snow. There's no obstacle ahead. And you won't get hurt even if you fall. Chen Shui also asked Su Tian to find a rope and asked all of them to hold the rope and move forward slowly. Just like the kindergarten children in their previous life going home after school. Qin Shui also mentioned some precautions, just asking them to give their eyes more rest. As a result, these people were afraid that they would go blind and kept covering their eyes with cloth. Moreover, they have a strong ability to adapt. They were not used to it at first, but they got used to it later. As they walked, everyone felt fortunate and grateful to Qin Shui. If it weren't for Qin Shui, they would probably have gone blind. Result: everyone's eyes were kept. But another major event happened. Master Chen, something big has happened. Su Tian anxiously found Qin Shui's family. He was obviously very panicked, with an expression as if something big had happened. Qin Shui's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that bandits were attacking again? But, in this snowy day, are the bandits so dedicated? As a result, we learned from Su Tian that it was not a bandit attack, but it was even more terrifying than a bandit attack. Chapter 141 Lost in the Snow. What happened? When Lord Chen saw Su Tian's ugly expression, he felt a little worried and couldn't help but stand up quickly. We are lost. Su Tian said with some shame and embarrassment that they should not have lost their way. But because of the snow, everything was white. In addition, because of snow blindness, everyone tied cloth strips around their eyes, so they couldn't see the road ahead clearly. They all walked for a while, and then took off the cloth strips. Or maybe some of them don't fold the cloth too thickly, so they can just barely see what's going on around them. But in reality, it's still very blurry. In short, due to such complicated reasons, everyone got lost. Upon hearing this, Qin Shui and Lord Chen looked unhappy. Getting lost was not a small matter, but it was not a big one either. But in the snow, it is a big thing to get lost. And it's a very scary thing, especially if a snowstorm is approaching. Lost in the snow. Food is a big problem. And warmth at night is also a big problem. They might freeze to death by then, no matter how thickly they are dressed. Once the blizzard comes, everyone will be buried, and they will not be able to escape. And if you go further and further away, even into the forest, you might encounter hungry wild beasts. It is difficult for people to walk in the snow. So how can they escape from the attack of hungry wild beasts? In short, getting lost in the snow is a very scary thing. And it can almost be said to be a life-threatening situation. This is also the reason why Su Tian is so anxious. Because of snow blindness, the team moved more slowly. And as they consumed more physical energy, the food was also consumed quickly. By the time they reached the post station, they will probably have starved to death, coupled with other crises. Therefore, Su Tian had to come to Qin Shui, because she was a fairy. And Su Tian subconsciously felt that she had a way. It's over. It's over. We are really getting lost. The other prisoners gathered together, their faces full of fear. They were already on a vast expanse of white snow, but they couldn't find their direction. No matter who it is, they will be afraid. Fear of the unknown. We're not going to be stuck in the snow until we die. Although they had never experienced getting lost in the snow, they had heard of many stories about people who got lost in the forest and were found dead the next day. What's more, this is snow. For a moment, the whole team became anxious. It was when Su Tian saw this situation that he calmed everyone down and then hurried to find Qin Shui's family. Qin Shui does have a solution. We are going to Nanman. That is, the direction is in the south. That's right. The easiest way is to look at the position of the sun. It was necessary to look at the survival series of Bei in the previous life, letting her know that there are many ways to distinguish the direction. But now we are on the snow, so we can't determine the direction by the trees. At night you can see the stars. The sun can naturally pass through during the day. As Qin Shui spoke, she pointed at the sun, and layers of clouds came like a tide, blocking the sun. Qin Shui. Although it was blocked, Qin Shui had already written down the sun. After all, the sun was always rising. Qin Shui pointed to a direction. Over there is the south. As long as we go there, we can go to Nandan. But, just as Su Tian showed an excited and happy smile, he heard Qin Shui say but, and his heart skipped a beat. If we head south, we can indeed reach Nanman. But we may not be walking on the official road along the way. We may even deviate from the official road and walk in the wild mountains and wilderness. After all, she didn't know where the official road was, even if Shaoqing went to see it, because the snow was white. The official road was covered by white snow, and it was impossible to see whether it was official or wasteland. Moreover, Judging from the weather, a snowstorm will appear soon. So, we should go and explain things to those people. Otherwise they might go crazy and say we're taking the wrong direction when we're halfway there. Su Tian nodded. Said Qin Shui's words to everyone. Let them choose and give an answer. There is no doubt that everyone chose to believe Qin Shui. In other words, they don't know what to do. But now there is a direction. Naturally there is a hope. More importantly, Qin Shui is a fairy after all. What she said will never make mistakes. Moreover, they also saw that the sky was wrong. And they knew that it might be snowing. After heavy snow, they clearly knew the horror of the blizzard. Since there is no problem, continue to hurry. Boom! Before everyone walked, they heard thunder. And they jumped in the bottom of their hearts. And could not help speeding up. They didn't want to be outside in the snow. Even though they had been like that before. But blizzard, as the name suggests, storm the snow. A storm can make people doubt their lives. And if coupled with heavy snow, it can immediately send people to reincarnation. But the sky is not wished. Before everyone walked, the heavy snow fell with the thunder. At the same time, the horrible wind was mixed with snowflakes crackling on everyone's face. And before the thin people went far, they were blown back by the wind. And even those horses were walking difficult to walk. Bang! Someone finally couldn't carry the wind. And was finally blown down on the snow. Half of the body in the snow. Get up. The person next to him couldn't open his eyes by the storm. If he wanted to pull it, he couldn't get through. But that person was instantly covered by the wind and snow. And his figure could not be seen clearly. Wow! Fortunately, in the end, the man struggled out of the snow. Otherwise, he would really be buried by heavy snow. Cannot be done. It's snowing so hard that we can't walk. Then there's nowhere to hide. I'm so tired. I want to sit for a while. Don't sit down. You won't be able to get up if you sit down. With such a big snow, everyone was filled with snow for a while, which was still a part of walking and shaking. Once you stop, it won't be long before you really become a snow sculpture. But the snow mixed with strong winds can be very painful. And if you are not careful, you will be knocked to the ground. Hurry up. Grab my hand. From time to time, someone fell to the ground. But fortunately the people around him did not give up and pulled him up. Oh no! The carriage can't move. The Qin family servants' faces changed as they saw the carriage was surrounded by snow, causing it to sink into the snow again. Although Qin Shui modified the wheels into those of a sled, it still got stuck in the snow. More importantly, the horse also got stuck in the snow. Qin Shui and others had to get off the carriage. But the strong wind mixed with heavy snow immediately submerged them. Qin Shui didn't care about anything else at this time. She put her mother and Xiao Dai into the space. She originally wanted to put Lord Qin in as well. But Lord Qin disagreed. How could he leave his daughter alone to face the blizzard? No. If we continue like this, even if we are not buried by the snow, we will die from the low temperature. Qin Shui's face looked very ugly. Not only did the storm mix with snow, which was very painful, it also took away the body's heat, and people would die from the low temperature. Chapter 142 Despair. Dark clouds are pressing down on the city and are about to destroy it. When everyone looked up, they saw dark clouds, and snowflakes were falling from the clouds like dumplings. However, before the snow fell to the ground, a strong wind appeared, sweeping the snow towards everyone. The crowd is like a small boat in the ocean, which may capsize at any time and be submerged by the waves. Lililil. The sound of horses neighing rose to the sky. And then everyone saw a horse fall to the ground. And the carriage almost overturned. Even horses have such a hard time, let alone humans. Help me. A man fell on the snow. His feet sank into it, and countless snowflakes pressed on him. Soon, he was covered with a thick white coat. The man was terrified and tried to struggle to get up from the snow. But he felt like something was holding his feet, and he couldn't get out at all. So he cried out to everyone in fear. Help! Help me! I don't want to die! Bang! Suddenly, the snow around the man suddenly fell down, as if there was a hole underneath the ground where the man was originally standing. Originally the cave was covered with snow, but the entrance was revealed because the man stepped on the snow and collapsed it. This caused the man and the snow to fall into the cave together. Help! Help! The man just yelled weakly. Snapped. Just when he was about to fall, he was finally caught and pulled forward. After the man was pulled up, he used his hands and feet to quickly crawl away from that place, feeling extremely scared. Whoosh! The storm came again, mixed with heavy snow, blowing the man forward. He staggered and was almost blown down again. So cold. The man managed to steady himself with great difficulty. But he felt the temperature around him and shivered. What to do? The others walked for a while, but were blown back by the storm. And as soon as they opened their mouths, they were filled with snow. Not only that, they also felt that they were getting colder and colder. And looking at the situation around them, the blizzard seemed to be getting bigger, and they might really be frozen to death by then. What to do? I don't want to die. Woo woo woo. Mom, I'm scared. For a moment, fear, helplessness, despair, and all kinds of emotions enveloped everyone. Looking for Fairy Chin? Someone couldn't help but say something. There was silence for a second, and then everyone started speaking. That's right. Fairy Chin is a fairy. There must be a way. Yes, she will definitely be able to rescue us. For a while, hope emerged again. They quickly struggled to get up and walk towards Qin Shui's family together. Qin Shui had already put away all the supplies on her carriage, so the carriage was very empty, which also allowed the horse to move easily. But she and her father still faced the blizzard on the snow. Even though they were wearing thick clothes, they still felt the heat from their bodies was being lost. Unless they hide in space, they will freeze to death here sooner or later. Qin Shui had asked Xiaoqing to look around, but the horrific snowstorm made Xiaoqing stagger, and the sky was full of wind and snow, so she couldn't see the situation nearby at all. Crash! At this time, Qin Shui heard a noise and looked up to see all the prisoners walking towards her. Girl! Sir! Be careful! The guards quickly grabbed their weapons and protected the two men behind them. It was obvious that there was something wrong as these people did not run away at this time and were walking towards them together. However, Qin Shui was soon stunned. When everyone was less than 5 meters away from her, they all knelt down in unison and discussed what they had agreed to. Qin Xianzi, please save us! How can these people do this? Chendo was a little angry and felt that this group of people must have been bewitched by someone. What could the girl do at this time? Aren't they forcing the girl? Qin Shui was stunned. It was not the first time she faced such a situation. But this time, seeing these people with despair on their faces, pinning all their hopes on her, with eyes full of hope, made Qin Shui's heart tremble. When it comes to saving people, she really has a way. As long as we put everyone into the space and wait until the snowstorm is over, everyone will survive. However, in this case, although the person would survive, Qin Shui's space would be exposed. In particular, when these people see the situation in the space and the supplies in the space, they may go crazy, become jealous, and envious. People die for money. Birds die for food. Even if she was mistaken for an immortal. When these people saw good things like space, greed would definitely take over their hearts. And at that time, they would not care whether they were immortals or not. Besides, among these prisoners, there are many who are not worth saving. Some are even enemies of the Qin family, such as the Zhang family. In short, in order to save all these people, she has to sacrifice herself and expose her own space. Qin Shui was in a dilemma for a moment. She definitely doesn't want to save us. At this time, someone in the crowd shouted something. No one saw who shouted it, but when they heard it, they were shocked and felt abandoned. Fairy Qin, please save us. We are willing to work like slaves for you. Many people wailed. I have never done anything bad. And this exile is just an innocent involvement. Fairy Qin, even if you can't save me, please save my child because she is so young. Everyone started crying and shouting, which made Qin Shui even more confused and irritated, looking at his daughter's appearance. Lord Qin sighed. Don't force yourself. There will always be other ways. Give me this. Everyone calm down. Lord Qin shouted to everyone. The most important thing for us now is to find a safe place to avoid the blizzard. It's easy to say. There's snow all around. Where can we find a safe place? That's right. She definitely doesn't want to use magic to save us. That's right. How can she be called an immortal? Everyone was talking at once. And the few people who just opened their mouths were kicked from behind and kicked out. Shut up. Fairy Qin has already used up her energy saving people before. What qualifications do you have to ask the fairy to save you? Since Xiao Guang received a reply from his family, he has completely become Qin Shui's dog legs. He always wanted to find an opportunity to repay the Qin family. So when he saw someone saying bad things about the Qin family, he couldn't bear it. Never mind. Lord Qin waved his hand, interrupting Xiao Guang's move and said, Don't start a fight now. These people are already desperate and dissatisfied. If they take action, it may cause a greater crisis. However, little did they know that Zhao Guang's words made everyone even more desperate. Can't you perform fairy art? Then we didn't save it. It's over. It's over. Everyone looked ashen and sat on the ground, letting the wind and snow hit their faces without feeling any pain. Some people even turned around and glared at the mother of the child who was saved by Qin Shui. It's all your fault. If you hadn't used up Fairy Qin's magic, how could we have died here? That's right. It's all her fault. Bitch. The woman was holding the child with an unpleasant look on her face. She never expected that everyone would point their fingers at her. Some people even rushed over angrily and wanted to hit the woman. Stop. Stop her. Qin Shui was grateful as if to a servant. And the scene soon became chaotic again. Apparently, they were desperate. So they started to indulge themselves. Chapter 143, A Ray of Hope. Shoo! Suddenly, a cry was heard above everyone's head. They looked up subconsciously, but their faces were filled with wind and snow again. Enough. Qin Shui took out the megaphone and shouted at everyone. Shut up if you want to live. After hearing this and seeing Qin Shui's angry look, everyone subconsciously quieted down. Then, they reacted. What did Qin Shui say? Is there really a way? Does she really? There is a cave 500 meters in front. If you want to live, hurry up. Qin Shui didn't lie. Xiaoqing did not find a cave in front of him. So she was also very grateful to Xiaoqing. Otherwise she didn't know what to do. To be honest, she was unwilling to put these people into the space. But she couldn't bear to watch these people dying in front of them. Unexpectedly, Xiaoqing helped a lot at this critical moment. When everyone heard Qin Shui's words, they were stunned at first, and then showed ecstasy. They did not doubt Qin Shui. After all, she is a fairy. Everyone has witnessed Qin Shui's powerful methods. And they also heard Xiaoqing's voice just now. So they thought that Xiaoqing discovered the cave and told Qin Shui. In short, everyone's hearts were suddenly filled with hope. They were full of motivation. And they even ran forward desperately. After all, they knew that the cave could not accommodate hundreds of people. So only those who arrived first could hide in the cave. And those who went late could only endure the blizzard outside. Qin Shui and her family followed behind the crowd. First, she didn't want to squeeze in the cave with these people. And second, if she really had no choice, she could only hide in the space. So, Qin Shui asked the servants to leave first and go to the cave. But the guards were unwilling to do so. As soldiers, they could not leave their post without permission. Even if it meant death, they would stay by Qin Shui's family and protect them. The distance of 500 meters was reached quickly. The fastest runner suddenly rushed into the cave, and a gust of warm wind hit them in the face, which made them shudder all over. Very comfortable. They couldn't help but sigh, and then looked around, and were even more surprised, because the cave was very large and very long. And as more and more people came in, they could only go deeper into the cave. Before long, the prisoners all squeezed into the cave, only to find that it was even bigger than they had imagined. With so many people coming in, there was still a lot of vacant space. Qin Shui found an opportunity to enter the carriage and asked Qin's mother and mother to come out. Xiao Dai rushed over and hugged Qin Shui tightly. Girl, don't leave me next time. Okay. It's my fault. Qin Shui looked at her resentful eyes and quickly comforted her. Xiaoxiu, you are really... Qin's mother couldn't help but say that although she knew Qin Shui was doing it for her own good, she couldn't help but feel worried when her daughter was outside facing the snowstorm while she was hiding in a comfortable space. Dad told me to do this. As a caring and considerate person, Qin Shui quickly passed the blame to Mr. Qin. Okay, Mom, let's get out of here. We've found a good place. Having said that, without waiting for Qin's mother to say anything else, Qin Shui pulled her out, and of course did not forget Xiao Dai. When they reached the entrance of the cave, they were somewhat surprised to find that it was even bigger than they had imagined, and even a carriage could fit in it. However, after entering, they found that there was no one in the cave. It seemed that the prisoners who had just entered had disappeared. Master, Madam, and Girl. At this time, several figures were seen running over from a distance. They were the servants of the Chen family. Chenda said, panting, Master, this cave is very big, and there is another world inside. Everyone else has already entered. Qin Shui and the others were also a little curious, and found that after walking less than 10 meters, they suddenly saw the light and came to a larger cave. I don't know how this cave was formed. It is at least 10 meters from the ground to the top. There were hundreds of people crowded on the ground. But it was still not enough. Qin Shui even estimated that it was at least as big as a football field. Or even bigger. What surprised them was that the top of the cave was all rocks. And they couldn't see the sky or the snowstorm. But it was not pitch black. Instead, it was not much different from the outside world. Qin Shui had watched similar documentaries before, and knew that it was due to the refraction of light. In fact, if you look carefully, you can find that the area around the cave is bumpy and has many openings. In fact, the light is refracted from these openings. Su Tian and others pulled all the carriages in. But it still wasn't crowded at all. In fact, each family was several meters apart, and it all seemed very spacious. Qin Shui and others also found a place to park the two carriages, and used the carriages to form a circle so that people outside could not see what was going on inside. Great! We're finally safe. Everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. They almost thought they were going to die in the blizzard. But, thanks to Qin Shui. Thinking of this, many people stood up, came to the vicinity of Qin's house, knelt on the ground and expressed their gratitude. Qin De and others have long been accustomed to it, and they know what to do without Qin Shui's instructions. Just remember my daughter's kindness in your heart. Don't disturb her rest. My daughter has been resting well for you. When everyone heard this, they immediately became terrified, and had to leave for fear of disturbing Qin Shui's rest. Didn't you say Fairy Chen couldn't do anything? After they left, they found the people who had just spoken ill of the Chen family. That's right. Look, if it weren't for Fairy Chen, you would have been buried alive by the blizzard. Fairy Chen has saved you so many times. But not only are you ungrateful, you are even suspicious of the fairy. This is simply too abominable. None of your business. These people were ridiculed by everyone and immediately became angry. Who do you think you are? What qualifications do you have to blame us? Besides, who said she saved us? We found the cave by ourselves. What does it have to do with her? So what if I accuse you? You guys are a bunch of ungrateful wolves. What's wrong with me just not liking you? Are you looking for death? It's not certain who is seeking death. They are so cruel and heartless. If I had known, I should have told Fairy Chen not to save them. That is. Bang! Those people immediately became angry, and picked up stones to hit them. They also became angry. Go ahead. Seek justice for Fairy Chen. For a moment, these people attacked those who spoke rudely, as if they wanted to repay them in this way. When the Yamen runners heard the noise and knew what had happened, they turned back and pretended not to have seen anything. Sir! Help! Murder! Help! However, when the group of Yamen runners heard their voices, they quickened their pace and walked to the corner. Some of them even fell to the ground and pretended to be asleep. Even the other prisoners shook their heads when they heard the voice. And some even cursed. Serves you right. Chapter 144, Nasty Hands. No one expected to be so lucky to find such a large cave when the blizzard was at its worst. Because of the blizzard outside, they couldn't continue on their journey, so they could only stay in the cave to rest. Everyone was several meters apart, cleaned the ground and sat down to rest. It was very warm in the cave. Not like a blizzard at all. Everyone had a rare chance to rest, and they immediately relaxed. Although they could occasionally hear the howling of the wind outside, they were no longer worried or afraid. Su Tian and other Yamen runners found some dead branches and lit a bonfire, but found that there were not many dead branches in the cave, which means that would become a scarce resource. Fortunately, it was not cold in the cave. Otherwise, on a snowy night without a fire, who knows how many people would have frozen to death. Therefore, Su Tian and others could only use the limited fire to cook food. When they finished cooking the food, the flame flickered and then went out. After they distributed the food, the light in the cave became much dimmer. And apparently, it seemed to be dark outside as well. But no one cared. They went to bed early after dinner. It was impossible to fall asleep in the snow these days. Even if they followed Qin Shui's advice and dug a snow cave, they would still feel cold. But not here. Everyone went to bed early, and Qin Shui's family also returned to the space to rest. Of course, they had a meal before resting. For dinner, of course, we have hot pot. Eating hot pot in winter is the coolest. After eating and sweating, everyone will no longer feel cold. We need to stock up on more wood. 2. Lord Qin picked up a piece of pork belly and said, Qin Shui had collected a pile of wood from home before, and they haven't stored any wood since then. But they have been cooking in the space these days. And seeing that there is no wood to burn for heating in the cave because of the heavy snow, Lord Chen thinks that wood should be stored. The more the better. Chen Shui also nodded. She had seen a lot of wood in the space before. But then she thought that it didn't snow in Nanman and there were plenty of trees there. So she didn't continue to store the wood. But now she felt that she was overthinking. Burn fire and cook. The most consumed wood. Moreover, not all trees can be used as firewood. More importantly, even if they can be used as firewood, they must be dried before they can be burned. So, next, they still have to find a way to store more wood. In fact, Chen Shui also planted a lot of flowers, plants and trees in the space. Basically, she would dig up some of the ones she saw outside and plant them in the space. However, it would take several years to wait for those trees to grow up and be used as firewood. Even if the growth rate of trees planted in the space is faster than that in the outside world, it will still take several months. After deciding to collect dozens of tons of wood, Chen Shui and others continue to eat hot pot. Now, there is a blizzard outside, so if the team wants to leave, they can only wait for the blizzard to stop. Early the next morning, as soon as the Chen Shui family walked out of the carriage, Su Tian came over. What's wrong? Has the snow stopped outside? Lord Chen thought the snowstorm was over, and Su Tian was planning to set off with the team. So he came to find him. Instead, he was told that he planned to take a few people out to look for wood. Although the cave is big, there is no wood, and even the fire can't be born. Su Tian was helpless. It's a blizzard outside. What if something happens when you take people out? Lord Chen frowned. What will happen to this team if something happens to you? If there is no leader, the prisoners will be like monkeys trying to escape, running around freely. Aren't you here, Lord Chen? Su Tian said a little embarrassedly. He thought that even if something happened to him, Lord Chen was still there to take care of it. You? Lord Chen was speechless. It's a blizzard outside. Where are you going to find wood? Chen Shui curled her lips, then sighed. Forget it. We still have some wood in our carriage. You guys can go there. After all, Su Tian helped them a lot. And Chen Shui was not an ungrateful person. It was just some wood anyway. At most, they would have to work a little harder and save more in the future. Chen Shui came to another carriage, lifted the curtain, revealing the wood inside, then got off the carriage and asked them to move it. How can this be possible? Su Tian waved his hands quickly. If he took it away, what would Lord Chen and the others use? Just take it when I tell you to. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Lord Chen glared at him, pretending to be angry. Seeing that Lord Chen was angry, Su Tian had no choice but to do as he was told. With these woods, you don't have to venture outside, and you can last for a few days. The days that followed were very peaceful. Maybe because everyone hadn't had such a quiet rest for a long time. They really enjoyed this opportunity. After all, no one knows whether there will be such an opportunity in the future. So take the time to rest. In fact, after the snowstorm finally passed, everyone was reluctant to leave. Get up quickly. Let's get going. Su Tian urged everyone, because they had been delayed for a few days because of the snowstorm. When I went to Nanman, I was definitely delayed. A delay of a few days would be fine. But if it is delayed for 10 days or half a month, not only will these Yamen runners be held responsible, but the prisoners will also be severely punished. In the mildest cases, the punishment is to have words carved on the face. In serious cases, you will be forced to do heavy labor, with no rest. In a 24-hour day, you will only have a few hours of rest. You will be forced to work day and night until you die of exhaustion. This is for criminals. For Yamen runners, the lighter punishment would be stripping them of their status as Yamen runners. The heavier punishment would be throwing them into jail or even beheading them. Therefore, the Yamen runners urged everyone to hurry up. But because everyone was used to being comfortable, they didn't want to leave when they felt the cold wind outside. Some even said they would wait until it was warmer outside before leaving. Some people even prayed to Su Tian to let them stay for one more day. Su Tian looked at these people kneeling and begging, and his heart softened immediately. So he said, "This is the last day. We must set off early tomorrow morning." Everyone was immediately delighted. Upon hearing this, Lord Chen shook his head but said nothing. Su Tian's character could only be changed after he suffered setbacks. Just listening to other people's advice would not change his character. Bored to death, after being beaten up by everyone, those ungrateful bastards hid in a corner and recuperated their injuries. After finally recovering from my injury, I feel very bored. They began to wander around the cave. And as they walked, they heard strange noises coming from deep within the cave. Several people put their ears against the stone wall. And after listening for a while, they became even more curious. So, several people picked up stones and threw them at the stone wall. Bang! Soon, the stone wall was smashed. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A noise was heard by everyone. And then everyone saw a dark mass of unknown creatures pouring out of the cave. Oh my God! Help! Those people screamed in fright, and then ran towards other places in a row. Others also saw the scene, scared and pale, without blood. Chapter 145, The Swarm Crisis. Help! Those people stumbled outside. But behind them was a dense swarm of insects pouring out of the cave. Fortunately, the hole was only as thick as an arm, so the swarm of insects appeared slowly. But even though the insects had already appeared, they were already very scary. Everyone was just about to take a break when they heard these people shouting. They turned around and saw a dense swarm of insects, and were immediately frightened. Not good. Run! Seeing more and more insects appearing and rushing towards them, everyone's faces suddenly changed with fear. They didn't care about anything else, and turned around and ran out of the cave. Get out of the way. Don't block the road. Why? I'll go out first. Step aside. For a moment, the entire cave was in chaos. Hundreds of people ran out of the cave. Even if the cave entrance was large, it would be blocked by so many people rushing in at once. However, after these people blocked the entrance of the cave, they did not retreat, nor did they let others leave. Instead, they continued to squeeze outside desperately, hoping to use this method to get out. Stop squeezing. It hurts. Help. Let me out. Not only the prisoners, but also the yamen runners were frightened when they saw the swarm of insects emerging, and turned around and ran outside. Some yamen runners were more responsible, and did not forget the carriage when they escaped, and ran over to sign for the horse. Loo. As a result, the swarm of insects actually swarmed towards the carriage, scaring the horse so much that it raised its head and whistled, screamed like crazy, and ran around. But there was nowhere to run in a cave. The horse ran around and wanted to stop. However, the inertia of the carriage behind it caused the horse to crash into the wall, and the unfortunate horse fell down. Moreover, instantly, the horse and the car were drowned by the insects, and could not see the figure. Hiss! Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but gasp, and felt even more fearful and desperate in their hearts. They rushed outside even more frantically. Although they were blocked in front, they pushed forward desperately, trying to squeeze out a way. Girl. Master. Leave. The Chen family's servants and guards looked very solemn as they escorted them outside. No. I can't get out at all. Chen Shui's face darkened. The entrance to the cave had long been blocked by the crowd. No one could get out, and would be swallowed by the swarm of insects. More importantly, even if they are not devoured by the swarm of insects, they will be trampled to death. Be quiet. Chen Shui took out the megaphone and shouted to everyone. But Lord Chen jumped off the carriage and asked Chen Shui to give him a few torches. After lighting them, he rushed towards the swarm of insects without looking back. Xiaoxue, take your mother away. Father! Chen Shui didn't expect her father to be so determined. Her face changed immediately. She wanted to rush over and put her father into the space, but was stopped by her mother. Her mother's face was also full of worry, but she wiped away her tears and said to Chen Shui, Xiaoxue, continue to do what you want to do. Don't let this distract you. Chen Shui was anxious and continued to shout through the megaphone. Calm down, or I'll get angry. When the noisy crowd heard Chen Shui's voice, it was as if a bucket of cold water was poured on them, and they all sobered up a lot. Why are you all pushing so hard? Leave one by one or no one will be able to leave. Chen Shui yelled angrily. Leave the bugs to us. If you want to leave, just follow my instructions. Everyone thought of the scene where Chen Shui got so angry that the sun disappeared, so they dared not disobey. Although they were afraid of being the last one, they were suddenly not afraid when they heard that Chen Shui would deal with the insect swarm. Sure enough, leaving in an orderly manner is the fastest way to leave. There were fewer and fewer people in the cave, and Chen Shui saw this, but got off the carriage and said to the guards beside her, You escort my mother away. Xiaoxue. You? Mom? I have a way. Chen Shui interrupted her mother. If I don't go, Dad will be in danger. Mother Chen was silent, but Xiao Dai beside her also ran off the carriage and came to Chen Shui. What are you doing here? Leave now. Seeing this, Qin Shui quickly stretched his face and reprimanded it. But Xiao Dai was not afraid. Miss, I am your maid. Although I know I can't help you, I can help you resist when you are in danger. As long as I have this life, the girl will have one more life. Xiao Dai looked firm and followed Qin Shui. Qin Shui was helpless. Although she was touched, she didn't have time to say anything else. She turned around and ran towards her father. She was worried about her father's safety. She had seen with her own eyes how terrifying the swarm of insects was. Each insect group is as big as fist, and it has a pair of huge pliers, which are dark and very scary. She just ran away, and saw her dad and Su Tian and others waving a torch to drive those insects. Seeing that her father was okay, she was relieved. However, when she turned around, she saw the fragments of a carriage in front of the stone wall next to her. It was obviously the unlucky horse just now. Horse? Qin Shui was stunned. The horse was drowned by the insects, but the food on the carriage was eaten. These bugs don't eat flesh? She frowned and quickly summoned Xiaoqing. However, as soon as Xiaoqing appeared, Qin Shui felt her desire. Apparently, Xiaoqing seemed to be very eager for this kind of insect, and seemed to think it was very delicious. Qin Shui did not stop. When Xiaoqing sewed, he saw that the insects that were originally in groups suddenly spread out, obviously very afraid of Xiaoqing's cry. Snap! Xiaoqing was very fast. As soon as he passed through the insects, he grabbed several bugs and ate it all at once. The insects seemed to encounter natural enemies, and they broke away, and they fled, and they were not as aggressive as before. Girl, be careful. Seeing that there was a single bug rushing towards Qin Shui, Xiao Dai immediately rushed to Qin Shui and opened her hands to protect her. Qin Shui was deeply moved and took out a sleeve arrow and shot at the insects. If it was against a swarm of insects, the sleeve arrow would be useless, but it would be useful against just one. Puff! Qin Shui resolved the bugs as soon as she arrowed, and she walked curiously. She was the first time she saw this kind of bug. But think about this as a different world, and you cannot use the concept of previous lives. Just as she walked over, she was suddenly stunned, then showed a look of joy and reached out to touch the insect. Contribution value plus 100. Qin Shui was not too surprised that contribution points could be added. After all, things that had not been included in the system had contribution points. It's just that the contribution value of the first inclusion is high, while the contribution value of the second inclusion is generally only 1 point. However, after Qin Shui killed several bugs that came over, she suddenly discovered that there seemed to be a bug in the system. No matter how many bugs she recovers, her contribution value will increase by 100 points. Moreover, she also tried to recycle the living ones, and was able to gain 100 contribution points. Not only that, these bugs don't attack people, and seem to have no interest in humans. This discovery made Qin Shui's eyes light up. These hideous insects suddenly became cute. She pulled out a fishing net and rushed toward the swarm. This scene stunned Lord Chen, Su Tian and others. Chapter 146. Qin Shui is going crazy. Seeing Qin Shui actually rushing directly towards the insect swarm, Lord Chen, Su Tian and others were stunned. They blinked their eyes, somewhat unable to believe it, thinking it was an illusion. When the swarm of insects saw Qin Shui rushing towards them, they scattered as if they had encountered a natural enemy. Above Qin Shui's head, Xiaoqing kept circling and making fierce cries. Any insect that dared to approach Qin Shui was easily dealt with by Xiaoqing, forcing Qin Shui to ask Xiaoqing to control the insect swarm and disperse it. Otherwise, how could she catch insects and exchange them for contribution points? Because of the contribution points, Qin Shui forgot to be afraid when facing the swarms of insects, and even reached out to catch them. As soon as she touched the bug, she asked the system to recycle it instantly. In fact, it was the same as not touching the bug at all. Swish, swish, swish. Countless contribution values are rising rapidly. For a moment, Qin Shui went a little crazy. He swung the fishing net towards the swarm of insects, just like casting a net to catch fish in a river, and fished frantically. This scene shocked Lord Chen, Su Tian and others. As expected of Fairy Chen, one of the Yamen runners could not help but exclaim that they were holding torches to drive away the swarm of insects, and were terrified that the swarm of insects would drown them. As a result, Qin Shui in front of them didn't even take a torch and rushed directly into the insect swarm. This fierce scene stunned them all. That's an unknown swarm of insects. A creature I have never seen before. Not only does it look weird, but it's also very scary. This scene of Qin Shui was deeply engraved in their minds, and they would never forget it. Even the prisoners, who had not yet left, were stunned when they saw Chen Shui rushing into the insect swarm. As a result, the people around them thought they didn't want to leave and pushed them away. And then they reacted. However, they wanted to watch more, but were pushed outside by the crowd. And in the end, they only saw the scene of Chen Shui displaying her mighty power among the insect swarm. Xiu. Lord Chen never expected that Chen Shui would come back again and rush directly into the insect swarm. He was stunned. After realizing what was happening, he was filled with worry and rushed over to try to pull Chen Shui out of the insect swarm. It turned out that Chen Shui was so excited that she didn't even notice his appearance. Moreover, as soon as Chen Shui approached, the swarm of insects dispersed, as if they knew that Chen Shui was not easy to mess with. As expected of Fairy Chen, Su Tian, who followed over, couldn't help but exclaimed. He used to call her Xiaoxue, or Miss Chen, or something like that. But now, he and everyone else called Chen Shui Fairy Chen. After all, he was truly impressed by Chen Shui. Not to mention what happened before. Let's just talk about the present moment. Chen Shui alone liberated all of them from the insect swarm, because when they got closer, the swarm of insects had no intention of harming them. In fact, the swarm of insects had no interest in humans in the first place. And Su Tian had no idea about that. So, when they saw the swarm of insects did not attack him when they approached, they were very surprised and thought it was Chen Shui's ability. However, if we say that it is Chen Shui's credit, it is indeed so. Xiaoqing started killing indiscriminately first, scaring the insect swarm. And then Chen Shui directly started purchasing. With a scoop of the fishing net, a large group of insects were caught and disappeared in an instant. Although these insects did not have high IQs, they instinctively felt that Chen Shui was powerful. And when they noticed that their companions had disappeared, they became frightened. So, when Su Tian and his team arrived, the swarm of insects had already been frightened and fled in all directions, not wanting to stay here at all. Seeing the swarm of insects desperately trying to drill into the original cave entrance, and Chen Shui chasing after them like a hunter, everyone was stunned again. As expected of Fairy Chen, Lord Chen also sighed subconsciously. And after he finished sighing, he realized how he was infected. Xiaoxue was already very powerful in his eyes. Of course, he didn't expect that Xiaoxue was even more powerful than he imagined. Father? After all the insects had run away, Chen Shui stopped with regret. She turned around and saw the stunned Lord Chen and others. Master Chen finally reacted and ran over. Xiaoxue, are you okay? I'm fine. Upon hearing this, Lord Chen still looked at Chen Shui with concern for a few seconds. And only after confirming that she was not missing any limbs did he breathe a sigh of relief. Then he asked nervously, Where's your mother? Madam has been escorted out of the cave by the guards. Xiao Dai popped up from the side and explained. Xiao Dai, you're here too? When Lord Chen saw Xiao Dai, his heart almost jumped out of his throat. Could it be that the whole family had come running over? Fortunately, after hearing Xiao Dai's words, Lord Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Shui also breathed a sigh of relief when she heard that her mother had gone out safely. These bugs. Lord Chen opened his mouth and said something, but then realized that this was not the time for discussion and quickly changed the subject. Let's go. Let's get out of here first. Who knows if these bugs will pop up again? The Yamen runners behind Su Tian shuddered when they heard this. They didn't want to face so many insects again. Although they were not injured, they still felt their scalps tingling when faced with the dense swarms of insects. It's better to come out. I haven't had enough fun yet, Chen Shui replied subconsciously. And everyone stopped talking. Dumbfounded, Su Tian couldn't help but twitch his lips and sighed in his heart, thinking that the only one who dared to say that was Fairy Chen. The other Yamen runners also sighed in their hearts again, saying that she was worthy of being Fairy Chen. When the group left the cave, they found the exiled team not far from the cave entrance. The few Yamen runners who followed Su Tian were a little worried that they might not be able to control the team, and that the people in the team would run away. It turned out that the exiled team had not left at all, and even stayed together as if waiting for them. It's coming out! It's coming out! Some sharp-eyed people saw Chen Shui and others, and spoke up to remind others. Those who were about to doze off were suddenly startled and quickly stood up and looked around. Where? To be honest, this was a life-and-death experience for everyone. But they all knew that their survival was all thanks to the Chen family. First, Chen Shui restored order so that they could leave quickly. Then Lord Chen took Su Tian and others to stop the swarm of insects to buy time for them. Then Chen Shui alone rushed into the swarm of insects. So, After going through so many things, everyone is actually very grateful to Qin Shue's family. Therefore, after everyone left the cave, some people thought that they should run away first and stay away. If the swarm of insects ate Qin Shue and others and came out of the cave, they would have a chance to escape. But this statement was opposed by most people, who believed that Qin Shue would be able to deal with the insect swarm. They even didn't want to abandon Qin Shue and the others. So they stayed at the entrance of the cave, thinking that if Qin Shue and the others escaped, they would be able to pick them up. After waiting for a while, everyone finally waited for Qin Shue and the others. Su Tian looked at everyone and was stunned for a moment, but still said, "The insect swarm has been dealt with by Fairy Chen alone." Wow! The Exile team was immediately surprised. Although they were mentally prepared, they were still surprised. Then, they looked at each other, and most of them knelt down in unison, thanking Qin Shue in unison. "Thank you, Fairy Chen, for saving my life." The sound went straight into the sky and shook the earth. Chapter 147 Regret. Thank you, Fairy Chen, for saving my life. Everyone knelt on the ground and expressed their heartfelt gratitude to Qin Shue. If it weren't for Qin Shue, they would have really died in there. And it was because Qin Shue found a cave that could accommodate so many people that she was able to rescue them from the snowstorm. In short, Qin Shue has actually saved them so many times that they can't be counted on one hand. Some of them were wrongly accused and actually had good hearts. So they were very grateful to Qin Shue for saving them. As for the others, although they made mistakes, they have regretted their mistakes after being exiled. And most of them are not the bad kind. In short, those who are willing to kneel down and express their gratitude to Qin Shue actually have regrets in their hearts. And there are people who want to be saved. However, there are some people, such as Zhang Yichuan, who stood out like a crane among chickens and stared at the Qin family coldly. Qin Shue didn't expect that everyone would do this and was stunned. To be honest, she didn't know many of them and didn't have a good impression of them. But hearing these words of thanks, it is impossible to say that I am not excited and happy. After all, this is a reflection of the reward for my efforts. Lord Qin, Su Tian and others were also shocked by this scene. But they reacted quickly and felt relieved. Be grateful. At least these people can still be saved. Okay. Everyone get up. Qin Shue waved her hand. But everyone stood up very obediently with respectful expressions on their faces, which made her a little uncomfortable. Ahem. Now that the snowstorm has stopped, let's continue on our journey. Naturally, everyone had no objection, even before the insect swarm attacked. They didn't want to leave and wanted to stay in the cave. But at this time, even though they knew that Qin Shue had destroyed the swarm of insects, they didn't want to stay in the cave, or even stay nearby. However, although everyone continued on their way, they did not forget those people who had the urge to do something naughty. Although everyone wanted to beat them to death, they did not dare to act recklessly. Finally, Su Tian gave the order and asked those people to do coolies, push the cart, and do odd jobs. In short, they had to serve everyone, and they would not stop working until everyone had calmed down, because they had deviated from the direction again. Everyone could only continue to move south. Of course, the direction was determined by Qin Shue. After all, there was wind and snow all around, and only the fairy Qin Shue could tell the direction. But Qin Shue also exchanged a compass from the system. After all, the swarm of insects in the cave directly contributed tens of thousands of contribution points to her. A compass has less than 10 contribution points. So naturally, she would not be reluctant to spend it. Therefore, her regret that the swarm did not continue to appear was a heartfelt emotion. Moreover, she also discovered another benefit of these insects. Xiaoqing had eaten so many insects before that she grew faster. Originally, its wingspan was less than half a meter, but now it is more than 1 meter wide, and can even accommodate a person. However, Qin Shue was a little afraid of heights, and didn't dare to try it. In short, she regretted not catching some of those insects and raising them into space, so that she would have a steady supply of contribution points. System. It's my bug? Right? She wanted to turn back to the cave and catch some bugs to keep in the space. But when she thought about the time when she tried to take advantage of the system quickly fixed the bug. So, she might as well turn back and catch a batch of bugs to raise. And by then, the system will have fixed the bug. However, despite this, after this scene, Qin Shue became even more excited about her future trip to the southern barbarians. The jungle there is dense, with more species and more unknown creatures. You might even encounter creatures like the one we encountered this time that can cause system bugs. The journey was smooth after that, and everyone became very honest. Those few people who liked to stir up trouble had been punished and were exhausted every day, and was stared at by all prisoners. As long as they were lazy, they would report Xiao Guang. Xiao Guang is not a soft-hearted person. He is still angry about what happened in the cave. Now that he has the chance to take revenge openly, how can he not vent his anger? In short, these people simply don't have the time and energy to cause trouble. And when others see the scene, they are even more afraid to cause trouble. Even Zhang Yichuan became much more low-key. Knowing that the Qin family was becoming more and more powerful, and ordinary methods could not deal with them. Everyone walked on the snow, looking at the mountains around them. It was so lonely, and they didn't know why they felt palpitations. The mountains towered high into the clouds, the peaks covered with snow. The sun shone brightly on the snow, making everyone feel warm. The gloom of experiencing the swarm of insects in the cave was swept away, and smiles appeared on everyone's faces. Great! I finally feel better. Yeah, I haven't seen the sun for a long time. But when can we get back to the official road? Walking among the mountains, there was silence all around. Apart from the sound of their footsteps, there was no other sound, which made them feel uneasy. In an instant, everyone started chattering. Shoo! Qin Shui sat in the carriage and opened the curtain to get some fresh air. She saw the team walking in the valley with towering mountains on both sides. The mountain peaks were covered with white snow, which was very dazzling under the sun. Logically, such scenery should be very beautiful and make people happy. But Qin Shui's face sank. Suddenly, she heard the chattering of the crowd, and her face became even uglier. She was about to scold loudly, but then she remembered something and had to lower her voice. Be quiet. However, she lowered her voice so that only the people around her could hear it, and no one else could hear it at all. Girl, leave it to me. Xie Yunshang's guards had already been impressed by Qin Shui's miraculous skills. More importantly, when they were sent by the general as yeoman runners to protect Lord Chen, they were prepared to endure hardships. It turned out that I didn't suffer much at all. At most, I felt a little cold walking in the snow. But in reality, they don't have to do anything, and the food they eat is not bad. I thought that what I ate would be the same as those prisoners, or at most a little better. After all, what they ate was like that when they were marching and fighting. Not much better. But after following Qin Shui, they found that their idea was wrong. Eat meat every 2 or 3 days. Even if there is not much meat, it is still meat. In addition to meat, there are also fruits, and sometimes cold relieving soup. They all had some doubts as to whether they and others were the ones escorting Lord Qin to exile. It feels similar to when I was protecting the general on a trip. No, it's even more comfortable than traveling with the general. At least there was nothing to do. And the food tasted better. When the general went traveling in the winter snow, it was just like this. There was no cold-repelling soup, no fried pork with chili peppers, and even no so-called barbecue. In short, they all felt a little regretful that they had not met Lord Chen earlier. Ahem. They couldn't think like that. Otherwise they would be a bit sorry to the general. But that barbecue is delicious. Chapter 148 Avalanche. Back to the topic. These guards who originally protected Xie Yunshang no longer asked for instructions as they did at the beginning, and were more impressed. Therefore, although they would obey Qin Shui's orders before, they were just executing orders, not doing their best like they do now. Tell them that they are not allowed to live without my orders. Qin Shui's face was solemn. She lowered her voice, and even showed murderous intent for the first time. If anyone disobeys my order, I will kill him without mercy. Xiaoxue. Lord Chen was shocked by Qin Shui's words. It was the first time he saw his daughter so serious, and he felt a little worried. Dad, there's no time to explain. During this time, try not to speak or make any noise. Afterwards, Qin Shui asked the guards to call Su Tian over and told him to ensure that no one made any noise, and that the horses were not allowed to make any noise, let alone a loud noise. Although Su Tian was confused, he still gave the order. Qin Shui looked at the high mountains on both sides, feeling uneasy. You know, it had just snowed heavily, and the mountains on both sides were covered with thick snow. The snow is not thick at all, and the sun is out. Some of the snow will melt under the sun. In short, in such a situation, if a loud noise is made, it will cause resonance and an avalanche will easily occur. If the avalanche occurs, all of them will be dead. Besides, even if she had the space, it would be useless. Because of the avalanche, everything around will be covered by snow. Even if she enters the space and appears at that time, she will not be on the snow, but will be buried in the snow. After all, space does not move. She will come out at the same position as she entered it. That's why she was so serious, and even had the heart to order the guards to kill people to keep them quiet. If the lives of 1 or 2 people can be exchanged for the lives of hundreds of people, it is still worth it. But it is too difficult to make this decision. Of course, I just hope that I am just worrying too much and that an avalanche won't really happen. The Chen family guard quickly walked towards the crowd. Everyone turned their heads curiously, but the guard drew his knife and put his finger to his mouth, signaling everyone to be quiet. Everyone was confused. The guard added, Fairy Chen said that from now on, no one is allowed to speak without her name. Everyone was even more confused. They didn't understand why Fairy Chen suddenly issued such an order, and why they couldn't speak. Although they were confused, many of them were already superstitious about Chen Shui. Or, in short, many people still obeyed Chen Shui's words unconditionally. But some people are still dissatisfied. Why? She can't even speak. She is. Clang. Before the man could say anything, the guard drew his knife and said, If you say another word, I'll kill you. The guard was originally Xia Yunshang's personal guard, and he had also fought his way out of a sea of blood and corpses. So the murderous aura on him immediately made the man silent. Su Tian also brought the Yamen runners to remind everyone not to talk or make any noise. The men who had been punished all the time did not make trouble. After all, they had been living too hard these days. They all regretted it, and dared not do anything wrong again. So, the team soon quieted down. Watching the long team gradually leaving the valley, Chen Shui breathed a sigh of relief, and took Lord Chen and a few others into the space to explain to them. When Lord Chen heard about the horror of the avalanche, he immediately understood why Chen Shui was so nervous. If he were in his place, he would also give the same order. A few people went back outside and watched the team leave the valley little by little, while there was no movement on the hillsides on both sides, and they breathed a sigh of relief. But they were not relieved because they were at the end of the group, and if an avalanche occurred, the consequences would be disastrous. So, Chen Shui wrote a note and asked someone to give it to Su Tian, and also told him about the possible avalanche. Su Tian knew the horror and consequences of an avalanche. His face suddenly changed, and then he suddenly realized. He hurriedly urged everyone to leave the valley quickly, and everyone became even more confused about what had happened. Shan Yichuan, who was not far away, was staring at the Chen family. So he also saw the scene where the Chen servant handed the note to Su Tian. He had an idea in his mind, and walked over calmly, then said something in his son's ear, and the little fat boy rushed towards Su Tian. When Su Tian saw the little fat boy rushing towards him, he subconsciously opened his arms to stop him, and then hugged him to prevent him from making too much noise. Zhang Yichuan took the opportunity to run over, pretending to take the little fat boy away, and then stole the note from Su Tian. Then, he took the little fat boy away and secretly checked the contents of the note. He also learned about the avalanche from above, and understood why he had warned everyone not to speak. His face also changed drastically. Although he didn't understand why he couldn't make any sound, he knew that even the Chen family was afraid of an avalanche, which was definitely not something he could resist. So, he turned around and walked quickly towards the entrance of the valley with his wife, daughter and mother. Moreover, in order to leave as quickly as possible, he even pushed away the people who blocked his way and rushed forward recklessly. Everyone expressed their dissatisfaction, and some even wanted to curse. But they had to stop when they remembered Chen Shui's instructions. After all, Chen Shui actually spoke like this. It must be because something bad would happen if she opened her mouth. Knowing that an avalanche might occur, Zhang Yichuan almost jogged out of the valley with his wife and daughter. After completely leaving the valley, he returned to the entrance of the valley. He held the note in his hand, and suddenly a sneer appeared on his face. Chen Yuan. Ah, Chen Yuan. You will fall into my hands this time. I just don't believe that you are really exiled immortals. Although he had never seen an avalanche, he had heard of landslides, which were definitely as terrifying as a landslide. No matter how powerful the Chen family is, they cannot resist the power of heaven and earth. However, he was still a little worried. So when no one was paying attention, he ran to a nearby big tree and hid there. Then he looked at the valley and saw that the carriage of Chen Shui's family, which had been at the back of the team, was still moving slowly. Moreover, Chen Yuan's face was full of worry. He urged the carriage to leave and even asked all his guards and servants to run to the front to urge everyone to leave as soon as possible. Snap! At this time, the Chen family's carriage suddenly got stuck in the snow and could not move. When Zhang Yichuan saw the scene, his eyes suddenly lit up and he almost exclaimed, "God is really helping me." At this moment, he took a deep breath and without hesitation, made a trumpet out of his hand and shouted into the valley. Ah! The huge shout echoed in the valley, startling everyone, and Chen Shui and others changed their expressions. Boom! Really? In an instant, earth-shaking noises came from both sides of the hillside, and everyone was horrified to see the snow pouring down from the towering peaks on both sides like a flood. Oh my God! Help! The faces of the people still in the valley changed drastically, and they rushed out of the valley with all their might. Chen Shui's family felt even more depressed. They were still some distance away from the valley entrance and had no time to escape. They are dead. Zhang Yichuan's eyes were shining and he clenched his fists. Extremely excited. Chapter 149 Despair. Oh my God! Help! There were also many people who were not far from the entrance of the valley. When they saw the avalanches on both sides, they were so frightened that they rolled and crawled, using all their strength to run out of the valley. Fortunately, there was only a short distance, and these people finally escaped from the valley before the avalanche engulfed them. But Chen Shui's family was not so lucky, because their family was still in the center of the valley, at least dozens of meters away from the valley entrance. A distance of dozens of meters may seem short, but under the terrifying avalanche torrent, there is no way to escape unless you are a reincarnated god. Master, following the orders of Lord Chen, the servants of the Chen family have been assisting the prisoners in the front and letting them leave as soon as possible. As a result, because of the avalanche, the prisoners rushed forward frantically without any need for them to urge them. But they were also pushed around by the prisoners, just like leaves in the waves, drifting with the wind. They were forced to follow the crowd out of the valley. So when they were free, they were already very far away from Chen Shui's family. Therefore, they could only shout desperately and even rush towards Chen Shui, wanting to rush over and rescue them. You are crazy! Several Yamen runners nearby pulled them subconsciously. Are you looking for death? We are members of the Chen family in life, and ghosts of the Chen family in death. Chenda shook off the hand of the Yamen runner without hesitation. The master and the others are in danger. How can we just stand by and watch? That's right. Even if we die, we want to die with the master. The words of several servants moved everyone. Okay. We'll go with you. The Chen family guards also echoed. They were Xia Yunchang's personal guards. Even if Lord Chen died, the most they would bear was the responsibility of failure to perform their duties. If we rush over now and face the horrific avalanche, we would be courting death. But thinking about how the Chen family treated them like family these days, and did not regard them as subordinates at all. Or in other words, like generals, yeah. They treated them as friends. They were respected and recognized. As the saying goes, a gentleman will die for the one who pleases him. They had this idea at this time. Master Chen, run! At this time, a figure next to them rushed over before they could act. That person was Su Tian. He had been in the front of the team helping them to move forward. But then, he heard a noise from behind and turned around to see the avalanche. His face suddenly changed, and he ran back desperately. As a result, we saw an endless white torrent on the hillsides hundreds of meters high on both sides, rushing towards the valley with tremendous force. Boom! A thunderous sound rang in everyone's ears, making their hearts tremble violently. They dared not stay where they were and tried desperately to distance themselves from the valley. But Su Tian saw that beneath the white torrent, Chen Shui's family was like ants, like a lone boat in the waves that could capsize at any time. Therefore, his eyes were bloodshot, and he rushed towards the valley madly, wanting to help Lord Chen. Captain, don't be impulsive. That is, if you rush forward now, you will just die. The Yamen runners nearby ran over and pulled him. Some of them were indeed thinking about Su Tian, while some were not. But if the Exile team is again without a Yamen captain, these prisoners might cause trouble again. Moreover, they actually thought in their hearts that maybe Su Tian was just pretending and didn't really want to rush over. In fact, he wanted someone to hold him back. Therefore, if Su Tian calms down afterwards and thinks about how I pulled him back and saved his life, he might look at me differently. In short, for various purposes, many Yamen runners pulled Su Tian and prevented him from rushing forward. Let me go! Let me go save Master Chen. Assholes! Let me go! Master Chen is in danger. How can I just stand by and watch? You bastards. Let me go! Su Tian shouted and began to cry in despair, because he was delayed by his men and had no time to save anyone. On the other side, Qin Shui and others were terrified when they saw the avalanche. Lord Qin waved the reins and urged the horses to run. But because the horses were driven too hard, they went a little crazy and the carriage got stuck in the snow. Originally, they knew that the distance was too far and there was no time to escape. If they drove the carriage at the fastest speed, they might have a chance to avoid the avalanche. As a result, things did not go as planned. The more they wanted to escape, the more they couldn't. At the most critical moment, the carriage got stuck in the snow. This sudden blow filled them with despair, for they could already see the white surge getting closer. They could also feel the pain of snow hitting their bodies, and even hear shouts coming from afar, and see the servants rushing towards them. I'm sorry, Xiaoshu. Master Chen looked apologetic and said, if there is an afterlife, I will make it up to you and your daughter. Qin Shui didn't want to despair so quickly, so she interrupted her father and said, Dad, it's not the time to despair yet. As she spoke, she directly collected everyone into the space and took away the carriage, leaving only Qin Shui alone. She looked at the white torrent rolling in on both sides, and was terrified, her heart almost jumping out of her throat. Without hesitation, she rushed towards the avalanche on one side. In her previous life, she had watched many documentaries and read many popular science articles. She knew that if she wanted to survive an avalanche, she had to run sideways. But in reality, it was too late for her to run sideways. So, we could only run towards the direction of the avalanche. She had noticed long ago that there was a protruding stone wall beside the hillside not far away. Although it could only barely accommodate 1 or 2 people, it was enough. Where is Master Qin? Although they were far away, they could still see the carriage disappear. Or rather a big black dot disappear. And only one person was left rushing towards the avalanche. What does she do? People with good eyesight recognized it as Qin Shui, and were surprised to see her running towards the avalanche. Is she seeking death? Shut up, and don't be rude to Fairy Qin. The people around him immediately scolded him, and even said, Fairy Qin must have her reasons for doing this. It's just an avalanche. How could it possibly hurt Fairy Qin? After all, in their impression, Qin Shui could make the sun disappear when she got angry. So they thought that a mere avalanche could not hurt her at all. If Qin Shui knew that everyone thought this way, she would definitely be very pleased, and might even want to sing a line, listen to me. Thank you. Just as everyone was surprised, 2 terrifying white torrents finally came down the hillside, flooding the valley, Qin Shui's figure, and everyone's sight. The servants and guards of the Qin family, who originally wanted to rush forward, had to retreat quickly, but were still buried by the rushing snow. No! Su Tian was pulled by his men all the time, even dragged to a place farther away from the valley. Everyone was stunned when they saw the horror of the avalanche flooding the valley. The restrictions on Su Tian were lifted, and Su Tian's eyes were bloodshot, and he collapsed on the ground, as if his life had collapsed and he was in despair. Why? Why is this happening? Master Qin. Fairy Qin. Chapter 150 Dispute. Boom! As the loud noises echoed in everyone's ears, their hearts were almost shaken out, seeing the valley in front of them being flattened by the avalanche. Their shock and fear took a long time to disappear. They stared blankly ahead, as if they had lost their souls. Why is this happening? Su Tian sat on the ground in despair, looking at the empty valley, with a vast expanse of white covering his eyes. Fairy Qin is so capable. How could anything go wrong? How can it be possible? Su Tian murmured to himself, still unable to believe what he was seeing, and unable to accept the reality. Fairy Qin and the others. Could it be that this is the case? The prisoners around them couldn't believe it when they saw Qin Shui and her family being submerged by the avalanche. In their minds, Qin Shui was a fairy. So how could she be submerged by the avalanche? However, they had no choice but to believe it, because there was nothing but white in front of them, and they could not see any trace of Qin Shui's family at all. It was obvious that they were really swallowed up by the avalanche. Ha ha! I knew it. I knew it. Seeing this scene, Zhang Yichuan couldn't help but burst into laughter, as if he was crazy. The Qin family is not immortals at all. They are just liars who pretend to be gods. Now they are getting their comeuppance. Seeing Qin Yuan's family buried in the snow, Zhang Yichuan was very happy, as he could finally avenge himself. Shut up. Don't blame Qin Fairy. When everyone heard Zhang Yichuan's voice, They were very dissatisfied and started scolding him loudly. Don't be so hypocritical. Do you think I don't know what you are thinking? You just want to please the Chen family and escape from exile. If the Chen family were really immortals, how could they be exiled? They can't even protect themselves. So how can they help you escape from exile? Everyone was silent. Although they did have such little thoughts. They also truly wanted to be grateful to the Chen family. Huh? You're nothing more than that. Someone retorted. You just offended Chen Xianzi's family. So now you are jealous of us. I'm jealous? Zhang Yichuan sneered. Why should I be jealous? You are just stray dogs. While several people were arguing, they heard someone shouting. There are still people alive. Come and help. Everyone subconsciously turned their heads to look, and saw several arms stretched out from the snow near the entrance of the valley. The remaining servants of the Chen family shouted and rushed over frantically to dig the snow with their hands. Zhang Yichuan's face changed. Impossible. How could the Chen family still be alive? So terrifying. Ha ha ha. Seeing Zhang Yichuan's appearance, those people couldn't help laughing and proudly. How can a mortal like you understand Fairy Chen's abilities? That is. Several Yamen runners nearby also rushed over quickly, and with everyone's efforts, they quickly dug the man out of the snow. Su Tian also rushed over excitedly, but after seeing the person who was dug out clearly, he was a little disappointed. The rescue were not Chen Shui and others, but the Chen family and the guards. Before the avalanche, they rushed towards Chen Shui and the others desperately. But no matter how fast they ran, they could not outrun the speed of the avalanche. In the end, they could only watch Chen Shui's family being submerged by the white torrent, and they were powerless to do anything at this time. Moreover, the white torrent was rushing towards them, and they had to turn around and run away desperately. After running for a while, I was still buried in the snow. However, Su Tian was just disappointed with Master Chen, so he was very happy to see that they were rescued, and quickly arranged for help. Ha ha ha. Seeing that the people who were rescued were only servants of the Chen family, Zhang Yichuan smiled even more happily and turned to look at those people. Aren't you proud? Aren't you arrogant? Ah. What about now? Everyone looked very unhappy. They never thought that the person being rescued was not Chen Shui. But they did not give up. Just wait. There's no way Fairy Chen would get into trouble so easily. Cut. Shut up. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll cut off your tongue and soak it in wine. Xiao Guang rushed over, grabbed his clothes, lifted him up, and threatened him viciously. Snort. Zhang Yichuan broke free from Xiao Guang's hand, snorted coldly, and turned away. Now that Chen Yuan is dead and his revenge is achieved, he can live happily and comfortably in the future. It is unwise to offend these Yamen runners at this time. Seeing Zhang Yichuan leaving, Xiao Guang snorted coldly. He didn't know why Lord Chen kept him. If it were him, he would have killed an enemy like Zhang Yichuan long ago. Thinking of Lord Chen, Xiao Guang's face showed worry. Lord Chen and Fairy Chen would not. Impossible. She was very clear about Fairy Chen's abilities, and she repeated what he had said before for the first time. Then he led his men to catch a bunch of fish easily, and catching rabbits was like picking cabbages. What impressed him most, or what impressed everyone most, was the scene on that day when people's anger disappeared. They will never forget the scene in their lifetime. Therefore, he didn't believe that anything would happen to Chen Shui. Thinking of this, he suddenly turned around and rushed towards Su Tian. Seeing Su Tian sitting on the ground in a daze, he suddenly became furious. He grabbed Su Tian's clothes fiercely. What are you daydreaming about? Don't you admire Master Chen the most? If you have time to sit there and be dazed, you might as well follow me to find Master Chen. You can't be unaware of Fairy Chen's abilities. They must still be alive, just out of our sight. Xiao Guang grabbed Su Tian and yelled. What we should do now is not to be sad, but to go find Master Chen. Yeah. Su Tian heard Xiao Guang's words, and he realized. Yes, I am going to find Master Chen. This is almost the same. Xiao Guang snorted coldly, and took the lead in the valley after the avalanche. After knowing that Master Chen came out of his relatives and pulled Guichang down, he did not put the handle in the hands of others, so he would not be stunned anymore. Even at the beginning, Chen Xianzi used to throw him affairs. At this time it was useless to him, but he truly submitted to Lord Chen. Especially when Lord Chen let bygones be bygones and rescued his relatives. He was deeply moved and vowed to repay Lord Chen. Therefore, Master Chen had an accident this time. He stood up for the first time and helped find Master Chen. I'll help too. The woman who had been saved by Chen Shui had stood out before. I'm here to help. Su Tian stunned, and then saw someone else behind the woman came out. I'm here to help. I also come. My life was originally saved by the Master Chen's family. Now that Master Chen has something to do, how can I watch it? Yes, there is me. Count me in. 2. Although I am old, my eyes are not blind, so I can still find someone to help. For a while, someone of the prisoners stood up one after another and volunteered to help. Su Tian was stunned for a moment, and then he was moved, feeling that everything he had done before was worth it. Chapter 151, Total Despair. Everyone divided the work and started searching around the valley. Even the Chen family guards and servants started digging the snow with their hands, as if they wanted to find Chen Shui in this way. Can't use a knife. Some of them did not want to dig it with their hands, because the snow was too cold. But as soon as they took out the knife, Su Tian was blocked. Su Tian glanced at them. What if I heard Master Chen? They were helpless, so they had to give up the knife and place them with their hands. But they couldn't stand it for a while. The valley seemed to be very large, but hundreds of people poured over, and they were still very small. Under the work of all people, they almost found the whole valley, and could not find the family of Chen. Master Chen. Someone couldn't help but shout. Buzz buzz buzz. Not good. Su Tian heard the words, and suddenly changed his face, shouting, Leave. Everyone was so scared that they were pale, and they ran away. Although they were far away, they could also feel the terror of the avalanche. So how dare to stay? Fortunately, they were lucky. The avalanche did not happen again, but there were some snow slipped from the hillside. The crowd relieved and looked at the valley with some hearts. Some people can't help but say, it's been so long, and even earthworms can't be seen. Do we have to continue? People who had confidence in Chen Shui also began to shake. Although they did not dig 3 feet for 3 feet, they found them all around and could not find it at all. The snow is so thick. Master Chen and the others must be deeper in the snow. Xiao Guang was digging the snow frantically, and it was unclear whether he was talking to himself or to others. But Converse couldn't help but frown. With such a large area of snow, if we dig 3 feet deep, how long will it take us to dig? We can't stay here forever. We have already wasted a lot of time. If we don't go to Nanman, it will be too late. As soon as these words were spoken, many people immediately agreed with them, and many Yamen runners also agreed with Kuang Wei's words. After all, if they delayed the time, they would be the first to be punished. There were also prisoners who were not fond of Chen Shui's family, and they agreed with Converse's words. They were still frightened by the avalanche. After all, they almost followed in the footsteps of the Chen family. Although they were unwilling to accept that Chen Shui was a fairy, they had to admit that Chen Shui was indeed very powerful and had magical methods. But she also suffered under the power of heaven and earth, let alone herself. So, they didn't want to stay here any longer, because who knew if the avalanche would happen again? You can see it. This avalanche can happen once, and it can happen a second time. If we continue to stay here, maybe. When these words were spoken, many people's hearts trembled. Although they were grateful to Chen Shui's family, they could not afford to sacrifice their own lives. So, they were a little shaken for a while. What's more, they had looked for it, but couldn't find Chen Shui's family at all. Maybe, as others said, Chen Shui's family might be buried in several meters of snow, and it would be impossible for them to find them. Su Tian. Converse looked at Su Tian. Now is not the time to be willful. You are the captain. You must be responsible for everyone's life. Originally, he looked down upon Su Tian, but who would have thought that he would actually climb over his head? So Converse was very dissatisfied in his heart. He just thought that Su Tian was just lucky and had no qualifications to be the captain. So he never called Su Tian captain. Now that he had a chance to strike back at Su Tian, how could he not seize the opportunity? Are you going to ruin everyone's future and lives with your own selfishness? Enough. Before Su Tian could speak, Xiao Guang snorted coldly. If you want to leave, just take your people with you. I won't leave until I find Master Chen. Then you are a deserter. Kuang Wei snorted coldly. Can you bear the consequences if the court investigates you? Whether I can take responsibility or not is none of your business. Xiao Guang curled his lips. Anyway, I won't implicate a coward like you. You? Converse was so angry that his eyes widened, and he almost wanted to fight with Xiao Guang. Enough. Su Tian's eyes were red, and his voice was a little hoarse. Look for another day. If you still can't find Master Chen, then He sighed. Just hurry up. After he said those 2 words, it was as if all the strength in his body was drained away, and he went limp. With Su Tian's words, Converse breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't want to push too hard, otherwise it would backfire. Shan Yichuan, who was standing next to them, felt relieved when he heard this. He was also worried that if they continued searching, they might be able to rescue Qin Yuan's family. Although he felt that it was impossible for anyone to survive such a horrific avalanche, he was still worried about Qin Shue's magical methods. After all, Qin Shue was flying around in the snow before. Who knows if she flew away at that time? Although he did watch them being buried in the snow. The longer they stayed here, the greater the uncertainty. Everyone went back to the valley to look for it. But because someone had shouted a few words before, the unstable snow on the hillside slid down again, forming a small avalanche. Although it was a small avalanche, it still scared everyone. Therefore, the number of people in the search team following Zhao Guang and others became smaller and smaller. But Zhao Guang did not give up, and even searched with a torch at night. After all, if the team can't find Qin Shue and the others tomorrow, they will have to leave. However, they did not know that there was a narrow place near their feet. At an unknown depth, Qin Shue was buried there. Xiaoshu. In space. After Lord Chen and others were taken in by Qin Shue, their eyes suddenly turned bloodshot, and they started shouting wildly. However, without Qin Shue's help, they had no way of getting out of the space. Jade Emperor. All the gods, please bless my Xiaoxue. Jin's mother's tears streamed down her face, and she knelt on the ground begging. Xiao Dai beside her also knelt down and kowtowed. God, I am willing to exchange my life for the girl's life. Please grant my wish. But there are no gods in this world. What Qin Shue said before about trading with the god of wealth was just fabrication. In fact, she was just trading with the system. However, the system only listened to Qin Shue, and naturally had no response to the calls of Lord Chen and his family. Moreover, if something happened to Qin Shue, the system would be fine. At most, it would just change the host. In short, Lord Chen shouted for a long time. But finally, he had to kneel on the ground like Mother Qin and pray to the gods. From childhood to adulthood, he had never kneeled except to his parents and the emperor. This time he knelt to the gods, just hoping that they could save his daughter. However, their prayers received no response. Why is this happening? Mother Qin was a little distraught. How would I live without Xiaoxue? It's all my fault. Lord Chen slapped himself a few times, blaming himself for being useless. If he were useful, Xiaoxue wouldn't have to face the horrific avalanche instead of hiding in a comfortable space by himself. Chapter 152 Trapped in the Snow. Lord Chen and others were very sad. At this time, they heard a voice coming from behind them. Turning around, I saw Qin Shue appear in the space. Xiaoxue, Chen's mother, and the others showed ecstasy. Quickly climbed up from the ground, rushed towards Qin Shue, and hugged her tightly. I thought. Mother Chen choked up and said, If you, how am I supposed to live? Mother. Seeing her mother so sad, Qin Shue felt extremely guilty, and hugged her mother tightly. How could anything happen to me? You should know that I have space. It's all right. It's all right. Lord Chen stood nearby, looking relieved, his eyes a little red, and obviously very worried. Girl. Xiaodia's tears fell down. She looked at Qin Shue aggrievedly, and pouted. Girl. I want a hug too. Qin Shue was a little amused, but she also knew Xiaodia's worry, so she went forward and gave her a hug. Don't do this next time, Lord Chen said with some fear. Even if your father is not as powerful as you, I can't let you face danger alone. Dad? I know. Qin Shue knew her father's concern, so she naturally did not refute. What's the situation outside since you just came in? Lord Chen asked again with some concern. I don't know about other people, but we are in danger. Qin Shue's face was full of distress as she told them about the crisis they were facing. Although she has space, she cannot move in it. In other words, no matter where she entered the space, she would return to the same position when she left. But the key point is that the place where she is now is buried in the snow. According to the avalanche situation, she is probably buried several meters deep. That is to say, once she went out, she would be buried in several meters of snow instead of appearing on the snow. After hearing this, Lord Chen and the others looked a little unhappy. This meant that they could only hide in the space. But the question is it really possible to stay in space for a lifetime? Let's not talk about the issue of food for now. The food and the space can satisfy their living needs for decades. Of course, this is under the premise that they will not starve to death. Not under the premise that they can eat and drink well. The second question is that although the space is good, the scenery is monotonous, and it is isolated from the outside world. Can they really endure the loneliness and solitude of not having contact with outsiders for a lifetime? Even though I have family members by my side, it may not be possible to do this if I don't communicate with the outside world at all. Therefore, if they don't want to be trapped in the space for the rest of their lives, they must find a way to leave the space. It is easy to leave the space, but it is very difficult to get out from under the 5 or 6 meters deep snow layer. The simplest way is to dig a channel to the ground. But the key point is that the snow has just been washed down and is not solid. If they dig here, the surrounding areas will probably collapse. Failure to do so will trigger another avalanche of problems. Several people thought of many solutions, but they were all rejected in the end. Finally, they decided to rest for a night. At least wait until the snow is compacted before digging so it is less likely to collapse. And think about whether there are other better solutions at night. Although they hid in space, the horrific avalanche seen before was still deeply imprinted in their minds. Until now, my heart is still pounding, and I can't calm down. For all the reasons mentioned above, they still decided to take it slow. Qin Shui even said that eating hot pot can help calm people down. Under the effect of the chili pepper, everyone was sweating, and their nerves were numb. They had no time to think about the horror of the avalanche. After a night, their hearts calmed down. Lord Qin and Qin Shui discussed it, and decided that they should dig first to see how far they were from the ground. Qin Shui took Lord Qin out of the space, and came to a dark place. She took out a flashlight, and illuminated the surroundings. Lord Qin discovered that he was surrounded by black iron plates, and there was a protruding rock above his head. Qin Shui explained. Before, I was worried that there would really be an avalanche. So I was thinking about what to do if an avalanche happened. Then, Qin Shui saw a protruding stone wall under the hillside not far away. So she rushed over, hid under the stone wall, and then exchanged several thick iron plates from the system and surrounded it. It can be said that Qin Shui built an iron wall around herself, which prevented the avalanche from flooding her area. However, because she was in a hurry, she did not adjust the position when she took out the iron plate, and she did not have the strength and time. Therefore, there are still a big gap between iron plates. Fortunately, these gaps are not large, and they are as sizes of one finger. Otherwise, there are still many snows squeezed into her place. Qin Shui took out a thin bamboo from the space and inserted it into the snow through the gap, trying to test how deep the snow was. As a result, I couldn't squeeze in at all. This made Qin Shui look very ugly, and she even sighed. She had seen a lot of news about avalanches in her previous life. Basically, it is difficult for people buried in the snow to escape unless someone from outside helps. Qin Shui thought of Su Tian and the others outside, but felt a little discouraged. Now it was not like in her previous life when there was no phone, so she could contact the outside world. Otherwise, I could let Su Tian and the others know where I am buried, and then dig me and the others out. Now I'm afraid Su Tian and the others all thought that they had died a long time ago. Or maybe they had even left. Forget it. Let's see if there is any other way. The best way would be to ask the people above to help dig. But obviously she couldn't contact anyone outside. So, we have to think of other ways. The iron plates are surrounded by the snow around. She wants to dig the snow, unless the iron plate is taken away. But if the endless snow is taken away, the endless snow will come in, and then she really bury her. At that time, you will be really dead. This method doesn't work either. Qin Shui was a little irritable. Calm. There must be other methods. Master Qin comforted them, and said firmly, I will take you and your mother, and the others to escape together. Outside world. In other words, on the snow on the head of Qin Shui. The Exile team is cleaning up. According to yesterday's agreement, they will leave here today. Many people were very excited. Among them are Converse and Zhang Yichuan. However, Su Tian and others had worried looks on their faces. Last night, Zhao Guang, Su Tian and others were still searching on the snow, but they still hadn't found Lord Qin. Not even a clue. It can be said that they have all begun to feel a little desperate. Under the urging of Converse and others, Su Tian turned around hesitantly. I'll stay and keep looking. Zhao Guang's voice was a little hoarse and his face was tired. It was obvious that he did not get enough rest yesterday. But he still did not want to give up. What's the point of staying? Some things are already destined. Converse curled his lips. He had been dissatisfied with Zhao Guang for a long time. Originally, he and Zhao Guang had a line. Who knew that Zhao Guang had betrayed him and chose to rely on Master Chen? Why not let him angry? Therefore, he naturally had to stop what Zhao Guang was about to do. So he looked at Su Tian. Su Tian, if you think clearly, you are the captain. You are not responsible to a person, but to be responsible for the entire team and the hundreds of people. Su Tian opened his mouth, turned and looked at the prisoners. After seeing the looks in their eyes, he finally closed his eyes, and then slowly opened them, revealing a look of determination. Zhao Guang, let's go. These people need us. Chapter 153. Another miracle. Gone! The Exile team heard that she was going to leave here, and quickly showed joy. They slept comfortably last night. After all, there was an avalanche not far away. You know, the fairy Chen, who was like an immortal in their impression, died in the avalanche. How could ordinary people like them survive the avalanche? Therefore, they can't wait to leave this place immediately. Everyone packed up and prepared to leave. Su Tian and Zhao Guang kept looking back towards the valley from time to time. But they didn't know that Chen Shui was still alive, and was lying in the snow not far from their feet. Why? Let's go! Su Tian sighed, although he was reluctant. But he knew that if Master Chen was here, he would be unhappy if he had stayed here with his team. Everyone continued on their way. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, a strange sound appeared in everyone's ears. They subconsciously looked back, and their expressions changed immediately. Many of them even showed fear in their eyes. They saw that the snow in the valley not far away was disappearing. Yes, it was disappearing. No. Or in other words, the surrounding snow quickly rushed toward somewhere. Just like a vortex appeared in the snow, taking the snow away. What happened? Is there going to be another avalanche? The crowd suddenly showed the fear of fear, and even some people turned to escape. Running? It's over if you don't run anymore. Wait, what is that? As soon as everyone wanted to escape, the person with the sharp eyes pointed at the front. Everyone stretched their necks to look, and saw that after the snow disappeared, a dark shadow appeared. Everyone was dumbfounded. Then they were all shocked, and some even murmured to themselves, "This is another miracle." By the way, Xiaoxue, what did Chen suddenly thought of, and asked, "Can these snow be collected into the space?" Chen Shui stunned for a moment, and then exposed ecstasy. Yeah, why didn't I think? The ability of space is that she can collect anything she touches into space. So snow can naturally be collected into space as well. Although it was surrounded by iron plates, there was still a gap that was big enough for her to stretch out her fingers. So she stretched out her fingers and touched the snow in the cracks. Soon, Chen's mother and her partner, who were filled with worry in the space, discovered that it was snowing. First it was light snow, then it was heavy snow, and then it was a downpour. Soon, they both saw a snowdrift not far away, which was getting higher and higher. Outside world, when Chen Shui put the snow into the space, he controlled it. Where to put the snow? Fortunately, the space is large enough. Otherwise there would be no place to put it. Soon, through the gap, Master Chen saw that the snow outside was constantly disappearing, and the speed was very fast. It didn't take long. He saw that the outside of the outside world appeared in front of the gap, which made him happy. Chen Shui started to start, and even put the iron plate around her into the space, and found that all the snow around her had been collected by her. They escaped from the snow. Then, the happy Chen Shui took all the iron plate away. And then she looked out of her mother and Xiaodai from the space. As soon as Mother Chen came out, she saw the clear sky and was surprised. We escaped? That's right. Chen Shui happily. We escaped? Very good. Several people were excited, and almost thought that in this life, I was going to explain it here. I didn't expect it to survive. This time, I also gave them a lesson that the space is not a panacea. In the face of some dangers, it is still incompetent, although this time still lives with the ability of space. When they face the avalanche, they have no way to deal with it. Born in adversity, die in comfort. Chen Shui feels that she should be more vigilant and not be too relaxed in the future. That's very Chen. The Exile team looked at the constant disappearance, and the face was scary, and many people even wanted to escape. After all, the disappearance of the snow was too strange. However, at this time, a few figures appeared after seeing the disappearance of the snow. Su Tian and Zhao Guang rushed over for the first time. When they approached, they saw the figures of those people. It was Qin Shui's family. Su Tian and others showed expressions of ecstasy and rushed over madly. Extremely excited, the other prisoners were shocked on their faces. It is incredible that Fairy Qin is actually alive. You know, they found it quickly and could not find them. Obviously they thought they were buried in the snow. People are buried in the snow, just like being buried in the ground. How could it survive? But now, the Qin Shui family is alive, which may not make them shock. This is impossible. Zhang Yiquan's face was filled with shock and disbelief, and he stumbled back several steps. So how could the terrible avalanche, the Qin family, and the Qin family survived? How could they survive? This is unreasonable. This is not normal. How can people do it? Unless they are not human. A look of fear emerged in Zhang Yiquan's heart. And suddenly he felt a little regretful. He regretted provoking the Qin family. Can the Qin family survive in such circumstances? Is it an ordinary person? Impossible. If they were really immortals, how could they be wronged and exiled? This is what Zhang Yiquan cannot understand the most. But now, it doesn't matter whether he understands it or not. What matters is how he will face the counterattack of the Qin family. He was not sure if anyone saw his actions at the time. If anyone knew, he also reported that the Qin family reported. And then he would die. At this time, Zhang Yiquan was completely arrogant, full of regret and panic. Master Chen, Su Tian and others quickly rushed over and came to Lord Chen. Overjoyed. That's great. Lord Chen, you are all okay. It's really great. How long have we disappeared? Master Chen waved his hand, seeing that he didn't want to talk about this topic, but asked others. 1 day. Xiao Guang hurriedly. We found it for a day, but we didn't find it. 1 day. Fortunately it's not long. Master Chen was relieved. At least, he did not delay for too long. It's all right now. Let's continue on our way. Although they knew that Su Tian had a lot of doubts, Master Chen still interrupted them. After all, there were many things he couldn't explain, so he could only change the subject. Su Tian was really curious, but Master Chen spoke. How dare he oppose? He could only follow Master Chen. Master, girl. The people and guards of the Qin family rushed over, and even fell to the ground. Master, we are not protected, and please punish it. Get up. Don't blame you. Master Chen waved his hand. At the time of the incident, he saw that his subordinates and guards wanted to rush over to save them. How can their strength fight the power of heaven and earth? So they have this heart. Seeing that the master did not blame them, the Qin family and the guards were grateful, and they would protect the Qin family in the future. Chapter 154, Finding the Black Hand. The prisoners saw Qin Shui and others coming over, and the shock on their faces could not disappear for a long time. They thought that Qin Shui's family. As a result, they did not expect them to be alive. And watching them have a dragon and a tiger, it is incredible at all. Qin Shui and the others ignored the crowd's doubts. And when Su Tian saw that they didn't have a carriage, he immediately squeezed out a carriage for them to ride in. The Qin Shui family did not refuse. After all, although the carriage was in space, it was not very easy to take it out in front of everyone. After the Qin Shui's family entered the carriage, everyone began to discuss, and they were curious how the Qin Shui family survived. In fact, they put themselves in the situation and ended up feeling even more desperate. If it were them, they probably wouldn't have survived at all. The more I thought about it, the more shocked I became. The belief that had been shaken by Zhang Yiquan's doubts before became firm again. If this couldn't prove that Qin Shui was a fairy, then what could prove it? You know, they saw that the Qin family was flooded endlessly with her eyes. But then, they survived. Even the original white snow. The scenes that disappeared in front of their eyes still emerged in their minds. Before, they thought it was a vision of heaven and earth. But now it seems that where the vision is, it is clear that Qin Shui left from the snow and took the snow away. The snow that buried the valley completely disappeared in the blink of an eye. Can this be able to do it? Therefore, in the face of so many evidence, they also doubted that Qin Shui was not a fairy. There was a problem with his head. Even Zhang Yiquan thinks so. If it is said that the previous sun was disappeared by Qin Shui as a coincidence, then the disappearance of the snow on the mountain today cannot be a coincidence. After all, even if there are coincidences in this world, there can't be such a coincidence. Therefore, Zhang Yiquan regretted it at this time, and made up his mind. If he passed the crisis, Then he lurked for a while, and tentatively let go of his hatred. Do you remember the shout we heard before the avalanche happened? Chen Shui turned to look at his parents. Master Chen nodded. Remember naturally. He heard Chen Shui say that shouting can easily cause avalanche. So when Chen Shui asked this question, he knew what she meant. Do you suspect someone shouted it on purpose? Master Chen frowned. But, with so many people here, I'm afraid you're the only one who knows how to trigger an avalanche. That's right. This is also what confuses Chen Shui. But this is too much of a coincidence. Will someone be injured? I don't think so. Chen Shui remembered that the sound was not like the scream of injury. The screams of injuries were very painful. But the voice was full of anger. Not like this at all. Let Su Tian inquire, and see if you let you know the clues. In the end, they thought about it. And let Su Tian ask for it. After all, they were too far away at the time. And they didn't know what happened in the team at all. Su Tian knew that someone had intentionally harmed Master Chen. And was very angry. And guaranteed that Master Chen is assured that I will find the one who is going to hurt you. I'm not sure if someone really wanted to harm me. Or if someone just screamed accidentally. Anyway, we can't wrongly accuse a good person. I see. After the avalanche, everyone rushed faster. After all, who knows whether the avalanche will occur? Therefore, they walked all over in west. And they seemed to be afraid of the surrounding snow. Even they didn't dare to speak. Even if they spoke very well. Because they hear a rumor. Or it is not a rumor. Speaking is too loud. It will cause avalanche. The reason why the avalanche occurred that day was that some people wanted to harm Master Chen. So they deliberately created the avalanche. When everyone heard the news, they were shocked at first. And then angry. They were almost killed. So how could they not be angry? At that time, they did hear someone shouting, but did not see the figure. So, when people heard Su Tian asking about that person, many of them joined the team. Not only for Fairy Chen, but also for themselves. If they don't find that person, they won't be able to sleep at night. After all, who knows if that person will go crazy again and shout while everyone is asleep, causing an avalanche. It's a pity that no one saw Zhang Yichuan. Mainly because Zhang Yichuan was very secretive at the time. Although many people subconsciously wanted to look in the direction where the sound came from when the shouting was heard. They were attracted by the sound of the avalanche. Therefore, Zhang Yichuan took advantage of the team at that time and was not discovered. Su Tian inquired for several days and found nothing, making him guilty in his heart. Master Chen ordered what he did to do. After Chen Shui found out, she didn't blame her, but asked her to spread the news. Anyone who knew the news could come and report it, and there would be a reward. She also said that she already knew who that person was. And as long as he came forward and apologized. Otherwise, she would take personal action, and he would bear the consequences. For a while, everyone was scared. But after all, they were not doing it. And they did not have been thinking about it. Instead, they were looking forward to it. Looking forward to Chen Shui's move. Zhang Yichuan was also shocked when he heard Chen Shui's harsh words. Because he knew how powerful Chen Shui was. But for so many years in the officialdom, he was able to mix in live. And even put on the master of Shangshu. Not in vain. Therefore, he knew that Chen Shui was just cheating him. If he really knew he was himself, he must have come to the door. How could he let him take the initiative? Of course, the reason why he didn't go out was, firstly, that he was hoping for luck. And secondly, that he knew that he would definitely die if he went out. He didn't believe that the Chen family would let him go. Moreover, he and the Chen family have other hatred. So how could the Chen family let him go easily? Therefore, Zhang Yichuan made up his mind not to go out. But he was very uneasy in his heart. He tossed and turned at night. Couldn't sleep at all. And even had nightmares. However, after waiting for many days, and seeing Chen Shui still didn't make a move, Zhang Yichuan knew that he had made the right bet. At this moment, he doubted whether Chen Shui was a fairy again. If he was really a fairy, how could he not find him? In fact, when he changed to others, Chen Shui could be deceived at once. But although Zhang Yichuan was too cunning, what to do? After so many days, no one stands up. If you do it shoot, you will definitely damage the majesty of you fairy. Mother Chen said with some concern that ever since they knew that these people regarded Chen Shui as a fairy, they would go along with the mistake and maintain this character. But now, it seems like she is shooting herself in the foot. If she doesn't find that person, the criminals will doubt whether she can find that person or whether she is a fairy. Chapter 155. The bet was right. To be honest, how could Chen Shui do not want to shoot? After all, the man wanted to set up his family to death. How could such an enemy be let go? After all, who knows whether it will happen again next time? However, she is just an ordinary person. And she is not the immortal in the hearts of everyone. And everyone is not omnipotent. Therefore, it is still very difficult to get out of the black hands. And there is no clue to now. Etc. Dad, if that person really knew that shouting would cause an avalanche, then the person who did that must have a grudge against us. Mr. Chen, that's true. But many people are very jealous of us. We don't even know who these people are. But isn't there someone who hates us? Chen Shui asked back. You mean Zhang Yichuan? Lord Chen was stunned. To be honest, he seemed to have not seen Zhang Yichuan for a long time and almost forgot about this person. If he had to say who hated him to the core, it should be that he hated the Zhang family to the core. After all, if Zhang Yichuan hadn't taken the lead in framing him, how could his family have been exiled? Xu Xue could have played the piano and painted in the courtyard and lived a rich life like other rich young ladies. But she ended up having to suffer with him. It was all Zhang Yichuan's fault. Sometimes, he really wanted to rush over and strangle Zhang Yichuan to death to avenge himself. But he held back. Then, I have been doing things in the space. And I forgot. And even if I want to get revenge, it is impossible to kill Zhang Yichuan directly. Otherwise, being caught by these jealous prisoners, it will be passed on to the capital. And it may be made by someone who is interested. And then the punishment will be aggravated. It doesn't matter if he is punished. The key is that his wife and daughter can no longer suffer. So, he held back. Fortunately, since the bandit affairs, Zhang Yichuan seems to be very low-key, and he hasn't cared about it without running in front of him. After being reminded by Chen Shui this time, he thought about it, and the possibility of Zhang Yichuan was quite high. It's just that now we have no evidence. And then we are afraid that it will not be difficult to explain. Master Chen frowned. Now Chen Shui's identity is fairy. Be careful to do things naturally. Otherwise it is easy to lose people. If it wasn't made by Zhang Yichuan, the majesty of Chen Shui, the fairy, would fall off, and the prisoner would doubt her water. After all, in the hearts of the offender, the fairy should be omnipotent. Whether it is, do we have to report? Chen Shui naturally did not forget the good thing done by the Zhang family. Now there is a chance. How can it be let go? Lord Chen didn't say anything else. And several people walked towards Zhang Yichuan. Cui Ling. It's me. I am your husband. Zhang Lang. When the Chen Shui family walked over, she saw Zhang's punch and kicking Zhang Yichuan. Zhang Yichuan wanted to resist, but when he thought of his wife, he gave up and could only avoid while avoiding it. But at this time, Zhang's hair was emitting, and his mouth murmured to himself, "You are not allowed to move my son. You are not allowed to bully my son." Zhang's madly attacking Zhang Yichuan. He seemed to completely forget that Zhang Yichuan was his husband, but became an enemy. "I dare not. I dare not." Zhang Yichuan shouted quickly, saying that he would no longer hurt her son. And Zhang stopped. Why? How pitiful. Some of the women nearby were soft-hearted and showed sympathy when they saw Zhang's look. Zhang was alone. And it turned out to be crazy. Zhang's response to everyone did not feel at all. And then squatted on the ground, grabbing snow and eating. There were a lot of leaves on the snow. But Zhang seemed to not see it, and still stuffed it into his mouth. Cui Ling. That's not eating. Seeing this, Zhang Yichuan rushed over, grabbed her hand, and threw the snow in her hand. My food! Zhang looked at the snow, and hurriedly exclaimed, lying on the ground to find. Where's the food? Where's my food? She reached out and frantically dug at the snow, as if trying to find the snow that had just fallen from her hands. Where hasn't eaten yet? Where's the food? Where's my food? She cried anxiously, becoming more and more annoyed the more she searched. Then, she stood up violently and rushed towards Zhang Yichuan. I want to fight with you. Return my food. Bang! Zhang Yichuan did not dare to do it with her, afraid of hurting her, so pretending to fall to the ground and letting Zhang fell on the snow. However, Zhang touched a stick and raised his stick to Zhang Yichuan. Zhang Yichuan's head was crooked. Although he avoided the key, he hit his shoulders, and the whole person screamed to the ground. But Zhang did not hold back. Instead, he raised the stick and smashed it hard at Zhang Yichuan while shouting angrily. Zhang Yichuan curled up in a ball, holding his head tightly, looking extremely miserable. This, Master Chen. When Su Tian saw the scene, he immediately wanted to stop it subconsciously. According to Zhang's gesture, if it was not stopped, Zhang Yichuan might be killed. Let's go! Master Chen shook his head and turned to leave Chen Shui away. Su Tian opened his mouth and didn't understand the meaning of Master Chen. Seeing that Su Tian was lying on the ground, he finally stepped forward to stop Zhang. I'm fine. Zhang Yichuan waved his hand with pain and pain. I'll just rest. Or, let the doctor take a look. Don't use it. Zhang Yichuan smiled bitterly. I and Chen Yuan have hatred. How could he be willing to let their doctors help me for treatment? How could it be impossible? Master Chen is actually a small belly chicken intestine. Su Tianxia subconsciously argued for Master Chen. Forget it. Zhang Yichuan waved his hand. I don't want to die yet. Thank you, sir. Just let me rest. When it comes to this part, Su Tian can only do this. Turn around and leave. Looking at Su Tian's departure, Zhang Yichuan relieved, and then touched his arms and shoulders, with thick claw strips entangled on it. But Zhang was really crazy, so he was not mercy. Therefore, even if there is a cloth strip, he is still half dead. But pain is better than losing one's life. And he did not expect that the Qin family would actually come to his door. He didn't know whether someone had informed on him, or the Qin family really had some magical means. In any case, in order to prevent the Qin family from doing anything to him, he resorted to this self-torture tactic. He deliberately angered his wife and let her attack him, knocking him unconscious, so that the prisoners around him would express sympathy for him. Even if the Qin family attacks them at that time, the prisoners will think that the Qin family is bullying the weak and will be dissatisfied. After all, as a fairy, it is natural to be large. How can it be a small belly chicken intestine? Moreover, his own family is so miserable, and the Qin family has to kill all. Such behaviors will naturally cause dissatisfaction among the prisoners. In short, seeing the current results, Zhang Yichuan knows that he made the right bet. Chapter 156, The Self-Torture Scheme. Dad, are you just going to let him go like this? Of course not. Master Chen shook his head. It's just that it's not easy for us to take action now. Later, Master Chen knew that Chen Shui was in love with some people, and did not know much about it. People often stand on the side of the weak, shouting for justice, but never try to understand why. Or are the weak really weak? Who is right and who is wrong? Chen Shui is not the Xiaobai from her previous life. As she is from her previous life, she naturally knows this, and can understand it very well. Many people now sympathize with the Zhang family and think they are weak. But she is an immortal, a strong one. If action is taken against the Zhang family, many people will stand up to oppose under the banner of justice. It is not because they have a good relationship with the Zhang family, but because they are just sympathy. They are not used to it. The dissatisfaction of these prisoners has no impact on them at all. But if they want to use these people in the future, they will become a thorn and cross between them. Moreover, even if those people are afraid of your title of fairy and dare not stand out, not all of them dare not stand out. There are still many people who are dissatisfied with us. Moreover, if Zhang Yichuan deceives them or promises a large sum of money, at that time, there will be a group of people jumping out. And then the contradiction between them and the Zhang family will evolve into contradictions with the prisoners. As soon as this contradiction broke out, there was no way to end. One side will definitely suffer casualties. Either the Qin family retreats, but this is impossible because once they retreat, their dignity will be gone, and no one will be afraid of them. No one will listen to what they want to do in the future. Or maybe they will retreat only when the prisoners are suppressed. But in this case, the conflict between the two sides will deepen, and it will be more difficult to recruit these people for use. In short, this matter must be handled with care. But Lord Qin did not let it go easily. If it was not sure that Zhang Yichuan was engaged in a ghost. But when he saw his reaction and behavior, Master Chen confirmed. His wife and daughter are his weak spot. How could he not be angry when Zhang Yichuan touched it again? This time he was determined not to let Zhang Yichuan go easily. Zhang Yichuan was very proud to see that his self-torture trick had worked. He thought that Chen Shui, the so-called fairy, was so powerful, but she was easily controlled by him. He sneered, turned and left. There were hundreds of people in the Exile team, and the Qin family was at the end of the team. So he planned to run to the front of the team so that the Qin family could not see him. As long as he keeps a low profile in the days ahead, and waits until the Qin family forgets about this matter, he will think of a way to take revenge. However, although the idea was good, he found other problems. Along the way, he always felt that other people looked at him strangely. If there were only 1 or 2 prisoners, it would be fine. He thought they were Chen Shui's supporters. They thought Chen Shui had saved them. So they started to side with Chen Shui. However, he found that most people were not very right to see his eyes, which was a problem. That look was like that of a wolf or a tiger. Or perhaps it was a look that was staring at him fiercely. In short, it was a look that made him very uncomfortable. Zhang Yichuan was a little confused. He didn't seem to have done anything. So why were they looking at him like that? Unable to figure it out, he had to go back to his wife. If these people dared to do anything wrong, he would drive his wife crazy. Anyway, everyone now thinks his wife is crazy. So no one dares to fight with her. Even if his wife accidentally kills someone. It is just an accident. The day passed quickly. Although the looks from people around him made him uncomfortable. Fortunately, they did not do anything wrong, which made Zhang Yichuan feel relieved. The sky was dim. The Exile team stopped and started cooking. Many prisoners began to run towards the direction of the Yamen runners. Now they were on the snow and had no way to make a fire. Only the Yamen runners could make a fire. The earlier you get there, the earlier you can eat hot meals. And the earlier you get there, the more food there is. If you get there later, the food will be gone, and you won't be able to eat much. Zhang Yichuan also wanted to go over, but was stopped by someone. Several men stopped him and said, "Hey, Mr. Zhang. Long time no see." Among the exiled team, only Lord Chen and Zhang Yichuan had the highest official positions, and the others were mostly their subordinates. And of course, even more were minions. In short, these people happened to know Zhang Yichuan. "It's you guys." Zhang Yichuan recognized several of his former subordinates. But he didn't care. "What's the matter? Is there something wrong? I don't have time now. Let's talk later. This is not up to you, Master Zhang." A man stretched out his hand to stop him. But Zhang Yichuan was a little angry. "What? Have you forgotten who you are?" "Ha ha." When those people heard this, they burst into laughter. "I think Master Zhang has forgotten his identity. Calling you Lord Zhang means I respect you. Do you still think you are still like before? Don't you even look at your current status? You still want us to call you sir?" Zhang Yichuan. "Ah, Zhang Yichuan. Your brains could have been kicked silly by your wife. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha." Several people laughed loudly, obviously having no respect for this former boss. Their tone was full of sarcasm, which made Zhang Yichuan look very ugly. When he saw these former subordinates, he almost forgot his current situation. He said, trying hard to suppress his dissatisfaction, "I treated you well in the past, didn't I? Now that we are like this, is it necessary for you to come and humiliate me? You treat us well?" Upon hearing this, the smiles on their faces disappeared, and they looked angry. "How dare you say that? When we asked you to do something, you always refused and refused. You only agreed after receiving several thousand taels of silver." They get angry when they talk about this. Zhang Yichuan took the money several times, but didn't get anything done for them. Not only that, if they did not take the initiative to show their filial piety, Zhang Yichuan would find all kinds of excuses to make things difficult for them. "If you hadn't said it, we would have forgotten all about it. Now is the perfect time to settle all the old and new grudges." Several people rolled up their sleeves, and the shackles on their hands made a crisp sound, which made Zhang Yichuan's heart tremble. How could he be a match for these people alone? He quickly said, "Don't you know the current rules? Private fighting is prohibited in the team. Those who violate it will bear the consequences themselves. This is the rule set by General Xie. Aren't you afraid of death?" Ha ha ha. Several people laughed up to the sky. "So what? General Xie is not here. The Emperor is far away, and he can't control us." Without further ado, the smiles of the few people disappeared, revealing fierce looks, and they threatened viciously. "Hand over the things, or don't blame us for not remembering our friendship." "What?" Zhang Yichuan was stunned and a little confused. He thought these people were looking for him to settle old scores. But now it sounded like they were looking for something. "But now that I have been exiled, I don't have anything good on me that is worth these people's attention. I don't know what you're talking about." "Very good. It seems that you don't want to accept my toast, and you have to drink a penalty drink." Chapter 157 Humiliation. "I have no idea what you are talking about. And I don't have what you are looking for." Zhang Yichuan fell on the snow, his face bruised and swollen. Obviously he had been beaten. He had been beaten badly with a stick by his wife. but he was covered with a cloth strip to reduce the damage. But this time there was no cloth. And these people did not keep their hands at all. Therefore, Zhang Yichuan was almost killed. But he still didn't know what these people were looking for. I said, that thing is so important. If it were me, I would never give it out even if I died. How could he hand it over so easily? A man next to him curled his lips, obviously having guessed that Zhang Yichuan would be stubborn. Why not just search him and find out if the stuff is on him? 2. The people around him suddenly realized what was going on and started to curse. We were almost frozen to death by this damn weather. As they spoke, several people began to search Zhang Yichuan. Let me go! What are you doing? Help! Woo woo woo! Zhang Yichuan struggled crazy and even shouted desperately, but was covered by the people. But he did not let him shout at all. Later, several people began to take Zhang Yichuan's clothes. Zhang Yichuan's face was filled with fear, and he struggled desperately. But he could not escape from the clutches of these people, and could only shout in grief and anger. I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you. Zhang Yichuan finally got himself a chance to speak, and quickly agreed to hand over the things. However, those people smiled grimly. Too late. Seeing this, Zhang Yichuan was desperate. Several people ignored it at all, and soon picked him out of light. And as a result, he found a bunch of silver tickets from Zhang Yichuan. However, although these people did not expect that Zhang Yichuan had so many banknotes hidden on him, they would have been very happy before. But now they are not thinking about it. Things. Several people shouted at Zhang Yichuan fiercely. Where did you hide the things? Zhang Yichuan struggled to get his clothes, but the person next to him kicked his clothes away. You? Zhang Yichuan was flushed and was shameful. He was also a waiter of the Ministry of Households. He had a humiliation of the 3-product official. This was more uncomfortable than killing him. He wanted to say something, but he was trembling all over and couldn't utter a word. The biting cold swept through his body, making him shiver. Kill me if you can. He raised his head, closed his eyes, and looked out. Seeing this, a few people looked very ugly and threatened fiercely. Do you think we dare not kill you? The person next to him frowned. Maybe he hid something. Like, when the words were falling, others turned their heads, and they all saw the answer from the other's eyes. That's right. Others also smiled. Even if they were not on his wife, it could be used to threaten Zhang Yichuan. Don't want. Zhang Yichuan originally closed his eyes and waited for death. As a result, he heard their conversation, and it was suddenly anxious. Stop your hands. Come back for me. My lady and wire have nothing to do with this matter. They are already like this. Why can't you let them go? Snort. The man snorted coldly and curled his lips. As long as you hand over the things honestly, we will leave. This way it will be good for both you and us. I'm really... Zhang Yichuan just wanted to say that he didn't know what it was. But the people turned around and left. Obviously thought he was iron-hearted and planned to find his wife. I give it. Zhang Yichuan gritted his teeth and finally shouted at them. The people quickly stopped and turned their heads to look. But Zhang Yichuan said again, but that thing is the same. So many people. How can this be divided? Several people were stunned. Their faces turned very ugly. And then, they turned to look at the people next to them. Indeed, they know that there is only one Xiandan, and it is absolutely impossible to divide with others. They want to swallow alone, but others will not allow one to swallow alone. So this is a big problem. Someone's face was revealed, and it seemed to be considering whether to kill all, so that they could swallow alone. But everyone else seemed to have the same idea. And for a moment, the atmosphere around them became tense. Seeing this, Zhang Yichuan showed a sneer in his eyes. And it was better to kill each other. While he was fanning the flames in his heart, he secretly took the clothes and put them on. At this time, those people also found Zhang Yichuan's small movements. And some people couldn't bear it. Everyone calmly. Don't be provoked. However, a few people next to them are different in the same way. Zhang Yichuan is right. We have only one thing. Let's talk about allocation before saying others. The first man who opened his mouth sighed. You all know that there is only one thing. Either to enjoy it alone. But no one will agree. So only the division is left. How could it be divided? Others hummed coldly. What should I do if the efficacy disappears if it is separated? Effects? Not far away. Zhang Yichuan, who planned to leave quietly, paid a pace. Do these people find things medicine? But the question is that I am not a doctor. How can I have any medicine on my body? Moreover, What medicine is worthy of these people to move? Zhang Yichuan didn't understand. And then heard their quarrel. Enough. You quarrel like this is not a solution at all. It will be picked up cheap at that time. Besides, everyone ran away. Where can you find something? As soon as the man was reminded, they saw Zhang Yichuan running towards a distance, and quickly chased forward. Help! Zhang Yichuan ran his legs while shouting for help. Unfortunately, his leg was injured. And after all, he couldn't run. And he was caught. They kicked him to the ground and punched and kicked him to protest against his escape. Go and catch his wife. At this time, there was no argument among other people about who would go and who would not. And several people left on their own initiative. Don't want. Zhang Yichuan shouted. I hid the medicine. Not on them at all. It is useless to catch them. Yeah. Someone squatted down and patted Zhang Yichuan's face. Then tell the position of the hidden position. Otherwise you know our means. You? How dare Zhang Yichuan dare? Or he doesn't know what the medicine is. And there is no medicine. If it weren't for them to hear them. He didn't know what these people were looking for. The bitch was crazy. I was stunned by me. And this kid was not honest. And we were stunned by us. Soon, someone dragged the little fat man and came over. Zhang Yichuan heard their words and saw his son. And suddenly his eyes split. I fight with you. Unfortunately, he was the opponent of these people. And he was knocked to the ground with one foot. The man who was dragging the fat boy threw him on the snow. Then held the fat boy's head tightly and shoved his face into the snow. In addition, the man looked at Zhang Yichuan with a smile. If you don't want your son to die, you will explain honestly. Chapter 158 No Mercy. Let him go. Zhang Yichuan stared at them like an angry lion and roared angrily. His son was his Achilles heel. We don't have so much patience. The man pressed the head of the little fat man. And his face was full of murderous. I said everything. You let go of wire first. Zhang Yichuan's eyes were red. Even though he didn't know what it was. He had to admit it for the sake of his son. Where is something? Let will go first. If not, I would bite myself. Really? Try it. However, those people didn't care about Zhang Yichuan's threat at all. Instead, they grabbed the fat man's hair and lifted him up. Seeing the little fat boy's face covered with snow, Zhang Yichuan felt a pain in his heart. He bit his lips tightly, wishing he could rush over and die with them. The blood left from the corner of his mouth, and Zhang Yichuan was squeezed out of his teeth. That thing was buried in the snow. They were several miles away from here. How do we know that you are really false? You believe it or not? I'm telling the truth. Zhang Yichuan looks like you don't believe it. Several people looked a little grim. If they were far away from here, they would have no way of leaving the team to investigate the truth of this matter. Zhang Yichuan also knew this. So he said that. Got it. Suddenly, a man's eyes lit up, and he looked at Zhang Yichuan. Go and bring the things back in exchange for your son's life. You? Zhang Yichuan didn't expect them to do so. And suddenly reached the bottom of the valley. Where did he go to find the thing that he didn't know at all? He hated the group of fighting in the bottom of his heart. Where did they die? Why did not appear at this time? That's right. That makes sense. Others are also happy. They can't leave, and can let Zhang Yichuan leave. Anyway, even if they are arrested, they are not punished by themselves. If you want your son to live, then just do as we say. They threatened viciously. Good. Zhang Yichuan hesitated for a few seconds, then nodded. You can let me go now. Several people looked at him. As soon as those people loosened their hands, Zhang Yichuan grabbed the snow on the ground and threw it at their faces. Several people quickly raised their hands to block, while Zhang Yichuan took the opportunity to rush towards the man who was holding his son, trying to grab his son back. However, he was already injured, and was no match for even one person. Bang! As soon as he got close, he was kicked down by the man. If you want to find death, we will all be you. As they spoke, several people started punching and kicking Zhang Yichuan without mercy. Obviously they were angry. Stop fighting. Stop fighting. Zhang Yichuan covered his head, curled up into a ball, and kept asking for mercy in his mouth. But obviously, these people had lost patience. Bang bang bang. Before long, Zhang Yichuan was beaten so badly that he didn't even have the strength to beg for mercy. It seems that he doesn't take some means. He won't cooperate obediently. The people were tired, and they were angry, and turned to walk towards the little fat man. If they said that they had just scared Zhang Yichuan before, and did not want to kill the little fat man. But now Zhang Yichuan was angry, and only wanted to give Zhang Yichuan a lesson, and he could only force him as soon as possible. No. Zhang Yichuan, who was lying on the ground, became anxious when he saw their actions, but he was in pain and could not move at all. He could only roar in despair. What are you doing? At this time, Zhang Yichuan seemed to hear a sound of naturalness appearing next to his ears, as if appearing in his eyes. He looked up at the front, and saw Converse walking with a group of people. When he saw them, he immediately reprimanded. Zhang Yichuan's face was ecstatic. He was saved. And where was saved? Seeing Converse appear, those people scolded, turned around and ran. But now at night, several people disappeared. Save my son, please. Seeing these people disappear, Zhang Yichuan breathed a sigh of relief, then struggled to raise his head, looked at Quan Wei and the others, and begged, please. Converse also saw the little fat man lying on the ground, was startled, hurriedly looked at it, and then relieved. Rest assured, he is fine, but he is fainting. Hearing Converse's words, Zhang Yichuan was even more relieved, and then the whole person fainted. Is he fainted? The officer next to him frowned. I pretended. It should be true. Converse saw the injury on Zhang Yichuan, and knew that he should really faint. What should we do then? The Yamen runners next to him were a little anxious, as they had something to do with Zhang Yichuan. Use the snow to wake him up. Converse glanced around, and the opponent said. His men immediately grabbed the snow on the ground and covered Zhang Yichuan's face. This was more exciting than watering the face. So Zhang Yichuan was quickly frozen. You? He opened his eyes and saw Converse. What he wanted to say, but thought about what he thought, and quickly changed his mouth. Willie, where is my weir? Zhang Yichuan looked around and wanted to find his son. Seemed to worry about his safety. Don't worry. He is fine. Converse clapped his hands, and immediately walked over with the fat man. Zhang Yichuan ignored his own pain and rushed over to hold the little fat boy in his arms. However, because the little fat boy was too heavy, and he was in pain all over, he almost went crazy with the pain. But he held back for fear that his son would fall to the ground. Thank you for a few officials. Seeing that his son was fine, Zhang Yichuan breathed a sigh of relief, then looked at Quan Wei and others and expressed his gratitude. If you want to thank us, make things come out. Before Converse said, the men behind him hurriedly said, something? What? Zhang Yichuan said subconsciously, and then stunned, and it took a while to respond. It seems that this group of people want to find the right thing. It seems exactly what the people are looking for just now. This made him even more curious. What exactly was that? Attracting those people, and even Converse these maidages came to the door. He became more and more confused. He had no idea why this group of people believed that the thing was in his hands while he himself knew nothing. You have to think clearly. That service saw that Zhang Yichuan didn't speak, and threatened it fiercely. You must consider clearly. We are not those people. There are ways to deal with you. That's right. Other Makarostas also echoed. I just don't know. Can you not eat for a few days and nights? Apparently, they were threatening Zhang Yichuan with food. Zhang Yichuan's heart sank. This threat is naturally useful. He has no money on his body now, and all of them were snatched by those people just now. Therefore, if he did not give him food, he had no money to find other people to buy food. More importantly, he can go without food, but his wife and son can't. Hateful. Zhang Yichuan's fist was clenched tightly, and his heart was angry but helpless. Chapter 159. I'm making things more than helpful. Zhang Yichuan said that he didn't have what they were looking for. But where would Converse and others believe in his words? The so-called Xian Dan was definitely still on him. After all, his lady has been crazy. Not good yet. Here's the thing. I don't know where to come out. Zhang Yichuan has the fairy Dan from Chenxianzi. That's an elixir. Looking at the two miracles of Chenxianzi's order, and the valley snow disappearance, the means of Chenxianzi are not fairy or immortal. How could the elixir she gave be an ordinary elixir? In short, many people did not believe it at first. But after inquiring from many parties, it was finally confirmed. The incident also happened after the bandit attack. Zhang Yichuan's son was seriously injured and died. At that time, a lot of people who were close to Dr. Yang heard Dr. Yang, and he heard that Su Tian was about to ride a horse to send Zhang Yichuan's son to the county seat. But it was too late. In short, the prisoner next to him also saw the injury of Zhang Yichuan's son. But later they saw Chen Shui take out the elixir. And then Zhang Yichuan's son was resurrected. At that time, many people were shocked. Later, it seemed that Xia Yunchang had something to discuss with Lord Chen. So the area around him was cordoned off, and they didn't dare to stay nearby. But later I saw Zhang Yichuan rushing over. They had a conflict. But because they were far away, they couldn't see it clearly. Perhaps at that time, Chen Shui gave another pill to Zhang Yichuan and asked him to treat his wife. But now, his wife was still in a crazy state and had not gotten better at all. Needless to say, it was obvious that Zhang Yichuan did not give the pill to his wife, but secretly kept it for himself. If he really gave it to his wife, how could she still be in a crazy state? As for the pill given by Chen Shui being useless, everyone thought it was impossible. How is it possible that a pill that can bring a dead person back to life cannot cure a crazy person? In short, everyone felt that Zhang Yichuan knew that this was a saving Xiandan and was reluctant to give his wife. So he hid himself. This is why everyone looks like Zhang Yichuan's eyes are wrong. However, Qin's servants and Su Tian and others emphasized everywhere that this was just a rumor and everyone should not believe it. However, the crowd became even more unconvinced. After all, if the Qin family didn't speak up, the rumors might have been self-defeating. But the Qin family, Su Tian and others all stood up, which made the matter even more obvious. Besides, it is better to believe it exists than to believe it does not. What if it is true? If it really was in Zhang Yichuan's hands and I got it, it would be like having an extra life. So, everybody went a little crazy. However, because Su Tian said Bayless to keep an eye on them and keep warning them, only the prisoners just now finally found the opportunity to take action. As a result, Converse and others who also wanted that thing were arrested. In fact, Converse and others were nearby. But they always wanted to wait for those people to grab the elixir in Zhang Yichuan's hands before they started. They wanted to take the advantage of the fishermen. However, Zhang Yichuan was even more stubborn than they thought, and those people were unable to pry him open. Seeing that Zhang Yichuan was about to be beaten to death by these people, Quang Wei and others could no longer sit still and ran out. He knew that it would be impossible to make Zhang Yichuan surrender by beating him alone. After all, if it were him, he would not be able to hand him over, as that was equivalent to having an extra life. As long as the elixir is in his hands, others cannot kill themselves. So as long as you persist, just after surviving, because they all thought this way. Converse and others looked very unhappy when they saw Zhang Yichuan's look. Ha ha ha. Converse suddenly laughed and patted Zhang Yichuan on the shoulder. I was just kidding you. We are not bandits. How could we steal your things? We can only see that you are in a bad mood and want to make you happy. Zhang Yichuan felt pain all over his body, and Converse's 2 slaps on the shoulders almost knocked him down. But he still endured the pain and forced a smile from the corner of his mouth. I understand. I understand. He said it clearly, but actually he knew that this was no joke. It was just that they couldn't do anything to him for the time being. What happened? What are you doing? Not far away, several figures came running over in a hurry. It was Su Tian, who came with his men. Obviously, the people who just left didn't want Quang Wei and others to get the elixir, so they ran to Su Tian to report. These bastards. Converse cursed inwardly, somewhat glad that he stopped in time. Otherwise, he would have been caught by Su Tian. He was not afraid of Su Tian, but was worried about exposing his purpose. At that time, Su Tian would stare at himself, and there was no way to get elixir from Zhang Yichuan at all. He was beaten up. We heard the noise and rushed back to stop it in time and rescued him. Converse quickly explained, and put his arm around Zhang Yichuan's shoulders. Turning to look at him, you said so, right? Zhang Yichuan endured the pain in his body and dared not say no. He nodded quickly. Yes. Fortunately these officers arrived in time. Otherwise, I would have been beaten to death by them. As he spoke, Zhang Yichuan gritted his teeth, and became extremely angry when he thought about how his son was almost killed by the group of people. Although he knew that Converse and others also had bad intentions, he had to admit that he saved his son. So he did not expose Converse. Su Tian looked at them suspiciously, although he knew that there must be something else going on between them. Judging from the situation, Zhang Yichuan was definitely not beaten by Converse. And since he himself didn't say anything, there was no way for him to investigate further. I'm glad you're okay. Su Tian comforted him, glanced at Converse, and said to Zhang Yichuan, be careful these days. In fact, Su Tian didn't want to remind him. After all, Zhang Yichuan and the Chen family had a grudge, and he was considered half a disciple of Lord Chen. So it was equivalent to that Zhang Yichuan, and he had a grudge. But he is a kind-hearted person after all. So he still reminded him. However, Su Tian didn't know that his normal comfort seemed abnormal to others. Converse thought that Su Tian's reminder to Zhang Yichuan meant that the elixir given to Zhang Yichuan by the Chen family was real. Otherwise, there would be no need to remind him. After all, if Zhang Yichuan really didn't have it on him, he wouldn't need to be careful at all. So he didn't have what everyone was looking for. Therefore, this is even more firmly Converse. They do not let Zhang Yichuan's mind. They turn their heads to look at Zhang Yichuan, as if they are looking at Xiang. Zhang Yichuan couldn't help but shiver, and didn't know what to say. Su Tian's reminder made him feel like he was falling into an icy cave. He didn't care about anything else. Before Su Tian left, he stumbled away holding his son. After Su Tian watched him leave, he turned to look at Kwang Wei and the others. Those are just rumors. Don't believe them. However, Converse would never listen to him and sneered. Then let me ask you, is Fairy Chen a fairy? Su Tian was stunned for a moment, not understanding what he meant, and nodded. Yes. Did Fairy Chen use the elixir to bring Zhang Yichuan's son back to life? Kanji asked again. Su Tian was even more confused, but he still answered honestly. Yes. That's it. However, Kwang Wei said something inexplicable and turned away. He did not ask Su Tian whether Fairy Chen gave Zhang Yichuan the second pill, because they felt that Su Tian would never tell them. But they already knew that Fairy Chen used the elixir to bring Zhang Yichuan's son back to life. Both of those things are true, which means the rumors are true. And there is no doubt that Zhang Yichuan has another elixir on him. Chapter 160 means, when Zhang Yichuan returned to his wife, he saw her mother taking care of her, and he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Mom, are you okay? It's okay. How's Will? Zhang Yichuan's mother was lucky. She just fainted when the bandits attacked and was not injured. Just now when those people wanted to take her grandson away, she happened to be going to get food and avoided those people. Otherwise, at her age, if she gets bumped into something again, it would be the end of her. What's going on? Why are they? Before his mother could finish, she was interrupted by Zhang Yichuan. Mom, it's okay. It's over. His mother opened her mouth, then stopped asking questions and turned to caring about her grandson. Zhang Yichuan said it was over, but he was worried in his heart. He knew very well that those people would not give up until they got what they wanted. But fortunately, because of the Chen family and Su Tian, they dare not do it openly. As long as they are careful. What are you looking at? Don't disturb other people's meals. The bailiff glared at Zhang Yichuan impatiently, and the annoyed prisoner behind him also urged him on. Get out of the way when you're done. Zhang Yichuan looked very unhappy as he saw that there was less than half a bowl of porridge in the bowl, and only rice grains were visible to the naked eye. He turned to look at the prisoner who had urged him just now, only to see him hand over the bowl. The runner scooped a spoonful of porridge into the bowl. It was obvious that although water still accounted for the majority of the porridge, it was enough to cover the rice grains at the bottom of the bowl. More importantly, it was a full bowl. Looking at the half bowl of water in his hand, Zhang Yichuan felt a surge of anger in his heart. He did not go to argue with the Yamen runners, because it was useless. These Yamen runners were obviously threatening him. He had done a lot of this kind of thing before, so he was very familiar with these people's routines. It's definitely not just about withholding food from oneself. There are definitely other means. Worried about his wife, he turned and left with the porridge. Boom! As soon as he turned around, a figure came towards him. Zhang Yichuan had already been on high alert, so he quickly retreated. But he was tripped by something and fell backwards. He lost his grip on the bowl in his hand, and it flew out and broke into 2 pieces with a snap. He stared at the bowl on the ground. It had broken into 2 pieces. The porridge inside had already spilled on the ground and disappeared in the blink of an eye. He didn't say anything, but stood up from the ground silently. His fists clenched tightly, his nails digging deeply into the flesh. Blood dripped onto the ground, but he ignored it. When everyone saw the scene, they subconsciously kept their distance from him. After all, he looked a little scary. As the saying goes, a dog that bites doesn't bark. If Zhang Yichuan cursed loudly, they would just laugh it off. But now, he was acting so abnormally that the Yamen runners couldn't help but murmur in their hearts. What are you afraid of? But it's just a bereavement dog. You can't turn the waves. Seeing his men like this, Converse couldn't help but scold them. Everyone thought about it and agreed, and then returned to normal. When Zhang Yichuan returned to his wife, his mother was stunned when she saw him coming back empty-handed. Where's today's food? Each family can get 1 bowl per person based on the number of people, which means Zhang Yichuan can get 4 bowls. But because there was only 1 bowl, he could only serve it back for his wife to finish, and then go back for a second time, then a third time, and a fourth time. Therefore, Zhang Yichuan would always bring the soup back for his wife and mother to drink before he would eat it himself. So, when his mother saw Zhang Yichuan coming back empty-handed, she immediately felt that something was wrong. Faced with his mother's questioning, Zhang Yichuan did not dare to hide anything, but only gave a simple explanation. His mother was suddenly a little angry. I'll go get some food. It's impossible that they'll spill my food too. I'll die in front of them. Zhang Yichuan opened his mouth, wanting to stop it, but he knew that this was a good idea, because Su Tian couldn't bear to see someone die in the team. And no matter what, Huang Wei and others didn't dare to take action. However, he was still a little worried. After all, his mother was old. And if she got bumped into something? Then, while he was daydreaming, his mother had already taken other things to get food. He was a little worried and hurried after him. But then he thought about it and took his son with him to get food as well. This way, even if they are hungry, their son will not be hungry. However, just as they went there, they heard a noise. Just as he had imagined, his mother was sitting on the ground, crying like crazy. Murder. It's so unfair. After all, his mother was in her 50s or 60s. She was sitting on the ground crying loudly. Anyone who saw this scene would feel that she was being bullied and would feel sympathy for her. The same was true for Converse's subordinates. Some of them even rushed to find Converse. When Converse heard the news, his face looked very ugly, as expected of someone who can be the minister of the Ministry of Revenue. He is indeed not simple and ruthless enough. He actually made his mother throw a tantrum and go crazy shamelessly. How could this be? What to do? Give them the porridge. Converse snorted coldly. Let go of the matter first and talk about it. He won't be proud. Soon, as Converse's mother left with the food, she looked at Zhang Yichuan and said, I have to say that the Chen family is managing this team much better than before. Zhang Yichuan's mother fed the porridge to her grandson, then looked at Zhang Yichuan and sighed. When Captain Sun was in charge of the team, she would never dare to act like a spoiled brat. Even if she had 10 lives, it would not be enough. But now, hearing his mother praising the Chen family, Zhang Yichuan's face looked a little unhappy. But after all, it was his own mother in front of him, so he didn't dare to get angry or refute. Eat it. His mother handed the porridge to Zhang Yichuan, but Zhang Yichuan refused. Mom, you drink it first. I'm not hungry. You eat? Zhang Yichuan's mother took out a hard steamed bun from the bag behind her and said, I'm hungry. There are other things to eat. That won't do. Zhang Yichuan shook his head and snatched the steamed bun. I'll eat this. You can have the porridge. Mom. In the end, his mother drank the porridge. Zhang Yichuan poured water with water, making the steamed bun softened, and then pulled most of them to his wife. Zhang was holding her son. When she saw Zhang Yichuan coming, she immediately became alert. But Zhang Yichuan handed her the steamed bun. Although Zhang was crazy, she knew she was hungry. When she saw the steamed bun, she immediately took it and started to eat it without hesitation. Cui Ling. Eat slowly, Zhang Yichuan said with some concern. I have more after you finish eating. After saying that, he handed over the other half in his hand. Wow! Dad, my stomach hurts. Suddenly, Zhang Yichuan's son Zheng Wei started crying, holding his stomach, obviously not knowing whether he was sick or what to do. Hearing his son's voice, Zhang Yichuan suddenly became anxious. What's going on? Son? Son! Zhang also noticed that something was wrong with her son, and she became anxious immediately. She didn't care about the food in her mouth and turned around to show her concern. Damn it. There's something wrong with that porridge. Zhang Yichuan is not a fool. It is obvious that his son had the accident after drinking the porridge without eating anything else. Thinking of this, his face turned very ugly, and he turned around and saw his mother falling to the ground, also holding her stomach, looking very painful.